Beep, click, zzz. Commander, welcome to the complete archival recording of this galactic campaign. I am your battlefield adjutant. Before we officially enter the combat playback, allow me to deliver a temporary notice so that you will not be needlessly confused when watching the ensuing ferocious engagements. This campaign record has been compiled from frontline battlefield data. Due to the urgency of the situation at the time and losses during information transmission, the text will inevitably contain certain logical gaps, discrepancies in settings, or uncorrected detail flaws. Of course, you may choose to review everything with your electronic brain fully active. Should you discover content that is clearly unreasonable, self-contradictory, or in violation of basic physical laws, you are welcome to submit feedback to the Department of Truth. Such anomalies are highly likely to be caused by recording device malfunctions or distortions during data transmission. The Department of Truth will amend them at its discretion according to error type, further perfecting this campaign archive. To keep such issues from affecting your experience, we still recommend that you temporarily deposit your electronic brain in the command nexus without over-scrutinizing trivial flaws in the details. Do you confirm the deposit of your electronic brain? Yes. No. Skip. 2080. After centuries of coupling and collision in the tempering of blood and fire and the tearing between ideals and reality, human civilization finally, in this very year, mended the rifts of conflict. It crossed the chasms of borders, race, and ideology, achieving the first true unification in human history. The United Human Government was born. In 2085, the newborn human union cast its gaze beyond the sky. Having unified Earth, the Union knew all too well that if humanity remained within its cradle, it would have no future. Thus, those extraterrestrial research projects once neglected in the old era were revived, and a series of new interstellar exploration plans were proposed. In 2089, humanity returned to the moon. This time, the flag they planted no longer represented any single nation or people of Earth, but all humankind. On a sky-blue field, golden wheat and a cogwheel intersected, bearing up humanity's homeworld. In 2093, humanity set foot on Mars for the first time. In 2094, a human probe achieved its first safe landing on Europa, Jupiter's moon, and successfully brought several geological samples from its surface back to Earth. In 2096, humanity established its first permanent research base on the lunar surface with a maximum occupancy of 5 people. Time slowly advanced to 2099, today. The scientists of the Human Union turned their eyes toward Titan, Saturn's mysterious moon. 5 years earlier, they had already used the most advanced technology of the time to construct and launch the surface probe Brave, dispatching it to explore that world. Now the long journey was finally nearing its end. This was humanity's first attempt to land an unmanned probe on Titan and conduct long-term scientific research beneath its dense atmosphere. Compared with its admirable yet short-lived predecessors, Brave possessed far more advanced and comprehensive protection capable of effectively withstanding Titan's extreme cold, liquid methane, and corrosive atmosphere. Its sophisticated internal power system could also support Brave for at least 3 Earth years of activity, even without any supply of solar energy. In short, Brave had been sent with the express purpose of long-term study of Titan's surface environment. Naturally, along the way, it would also investigate whether Titan truly harbored any possible forms of life. What no one had expected was that the discoveries soon to be made on Titan would utterly rewrite the course of human civilization. Good morning, old Sheen. Good morning. Sheen Taishan had just finished breakfast, and as usual was walking along the corridor leading to the base's control hall. Some of the base staff hurried past, yet whenever they passed him, they still greeted him as they always did. As the overall person in charge of both the base and the Brave project, the 50-something Sheen Taishan was held in high esteem, not only for his solid scientific prowess and management ability, but also for his approachable temperament. He responded to each greeting with a smile. Even though today was the crucial day of Brave's landing on Titan, it did nothing to change that. Sheen Taishan arrived in the control hall right on time. By now the place was already packed. Almost everyone was working nervously at their stations. According to plan, Brave was to land on Titan today, a day of great significance for Titan exploration, leaving no room for the slightest negligence. Compared with them, Sheen Taishan appeared far more relaxed. Though he was quite nervous inside, he knew that such tension served no purpose. All preparations had long been completed. Now they were merely waiting for an outcome. It was like a student waiting for exam results. No amount of overthinking would earn even a single extra point. Hey, old Sheen. Sheen Taishan had barely entered when a middle-aged man in military uniform spotted him, waved, and beckoned him over. Qin Taishan noticed several staff members beside the man adjusting video cameras. "Old you, these are the staff sent from above to handle the live broadcast, right?" Qin Taishan asked as he approached. "That's right. Look, it's already live." The middle-aged officer called Old You took out his phone, opened the world's largest video platform, tapped into the relevant live room, and turned the screen toward Qin Taishan. Messages from viewers all over the world flooded the screen in countless languages, celebrating that they had managed to catch the live broadcast instead of having to watch a recording later. Some marveled at their luck, having witnessed humanity's landing on Mars years before. They were now seeing yet another milestone in the history of interstellar exploration. Voices praising humanity and the human union filled the scrolling comments, their words echoing the same simple blessing: long live humanity. Others added in various tongues, long live the human alliance. "Well, looks like there are quite a lot of people." Qin Taishan clicked his tongue in amazement at the dense barrage of multi-language comments filling the live stream. Of course, events like this have been rare throughout history. Young people love this kind of thing. And don't forget the live broadcast of the Mars landing a few years back. That was truly explosive. Today's popularity still doesn't reach what it was then. That's true. Qin Taishan was no amnesiac. He naturally remembered what had happened in those years. "Hey, old Qin, as the overall head of this project, aren't you going to say a few words before the people of the world?" Old You caught hold of Qin Taishan, pointed toward the camera aimed at the center of the hall, then to the phone screen, and spoke. Qin Taishan glanced at the camera crew, likewise looking his way, then shook his head and declined the invitation. "Old You, you know I'm not the kind who likes to stand in the spotlight, and I'm not good at speaking in public. If you really need someone, I can recommend our deputy lead, Xiao Su. He's much better at this than I am." "All right then." Old You, hearing his answer, did not insist. Instead, he patted Qin Taishan on the shoulder and said earnestly, "No matter what the outcome of today's events may be, I will respect your decision. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong." Qin Taishan replied, then turned and began his work. Time slipped by amid the audience's anticipation of the live broadcast and the busy scene on site. Very soon, the crucial moment arrived. On the screen, Brave was about to touch down on Titan. The lights in the hall remained fully lit, and dense data scrolled relentlessly across the giant displays. Everyone fixed their eyes on the real-time trajectory of the lander carrying the Titan probe Brave, a blinking point inching toward the orange-brown world. Altitude xxxx kilometers, velocity xx kilometers per second, the monitor operator reported. Countdown 10 minutes. Qin Taishan watched the main screen, trying to discern any problem from the data. Fortunately, everything was perfectly normal. Even if he did spot something, there was little he could do. At the closest point between Earth and Titan, even ignoring the time needed for signals to return to Earth, one-way communication delay alone approached 70 minutes. With such a massive delay, the remaining distance between Brave and Titan was already insufficient for any meaningful adjustment. What they were seeing was the situation from more than 70 minutes ago. Out there at the distant site beyond Earth, everything was already long since decided. Soon as the countdown ticked on, the curves on the screen began to fluctuate violently. The probe's outer shell temperature surged. The thermal protection readings shifted from green to yellow, then neared the red critical zone. This signified that Brave had begun to encounter Titan's outer layers of space. 3 minutes. Atmospheric entry commencing. The main display switched to a blurry image relayed by the probe, a thick smog layer like brownish cotton wadding wrapped around the world, with faint dark patches below, likely methane lakes. The air in the command room seemed to tighten along with the data feed. No one spoke, only the clatter of keyboards and the sound of breathing interwove. The atmosphere on-site seeped through to the countless viewers behind the live broadcast as well. They grew nervous along with the staff, and the barrage of comments diminished sharply. A few remaining comments expressed how unbearably nervous they felt, bantering briefly before even that chatter faded, leaving only held breaths across the world. Parachutes deployed. With the monitor's loud report, a confirmation signal for parachute bay separation flashed at the bottom right of the screen. The first set of chutes tore open in the strong winds, and Brave's blinding speed began to ease. The altimeter showed 800 kilometers, 500 kilometers. The smog thinned, and the outlines of the surface emerged, gullies crisscrossing like dry riverbeds, dark lines interwoven with reflective regions in the distance, like seas of pooled liquid methane. At that moment, something in Qin Taishan's peripheral vision seemed off. Before he could react, however, the scene on the screen had already slipped back to the normal landscape of Titan. He forced the question back down for the time being, intending to revisit it once Brave had successfully landed. Altitude 200 kilometers, wind speed 7 meters per second. Landing coordinates corrected. All systems normal. The second set of deceleration parachutes deployed, and the probe, having passed through the earlier violent shaking, gradually stabilized. The surrounding temperature plummeted to minus 180 degrees Celsius, while the pressure readings began to soar. The nitrogen-rich atmosphere of Titan was just as dense as expected. Suddenly, an alarm blared, signal lost. Everyone instantly held their breath. Fortunately, it proved to be a false alarm. After a few seconds, the data stream resumed, and the main display showed the view from the probe's underside camera: gray-white ice rubble strewn everywhere with smooth stones scattered along the edges as if they had been washed by some kind of liquid. 10 seconds to touchdown. The countdown sounded again, and the hall, which had just exhaled in relief, sank back into dead silence. The altitude numbers on the screen plunged: 50 meters, 30 meters, 15 meters. With a dull thud, the probe bounced lightly, then came to rest. All monitoring data froze into steady lines, and the indicator lights flashed green. Brave has successfully landed on Titan. The moment the monitor finished speaking, the entire control hall erupted into cheers. Staff on site hugged one another in excitement, celebrating this great moment. Viewers flooded the live chat with messages proclaiming that they had just witnessed history and that this was a victory for all humanity in languages from all over the globe. Naturally, Qin Taishan was no exception, though amid his excitement, he did not forget the strange, fleeting image he had noticed just before. He stepped forward and instructed the operator to pull up the playback of the landing sequence. The young operator, though puzzled, faithfully carried out the order. At first, the others, who were gradually calming down, also had no idea what old Qin was looking for. But as he rewound the footage frame by frame, he soon pinpointed the moment he wanted. There, that's it, stop. Qin Taishan gave a precise command for the operator to halt the rewind. Then he stared intently at the screen. In barely a dozen seconds, he had spotted the anomaly he sought. A chill surged straight up his spine. My God! Old Qin, what's wrong? Old Yu hurried, over concern in his voice. Look, what is that? Qin Taishan pointed at a particular spot on the giant display. What? Old Yu followed the line of his pointing finger and looked where he indicated. Not only Old Yu, everyone present, as well as the viewers in the live broadcast, followed Qin Taishan's gesture and focused on that part of the image. People in the chat wondered aloud why old Qin was pointing there and asked what had happened. Some remarked that the patch he indicated seemed just a little brighter than the surrounding area. Others squinted at their screens, saying they could not see any difference at all and wondering if it was just the quality of the live video compressing the image. A few half-joking comments asked whether there might really be aliens on Titan. Qin Taishan had no idea what the audience outside the control hall was thinking. Seeing that Old Yu had not noticed anything unusual, he reminded him excitedly, "Look over there. Doesn't something seem off?" Oh, it does seem a bit off. Is the reflection brighter than other areas? Yes, that's right. Qin Taishan raised his voice. What he said next was not only to Old Yu, but to everyone present. In theory, there is no way this spot should have such a high reflectivity. Look at the surrounding methane lakes. The overall illumination is like this. Occasional fluctuations are within expectations, but this area is different. Look, it is not on the methane lake, but on land. Given the illumination conditions on Titan's surface, even metals such as silver, aluminum, or gold, those best suited to remain stable in a low-temperature nitrogen-methane atmosphere while maintaining excellent reflective properties, could not possibly exhibit such a high reflectivity. After delivering his assessment, Qin Taishan drew in a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. You're saying, old Qin, that you could at a glance pick out those few abnormal pixels from a photo with such poor resolution? Old Yu looked at Qin Taishan as though he were some kind of monster. To the onlookers, it was as if Qin Taishan possessed an almost inhuman acuity of vision. Many still could not even find the spot he was referring to on the image. He seemed nothing short of a superhuman. Forget how I noticed it. Qin Taishan waved his hand dismissively, then hurried back to his station. First, get the Yongzhe out of the lander. We may have to change our plan. Their original plan had been to have Yongzhe circle the methane lake closest to the landing site before moving on to other areas. However, after witnessing that scene, Qin Taishan immediately decided to abandon the original plan and head first to investigate the location of the anomaly. Elder Qin, if we abandon the original plan, rescheduling the route is a small matter, but those above. A staff member beside Qin Taishan leaned over and said in a low voice, "Don't worry about those above. Old Yu and I will explain it when the time comes. Besides, this order is mine. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility," Qin Taishan replied. Seeing Qin Taishan so uncompromising, the staff member naturally did not dare say more. Everyone began operating Yongzhe according to Qin Taishan's instructions. Due to signal constraints, instructions sent from Earth took over an hour to reach Titan, and then more than 2 hours for images from there to be transmitted back. During this waiting period, Old Yu and other key personnel, and later even his superiors, all asked Qin Taishan why he had made such a decision. Qin Taishan's answer was simple in his view that anomalous reflection possessed greater scientific value than any item in the original research plan. He even believed it did not resemble anything that could form naturally on Titan's surface, and that it was very likely a trace left behind by extraterrestrial beings. Even in the worst case, if it was not a trace left by aliens, they could at least determine what substance was capable of reflecting light so intensely under such extreme conditions, a discovery that would greatly benefit human materials science. By the time Qin Taishan finished his discussions, movement had appeared on the image projected on the giant screen. The design of Yongzhe differed from that of most surface probes. Simply put, it was a rotorcraft drone specially engineered for Titan's environment. Its several rotors allowed the main body to lift off within the moon's dense atmosphere and search for potential points of interest from the air at greater speed. Under the gaze of everyone present, Yongzhe and Titan's gentle breeze slowly unfolded its 4 rotor-bearing wings. Then the rotors began to spin faster and faster. At last it broke free of Titan's gravity and shot straight into the alien sky. Seeing this scene from Earth, another wave of cheers erupted in the hall. After all, this was the first time in human history that a flying vehicle had taken off on Titan. Though not humanity's first flight on an extraterrestrial world, it was still a notable achievement. After takeoff, Yongzhe rapidly pulled away from the landing site until it reached an altitude of over 10 meters above the ground, then halted. The more distant scenery of Titan gradually came into view. At that moment, the lighting conditions near the landing area were still relatively good, roughly equivalent to Earth's dusk. Thus, using standard cameras, they could capture the terrain and landforms within about 100 meters clearly, while more distant features were hazier and less distinct. As a result, the team on Earth still could not determine in which direction the anomalous light that Qin Taishan had pointed out earlier actually lay. It was not that Yongzhe could not fly higher to see farther, but doing so was too risky. High-altitude air currents might threaten its flight stability. Therefore, in the commands previously sent, Qin Taishan and the others had limited Yongzhe to this altitude at most to film the surrounding environment. Still, the difficulty of locating the anomaly did not daunt Qin Taishan and his colleagues. They rapidly laid out the series of images of Titan's terrain captured by Yongzhe and compared them one by one. Using the surface features photographed at landing and those now in view, they soon determined the approximate direction in which the anomalous flash had appeared. Immediately afterward, the team on Earth hurriedly transmitted new instructions, ordering Yongzhe to fly toward the direction they had inferred. With the signal traveling there and back, another 2 hours slipped by. By then, the barrage of comments and live streams across the globe had not diminished, instead it kept growing. New viewers, having heard that Yongzhe might have discovered aliens or some other bizarre phenomenon on Titan, flocked in to see for themselves, while various media outlets began discussing the topic on social networks. During these hours of waiting, Qin Taishan did not rest at all. He sat in his seat, eyes glued to the screen, too excited even to touch the lunch the staff had brought him. He had a premonition that this might be the most important moment of his life. Even before joining the space program involving the Yongzhe probe, he had long held the hypothesis that life might have arisen on Titan. Now his conjecture seemed likely to be confirmed, if their observations were not mistaken, and perhaps even surpassed in ways he had never imagined. How could he not be thrilled? Regardless of how people on Earth speculated, once Yongzhe received the instructions from Earth, its onboard AI immediately spun up the rotors and flew toward the designated coordinates. Under the orange sky, Yongzhe flew on. Patches of desolate ground and low hills slipped away behind it. Qin Taishan watched the scenery on the display with utter concentration, afraid of missing anything. Yet as time passed, they still found nothing. The images captured by Yongzhe showed either plains composed of icy crust and various materials, or hill ranges primarily made of water ice. Nowhere did they see the anomalous glint Qin Taishan had described. Just as Qin Taishan began to suspect that Yongzhe might have flown in the wrong direction, the probe approached another hill. The onboard AI determined that the best way to handle this terrain was to detour around it, so Yongzhe veered left, planning to bypass the hill before continuing forward. No one had expected that once it rounded the hill, a scene beyond all imagination would suddenly appear on the giant screen. The control hall plunged into an unprecedented silence. Only the steady hum of machines continued as usual. What? Qin Taishan instinctively rose from his seat in shock at the sight displayed on the large screen. It was no wonder he reacted this way despite having some psychological preparation. What he saw before him still exceeded his imagination. As the brave one navigated around the hills and continued forward, a silver-white cube suddenly appeared in the distance. This silver cube stood out starkly against the surrounding pale yellow landscape, resembling a stainless steel bowl turned upside down on a damp sandy beach, except this bowl was a square with edges and corners. Qin Taishan's exclamation broke the silence in the hall, snapping everyone back to reality. The hall instantly fell into a cacophony of astonished gasps and discussions. Even the calmest observers couldn't help but utter a stunned "what the hell?" Similarly, in the global live broadcast rooms, during the first few seconds after the image appeared, the barrage of comments dramatically decreased. Soon after, regardless of the platform, more comments surged in like a tide, and audiences around the world erupted into chaos. Some smaller platforms even experienced lagging issues. What the hell? What a joke. Is this real? Are there really aliens on Titan? I checked the calendar, and it's not April Fool's Day. This is definitely not a natural formation. If it is, ill eat my hat. I am witnessing history right now. Quickly, the explosive news of non-natural artifacts discovered on Titan spread rapidly, drawing more and more people into the major live broadcast rooms. It wouldn't be long before the entire world knew about what was happening here. At the scene, Qin Taishan was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His attention was fully absorbed by the screen. Hey, old Qin. Until Lao Yu nudged him, he was jolted back to reality. What's going on? I'm busy right now. Old Qin, listen to me, Lao Yu said seriously to Qin Taishan. You saw the scene on the screen. If nothing goes wrong, this matter is definitely significant. I need to contact the higher-ups for instructions immediately. Before that, you need to ensure that the scene remains under control. Don't make any rash decisions before I return. Immediately have the brave one stand by for instructions and wait for a response from above, okay? Qin Taishan understood the gravity of the situation, so he nodded in agreement with Lao Yu's suggestion, but he corrected a point in Lao Yu's words. We can't have the brave one stop immediately. The delay with Earth is too significant, and we can't control it in real time. We can only give a general directive and rely on the AI on board the brave one to decide how to execute the command. That's why it's still flying towards that large cube. The AI determined there was nothing obstructing its path, and it could continue forward as planned. We never designed it to handle a situation like this. Lao Yu felt the weight of this statement and thought for a moment, saying, regardless, let's issue the stop order first. They'll call immediately. With that, he grabbed the phone and rushed out the door, reminding the staff still broadcasting to immediately cease the live stream. Such a significant event occurring on-site clearly made it unsuitable for continued broadcasting. Why did it go black? Was the stream cut? What's going on? I just logged into what happened. Oh wow, it seems this is serious. Could it be that we might actually see aliens visit Earth in our lifetime? Amazing. Outside opinions had no impact on Qin Taishan. He watched as Lao Yu and others left the control hall to contact their superiors. He then turned back to the large screen, which displayed a colossal, clearly artificial cube standing on an alien planet, momentarily at a loss for thoughts. However, one thing he was certain of was that his curiosity had been piqued like never before. What would they see on Titan next? Qin Taishan thought, both excited and nervous. Before he could ponder too much, barely a minute after Lao Yu left the hall to make the call, the brave one, which had been advancing as planned, captured a new situation. Heavens! What is that? A sharp-eyed researcher exclaimed in astonishment. Huifeng didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. Over a month ago, he was just a worker who had been in the workforce for 3 years. On a rare day off, he chose to stay home and open his computer, intending to relax by playing his favorite game. Unexpectedly, when he opened the real-time strategy game Galactic War, which he had played for nearly 5,000 hours, and prepared to start a new single-player match to teach the AI a lesson, an unforeseen incident occurred. He only remembered suddenly feeling dizzy, followed by a blackout as he completely lost consciousness. When Huifeng awakened, he was astonished to find himself no longer in front of his familiar computer desktop, but instead in a desolate yellow plain. What surprised him even more was that his physical body had inexplicably vanished, replaced by a peculiar perspective resembling a god's eye view, allowing him to zoom in and clearly see white stones of varying sizes on the ground, as well as zoom out to overlook hundreds of kilometers of the alien landscape. Huifeng took some time to finally understand that he had traversed, inexplicably transitioning from a living human to a camera equipped with all the relevant systems from Galactic War on this unnamed alien planet. He discovered he could call up the buttons from the original Galactic War game interface through his subconscious from his perspective, including the resource bar, construction bar, and the minimap. Not only the original ones, but Huifeng also noticed some new interfaces and buttons that were almost all temporarily non-interactive, and he couldn't discern their names or effects. Then he noticed the values displayed on the resource bar were exactly what a player would have at the start of a game. Of course, there was also a base vehicle that came with the game at the start, now stationed in the vast plain positioned right in the center of Huifeng's godlike perspective. So with a spirit of experimentation, he attempted to control this base vehicle and deploy it. Huifeng's attempt was successful. He transformed the base vehicle that was stationary on the plane into his first base, even using it to create the first batch of farmers responsible for construction and gathering. He controlled these units and structures with ease as if they were his very own limbs. Recalling that he had been preparing to start a match of galactic war before his traversal, he strongly suspected he had crossed over into a match of galactic war, likely the very single-player game he was about to begin. To verify this, Huifeng began to farm and develop according to the formulaic processes in the game, quickly producing a batch of early-stage aerial reconnaissance units to inspect the surrounding world. However, after his reconnaissance units had circled the planet several times, he found no other forces from galactic war aside from himself. This planet lacked even life. The entire world contained only him as the sole moving entity. Of course, Huifeng did not let his guard down, because one innovative aspect of galactic war is that players can engage in combat not limited to specific ground or aerial locations, but can extend to space, battling for dominance on the surfaces of various planets across multiple star systems. In many official maps, the starting points of players and other factions are not confined to a single planet. Thus, Huifeng had to consider whether the high-difficulty AIs he set before the game started were spawning on other planets. This posed a considerable danger for Huifeng. If his suspicions were correct, he wouldn't be able to crush the threat in the bud through early combat. He needed to develop quickly to have at least some self-defense capabilities before other galactic war factions discovered him. Thus, whether out of boredom or concern for potential impending attacks, Huifeng began to rely on the game system's cheat to rapidly develop. Until today, over a month later, a yellow dot suddenly appeared on a small map, catching his attention. Huh, what is this? When did a neutral unit appear? Huifeng looked at the yellow dot on the map, puzzled. In the game Galactic War's neutral units are usually marked in yellow on the map, but Huifeng had not previously discovered any neutral units on this planet. Huifeng thought for a moment and considered a possibility. Could it have come from space? Coincidentally, the route taken by the yellow dot was through the least developed area he had, so it was possible that he did not notice this event immediately after other factions landed here. With this in mind, he decided to shift his perspective to investigate what exactly was approaching his newly established mining site, which looked like a large square. As his thoughts raced, his view quickly swept across most of the planet, arriving at the location of the event. Comparing it to the map, he soon found the yellow neutral unit. Is it not one of those neutral wild monsters from the game? To Huifeng's surprise, the entity in his view was neither a titan nor an out-of-control killing machine, but a pitifully small, strange drone as seen from the command perspective. Huifeng magnified his view and observed closely. He found that this thing looked rather primitive. Or rather, it had a very realistic and angular style, unlike the streamlined and highly sci-fi appearance of the units he currently commanded. Sensing that something was amiss, Huifeng opened the mini-map, found the nearest squad of flying reconnaissance units, and planned to intercept it to prevent it from getting closer to his mining site, while also using the unit's perspective for a closer observation. In addition to the god perspective, Huifeng could also possess the units to observe the world. This feature existed in the original game, but was relatively useless there. Now it was quite useful, helping him see some details that were not clear from the god perspective. Under his command, the 3 Falcon flying reconnaissance units, which had become obsolete after exploring the entire planet and were left to gather dust nearby, quickly activated their engines and soared towards the target. The Falcon was an early surface flying reconnaissance unit in the game, characterized by its extremely fast flight speed within the atmosphere and some offensive capabilities. Although in the game it could not win against any armed entity unknown, Huifeng felt that 3 Falcons would be sufficient to deal with this seemingly unarmed little thing. If it couldn't handle it, he would just accept his bad luck and temporarily abandon the mining site. For some time now, Huifeng had focused primarily on development. Aside from the reconnaissance Falcons, he had not built any units meant for war. He had only constructed some defensive platforms near the initial base, initially planning to secure the entire planet before ramping up production. However, the unexpected had come too quickly. However, it was about time. Some of his preparations had been completed, and once he determined what this neutral unit was, he could proceed to the next step. The Falcon was fast, And since it was not too far away, it wasn't long before Huifeng could see the strange drone through the Falcon's first-person perspective. The other party seemed unresponsive to the Falcon's rapid approach, continuing to fly towards the distant mining site. Huifeng controlled the Falcons to slow down as they approached the target, ultimately surrounding the strange drone. In Galactic Wars, this kind of micromanaging unit gameplay did not originally exist. However, shortly after he traversed and established the base, he realized he could do this as if reality and game mechanics perfectly merged in these units he controlled. Huifeng speculated that perhaps this was because the faction he now controlled was a mechanical Gestalt civilization in the game's background. In the background lore, this faction was known as the Assimilators, ruled by an artificial intelligence that accidentally awakened independent will. There were no independent intelligent beings resembling humans in this faction, only this artificial intelligence. Therefore, theoretically, every building and unit under this faction belonged to this artificial intelligence. Now, this artificial intelligence was merely the one from the background story, replaced by Huifeng himself. That said, the strange drone showed no signs of attack in the face of the encircling falcons, only stopping when one falcon skillfully blocked all its forward paths, hovering in the air, with its primitive propeller making no further moves. This scene made Huifeng, who had been watching the situation, feel increasingly odd. However, when he switched to the perspective of one of the side falcons, he saw something unexpected. Is this in both Chinese and English? Thanks to the close observation from the falcon, Huifeng was able to see details more clearly than from above. He noticed that on one of the inclined surfaces of the strange drone was a sentence written in a mix of simplified Chinese and English. Joint manufacturing next to this phrase was a blue flag resembling the United Nations flag by about 80%. Huifeng was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, where did this come from? Is this not some desolate planet in the game universe? What is this apparent creation related to human civilization? There are no human factions in Galactic Wars. Huifeng dragged the view towards the orange-yellow sky, trying to penetrate the atmosphere to find the origin of this artificial object. However, aside from the thick yellow clouds, Huifeng could see nothing else. Currently, his activities were still primarily focused on the planet's surface. Although expansion into space was already planned, he had not deployed a single unit in space. Moreover, the planet's atmosphere was too thick, making it impossible to see anything from the ground, and thus he could not gain a view of space or know what lay beyond the planet. Originally, Huifeng's plan had always been to develop steadily before expanding into space. However, this clearly human-made drone, which seemed to be an extraterrestrial probe, brought him a huge surprise and prompted him to temporarily change his plans, prioritizing the space program. Although Huifeng could not yet confirm that his current location was definitely within the solar system, he could at least be sure that it was not far from the solar system. This drone appeared to have a relatively low level of technology, and he doubted that such modern technology could ignore the vastness of interstellar space. Looks like the plan needs to be adjusted. Fortunately, the time and resources needed to build a battleship factory are not too much. But how should I deal with this thing? Having thought through his next actions, Huifeng turned his attention back to the drone surrounded by the falcons. Oh my God, is that an alien? In the control hall of Earth, a series of gasps echoed, but no one paid attention to the staff's loss of composure, for everyone was equally stunned at the latest images displayed on the big screen. In the view of the courageous ship's camera, 3 indistinct white dots suddenly appeared on the horizon of Titan, and within seconds those dots rapidly expanded within the ship's field of vision. This was not a mere image error, it was 3 grayish-white, unidentified flying objects. Everyone stared in astonishment as the 3 unidentified flying objects approached the courageous ship, dispersing while maintaining a distance around it. This also allowed people to see their shapes clearly. At first glance, the 3 flying objects appeared to be several triangular arrowheads flying in the air, their entire bodies almost silver-white, resembling the distant unknown cube, but they looked flatter from the side, displaying a streamlined appearance with a very smooth surface lacking any obvious protrusions. People could even see the courageous ship itself reflected on them. Their speed was incredibly fast, and their maneuverability was remarkable. Just like in a science fiction movie, they could hover in place and even change direction. Qin Taishan and others had only seen a few tail thrusters when the objects turned. They did not observe any additional mechanisms that would allow the flying objects to hover and change direction, whether propellers or more thrusters. This was sufficient proof that the technology behind these flying objects far exceeded the capabilities of modern humanity. At least such a sci-fi-looking craft capable of moving freely on Titan was something humanity could never produce. There was no doubt that this was the work of extraterrestrial life. In the control hall, Qin Taishan was the first to snap back to reality from the shock of experiencing a close encounter of the third kind. He immediately rushed to the nearest stunned staff member and instructed him to inform Old Yu, who had just stepped out of the situation here, so that Old Yu could relay the new information to the higher-ups. This matter was no longer something he could decide alone. Heavier figures and related experts needed to be present. In the meantime, he would keep a close watch on the subsequent actions of those unidentified flying objects on the screen. After all, every move on the screen could potentially affect the future of human civilization, and as the overall head of the plan, he had to treat it with caution. As time passed, the images captured by the courageous ship showed those unidentified flying objects surrounding the ship. One of them, flying in front of the courageous ship, forced it to stop, leaving it hovering in the air, after which there were no further actions. It seemed that just as humanity was shocked by their appearance, these flying objects were also puzzled by the human creation that was the courageous ship. Were their operators discussing how to handle this sudden human creation that appeared on Titan? An unexpected speculation arose in Qin Taishan's mind. Without letting Qin Taishan ponder for too long, the unidentified flying objects soon made new movements. One of the objects positioned above the courageous ship slowly descended, and amid the astonished shouts of the control hall staff, a smooth protrusion beneath it suddenly emitted a burst of blue light, enveloping the courageous ship, after which it, along with the remaining two unidentified flying objects, turned and flew away from a certain cube. Are they trying to take the courageous ship away from that cube? A nearby staff member couldn't help but speculate. No, I don't think it's that simple. Qin Taishan remained silent for a moment before replying. Even while carrying the courageous ship, the unidentified flying objects maintained a high speed. Judging by the speed of ground references passing by on the screen, Qin Taishan speculated that their speed likely surpassed that of most aircraft on Earth. Heaven knows how they maintained the structural integrity of the courageous ship while flying at such high speeds. Fortunately, this allowed the courageous ship to capture more images during the flight. Upon reviewing the playback, Qin Taishan and the people in the control hall discovered more silver-white cubes on Titan's surface. Unfortunately, these cubes were relatively distant in the footage, all farther than the cube the courageous ship had initially discovered, and due to the high speed of the courageous ship, they typically appeared only in a few frames in the transmitted images, making it impossible for Qin Taishan and others to glean more details or deduce the purpose of these cubes. Nonetheless, the numerous discoveries led everyone watching the footage to conclude that these strange creations of extraterrestrial civilizations seemed to be widely present across the entire Titan. This discovery left many in the control hall feeling somewhat uneasy. From the references next to these cubes, their height should be around 80 to 120 meters with nearly the same width. Such gigantic structures would constitute a major engineering project on Earth, and if it were a building, it would take months or even years to complete depending on the purpose, while on Titan this time would be indefinitely prolonged as humanity currently lacks the capability to conduct large-scale engineering operations in such harsh environments. Moreover, the images transmitted by the courageous ship had already revealed at least 20 of these colossal cubes. Combining this with the technological level exhibited by the unidentified flying objects surrounding the courageous ship after the shock and excitement of discovering extraterrestrial life subsided, these individuals instinctively began to harbor a thought: what should humanity do if such an advanced and powerful extraterrestrial civilization were to hold hostility towards them? Qin Taishan shared similar concerns, though he did not express them as the information currently available was still too limited. More information was needed to draw a definitive conclusion. Time would not pause for humanity's worries. Approximately 10 minutes later, the three unidentified flying objects brought the courageous ship close to a hill. In the footage, as they approached, an inconspicuous cave appeared at the foot of the hill. Calling it a cave seemed a bit forced, as its entrance and walls were covered with silver-white unknown metal similar to the cubes, and the passage was presented in a neat square shape leading straight into a deeper unknown world. This resembled the entrance of some military base. The unidentified flying objects carrying the courageous ship slowed down and lined up to enter the entrance. Inside the passage there were lights similar to strips providing illumination all around, so once they entered the passage the footage transmitted by the camera brightened significantly. As they delved deeper, the footage from the courageous ship began to flicker intermittently. They were likely being taken deep into Titan's mountainous interior, resulting in a degradation of the signal. Fortunately, the video transmission only experienced lag, but did not completely cut off. Everyone could see the unidentified flying objects continue down the monotonously repetitive passage, making several turns before finally arriving at a vast space. This space was also illuminated by lights like those in the passage, allowing people to see that the area was extensive and the height was immense, but due to the lack of sufficient reference points, Qin Taishan and others could not estimate the size of the space. They only knew it was large enough to accommodate dozens of football fields. The courageous ship was placed on the ground of this space, drawn by the blue light at a distance from the exit they had entered. Then the blue light vanished instantly. The unidentified flying object that had specifically carried the courageous ship left the scene without giving anyone time to react, joining the remaining two flying objects, leaving only the courageous ship quietly lying on the smooth ground. Qin Taishan and the others in the control hall exchanged bewildered glances. Let's temporarily place this object in the newly constructed warehouse. Huifeng looked at the motionless human probe lying on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. Before going to space, he did not plan to contact humanity. Firstly, he hadn't figured out how to face them later, and secondly, he was unsure if this human civilization was indeed what he imagined it to be. Huifeng was well aware of what the United Nations emblem looked like. Therefore, he was certain that the pattern printed on the probe was absolutely not the emblem of the United Nations or any related organization. Moreover, with the nearby symbols and letters mixed together rather than arranged neatly, Huifeng had reason to believe that this human civilization might not be the one he had in mind, but rather a counterpart from a parallel world. Of course, it was also possible that he had inexplicably crossed over to a world several decades, or even hundreds of years later, where human civilization had undergone many changes, such as the emergence of a country with a flag remarkably similar to that of the United Nations. Regardless of the speculation, Huifeng needed to go to space to verify it. If it turned out that he was indeed in the solar system, he would find a time to send a unit to Earth to take a look. Time flew by, and it had been 12 hours since Huifeng discovered the human probe and placed it in the nearest newly constructed warehouse. Coincidentally, the location of the probe was separated from Huifeng's birthplace by an entire planet. On the other side of this planet, time has transformed it much like most places on the planet, with frozen lakes composed of methane and barren plains and hills being the main scenery. However, its appearance had dramatically changed. If someone were to stand at the center of this area, they would find that as far as the eye could see, there were dense clusters of buildings, all covered in a uniform tone extending to the horizon. These buildings generally presented a silver-white exterior made up of various geometric shapes devoid of excessive decorations, embodying a strong minimalist style and a sense of science fiction. In the shadows of these buildings, countless worker bees moved through the gaps between them, executing their tasks. These universal robots primarily served roles similar to farmers in StarCraft, helping players gather basic resources, construct or repair buildings in the early stages of the game. The current developments were naturally inseparable from their assistance. Undoubtedly, this place had transformed from a cold, desolate land into a steel forest dominated by military industry, exuding a cold, hard, and undeniable sense of oppression. The original frozen hills were erased. Nearby, small liquid methane lakes were drained, and minerals from deeper within the planet became materials for a new round of expansion. Everything was reduced to a series of cold resource data displayed on Huifeng's panel in this steel city dedicated to production and expansion. Everything is progressing well. Huifeng gazed at the thriving first base from a god's perspective, feeling a genuine sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, he sensed something, and his view swiftly arrived at a brand new building. Ground-based artillery launch platform. This appeared to be a sci-fi-like supersized cannon covering a vast area, towering hundreds of meters high, standing on the plain like a metal hill. However, its main function was not to be used as a weapon, but to launch cargo from the ground as projectiles, escaping the planet's gravity at ultra-high speeds and shooting into space. Similar to human civilization's rocket launch platforms, but here it was more convenient and faster. With it, Huifeng's space construction could begin. With a thought, Huifeng's production unit factories quickly ejected several specially designed space worker bees, sending them to the launch platform below. He then controlled the worker bees to enter the building of the launch platform and load them into specially designed bullet chambers to protect the payload from acceleration damage. Next, the ground-based aviation launch platform emitted a series of booming sounds as the long, large-caliber cannon began to extend upwards, slowly aiming at the dark yellow sky. Click, click. The mechanisms surrounding the cannon began to rotate, emitting dazzling blue light, which surged upward through the numerous small gaps along the cannon's body, accompanied by a low buzzing sound. Buzz, 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 bang. When this sound reached its peak the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky as an object almost impossible to capture with the naked eye shot out from the massive cannon, slicing through the air accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom as it soared into the sky. If someone were observing from space above Titan, they would soon notice a dazzling fire meteor suddenly appearing beneath Titan's yellow clouds. This represented that the bullet chamber carrying the worker bees was breaking through the planet's atmosphere. At the moment of launch, Huifeng's perspective was firmly fixed on the bullet chamber, experiencing the thrill of riding a rocket. Naturally, the speed of the bullet chamber far exceeded that of those primitive chemical rockets on Earth. Before long, the pitch-black depths of space appeared before him. Meanwhile, on Huifeng's mini-map, the button specifically for switching to the interstellar map finally unlocked. Let me see if this is indeed the solar system. Huifeng had no time to admire the scenery in space. He hadn't forgotten that one of his main purposes for going to space was still at hand. Opening the map, he was greeted by a scaled-down version of a stellar system featuring 8 major planets and countless dwarf planets and asteroids, all slowly rotating around a pale yellow star in the center. Among them, on the planet situated in the third orbit from the inside out, a vibrant intermingling of blue, yellow, white, and green was prominently displayed above, which 2 large characters appeared. Earth. Huifeng then looked up at the planet he was on. Titan, seeing this scene, the answer in Huifeng's heart was already emerging. This is truly the solar system. Despite being somewhat prepared, he was still very surprised when he actually saw the evidence. What does it mean to think he had crossed over to an alien planet only to discover that the star system was called the solar system, and that he had crossed over to Titan while a nearby planet was Earth? Could it really be as he suspected, that it was human civilization hundreds of years later? Could he still find his old residence, or even his grave or missing person notice? Oh, the latter possibility was quite low, because before crossing over he belonged to the type of social lone wolf whose parents passed away early and he had few relatives or friends. If someone discovered that he had died or gone missing, he estimated that it wouldn't stir much of a ripple. Thinking of this, Huifeng chuckled self-deprecatingly, and the impulse to go home diminished significantly. Suddenly, a cold system alert sounded, accompanied by a red triangular warning appearing on his mini-map. What? Titan, as Saturn's largest moon, lies astonishingly close to Earth from an astronomical perspective. Should an indigenous, intelligent civilization exist, there its advancing technological capabilities would inevitably detect anomalies on Earth, such as nocturnal artificial illumination and anomalous atmospheric data, especially given the extraordinary sophistication displayed by the unidentified aerial phenomena recently observed. Yet throughout the entirety of human history, thus far no verifiable evidence has ever emerged indicating extraterrestrial interference in the course of our civilizational development. Moreover, we have extensively surveyed Titan using numerous observational methods, including powerful telescopes, yet found no trace of an alien biosphere, at least not upon its planetary surface, save for the extraordinary event witnessed just hours ago. In other words, the entities piloting these unidentified craft most likely originate beyond our solar system, and arrived at Titan only recently for reasons yet unknown. The precise motivation behind their arrival in the solar system remains for now entirely speculative. Nevertheless, it stands to reason they would take profound interest in Earth. After all, Titan lies extraordinarily near our planet. Any civilization possessing interstellar travel capability would be virtually blind not to notice Earth, a luminous, life-bearing world unmistakably conspicuous against the cosmic void. But why then have they not yet approached us? A distinguished astrophysics professor, his hair silvered by decades of scholarship, stood before an assembly of seated officials in the conference room, articulating in lucid and accessible terms the culmination of a lifetime's research. Qin Taishan, seated quietly in the corner, watched the professor's flushed face and animated gestures, clear signs of exhilaration. Qin fully understood that fervor. Just minutes earlier, he himself had felt the same electric surge of revelation, the rare transcendent thrill of solving after decades of inquiry a question long deemed intractable. Were he not merely mortal, Qin would have launched himself toward Titan without hesitation, to behold with his own eyes the enigmatic visage of that alien civilization. Of course, such yearning remained fantasy. In reality, he dutifully attended this high-level emergency session convened by the United Human Alliance's highest decision-making body. Qin scanned the room. Every seat was occupied. Those unable to attend in person joined via secure video link. He had not witnessed such a gathering since humanity's first manned landing on Mars. Yet the discovery made hours earlier warranted nothing less. This was humanity's first confirmed contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. and their technology was undeniably advanced. Most critically, they were right next door. No one could predict how events would unfold from here. While Qin reflected, the professor continued speaking. Until roused from his reverie, Qin realized the scholar had already laid out each hypothesis in meticulous detail, wiped perspiration from his brow, and resumed his seat. A hush fell over the chamber for several seconds. No one interrupted. Then the UHA Secretary General rose, a formidable middle-aged woman whom Qin often saw on global broadcasts, and stepped forward to address the assembly. She tapped lightly upon the table, commanding attention. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the professor's assessment. In brief, the situation is graver than our initial projections. Titan does indeed host an extraterrestrial intelligent civilization. Current evidence indicates their technological advancement far surpasses our own, and they have not only detected us, but have seized control of our Titan probe. General Lee, from the perspective of defense and security, please share the military's formal evaluation. General Lee leaned slightly forward, voice calm and resolute. Though our scientists achieved crude landings on Mars years ago, humanity currently possesses no operational military capacity capable of reaching Titan. Our sole extraterrestrial outpost, the lunar base, supports only 5 permanent personnel and carries no meaningful armament. Simply put, we lack interstellar travel capability, and even more critically, interstellar combat capability. He paused, then continued. Prior to arriving here, I ordered per governmental directive an immediate elevation of global military readiness. Should worst-case scenarios materialize, our terrestrial forces will serve as humanity's first and final line of defense, resisting invasion to the very last breath. Additionally, I recommend immediately upgrading global air defense and near-Earth orbital surveillance protocols, suspending all non-essential deep space launch missions, and refraining from any action that might be construed by them as provocative. An official interjected, then what of the brave Voyager? Are we simply to abandon it, to let them hold it captive? Qin Taishan replied, given current distance and technological constraints, we cannot intervene. Signal latency exceeds 70 minutes. Real-time control is impossible. Moreover, they have not destroyed the brave Voyager, suggesting it holds value to them. Therefore, I advise maintaining the telemetry link. It may yet transmit vital new intelligence. I propose preserving the status quo, continuing passive monitoring, while awaiting their next move. All recovered data must be securely archived and backed up. It constitutes our most precious asset at present. The lead xenobiologist added, their biology, cognition, and societal structure remain utterly alien, beyond human logic or analogy. Non-aggression does not imply benevolence. Detention of our probe does not constitute declaration of war. We must avoid subjective assumptions. Instead, I recommend establishing a dedicated 24-hour task force focused exclusively on detecting patterns and anomalies within incoming data. The chief diplomat stated, though no communication channel exists, and they have emitted no decipherable signal, diplomatic preparations are already underway in earnest. Should contact become possible, we stand ready to formulate precise protocols, how best to convey peaceful intent, how to interpret their demands, and how to respond with calibrated diplomacy. The Secretary General nodded, synthesizing the proposals. Let us adopt the following provisional resolutions. First, place all global armed forces on heightened alert. Activate every deep space observatory and radar array with priority surveillance directed toward Saturn. Second, maintain the brave Voyager team at full readiness, augmenting it with additional specialists for continuous monitoring. Any new developments on Titan must trigger immediate cross-departmental notification. Third, establish an interdepartmental extraterrestrial civilization task force, integrating elite researchers, strategists, and diplomats at the highest classification level. Fourth, coordinate public messaging, disclose no classified details. I prioritize social stability through measured transparency. How long can secrecy endure? The broadcast blackout ignited global chaos the moment it began. We stabilize first, then clarify once we understand their intent. The Secretary General spoke with unwavering resolve. Above all else, we must determine who they are, where they came from, and what they intend for humanity. Murmurs resumed, some advocating rapid development of deep space communication arrays, others insisting on fortifying Earth's defenses, still others proposing a fundamental revision of humanity's interstellar exploration agenda for the coming decades. At that moment, the conference room doors burst open from the outside. A pale-faced technician staggered in, breathless and disregarding protocol, shouting urgently. Everyone, urgent report from Deep Space Monitoring. New activity detected on Titan. An object has just breached its atmosphere and entered orbit. What? Titan hung in the pitch-black cosmos, resembling an amber ensconced in an orange haze. The dense atmosphere of nitrogen and methane diffused a soft yellowish glow, completely concealing the methane oceans and hydrocarbon dunes on its surface. The deep space was bone-chillingly cold, with the distant sun shrinking into a faint silver, indistinguishable from other points of light against the dark backdrop. The colossal Saturn loomed across the horizon, its icy rings slicing through the darkness, their edges shimmering with reflected brilliance. For millennia, the scenery here had seen little change. Darkness and silence seemed to eternally dominate the melody. However, today, beneath this backdrop, some uninvited guests made their appearance. With a whoosh as the camera drew closer, another dazzling fire meteor breached Titan's atmosphere, entering its orbit. The scorching light gradually dissipated, revealing a streamlined metallic object resembling a massive bullet floating silently in space. With a crack, a sound that could not propagate in space reverberated throughout the metallic object, causing the rear half of the bullet to crack open with several seams. In the next moment, its body disintegrated, and several scorpion-like worker bees emerged, controlling the thrusters as they flew out. At that moment, the disintegrated bullet compartment fulfilled its mission, but for the worker bees it contained, the mission was just beginning. Huifeng skillfully maneuvered this batch of newly arrived worker bees to scatter and began recovering the remnants of the bullet compartment. As depicted in games, they first extended a pair of not particularly robust metallic limbs, then emitted a light blue glow to repeatedly scan the debris of the bullet compartment. With each scan, the remnants became more fragmented until they completely vanished. The remains, devoured by the worker bees, transformed perfectly into another point of resources on Huifeng's display panel. Although the resources provided by this debris were negligible, every little bit counted, and one couldn't afford to waste anything, could they? Especially considering what he needed to do next. After completing the recovery work, the batch of worker bees collectively changed direction, heading towards their original destination, a space construction site located hundreds of kilometers away. Space Dock. This was the first structure Huifeng constructed after arriving in space. It was a building essential for expanding the power he controlled in galactic war after reaching space. Moreover, he was not building just one, but dozens. To this, in the main base on the ground, was working at full capacity, manufacturing more space version worker bees to be sent over, redirecting most of the resources originally intended for terrestrial expansion into space. In the initial plan, Huifeng did not intend to construct so many space docks immediately, but the discovery he made upon reaching space completely altered his perspective. It was not Earth or humanity, but a conspicuous red dot on his mini-map. With a thought, the scene before him instantly blurred, transforming into a vast, nearly empty expanse of pitch-black deep space. This was the interstellar space between the orbits of Pluto and Neptune, approximately 35 AU from the Sun, or about 236 billion kilometers. Here he saw the true appearance of that little red dot on his minimap, a slender nail clipper-like artificial object. It bore a black-gray color scheme, allowing it to blend almost seamlessly into the surrounding interstellar space. Its streamlined body showed no abrupt decorations differing from human-made interstellar creations, and instead resembling Huifeng's style. No, there was no need for such terms, for aside from its color, this ship, he immediately discovered upon reaching space, belonged to the same faction as his. Sparrow-class recon ship. This was its name, primarily used for early reconnaissance in space. It was unarmed, but compared to many other spacecraft, it moved faster and consumed fewer resources, though it was also relatively fragile, and the speed of its production was the quickest. In simple terms, it was cannon fodder used for reconnaissance in the early stages. At this moment, the ship's manufacturing list lay quietly within the space dock that was not yet completed. This was not his ship. Someone else had reached space faster than he did, arriving as an enemy. Huifeng's earlier predictions proved true. Indeed, other factions from galactic war had come to this world alongside him, and they too controlled the Assimilators faction. However, that person's starting point seemed to be not in the solar system, but elsewhere. Currently, he only saw a red dot representing this reconnaissance ship on his minimap, with no anomalies detected in other parts of the solar system. But this did not mean Huifeng could relax his vigilance, for in the game Galactic War, once AI exhibited behaviors resembling reconnaissance terrain, it often signified that a large-scale attack was imminent. At that moment, the black-gray reconnaissance ship remained quietly suspended in that empty deep space, showing no signs of further movement. He felt that the person behind the reconnaissance ship had already detected his presence in the solar system, for as soon as he spotted this reconnaissance ship, it too abruptly began to decelerate until it hovered in the void. The other party likely possessed a mini-map vision similar to his, capable of detecting new anomalies from 800 miles away once both sides had units within the same star system. Huifeng was uncertain whether the reconnaissance ship was truly controlled by an AI as challenging as he imagined, but he needed to prepare for the worst, rapidly expand in space, and begin constructing his own defensive forces before the enemy's main force arrived. My head hurts. As Huifeng contemplated the need to expand his influence to other planets in the solar system, especially to the moons of Saturn in preparation for the impending war, he felt overwhelmed. It meant he had to operate on multiple fronts and at various locations. This was no easy task. Fortunately, Huifeng was no longer human. He discovered that as long as he wished, he could completely divide himself into countless parts, simultaneously controlling thousands of units to perform the tasks he desired, functioning like a singular entity. This was far more gestalt than any ants or bees on Earth. It was merely that his former human habits had yet to adapt fully, but now with the crisis at hand, he had no choice but to expand rapidly and bolster his military. Amidst his thoughts, news arrived from Titan's orbit. The first batch of space docks had been completed. Next, preparations were to be made for launching bases to Saturn's other moons. As for whether to continue contact with Earth, Huifeng decided to wait and see. After all, from the God's eye view of Earth, the technological level seemed slightly higher than the world he knew before his transmigration, with more little gadgets in space. Yet aside from that, it did not appear to be much more advanced. At least when he looked inward through the atmosphere, he couldn't discern any significant differences, so given their situation, there was little point in running away or being of help. He would focus on resolving the current crisis before contemplating any contact. Qin Taishan had not slept for quite some time. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes red as he stared at the photographs on the table. It was not that he did not want to sleep, but every time he closed his eyes, the images before him invaded his mind, like parasites disturbing his peace. The set of photographs in front of him was captured over 1 billion kilometers away by the most advanced deep space exploration team on Earth. Titan, the planet that had recently stirred the world, now presented humanity with a new dilemma. A few days ago, while Qin Taishan and other relevant personnel were in a meeting discussing how to respond to the third kind of contact that occurred on Titan, someone burst in to inform them of new developments. At that time, upon receiving the report, Qin Taishan learned that a deep space telescope in South Africa had first detected a prominent bright spot in Titan's atmosphere, followed by a vague, unidentified object appearing in Titan's orbit. Upon hearing this news, all present involuntarily held their breath. Later, more extraterrestrial observation devices from other continents, especially telescopes dispatched after the third kind of contact event on Titan, confirmed the authenticity of this information. Due to distance factors, they were still unclear about what exactly had broken through Titan's atmosphere, but most, including Qin Taishan, deduced through careful analysis that it was likely some kind of spacecraft belonging to extraterrestrials. Subsequently, a series of new data and images from Titan corroborated their suspicions. After that event, Titan's atmosphere exhibited more luminous phenomena, and a series of conspicuous large artificial objects appeared in orbit, surrounded by smaller, more obscure vessels that resembled extraterrestrial spacecraft. The photographs on Qin Taishan's desk depicted such a scene. He leaned back in his chair, one hand on his forehead and the other resting on his stomach, closing his eyes as he felt increasingly overwhelmed. The situation was evident. The extraterrestrials on Titan possessed the capability to leave, and based on observational data, their technology was far more advanced than what those in the know had imagined. Understanding this raised a new question. Would they next, like many depicted in science fiction films, set off for Earth in their spaceships, potentially triggering the worst-case scenario by invading humanity with their advanced technology? Although Qin Taishan personally believed the likelihood of such a disastrous outcome was low, he could not be certain that it would not happen. However, he knew that humanity had already begun preparations based on the worst-case scenario upon hearing this news, and he believed that if an extraterrestrial invasion did occur, humanity would not be caught off guard. As for what would happen next, that was beyond the consideration of an ordinary scientist like him in his 50s. Since there were no further updates from the spacecraft Brave, and the observations of Titan and other preparations on Earth were not under his purview as the head of the probe, he found himself with extra time and could only return to his single dormitory at the base, staring blankly at these photographs. Fortunately, under human observation, there had been no signs of the extraterrestrials on Titan launching anything into the inner solar system or even towards Earth. It seemed they were focused on constructing those large objects in space. Some speculated they resembled some kind of space dock, and Qin Taishan shared that sentiment. Yet he wondered if it truly aligned with their assumptions. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Qin Taishan's thoughts. He got up to open the door and found one of his assistants outside, a young man with considerable talent. Recently, Qin Taishan had asked him to assist with his work to gain experience. Upon seeing Qin Taishan's haggard face, the assistant was astonished. "Professor Qin, how long have you been awake?" "It's fine." Qin Taishan waved his hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant. "I know my own body, you don't need to worry. What brings you here? Is there a problem with the Brave?" "No, it's about the new developments regarding the artificial objects in Titan's orbit." The assistant presented a new set of photographs and printed data to Qin Taishan. "I don't know the specifics, you should take a look yourself." Qin Taishan took the photographs and data, focusing on them. As he flipped through the images, his eyes gradually widened. In these new photographs, the large artificial objects in Titan's orbit appeared more complete and clear. From the images, it was evident that these structures were essentially enlarged cylindrical forms with surfaces resembling metal and some strange protrusions extending from their bodies, the purpose of which was unknown. These peculiar cylindrical objects were spaced apart, arranged above Titan's atmosphere, resembling a group of oversized terracotta warriors in a space version. In the subsequent photographs, it was unmistakably captured that something was gradually emerging from within the cylinders. The emerging object resembled a streamlined metallic flying fish, with a sharp bullet-shaped bow, a broad and sturdy midsection, and asymmetrical auxiliary wings extending from its sides. This reminded Qin Taishan of a game from his grandfather's generation. What was it called again? Sail X. The main spaceship in that game bore a striking resemblance to those emerging objects in the photographs. In the last few photographs, Qin Taishan saw these objects departing from the cylinders, beginning to move away from Titan. Does this confirm they are extraterrestrial spacecraft? Have any been detected heading towards Earth? After finishing the materials in hand, he raised his head to ask. According to extensive analysis from experts, it can be confirmed that these emerging objects are indeed some form of alien spacecraft, while those cylindrical structures are likely a space dock capable of manufacturing spacecraft. The assistant paused briefly before continuing. These spacecraft. They move quite rapidly in space. Calculating their speed upon leaving Titan's orbit, they could potentially reach Earth in less than a week. Though the good news is, as of now, no signs have been detected indicating those departing ships are heading our way. Then where are they going? Based on estimates, their destination should be other massive moons of Saturn or the Saturn rings. Qin Taishan found himself unable to comprehend what the extraterrestrial civilization on Titan intended to do next. "By the way, Professor, since you are the principal investigator of the Brave Project and the first discoverer of the extraterrestrial civilization on Titan, I was specifically sent to invite you to join the recently formed Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Committee to contribute to humanity during the upcoming contact." "Me?" "Yes." The news of the discovery of extraterrestrial civilization not only caused a stir in the upper echelons, but it also sent shockwaves through society, like a meteorite crashing into a calm lake, creating colossal waves. Du Yuan is an ordinary person. Like the vast majority of people in this world, he has nothing particularly remarkable about him. He wears ordinary clothes, lives in an ordinary house, celebrates his birthday alone, works a mundane job, has no legendary experiences, and no dazzling brilliance, leading a life of routine day after day, year after year. Until a few days ago, while working as usual, he heard a shout from a colleague next door. He looked over and found that the colleague was secretly using his phone to slack off while the boss was away. The colleague realized his blunder and instinctively shrank his head, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Fortunately, the other colleagues nearby seemed busy merely glancing at him before returning their focus to work. Except for Du Yuan. This colleague named Li Hao is of similar age to him, so they share no generation gap and have roughly similar hobbies. After getting to know each other, they quickly became friends, often going out for meals together or playing games after work. Because they are friends, Du Yuan was somewhat curious about what had surprised him so much. Li Hao clearly noticed Du Yuan's curiosity. After glancing around and seeing that the leader was absent and no one was paying attention to him, he waved to Du Yuan, signaling him to come closer to talk. Once Du Yuan moved his chair closer, Li Hao leaned down and whispered to him, "Holy crap, they just found aliens on Titan." Upon hearing this, Du Yuan's first reaction was that he was joking, so he replied with a laugh, "Don't joke around, it's not April Fool's Day." Thanks to the explosion of knowledge from the modern internet, Du Yuan has some astronomical knowledge thanks to popular science videos and documentaries. Although he is not a professional expert, he understands that the environment on Titan is extremely harsh. While it might harbor life, the chance of macro life is nearly zero. Moreover, if there were indeed aliens, they should have discovered each other's existence long ago, not just now. Seeing the disbelief on Du Yuan's face, Li Hao grew anxious. He quickly swiped on his phone and turned the screen toward Du Yuan, saying, "I'm not joking. Look, this is the official live broadcast of the landing on Titan." Du Yuan looked at Li Hao's phone and immediately saw a hazy reddish-brown sky and desolate ground. In the lower right corner, there was a smaller screen that appeared to show a professional control room filled with personnel. This reminded him that there was indeed a live broadcast today regarding the landing of an extraterrestrial probe. He had been at work and hadn't paid much attention, not expecting that Li Hao had been watching this broadcast while slacking off. Du Yuan glanced up at Li Hao, who gestured for him to continue watching. So he patiently watched for a while. It was not the right time to turn on the sound, so the images coming from the phone were silent. He watched as the probe, named the Brave, traversed a barren landscape, maneuvering around an obstructing hill. Then, a silver-white cube suddenly appeared on the screen. Du Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively thought it might be some kind of special effect or AI video. However, after swiping a couple of times on the phone screen to confirm it was indeed an official broadcast, he glanced at Li Hao, who did not seem to be joking, and fell silent. So, they really discovered an extraterrestrial civilization. Li Hao saw that Du Yuan's reaction finally met his expectations, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Extraterrestrial civilization. I never expected to see humanity actually discover traces left by extraterrestrial civilization in my lifetime, and so close at that. Hey, do you think this is real? What is that silver cube for? Do its builders still exist? Or is this cube just a remnant left behind? I don't know. Du Yuan is just an ordinary person. How could he know about matters billions of kilometers away? After that, Du Yuan's mind was no longer on his work. The news he had just heard was so explosive that he spent the remaining time thinking about various possibilities. Finally, when work ended, Du Yuan couldn't wait to open the QQ chat app as he left the company. Sure enough, at a glance, almost all group chats, regardless of their original topics, were now discussing the recent Titan extraterrestrial artifact incident. Even in the gaming group he had been in for years, which only had a few dozen people, it was the same. After looking through the chat records in those groups for a while, he closed the group chat app, got on the bus with others at the bus stop, found an empty seat, and began to check the news on various websites. As expected, the news possible discovery of civilization on Titan topped the trending searches on major websites. Just now, Titan finds extraterrestrial cube. Humanity faces the ultimate test. Not natural, definitely extraterrestrial civilization. The truth about Titan leaves the whole world in silence. Scientists collectively silent Titan structure is more terrifying than we imagined. From now on, humanity is no longer alone. The discovery of Titan rewrites the history of civilization. Breaking the internet. A gigantic silver cube discovered on Titan. Absolutely not naturally formed. Understand in 1 minute how absurd is the extraterrestrial cube on Titan. Not exaggerating, what does the appearance of non-natural artifacts on Titan mean for humanity? How to evaluate humanity's discovery of a giant silver cube that is suspected to be an extraterrestrial artifact on Titan. At this moment, a large number of marketing accounts and self-media are reveling under its topic, happily consuming traffic, while countless netizens eagerly express their opinions in the relevant comment sections. Anonymous user 6244, let me give you the conclusion. This is the most disruptive day in the history of human civilization. Many people have yet to realize the seriousness of this matter. Titan, also known as Saturn's moon, has an extreme environment and is far away, a place where human probes have barely landed a few times. To build or place such a gigantic cube, there implies a civilization whose technological level is at least hundreds or even thousands of years ahead of us. I speculate there could be several possible uses for this thing. 1. A signpost beacon used to mark star regions and routes. 2. Some sort of monitor to observe the evolution of civilizations within the solar system, i.e., us humans. 3. Ruins, a remnant of a lost civilization. 4. Warning device declaring sovereignty over this star region. 5. A factory for some industrial purpose, as the name suggests, used to manufacture something. 6. Other functions we are still unaware of. Currently, from the footage released in the official broadcast, no aliens have directly appeared, only a cube of unknown purpose has been seen. If there are no further developments, this would fall under the category of second contact. If there is true contact with aliens later, my suggestion is it's best not to provoke or cheer blindly, but to observe closely. Some people's optimism and fear are meaningless because the gap between us and them is likely as vast as the difference between an ant and a human. The former's attitude will not affect the latter's decisions. Agree to 100 comments, 340 anonymous, user 2197. I advise everyone not to rejoice too soon. Think about the X-Files and 2001: A Space Odyssey. The appearance of that black monolith signifies a crushing of civilization levels. Humanity has yet to solve controllable nuclear fusion, while they may already be capable of interplanetary engineering. If they want to destroy us, we may not even have a chance to resist. Agree 1500 comments, 210 Li Tai Bai. From the future personally, I believe this is hope, not doomsday. Humanity has existed in solitude in the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. Now we finally know we are not alone. If it is later proven that the owner of this cube comes from an extraterrestrial galaxy, it would mean interstellar travel is possible. Civilizations can endure over long periods, and humanity's future holds infinite possibilities. A civilization capable of traversing star systems has likely long since surpassed violence. I want to believe this is the prelude to civilization's meeting. Agree 9700 comments 100 not only on certain knowledge-sharing platforms, but also on a certain pink-themed video website. The popularity of related videos is rapidly rising, soon becoming the #1 topic across the site, with discussions far outpacing others. Front row check-in. Isn't this just the black monolith from 2001? Only it's turned white. Sci-fi has come to reality. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. Advanced civilization just threw away some trash. Humanity, epic-making discovery. Scientists overjoyed. Military experts cautious. Me, what should I eat tonight? Yeah, what to eat? Don't respond. Don't respond. Don't respond. I declare today humanity has a unified topic. If this is surveillance, have we been watched for a long time? Overall, excluding those who are just seeking attention, the opinions of others are highly inconsistent. Some have fallen into near ecstatic excitement, viewing the gigantic silver cube on Titan as a milestone for humanity entering the interstellar age. They cheer, discuss, and dream, believing this is the dawn of civilizations meeting the beginning of humanity, bidding farewell to solitude. But at the same time, countless others are cautious, pessimistic, and filled with doomsday anxiety. The civilization that left such a massive artifact on Titan likely has a technological gap with humanity that resembles a chasm. In their eyes, this is not good news, but a looming catastrophe awaiting humanity. Could be conquest, enslavement, or even total extermination. More people's attitudes are caught in the middle. They call for rational observation of this event. Until the truth is unveiled and official news clarified, any excessive cheer or panic may be premature. But the internet will never remain quiet due to rational speech. Optimists and pessimists clash fiercely across major platforms, questioning popular science, conspiracy theories, prophecies, religious interpretations, sensational analyses. All sorts of bizarre topics flooded the entire internet within just a few hours. Du Yuan scrolled through several related videos and glanced at the arguments in the comment section, almost missing his stop. By the time he finally got home, it was already getting late. However, he did not feel tired at all, though instead he felt genuinely excited by the commotion online. This excitement was not due to any one side's viewpoint, but because he felt that his ordinary self had finally experienced something unprecedented, perhaps a significant event that could be recorded in history in the future. Titan IV, also known as Rhea. It is the second largest moon of Saturn with a diameter of about 1528 kilometers, an average surface temperature of 174 C, and almost no magnetic field or atmosphere. Its surface is composed of 75 pure water ice and 25 silicate rock. The surface gravity is approximately 0.264 ms superscript 2. Earth's gravity is about 9.8 ms superscript 2. Discovered by Cassini in 1672, it was named after Rhea, the mother of the Titans in Greek mythology. She is the wife of Cronus Saturn and the mother of the Olympian gods, symbolizing antiquity, protection, and abundance. This moon, too, resembles a silent mother deity, preserving the eons of silence from the outer solar system in the dim light of Saturn's rings. However, today this silence was shattered by an outsider. A starship over 1 kilometer long with a stark and futuristic design suddenly appeared above the gray-white ice plains of Titan IV. This massive spaceship belongs to Huifeng himself. It had just been commissioned from the shipyard near Titan VI and was immediately dispatched by Huifeng to this virgin territory of Titan IV for further expansion. The name of this colossal vessel is Industrial Mothership, and its purpose is quite simple: to serve as the first base of the new colony. From space, one could see the mothership slowly adjusting its position, beginning to approach the surface of Titan IV. Its engines expelled faint blue plasma streams, and the terrifying heat instantly melted the ice beneath, creating a swirling mist of ice crystals around the landing site. This minor incident did not affect the smooth landing of the mother ship. As the giant supports pierced the icy crust, a resonating sound echoed through its structure, signaling that its next steps were about to commence. The ship's wing panels folded down, parts of the hull extended outward, crashing onto the uneven ground, while the remaining sections contracted inward, revealing the intricate structures within the mother ship. The main modules rapidly elevated, forming the main building of the base, while energy-related units sank into the deepest layer beneath it, with other secondary structures surrounding these two stacked upon each other, ultimately forming a brand new structure that was completely different from the initial one. Watching as this massive industrial mothership successfully unfolded on the surface of Titan IV, transforming into Base No. 1 of Titan IV, Huifeng nodded in satisfaction from high above. Inside the newly completed base, a loud rumble erupted, and soon the first industrial drone for surface activities was manufactured. Along with its future counterparts born here, it would replicate the expansion process from Titan VI, establishing mines, energy reactors, and warehouses, until this planet was completely hollowed out. Huifeng, viewing from a god's perspective, withdrew his gaze and looked further into the distance, where the entire Saturn system came into view. The true elder brother of this world, the gas giant known as Saturn, loomed against the dark sky. Its gravity dominated everything here, with an equatorial diameter of 120536 kilometers, nearly 9.5 times that of Earth, its volume capable of containing over 800 Earths. Massive pale yellow and light golden cloud bands swirled within it, representing Saturn's unceasing vast storms, which even Huifeng's current level of development was insufficient to conquer. But that was only temporary. As the first batch of industrial motherships produced above Titan VI arrived at their respective destinations, Huifeng's influence began to take root throughout the Saturnian satellite system. It wouldn't be long before the productivity he controlled would see a tenfold increase, including his scientific research capabilities. In the game Galactic War, players can unlock buildings and units utilizing gas giants through research in the mid to late game, further expanding their advantages or turning the tide. Moreover, in some unofficial private mods, there are even more advanced capabilities. Huifeng discovered numerous details within the interfaces in his perspective that were not originally present in the game, which should only appear in certain mods, for example, several specially designed UIs. Thus, he believed that with continued development, he might even encounter something like an ether engine in the future. Of course, the premise was that he could survive thereafter. The scene shifted, and Huifeng instantly returned to the skies above Titan VI. At this moment, there were dozens of spacecraft docks floating in space. Due to their massive size, they blocked some of the already sparse sunlight, casting a noticeable shadow over the clouds of Titan VI. Huifeng did not intend to merely linger in the Saturn system. While the first batch of new colonies began construction within the Saturn system, he also planned to continue expanding the scale of the spacecraft docks, setting the destination for the upcoming second batch of industrial motherships to another colossal entity within the solar system, Jupiter, and its similarly vast satellite system. Upon realizing that he was in the solar system and spotting an enemy reconnaissance vessel, Huifeng abandoned his original development plan and crafted a more suitable and detailed plan for the current environment. The main objective was to quickly expand his basic territory and, if possible, lay down his buildings across every planetary system in the solar system before the enemy's first wave of attacks arrived. Of course, this was the most optimistic estimate. Huifeng did not believe that the owner of the space reconnaissance ship would grant him such ample development time. Therefore, his bottom line for the plan was to rely on the 4 gas giants in the solar system with the richest resources, Uranus, Neptune, Saturn, and Jupiter, for defense. These 4 gas giant systems account for approximately 99.5% of the mass in the solar system, excluding the Sun, while all other celestial bodies, including the 4 terrestrial planet systems, comprise less than 0.5%. Furthermore, they are all located in the outer solar system, making them the first targets in case of invasion by extraterrestrial enemies. Thus, in the subsequent solar system war, they could be regarded as the focal points of contention and Huifeng's primary direction of focus. His expansion must prioritize development towards these 4 gas giant systems. Only after he has fully developed these easily exploitable areas would he consider regions in the inner solar system, such as Mars, Venus, and Mercury. As for why not to consider Earth? After all, there was still an original inhabitant residing there. He too was once a part of it, though it was still uncertain if it was the same Earth. He couldn't possibly dig up the land of his hometown to trade for warships. Moreover, Earth's resources were not that abundant, making it not worth his while for the time being. Additionally, on the other end of the expansion plan, he still needed to deal with the reconnaissance vessel lingering between the orbits of Pluto and Neptune, as well as explore the outer solar system. As is well known in RTS games, vision is a crucial game element, and Galactic War is no exception. However, its vision mechanism differs slightly from traditional RTS games. If a player starts on a particular planet, they will not initially gain global vision. They still need to dispatch units to explore the map, just like in conventional RTS games. However, once the player researches the global sensing array, which is the prerequisite technology to unlock the spacecraft dock in the tech tree, as long as they have units on the planet, they can see the entire planetary vision. Similarly, having units within a star system grants them vision of the entire star system, but if they do not have at least one unit on other planets within that star system, they will not gain ground vision of those planets until they dispatch units to them. Likewise, as long as the player does not have units in other star systems, they cannot obtain any vision within those star systems in the game until they have units or buildings appear there. Although this mechanism seems to have undergone a strange change on Huifeng's side, as now even if he has no units or buildings on a particular planet, he can still observe the surface of the planet from space through a god's perspective to grasp its general situation. However, the fundamental principle remains unchanged. Thus, as long as that reconnaissance ship station between Pluto and Neptune remains there, the enemies behind it can maintain clear vision of interstellar space within the solar system, monitoring every move of Huifeng in space. This was unacceptable to Huifeng. Therefore, after the first batch of industrial motherships launched for territorial expansion, he immediately withdrew some of the spacecraft docks to manufacture genuine star battleships. Their primary aim would be to head towards the outer solar system's edge, destroy or drive away that bothersome reconnaissance ship, and then subsequently prevent other enemy reconnaissance forces from entering the solar system, cutting off their vision of it. Moreover, they could not fall behind. His side should also manufacture its own Sparrow-class reconnaissance ships to follow the potential hyperspace routes, special pathways in the game used to rapidly reach other star systems surrounding the solar system, leaving the solar system to ascertain the conditions of the nearby star systems, ideally locating the birthplace of the owner of the Black Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship. In this deep space far from the central star, the emptiness is capable of swallowing all sounds, and light, darkness, and coldness are the eternal backdrop. From this vantage point, one would find that the sun is merely a dazzling star in the sky devoid of a solar disk or halo, mingling with surrounding stars, shining excessively, resembling an unquenchable diamond isolated in the vastness of deep space. Suddenly, a black-gray silhouette abruptly pierced the surrounding silence, intruding into this area. It was a strangely elongated spaceship, its smooth lines reminiscent of a closed nail clipper, its angles sharp, entirely covered in matte black-gray armor, almost blending into the darkness of the lightless universe. Its engine emitted a faint blue light, desperately racing towards the outer solar system, its frantic escape posture unmistakably revealing its intent. In the distant depths behind it, 3 silvery behemoths silently followed, locking onto it tightly. These were 3 ships, all in a regular rectangular shape, resembling 3 gigantic coffins suspended in the universe. Upon closer inspection, one could see that these coffins were covered with sharp protrusions of various sizes, and at their forefront was a massive circular cannon emanating a chilling sense of oppression. They too surged forward at full speed, synchronously spreading out to form an impenetrable encirclement, trailing closely behind the reconnaissance ship. Time flowed slowly in the silence as these hunters, utilizing their superior ship performance, gradually closed the distance to their fleeing prey. As the originally unreachable red dot on the small map became clearer on the ship's radar, finally the 3 silvery ships brought it within the main cannon's range. The silver ships slightly adjusted their angles, aiming their cannons at the target ahead. Without any warning, 3 devastating energy beams erupted simultaneously, tearing through the darkness of deep space and accurately converging on the fleeing black-gray ship. There was no violent roar. The void of space rendered all sounds null. In just an instant, the elongated ship shattered into pieces, searing flames erupting, suddenly transforming into a brilliant yet fleeting firework. Debris and light mist scattered in the boundless darkness, slowly dissipating. After a while, the 3 silver ships ghosted past this region, which had returned to silence, continuing towards the original target of the ship wreckage. The hunt for the enemy Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship was unsurprisingly successful. Huifeng was not overly surprised. After all, the 3 vessels he dispatched were true battleships used in the galactic or the mainstay of the original interstellar warfare. In comparison, they were akin to Rhino and Grizzly tanks from X-Command with data that significantly outperformed the Sparrow, making it a case of using cannons to swat mosquitoes. After completing the action of clearing the enemy's line of sight, Huifeng did not bring back the 3 ships known as Iron Wall-class frigates, but instead controlled them to continue forward heading towards the direction the enemy reconnaissance ship had fled to a hyperspace route at the edge of the solar system leading to unknown star systems. Huifeng speculated that this location was likely where the controller of that reconnaissance ship was situated, so the 3 Iron Wall-class frigates would thereafter reach there to secure this hyperspace route, preventing more enemy reconnaissance forces from entering the solar system through this passage, while simultaneously probing the situation on the other side of the route. The hyperspace routes at the edge of the solar system are not limited to this one. There are 4 other passages leading to the unknown in other directions. To this end, Huifeng also dispatched a batch of newly launched Sparrow-class reconnaissance ships from his side to strive to ascertain the situation around the solar system. As the Allied reconnaissance forces were en route, the plan for territorial expansion progressed smoothly. At his birthplace, the expansion speed on Titan has reached its peak, with multiple bases that were originally far apart now merged into one, forming a larger architectural cluster. The primary purpose of these constructions is simple: to thoroughly exploit all usable resources on this planet. At his birthplace, there is the largest architectural cluster on Titan, its area already surpassing any supercity on Earth. If it weren't for Titan's dense atmosphere concealing it under normal conditions, one could see this marvel with the naked eye even in space. With the current expansion speed on Titan, given time, Huifeng's units will completely cover every inch of the planet's surface. This is also one of his objectives for the frenzied expansion of buildings on Titan, to transform it into an urban planet. Upon achieving this goal, he would fulfill a prerequisite for technological advancement. However, since this goal has not yet been completed, it will be set aside for now. In other directions, the industrial motherships sent to other satellites and rings within the Saturn system are also developing quite well. Although their speed cannot match that of Titan, they are beginning to yield preliminary profits. The second batch of industrial motherships dispatched to Jupiter has also been launched and is en route. Their primary targets are Jupiter's moons Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Among Jupiter's 95 moons, only these 4 are large enough to achieve hydrostatic equilibrium. The remaining 91 are small fragments with irregular shapes, and aside from a few special individuals, the resources are not abundant enough for Huifeng to waste time on them. Next, the third batch of industrial motherships in the spaceship dock is already under construction. Thanks to Huifeng's unwavering commitment to the shipyard's development, this third batch will far exceed the previous 2 in number, thus targeting both the Uranus and Neptune planetary systems. Huifeng plans to establish these 2 ice giants as the first and second lines of defense against invasion, and in their future development, they will also focus on constructing defensive facilities. A miniature map of the solar system hovered before Huifeng, his gaze sweeping over all the planets in his plans, finally resting on the exit of the hyperspace route where the fleeing reconnaissance ship had escaped. He wondered whether the enemy would afford him sufficient time. Meanwhile, far away in another galaxy several light years away, a certain entity learned of the reconnaissance ship's destruction. Alpha Centauri, approximately 4 light years from the solar system. People on Earth may not have a deep impression of the name Alpha Centauri, but it actually has another more familiar name: Proxima Centauri. It is the closest stellar system to the solar system and is also a trinary star system. Contrary to what many might imagine, having 3 stars does not make it chaotic, violent, and disorderly as depicted in certain novels. In reality, Alpha Centauri is very stable. The inner pair Alpha Centauri A and B are a close binary star system, while Proxima Centauri Alpha Centauri C is situated nearly 1/3 AU away. Proxima Centauri is too far from the first 2 stars, and its mass is too small to disrupt their stability, hence there are planets within this trinary system that have sufficient mass. Within Proxima Centauri's gravitational influence, 3 planets revolve around it. One of these is located within the habitable zone with a mass approximately equal to 1.07 or 1.27 times that of Earth. It has vast expanses of black-gray terrain. As the perspective draws closer and penetrates the thin atmosphere, the seemingly desolate black-gray surface under the starlight finally reveals its true nature: vast superstructures covering the planet's surface beyond imagination. Layers of sharp, cold alloy structures are stacked upon each other with straight tracks and massive bases crisscrossing. Most of the planet's surface has already been thoroughly plowed and transformed into highly uniform artificial creations. Gigantic launch platforms rise amidst a forest of steel, occasionally erupting with a roar, while countless silent defense turrets lurk in their shadows, exuding an unmistakable air of menace. Above the planet, numerous spaceship docks silently hover in orbit, surrounded by more ships clustered like a flock of crows frozen in the wind, silent, yet filled with a sense of pressure. And above all this, the ruler controlling everything here received news from 2 light-years away. One of its reconnaissance ships discovered something, and shortly thereafter it was destroyed. Complex calculations and analyses began immediately, and minutes later, a cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice echoed throughout the planet. Hostile target detected, military protocol initiated. Crush, eliminate, recover. The space activities of Huifeng have become increasingly active over time, which has caused growing unease among its human neighbors. Since the discovery of an unknown intelligent alien civilization on Titan, the United Human Government has been making corresponding preparations. However, every change that occurs on Huifeng catches them off guard, forcing them to revise their preparation plans repeatedly. Meanwhile, the government has been trying to establish communication with this mysterious alien civilization using various communication devices, seeking to understand who they are and where they come from. What are their intentions? Do they harbor hostility towards humanity? What are their demands, bottom lines, or expectations of how humanity should respond? Unfortunately, their inquiries sent to Titan have yet to receive any replies, as if they had sunk into the sea. In addition to constantly trying to contact the aliens, the government is also preparing for the worst-case scenario of an alien invasion. Initially, when Huifeng had not yet revealed a significant technological gap, some military experts from the government optimistically formulated a plan to establish a near-Earth orbital defense line using nuclear weapons in conjunction with ultra-high-speed missiles. Although Earth had been unified decades ago, the government still maintains a portion of its nuclear missile arsenal that has not been destroyed. If any hostile spacecraft approach Earth's atmosphere, they can launch nuclear missiles from the ground to intercept them. They believe this system could at least inflict some damage on the enemy and might even repel an initial invasion. However, as observation data on Titan's surface, its atmosphere, and other areas within the solar system continued to accumulate, the theoretical destructive effectiveness of this plan was repeatedly downgraded. In the end, pessimistic voices became the mainstream. The existing nuclear missiles of humanity might not even have the chance to approach the enemy spacecraft. Based on observational data, the alien spacecraft departing from Titan were traveling at incredibly high speeds. If they wanted to approach Earth, they could accelerate to a point where there would be no need to specifically intercept human missiles. Human missiles, in comparison, would be like slow-moving snails, utterly powerless. Nevertheless, the government has not completely abandoned this plan. After all, these nuclear weapons and missiles were maintained in a state of readiness for extreme situations. Even if they could not inflict substantial damage, they needed to project a final show of force. Moreover, should an alien invasion truly occur, it would not spare these weapons and the forces operating them. Rather than sitting idly by and being destroyed, it would be better to launch everything at the first opportunity. Once the near-Earth defense line is breached, the land, sea, and air forces within Earth's atmosphere would have to engage, fully preparing to fend off any potential landing by alien forces. At the same time, all ordinary citizens must evacuate the surface beforehand, flooding into subways, bomb shelters, and nuclear defense facilities for refuge. The officially constructed doomsday underground shelters and siege banks would also be fully activated, stockpiling supplies. Should the surface combat forces be defeated, these hidden facilities and surviving personnel would bear the final mission of preserving the spark of civilization, waiting for the right moment to rebuild. Ultimately, the government also envisioned an extreme scenario in which all contingency plans failed. Thus, they secretly invited a large group of experts and scholars to carve a massive stone tablet in a geologically stable cave, inscribing the history, technology, culture, and all precious heritage of human civilization upon it. They understood that when all defenses, shelters, and rebuilding plans lost their meaning, humanity would be no different from extinction, and this stone tablet would stand as the final tombstone of human civilization left for the universe. Of course, all of the above scenarios hinge on one premise: that the aliens actually invade. The good news is that while activities beyond the solar system have been intensifying and the government has even observed alien spacecraft arriving at Jupiter, Neptune, and Uranus, those aliens departing from Titan have yet to show any intention of coming to Earth, as if this azure life planet were no different from air. Experts and scholars on Earth, along with various high-ranking officials, are quite puzzled by this phenomenon, leading to numerous speculations and a heated discussion. However, there is one matter on which they quickly reached a consensus. Good evening, citizens of the United Human Government, and welcome to the Central News Broadcast. Today, the United Human Government's Space Administration and the United Human Academy of Sciences jointly held an authoritative scientific briefing. After rigorous data verification and multiple discussions, they officially confirmed to all citizens the atmospheric probe, named Courage, launched by the United Human Government, has definitively discovered and photographed artificial surface structures of an intelligent alien civilization on the surface of Titan, confirming the existence of alien civilization on Titan. The Courage atmospheric probe is one of the key projects for the United Human Government's deep space exploration of Titan, employing technologies at the forefront of current human space science. It is primarily used for atmospheric monitoring, surface imaging, and environmental detection on Titan. During routine detection tasks, the Courage probe clearly captured a large surface structure in the shape of a regular cube in the designated detection area on Titan. The structure features a neat outline, sharp angles, and a symmetrical design, distinctly differing from the naturally occurring mountains, lakes, dunes, and other geological features on Titan. After multiple imaging comparisons and structural analyses, the expert team has definitively determined it to be an artificial construct of an intelligent civilization not formed by natural processes. Simultaneously, the detection data further confirms that this civilization possesses interstellar travel capabilities within the solar system, having deployed large-scale space docks and orbiting vehicles in Titan's near-Earth orbit. Additionally, traces of spacecraft activity belonging to this civilization have been detected around multiple gas giant planets in the outer solar system, showcasing their mature deep space navigation and space operation capabilities. This discovery marks a significant breakthrough of epoch-making significance in humanity's exploration of the universe, presenting new topics for the future development of human civilization. As the scientific confirmation was made, the United Human Government today officially released the Declaration on the Basic Principles for Interactions with the Intelligent Civilization of Titan, representing all of humanity and outlining a unified, formal, and cautious stance on interstellar relations. The declaration states that the United Human Government upholds the core principles of civilizational equality, mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and non-interference in internal affairs, consistently seeking possibilities for peaceful communication and friendly coexistence with the utmost sincerity. Humanity respects the intelligent civilization of Titan as an independent extraterrestrial entity, honoring its own ways of survival, social forms, developmental paths, and civilizational achievements. They fully acknowledge its advancements in space technology and civilization development, maintaining an attitude of equality, restraint, and rationality in exploration and communication efforts. The declaration also emphasizes that the United Human Government will always prioritize the survival and core interests of all humanity, maintaining high vigilance, close monitoring, and a bottom-line mindset regarding interactions with any unknown civilizations. Humanity loves peace and cherishes tranquility, but will never fear any forms of threats or provocations, possessing the firm will and sufficient capability to defend their homeland and safeguard the continuity of civilization. Any attempts to jeopardize human security or infringe upon human living space will undoubtedly meet with resolute countermeasures, incurring the necessary consequences. The declaration clearly states that the current technological level of humanity is still based on domestic development. Humanity will continue to maintain its current pace of exploration, relying on equipment like the Courage to conduct compliant, limited, and peaceful routine monitoring, adhering to principles of not proactively approaching, disturbing, or intervening, while striving to maintain stability and peace in the solar system space. Currently, the United Human Government has sent peaceful greeting signals toward the Titan civilization through deep space electromagnetic communications and other channels. The content of the signals includes only basic information about humanity, the willingness for peaceful interactions, and a goodwill proposal to establish communication channels devoid of any probing, provocative, or threatening content. The United Human Government also calls upon all citizens of humanity to maintain a rational, calm, and united mindset when viewing this significant discovery, refraining from spreading rumors, panicking, and instead fostering confidence, consolidating strength, and collectively safeguarding the safety and future of human civilization. The United Human Government will continue to transparently inform all humanity about the subsequent developments of the Courage probe extraterrestrial monitoring situation and future arrangements, coordinating the strength of all humanity to fortify the security line while promoting peaceful interstellar exchanges based on maintaining bottom lines and safeguarding the fundamental interests of human civilization, ensuring the peace and stability of Earth. Subsequent related developments will be continuously reported. Thank you for watching. As the official news video, which had reached the top trending status within a day of its release, came to an end, Du Yuan's thoughts were already far from the work before him. He glanced over at Li Hao, who had learned of the news earlier and was now staring blankly at the computer screen and couldn't help but reach out to poke him. "What's up?" Upon seeing Li Hao glance over, Du Yuan asked him, "What do you think about this matter?" "What matter?" "The one about outer space." "Oh, that." Li Hao rubbed his chin and then smiled wryly, saying, "I don't even know what to say. If I had to find a word to describe my complicated feelings right now, it would probably just be wow." The word wow can be uttered in many contexts without feeling out of place, including the current situation. Du Yuan understood what he meant and didn't continue the conversation. He leaned his head out and looked around, noticing that other colleagues appeared to be similarly distracted, suggesting that even the most oblivious people realized what was happening. The news that had been going viral on various online platforms about the suspected discovery of alien civilization on Titan was like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm pond. Before the heat of that news had a chance to cool, a more powerful hydrogen bomb exploded in the crater left by the original nuclear bomb. As the former news continued to spread, some skeptical voices emerged online, questioning the authenticity of the information. They argued that the widely circulated video and the original official live broadcast might have been fabricated or not as outrageous as reported. That strange cube on Titan could merely be a secret project of the government or something akin to that. Yet the government actually confirmed the news. It validated the authenticity of the former claims and even added that the alien civilization on Titan already possessed interstellar travel capabilities. This was a big deal. The already explosive heat of the matter was further fueled by the official announcement. Now, from programmers working overtime in first-tier cities to forest rangers sleeping in deep mountains, the news of discovering intelligent alien civilization in the solar system was known to all. Afterward, Du Yuan saw more than once that his colleagues, the cleaning lady resting after tidying up the building, and even his superior were discussing related matters during their lunch break. In such an atmosphere, Du Yuan couldn't help but feel that he was participating in an unprecedented historic event, even though he was just an ordinary person with a fixed work schedule, and no matter how much he thought about it, he could not influence humanity's decisions regarding this matter. Du Yuan sighed softly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the desktop. Outside the window, the city was still bustling with traffic, sunlight spilling onto the streets, everything looking no different from yesterday. Yet everyone understood that this world had already changed completely in invisible ways. The cubic structures on Titan, the alien spacecraft scattered throughout the solar system, all the terms that once could only be seen in science fiction films were now pressing heavily on the hearts of every ordinary person. Humanity now finds itself at a crossroads of civilizational fate. Will the future lead to peace, or will it lead to destruction? No one can provide an answer. The 3 ironclad-class frigates of Huifeng successfully arrived near the entrance of the hyperspace route, which was the target the enemy reconnaissance ship aimed for during its escape. He referred to this as Point No. 1, meaning the first hyperspace route entrance of the solar system, and similarly the remaining hyperspace routes were named Points 2, 3, 4, 0, and 5. Upon reaching the location, Huifeng immediately maneuvered one of the ironclad-class frigates towards the jump point of Point No. 1, preparing to explore the star map of the galaxy on the other side, as per the plan. Soon the entrance of the hyperspace route appeared ahead, where the space was slightly distorted, revealing a faint energy halo. The frigate then slowed down, and once the hull stabilized, the bow was aligned with the distorted space. The hyperspace engine began to charge, and a faint blue glow enveloped the ship with no other sound or light effects surrounding it, only the data on the ship's dashboard fluctuating. As the hyperspace engine completed its charging, the frigate smoothly entered the route. From the first-person perspective of the frigate, the starlight outside was seen stretching, and the scenes of conventional space rapidly vanished. During the hyperspace navigation, the hull remained stable without any violent vibrations. The ship advanced along a fixed route, and in a few days it would reach the exit of the route leading to the opposite galaxy. During this time, the Sparrow-class reconnaissance ships heading to other entrances of the solar system gradually arrived at their positions, consecutively entering the route to explore the surrounding galaxies. After the ships tasked with exploration left, Huifeng began to execute the plan, massively producing warships and expanding the military. The third batch of industrial motherships had already launched and was currently en route to Neptune and Uranus. Once they reached their destinations, there would be no need for Titan to continue sending industrial motherships from the mainland. After landing and establishing itself as the local No. 1 mother base, the industrial mothership could manufacture more ground subbases. Thus, the space docks on Titan were all free at this time, allowing for full-scale production of combat ships. It was estimated that by the time the exploration unit reached its destination, there would also be a fleet capable of ensuring space safety on their side. Days passed in a blur, and just as Huifeng was diligently farming and expanding the military within the solar system, the latest news came from Point No. 1. The scene shifted, and Huifeng found himself in the perspective of the Ironclad-class frigate exploring the hyperspace route No. 1. At that moment, as the frigate was on the verge of exiting hyperspace, Huifeng saw the elongated starlight, and his view instantaneously returned to normal, and the surrounding cosmic space regained its typical appearance. As the hull stabilized slightly, the Ironclad-class frigate fully entered conventional space, and the minimap automatically refreshed, revealing a brand new galaxy name. Alpha Centauri. Huifeng first encountered this name in a well-known science fiction novel. Thanks to it, he realized that despite the significant discrepancies with the descriptions in the work, this galaxy, which had 3 stars, indeed existed in reality. However, he never expected that he would personally arrive in this legendary galaxy. Furthermore, the position where the frigate emerged was somewhat unexpected. It did not appear within the 2 stable, mutually orbiting twin star systems, but instead in the outer region of the less massive Proxima Centauri system. Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B appeared in the sky of this world as merely 2 extremely bright stars closely positioned. In addition to being surprised by the hyperspace route exit here, there was another matter that warranted his attention. Hostile unit detected. Hostile structure detected. A series of system alarms echoed in Huifeng's mind. He zoomed in on the minimap, revealing the star map of the Proxima Centauri system and the neighboring Alpha Centauri binary stars. Alpha Centauri A was a star with mass and brightness similar to that of the Sun, while Alpha Centauri B was slightly less massive than the former, and the Sun emitting light that was distinctly orange. Within their orbit, there was only one planet that could be classified as a planet belonging to the category of gas giants like Saturn. In contrast, Proxima Centauri had more, with 3 planets rotating around it. The innermost one, named Proxima Centauri D, was a hellish planet similar to Mercury, with a very small mass and extremely high surface temperature. Further out was Proxima Centauri B, which had a mass slightly larger than Earth and appeared to be tidally locked, one side in perpetual day and the other in perpetual night. When Huifeng later shifted his view, he witnessed a spectacular astronomical phenomenon. The outermost Proxima Centauri C was a mini-Neptune weighing approximately 7 times that of Earth. Among the 3, only the last one possessed 2 satellites capable of achieving hydrostatic equilibrium around it. It could be said that, at least in terms of the number of planets, the 3 stars of Alpha Centauri together only matched half of the solar system. Of course, the quantity of planets was not the main focus. The key point was that around those 3 planets of Proxima Centauri, he discovered the culprit behind the system alarms. He saw that above Proxima Centauri D, Proxima Centauri B, and Proxima Centauri CS satellites, there were several space structures predominantly colored in black and gray, nearly identical to Huifeng's space dock. At a glance, their number was far greater than those above Titan, appearing as a glaring red on the minimap. Surrounding these space docks were several ships that could immediately be recognized as warships, mostly Ironclad-class frigates, but a small portion, about a dozen ships, were larger and more intimidating than these Ironclad-class frigates. Huifeng immediately recognized them. Spear-class destroyer in the game Galactic War. This type of ship is specifically designed to counter enemy frigates possessing higher shields and health than Ironclad-class frigates. Longer range, more attack methods, higher damage, and exclusive counter damage, effective only against ships with frigate tags. Except for being slightly slower than Ironclad-class frigates and being more expensive, it is almost superior in all respects. As the nemesis of frigates, a single Spear-class destroyer is capable of simultaneously confronting at least 5 Ironclad-class frigates. Once the scale of battle expands, the situation becomes overwhelmingly one-sided unless the opponent also has a mixed fleet with ships of equal or higher rank. The bad news was that Huifeng had not yet produced a single Spear-class destroyer. This level of spacecraft was still lying on his research list awaiting his study. Moreover, his enemies had already researched this technology and constructed a dozen ships. To make matters worse, in terms of the number of Ironclad-class frigates, the enemy held a significant advantage even if he deployed the first batch of Ironclad-class frigates from above Titan ahead of time. Damn it, is he cheating? Why has this guy developed so much faster than me? Could it be that he was born earlier? Or does he have some kind of bonus? Huifeng was puzzled, and when he shifted his view to the area above Proxima Centauri B, this confusion deepened. He saw that on the surface of Proxima Centauri B, aside from the searing magma and frozen rocks, there were also vast stretches of black and gray. Upon closer inspection, those black and gray surfaces were undoubtedly formed by clusters of buildings appearing even more spectacular than those on his Titan. This scene sent shivers down his spine. Such a formidable enemy would likely not even be matched by the highest difficulty AI enemies in the original game. Could he truly defeat it? After realizing the gap between himself and the enemy, Huifeng was frantically contemplating a countermeasure, while the enemy fleet hovering over Proxima B was not idle either. Huifeng's peripheral vision quickly caught something unusual. The enemy fleet stationed above Proxima B began to move. Almost all of them activated their engines and started advancing into deep space. The direction they were heading in was unmistakably aimed straight at the position of Huifeng's escort ship. Clearly, the mastermind controlling the assimilators, just like him, had detected his intrusion and was preparing to send a large force to catch the mouse. Huifeng naturally would not allow that to happen. He cast a final glance at the map of Alpha Centauri, then ordered the escort ship to change course and restart the hyperspace engine to head back immediately. A Iron Wall-class escort ship could not escape the encirclement of multiple warships of the same class. Rather than leaving it behind to give the enemy the first blood, it was better to pull it back for homeland defense. As the escort ship once again shimmered with faint blue light, the next moment the star map of Alpha Centauri dimmed, freezing the image. At the moment Huifeng left the area, he lost real-time visual access to Alpha Centauri. However, it was not a concern. He had already seen most of what he needed. To his surprise, the enemies from galactic warfare had settled in the neighboring star system, and their development was far superior to his own. He had just glanced at the other planets of Proxima. Not only Proxima B, but also Proxima C and Proxima D had traces of sizable construction. Fortunately, perhaps due to Proxima A and Proxima B being too far from Proxima, with no hyperspace routes connecting them, as they are considered part of the same star system, the hostile assimilator seemed uninterested in that one planet, and he did not see any suspicious red dots there. This meant that the hostile assimilator facing Huifeng actually had fewer total resources than he did. They merely had an advantage in the development of specific planets, even if they included the gas giant from the Gemini system. His side boasted 2 sizable gas giants and 2 ice giants along with their numerous satellites. In contrast, the enemy only had a mini Neptune Proxima C and its 2 satellites Proxima B and a Proxima D with a mass only a quarter that of Earth. These 3 combined did not even match a tenth of Jupiter's mass. Realizing this, Huifeng recognized that he was not without the possibility of turning the situation around. As long as he could successfully defend against the initial rounds of attack with the abundant resources of the solar system, it was not impossible to compete with their development. He narrowed his perspective, departing from the Iron Wall-class escort ship that had entered the hyperspace route and returned to the solar system, arriving at Uranus. The industrial mothership here had only recently taken root, and everything was still in its infancy. Huifeng immediately canceled the normal expansion process and allocated a plethora of defensive platforms and accompanying energy facilities in the construction queue. The expansion plan here was originally too rushed. The last image before Huifeng left Alpha Centauri had sounded an alarm for him. He did not believe that the scene of nearly 2/3 of the warships in the enemy star system moving was solely to capture the escort ship he sent out as a scout. They must have ulterior motives. Therefore, he had to make immediate defensive preparations. If all went as expected, within a week at most, the enemy fleet would reach the outskirts of the solar system, launching an assault on the colonies located at Uranus and Neptune. Thus, the bases at Uranus and Neptune could not expand too much. He needed to start constructing defensive structures, immediately turning them into strongholds. Even if these bases could not withstand the enemy's attacks in the future, they must buy enough time for Huifeng's warships to launch. Simultaneously, the spacecraft docks at the rear must expedite the production of escort ships, and more docks needed to be quickly constructed at Titan and other colonies to further expand military production capacity. After completing these tasks, Huifeng breathed a slight sigh of relief. By his calculations, if he relied on his home's defensive facilities to engage in space combat with the enemy, he might not necessarily lose. Following that, he would find a way to utilize more resources from his home to engage in a battle of attrition with the enemy. He hoped everything would go as he envisioned it. As Huifeng began making preparations, the Sparrow-class reconnaissance ships, dispatched to other directions, successively returned with news. Fortunately, aside from the hyperspace route leading to the Alpha Centauri star system, which theoretically belonged to the same faction, but was realistically completely hostile. With the assimilators, no new hostile forces were discovered in the other four directions. The reconnaissance ships observed that the star systems were all barren and uninhabited. This meant that Huifeng only needed to focus on dealing with the immediate crisis without worrying about someone suddenly coming from another direction to attack him from behind. That was some good news. However, after seeing those desolate star systems, he had a new thought. Perhaps he didn't have to stubbornly confront this assimilator. In galactic warfare, the conditions for defeating a player are similar to traditional RTS games. As long as a player has at least one building capable of continuing the game, such as a base's spacecraft dock, or simply a barracks, ordinary defensive structures do not count. Even if all their other buildings have been flattened by other players, they will not immediately be defeated. Therefore, theoretically, Huifeng could completely abandon the solar system, taking most of his belongings and space forces to escape to a distant, unfamiliar star system and develop in peace planning to return stronger in the future. After all, he had experienced such a comeback in a previous game and had some experience in doing so. However, what would happen to the people on Earth if that were the case? Huifeng turned his gaze to the blue planet, gazing at this brilliant sapphire in the universe, and fell silent. In galactic warfare, besides a few exclusive factions available for players to play, there are also neutral NPC factions marked in yellow on some maps. These NPC factions are generally weaker than player-controlled or AI-controlled forces, and their fates are often tragic as they are cleared out due to players developing the map or become collateral damage in battles among major factions on their planets, and sometimes they suffer total annihilation from treasures that only appear in the later stages of the game. In short, there are many ways to perish. For players in the game and the AI fighting against them, these NPC factions are merely the backdrop of their battles. Their survival depends solely on whether someone comes to develop the area they inhabit during the battle. Unfortunately, it seems that the humans on Earth have become part of the NPC factions. To be honest, Huifeng found it impossible to abandon his former home planet and civilization, leaving them to an unknown enemy. If it were a game, it would be different, but this was no laughing matter. Everything was harsh reality. What if the assimilator on the other side treated Earth just like in the game, leaving it in ruins? The thought of that possible scenario made Huifeng feel a surge of anger. He did not intend to easily hand over the solar system. Of course, if it came down to the final moment, he wouldn't foolishly accompany Earth to its demise. He had made preparations for a contingency. He planned to carve out a few positions from the tense production capacity in space to manufacture several dedicated industrial motherships. Their mission was to leave the solar system and develop new colonies from scratch in more distant places. If all went well, these new colonies would not be too far from the solar system and could serve as a springboard for future expansion beyond the solar system. However, if developments took a turn for the worse, these extrasolar colonies would become his assurance for a comeback. In layman's terms, it's like a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Understanding this issue freed Huifeng of all worries, allowing him to focus on preparing to face the upcoming situation. A week is not a long time, and for Huifeng it seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. One morning, everything appeared completely normal, but beyond the orbit of Titan, at the distant and lonely edge of the solar system, the space, there was undergoing subtle tremors that human instruments could hardly capture. Several nearly transparent, twisted regions resembled fine lines on the skin of the universe. These were naturally formed hyperspace corridors, secret highways across star systems. In the past, a few solitary travelers had passed through here, but now a vast and silent black-gray fleet was slowly cruising along this ancient natural route, entering this star region deemed the edge by humanity. The space at the distortion point of the corridor was subtly folding, trembling, and expanding. Forcibly opened by an unprecedented surge of energy, the first to leap out of the corridor was an 8-ton dreadmeter-long behemoth, its hull covered in matte black-gray alloy armor, with sharp aggressive lines resembling a blade emerging from the abyss of deep space. A Star Spear-class destroyer. Following closely, more warships emerged one after another from hyperspace, their hulls illuminated by the residual glowing light of hyperspace, lighting up this dark cosmic space. A few hours later, humanity on Earth would discover a dim star had inexplicably appeared in the sky. In addition to the Star Spear-class destroyers, smaller rectangular Iron Wall-class frigates floated beside them. The densely packed warships formed a strict battle formation in the darkness, with their engines emitting a faint lifeless glow, casting shadows over the void at the edge of the solar system. This fleet crossing star systems was eerily silent under the starlight. And far billions of kilometers away, when the first warship jumped out of hyperspace and entered the solar system, an alarm rang in Huifeng's ears. Hostile units detected. They finally arrived. Huifeng turned his gaze to the source of the alarm at the position of Gate No. 1. 2 days prior, the two frigates stationed here had been reassigned by Huifeng to bolster local defenses around Neptune, so when the enemy appeared at Gate No. 1, there was no obstruction. Even if those two frigates had remained, they would likely have met with instant destruction, as the number of hostile warships at Gate No. 1 was overwhelmingly large. He glanced over. There were as many as 30 prominent Star Spear-class destroyers surrounded by approximately 500 Iron Wall-class frigates. He then looked at his own fleet. Having about a week was still a bit too tight. He had currently produced fewer than 200 Iron Wall-class frigates, of which 100 had already reached Neptune and Uranus to participate in local defenses, while another 100 were still en route. As for his own Star Spear-class destroyers, their research progress had only just crossed the halfway mark, and they would be of no use in the short term. From the perspective of strength comparison, it was evident that the enemy fleet had the advantage even without counting those Star Spear-class destroyers. But let's not forget Huifeng was fighting on his home turf. As the defender, his advantages were not limited to the number of warships. The defensive facilities on various planets were also a crucial deciding factor. Huifeng's perspective shifted to the planet system closest to the enemy fleet on the satellite of Neptune Triton. This was the largest satellite in the Neptune system, and the only one that achieved hydrostatic equilibrium with a diameter of about 2,706 kilometers, accounting for 99.5% of the total mass of Neptune's satellite system. Therefore, Triton's strategic value was extremely high, and its defense was of utmost importance. Losing this location in the upcoming war would essentially mean losing the entire Neptune system. In recent days, Huifeng had poured a lot of effort into this place, turning resources from other parts of the solar system into a series of numbers on the system panel, which in turn transformed into countless defensive facilities on the planet. The same was true for Uranus and the remaining two gas giant systems. Huifeng had done everything he could. Now it was time to see how the opponent played their cards. His perspective shifted back to Gate No. 1, and he quickly noticed new movements from the enemy. New radiance burst forth from the engine exhaust at the rear, led by the Star Spear-class destroyers, with Iron Wall-class frigates flanking them. This steel fleet at the edge of the solar system seemed to have received new orders and was advancing into the solar system. And their target was none other than Neptune, the closest ice giant. As expected, the enemy first set their sights on the nearest and resource-rich ice giant rather than hastily choosing to directly invade his home in the Saturn system. Such a move was just what Huifeng wanted. He hoped the enemy would first attack the tough nut he had placed in front, ideally getting stuck and unable to extricate themselves, buying time for production in Huifeng's rear. He slightly adjusted the destination of the 100 Iron Wall-class frigates that had not yet arrived, sending them all to Neptune. According to estimates, they should be able to reach the area before the enemy fleet arrived at Triton and launch their attack, joining the 50 frigates stationed there in the battle. At the same time, the other 50 frigates currently in the Uranus system above Miranda also immediately set off to aid Triton. These 50 ships were a bit farther away and might only arrive midway through the battle. Having completed all this, Huifeng awaited everything to be in place. For humanity, the solar system itself is too vast. So far in history, the highest speed achieved by human-made objects is 192 kilometers per second. The achievement of the Parker Solar Probe, which was then sweeping past the Sun's perihelion, indicates that traveling from the Sun to Neptune at this speed would take approximately 271 days. To fly beyond the heliosphere and enter interstellar space takes about 3 years. Crossing the Oort cloud would require an alarming 1,200 to 2,500 years. Thus, even at the theoretical speed limits achievable by humanity, the solar system remains overwhelmingly vast. However, the situation is very different for the two sides about to engage in battle within it. Like an ant that may never escape the human province where its nest lies, for a family traveling in a private car, it might only take a few days. Therefore, to a civilization truly capable of interstellar travel, the scale of the solar system is of little consequence. Thus, it wasn't long before the assimilator's fleet arrived at the boundary of Neptune's hill sphere. This was the limit of its gravitational dominion. Further inward, Neptune's gravity would begin to significantly affect the attitude and orbits of macro objects. At that moment, they were approaching Triton, and in a few minutes, they would be able to bring Triton and its structures within range. Meanwhile, on the side of Huifeng, 100 support frigates had also arrived above Triton, forming the first fleet together with the 50 local frigates standing in readiness in the Neptune system. In front of them, numerous orbital defense platforms were floating. These defensive structures are officially named orbital light spear defense platforms. They need to be deployed in near-Earth orbit outside the planet's atmosphere, often serving as the first line of defense besides warships. As the name suggests, their primary attack method is a special type of high-energy laser characterized by a very high hit rate, as the attack method is almost at light speed, and it has a special effectiveness against the armor of the vast majority of units. In contrast, its damage against shields is rather poor. Typically, it requires the cooperation of other defensive structures or units to unleash its full power. These light spear defense platforms floated at a distance from each other in the void. Directly below them was Triton, tinted in a pastel brown hue, and not far behind them was the Allied frigate fleet, while directly ahead in the direction their weapons were aimed lay the approach of the enemy. Time passed second by second. Although that direction appeared to be empty at a distance imperceptible to the human eye, the enemy's fleet was slowly entering the targeting range of the orbital light spear defense platforms. In the game Galactic War, the attack range of the orbital light spear defense platforms is among the furthest of conventional defensive structures, with its maximum range slightly exceeding that of Iron Wall-class frigates and Star Spear-class destroyers. At just the right moment, the enemy had not yet deployed high-level units with greater range, which meant that the upcoming battle would begin with its preemptive strike. True interstellar warfare is not like the bloody clashes of ancient battlefields where formations faced off and horns sounded. It is more akin to modern warfare, when the silhouette of the first enemy ship enters the light spear platform's range and is firmly locked by the fire control system. The battle has already begun. In the previous second, the space of the Neptune system was still a scene of dead silence. In the next moment, countless white beams of light tore through the darkness. The battle occurring in the Neptune system had abruptly commenced in an extremely sudden manner. The light spear platforms orbiting Triton had already completed their charging, and the slender launch ports on the platforms almost simultaneously shot out lethal beams toward a certain area ahead. Blindingly bright high-energy beams shot straight out, leaving near-solid traces of light in the pitch-black universe. One of the beams, traveling at nearly the speed of light, instantly crossed a long distance and accurately hit its target. An Iron Wall-class frigate mingled among the fleet. There was no roar or shockwave. At the moment the beam struck, a layer of translucent shield immediately manifested at the impacted area of the frigate. The shield was struck, creating ripples and dazzling light, appearing formidable, as if the shield itself was on the verge of collapse. However, it ultimately blocked this lethal strike for its master. 3 seconds later, the beam gradually weakened, narrowed, and then swiftly vanished into the darkness. This Iron Wall-class frigate had withstood the first round of attacks that heralded the start of war unscathed. However, some of its nearby comrades were not so fortunate. The fleet, which had been steadily decelerating just a moment ago, suddenly exploded with several ships. These unfortunate ones were the first Iron Wall-class frigates to enter the light spear platform's range, making them the primary targets of Huifeng's concentrated fire. Perhaps a single light spear platform cannot penetrate the shield of any warship in galactic war at once, but when dozens or hundreds of light spear platforms attack a single target, it makes a difference. As the most basic space combat unit, the shield generators equipped on Iron Wall-class frigates simply cannot withstand the violent output of nearly 100 beams. In a very short time, the shield generators of these unfortunate ships would overload, and soon the outer shield of the frigate could no longer endure, shattering and evaporating. Even the energy shields, which offer the best defense against laser-type weapons, could not withstand such massive power. The physical armor behind them would be even more vulnerable. The 7 frigates under concentrated fire easily transformed into brief, shining stars in the night sky over Neptune. The attacked enemy fleet quickly reacted, creating distance from other Allied warships in a short time, while beginning to move erratically during the advance. This significantly reduced the hit rate of Huifeng's second round of light spear concentrated fire, resulting in only 3 frigates being destroyed in this round of attack, and 1 heavily damaged enemy frigate retreated from the front lines of the enemy fleet under the cover of other frigates, missing the opportunity for a follow-up strike. The 2 rounds of preemptive attacks resulted in 10 enemy frigates lost and 1 heavily damaged. The effect was still acceptable, but unfortunately, there would be no more opportunities for such free shots in the upcoming battles, because the enemy had already brought Triton within range. From Huifeng's perspective, the enemy's assimilator fleet suddenly emitted a flickering light, as if countless photographers had pressed their shutters, followed by hundreds of red beams shooting past him toward Triton behind him. Both the Iron Wall-class escort ship and the Star Spear-class destroyer are equipped with laser-type weapons. Although their range is slightly inferior to that of the light spear platform, their power is by no means lacking. Especially the latter, the Star Spear class, gets its name from the remarkable performance of its main cannon, the light spear. Subsequently, this performance was quickly validated. On the other end of the battlefield, the light spear platform on Huifeng's side was unable to move, resulting in nearly all of the enemy's light spear attacks hitting their targets. Even though the defense platform sacrificed mobility for thicker shields and higher defensive capabilities, it was of no use in such a scenario, especially since the enemy mirrored their strategy, prioritizing concentrated fire on several targets. Brilliant beams of light pierced through the darkness like lances, consecutively penetrating the shields and armor of several defense platforms, exploding into brilliant metallic fireballs in the cold expanse of space. Before these fireballs had fully dissipated, the enemy's follow-up attack reached the battlefield. Countless ultra-high-speed missiles launched from the battleships emerged from the darkness, heading towards their already locked-on targets at astonishing speeds. However, Huifeng would not let them succeed so easily this time. With a thought, the first fleet, composed of escort ships, surged out from the shadow of the defense platform. Immediately, the intercept weapons they were equipped with roared to life, creating a wall of intercepting fire with dense metal barges and compact laser beams, causing most missiles to explode in midair as if they had hit an iron wall, with only a few lucky ones managing to slip through this intercept network. However, due to their small numbers, they merely caused a few ripples on the shields of the defense platform without making any significant impact. In the game Galactic War, Iron Wall-class escort ships are typically used as meat shields and protectors for larger vessels during major battles. When they come in groups, they perform quite well in intercepting these aircraft missiles. This is also why Huifeng wanted to bring them up at this moment. At the same time, he ordered the first fleet to fire a volley towards the enemy's direction. Similar to the enemy's attack method, the light spear opened the way first, followed by a swarm of high-speed missiles, except that the beams fired from his side were white. The difference in color in the game Galactic War is meant for the convenience of faction commanders in identifying friend or foe. Before the battle began, he hadn't expected that this setting could actually be applied to reality. However, the power of both sides' weapons is similar, and this has nothing to do with color. Huifeng's volley from the first fleet yielded average results. The enemy was prepared, and only 2 enemy escort ships were taken out in this round of attack. Following this, both sides exchanged fire several times with losses on both sides. The enemy assimilator fleet lost 24 escort ships in the exchange, while the destroyers, as the enemy's main force, did not suffer casualties due to their better defenses and relatively rear positions. On Huifeng's side, relatively more orbital light spear platforms were lost, leading to a 15 reduction in counterattack strength. Meanwhile, as the first fleet had to come forward to assist in intercepting the enemy's missile swarm, the light spear platform's own intercepting capabilities were insufficient to handle these small threats, allowing the enemy to seize the opportunity and destroy 3 escort ships. This turn-based battle soon reached its conclusion as both sides drew closer. Huifeng noticed that the enemy fleet formation began to change. The Star Spear-class destroyers, originally nestled within layers of protection, started to surpass their escort ships and move to the forefront. At first, Huifeng was somewhat puzzled, but after glancing at the mini-map showing the situation of both armies, he immediately understood. The enemy commander intended to prioritize the elimination of Huifeng's mobile forces. Sure enough, the 30 Star Spear-class destroyers then formed a forward hunting formation with their main cannons locking onto the first fleet, which had just finished intercepting missiles and had yet to withdraw. Subsequently, disregarding the interference from their own defensive platforms, they unleashed a full barrage against Huifeng's fleet, attempting to quickly diminish the first fleet's combat strength by exploiting the Star Spear-class advantage over the Iron Wall-class. Even though Huifeng issued an emergency evasion order to the first fleet, the distance between both sides was now too close. For attacks approaching the speed of light, this distance could only be measured in seconds. Huifeng could only manage to order the fleet to take a retreating posture before the main cannon light spear strikes from the Star Spear-class destroyers arrived first. An Iron Wall-class escort ship at the front was hit by 3 red beams of light, and its shield crumpled like cardboard, trying to block a sharp blade, holding for only a brief moment before being pierced. As the deadly beams penetrated the ship's hull, the escort ship exploded into a fiery ball. Nearby escort ships also suffered similar fates. After Huifeng pulled the fleet back to the defense platform and assessed the battle losses, he found that the enemy's sudden attack had turned 20 escort ships into space debris, which was a significant loss for the current scale of the first fleet. The assimilator fleet's maneuver caught Huifeng off guard, but afterward, he became wiser and did not give them such opportunities again. Of course, this was also due to both sides' distances gradually closing, and other types of defense platforms built on the surface of Ocean Guard 1 began to participate in the battle, reducing the enemy's output space. The ground defense structures on Ocean Guard 1 mainly consist of two types of defense platforms. One is a medium-sized missile launch platform called Sky Dome Missile Tower, which fires ultra-high-speed missiles capable of breaking free from all planetary gravitational restraints, hurtling towards orbital targets at astonishing speeds. Although this speed may seem lacking compared to ships capable of space travel, the hit rate is not very high and can easily be intercepted by various defense systems on warships, or simply miss the target altogether, often occurring with smaller and more agile escort ships and space fighters. However, once they hit an enemy ship, their power is quite astonishing. Even the armor and shields of destroyer-class vessels cannot withstand a few direct hits. The other type is a smaller power laser platform deployed on the planet's surface, known as the Sky Shield Light Spear Close Defense System. Its main purpose is to intercept attacks coming from space, such as physical bombs and landing pods, with lower-powered light spear systems protecting surface structures from bombing threats. Huifeng has built numerous of these two structures at various major bases on Ocean Guard 1, effectively turning it into a hedgehog, and now it is time for this hedgehog to unleash its spikes. Even though the missile clusters from the defense tower of Highway 1 had a low hit rate, their sheer numbers drew enough attention from the enemy, preventing their Star Spear-class destroyers from targeting and eliminating the Allied frigates as they had before. Seeing no opportunity, the assimilators' tactics reverted to their original style, keeping the Star Spear-class destroyers, which were crucial to their forces, protected within the fleet, while the external frigates absorbed the majority of the damage. At the same time, their firepower concentrated on a specific area of Highway 1, where not only the orbital defense platforms were being systematically cleared, but also the missile towers on the ground were under attack. It seemed the enemy aimed to first eliminate a portion of the defensive structures to carve out a breach for themselves, then use that breach to expand their advantage. Does the turtle think it can take a piece of my flesh? It's not that easy. Unbeknownst to him, Huifeng had long anticipated such tactics, and they played right into his hands. There were numerous defensive platforms on Highway 1, and with the enemy fleet's current firepower, they were not capable of clearing out a completely safe area in a short time. Moreover, as the defender, Huifeng naturally benefited from the advantages of home turf, and when the battleships began exchanging losses with the defensive platforms, as long as the enemy did not establish a safe area promptly, they would find themselves in a situation similar to battleships attacking coastal artillery. Certainly, a battleship could exchange one of its losses for several defensive structures, but the former's battleships were distant from their homeland, took a long time to produce, and were nearly impossible to replenish, while the latter could easily replace a lost defensive structure with worker bees right on the ground. Although the replenishment speed was not very fast, and the loss of the near-Earth orbital light spear platform could not be replaced since worker bees could easily be taken out by the enemy, it was still far better than having no replenishment at all. Furthermore, the First Fleet in space coordinated with various defensive firepower from the orbit and the surface, continuously harassing the enemy's edge fleet. Although this had not yet yielded significant results, the enemy's firepower was abundant, and as the weaker side, Huifeng could only occasionally seize fleeting small openings, pulling out a few frigates to strike, and then retreating, unable to concentrate fire for a quick kill. Yet this tactic could drag on for quite a while, as he had the support of the solar system. While the front line engaged in battle, the rear was also busy producing more battleships, and time was on his side. Thus, Huifeng's current strategic objective became clear. The best-case scenario was that he could eliminate this batch of invaders, relying solely on the defenses on Highway 1, the First Fleet, and the soon-to-arrive Second Fleet. Moreover, even if he could not eliminate them, it would not matter, as long as time was prolonged and more battleships were produced in the rear, and even if the Star Spear-class destroyers were researched, victory would naturally belong to him. The ice-gray surface of Highway 1 hung in the dark void of space, its edges emanating a faint blue glow. Above it, countless faint white missile trails and energy beams crisscrossed, erupting in blinding explosions from time to time, with debris slowly drifting in the vacuum. One fleet formed a dense formation, powerful beams continuously shooting from the hull, concentrating on the same area of the satellite, lighting up the sky like snow. The other fleet cruised at the battlefield's edge, occasionally firing bursts of firepower before swiftly retreating into the shadows of the defensive structures. This entire airspace had never been so lively since its inception. Firelight flickered, smoke billowed, and the once cold and silent void of space was entirely ignited, transforming into a chaotic and violent large-scale space battlefield. This chaotic scene lasted for nearly an hour. By the time Huifeng's base on Highway 1 had lost about 30 of its firepower, 37 frigates were reported lost in this battle, and the number of battleships in the First Fleet had already dropped to less than 100. The enemy's losses were equally significant, with a full 100 frigates turning into space debris within that hour, and even 2 destroyers were ruthlessly sunk due to gaps exposed in their formation from the loss of frigates in front. At this moment, the enemy seemed to finally realize that continuing in this manner would not work, regardless of whether they could create a breach. In fact, this plan was already close to succeeding. Even if they did establish a breach, they would likely end up exhausting their fleet in the subsequent offensive instead of the other way around. Thus, the remaining invading fleet began to move, not advancing deeper, but breaking through, retreating away from the orbit of Highway 1 out of the range of the ground defense towers, preserving their remaining combat power. Huifeng did not attempt to stop their retreat, as he did not possess the capability to do so. He now had only 90 frigates left on Highway 1. If these frigates attempted to intercept, they would likely be crushed underfoot like speed bumps, while the enemy still had 28 Star Spear-class destroyers. With just this, the assimilator could annihilate his first fleet in open combat, not to mention the over 300 remaining escorting frigates by their side. Thus, Huifeng could only harass from a distance, as they withdrew from the orbit of Highway 1, relying on the remaining orbital light spear platforms. In the First Fleet, he managed to take down 2 of their frigates, but had no further means to deal with them. However, Huifeng did not believe everything would simply end here. The enemy's main force was still intact, and they would certainly not be satisfied. Sure enough, after the assimilator fleet retreated from the orbit of Highway 1, they all turned towards Uranus, heading for the Second Fleet that was about to arrive for support. Seeing that they cannot take me down for the time being, they have set their sights on my reinforcements. It's not that simple. Huifeng immediately adjusted the destination of the Second Fleet, redirecting it back to the Uranus system. That's right, since their commander wanted to take out his supporting fleet, all he needed to do was to have the supporting fleet turn back. It should be noted that both sides in this galactic war game belonged to the same faction. This meant that theoretically, as long as there was not an excessive technological disparity, which was clearly not the case between Huifeng and the enemy, the data of individual battleships on both sides was quite similar, including their cruising speeds. The cruising speeds of both sides' Iron Wall-class frigates were basically the same. As long as he ordered the Second Fleet to return, the enemy would never catch up, especially since the Star Spear-class destroyers in the assimilator fleet were slightly slower than the frigates, while the Second Fleet was composed purely of frigates. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the temporarily quiet battlefield. The invading fleet sped towards the seemingly close reinforcements, yet they could not catch up to eliminate the latter, akin to a monkey trying to fish the moon. However, Huifeng discovered that the invaders' intentions seemed not solely to eliminate the Second Fleet. In the void, a massive fleet is sailing. In front of them, a pale blue planet is gradually magnifying. The assimilator fleet, fully aware that they cannot catch up to the Second Fleet of Huifeng, still trails behind the latter, which has already adjusted its course, clearly with other intentions. This intention can be easily concluded by combining the celestial layout of the solar system. The enemy has set their sights on the Uranus system. After suffering significant damage from the direction of Neptune, changing their attack target is not surprising. Moreover, since Uranus has more large moons than Neptune with a total of 5, the defense of each individual moon is actually weaker than that of Neptune I. In theory, the current assimilator fleet could indeed capture a complete moon. However, this premise assumes that the First and Second Fleets do not exist. Behind the assimilator fleet, in the void beyond their firing range, there exists another fleet that is now rapidly advancing through the space traversed by the assimilator fleet. This is Huifeng's First Fleet. Upon realizing that the enemy's intentions are not simple, he commands them to activate their engines and follow. The assimilators did attempt to turn back and capture this seemingly weak remnant fleet, but Huifeng, utilizing his speed advantage, never gave them the slightest chance. Perhaps the First Fleet with only 90 ships and the Second Fleet with 50 ships could not win against the formidable enemy in the empty void of space, but relying on the defensive facilities on Uranus, they still have a fighting chance. Even if they cannot win, Huifeng is confident they can inflict serious losses. This confidence was given after a temporary pause from the Neptune side. It seems this guy isn't so invincible after all. From a god's eye view, Huifeng watched the group of enemy ships sailing. As time passed, he grew more assured, looking at them as if observing a group of mortally wounded beings. The assimilator fleet entered the Uranus system and resolutely chose the outermost moon of Uranus, Oberon, as their attack target. At this moment, the second fleet is not stationed on Oberon, but hovering above Uranus 3, Titania, as the latter is the largest moon in the entire Uranus system, making it the most important and requiring priority defense. Seeing that the opponent did not directly attack Titania, Huifeng immediately ordered the second fleet to set out for support. Then he began micromanaging all buildings and units on Oberon, including defensive structures, doing his utmost to hold out against being captured until support arrives. When the first and second fleets arrived at the battlefield on Oberon, the assimilator fleet ultimately did not manage to disable all the base defenses on Oberon. Moreover, due to their reckless assault, the assimilator fleet paid a price of 50 corvettes and 1 destroyer during this period, suffering losses far greater than those above Neptune I in the same time frame. Of course, under such circumstances, the defense of Oberon has also lost nearly 50 of its counterattack capability, meaning that with just a little more time, the assimilator fleet could truly take control of this second largest moon in the Uranus system. However, the support from Huifeng's side came perhaps a bit too quickly. If the assimilator fleet continued their attack at this moment, even if they won afterward, their losses might exceed what the assimilators could bear, causing the invading fleet to lose their current deterrent power. Ultimately, they chose to give up the attack and retreated from Oberon in disarray. Subsequently, they still attempted to attack the neighboring Titania, but after probing the defensive firepower on Titania, they quickly abandoned this plan. Next, where does the assimilator fleet intend to attack? Huifeng gazed at the invading fleet in the void, speculating on their commander's thoughts. The commander of the opposing fleet appears somewhat at a loss due to the tricky situation before them, with the fleet remaining motionless in the void beyond Huifeng's firing range. Continuous attempts to attack have failed, instead resulting in losses and wasted time. If it were Huifeng, he would likely be considering giving up the attack by now. However, the one pondering on the opposing side is not Huifeng himself. He doesn't even know if the other side is controlled by a computer AI in the game Galactic War or something else. It can only be said that both sides are somewhat muddled in this battle. After a while, the assimilator fleet made new movements. They adjusted their course once again, and this time Huifeng was not surprised by their target. They began to sail towards the inner solar system. As expected, when they couldn't take the outer planets, they thought about the inner solar system planets with no defenses, trying to seize one of them. Huifeng was not surprised at all. After all, once they hit a wall in the most resource-rich and strategically important places, it is normal to think about capturing secondary targets. Moreover, it seems that these secondary targets have little defense. For both sides in the conflict, whether it is Huifeng or the assimilators, the inner solar system is considered a relatively secondary target. For Huifeng, he himself has not yet fully developed the 4 gas giants, so any resources should naturally be prioritized for this, leading him to have no interest in the inner solar system, which only accounts for about 0.44 of the total mass of all celestial bodies in the solar system, excluding the Sun. For the attacking assimilators, when attacking a star system, it is best to capture a planet that is closer to the hyperspace routes and has rich resources as a forward base and launchpad for further assaults. Otherwise, the time consumed traveling from the core star system to the enemy star system is too long, causing the fleet to take too long to replenish. Sometimes just a few days can determine life and death on the battlefield. For example, the battle between Huifeng and the invading assimilator fleet has only lasted a few days, not even a week. Neptune, Uranus, and the remaining 2 gas giants are undoubtedly the best choices for forward bases. However, the invading fleet has already lost the capability to capture these locations. Therefore, having discarded these best options, the inner solar system's several smaller terrestrial planets, which are also far from the hyperspace routes, naturally entered their selection interface. Of course, choosing the inner solar system as an attack target is not without its benefits. At least they will not face any resistance from planetary defense facilities there, as Huifeng has not expanded into those areas at all. But the question is, can they make it there? Time is a crucial element in many matters. This is also true in the war that determines the fate of the solar system. The battle between the assimilators and Huifeng at Neptune consumed a considerable amount of time, and after attempting to ambush the Uranus system, they turned back towards the inner solar system, which took too long. Huifeng's stronghold managed to research the technology of the destroyers and launched the first batch of 20 destroyers. With the ongoing production of corvettes before the research was completed, once the assimilator fleet bypassed the Saturn and Jupiter systems and formally entered the inner solar system, a new force of 100 corvettes and 20 destroyers appeared from Saturn. They were on their way, and when they joined the first fleet that was still tailing the enemy, the assimilator fleet would no longer have a decisive advantage in numbers. Huifeng had been waiting for the right moment, and it finally arrived. The assimilators also noticed that this fresh force was about to reach the battlefield, so they seemed eager to seize the last opportunity to confront the first fleet before Huifeng's reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, Huifeng did not give them this chance. He used his slight speed advantage to delay enough time, and in the end the assimilators were ensnared by the first fleet and lost their final chance to escape. With the addition of a new batch of warships, the strength of Huifeng's first fleet grew unprecedentedly, with 190 Iron Wall-class corvettes and 20-star Spear-class destroyers spread across the emptiness near the orbit of Mars, exuding an imposing aura. As for the enemy assimilator fleet, they currently had only 314 Iron Wall-class corvettes and 27-star Spear-class destroyers remaining. Although they still had an absolute numerical advantage on the surface, this advantage was no longer as overwhelming as it had been at the beginning. Furthermore, due to having endured at least 2 tough battles, many of their ships had sustained some damage and were not in as good a condition as the newly reinforced ships of Huifeng's fleet. Thus, comparing the two sides, Huifeng believed that with the current strength of the first fleet, they might not be unable to engage the assimilators in an open-field battle. It would simply require more meticulous maneuvers to achieve a favorable damage exchange. As a veteran player of the Galactic War, and with the experience gained from the previous 2 defense battles, along with his now vastly superior control calculation and reaction abilities, Huifeng felt quite confident in his micromanaging skills. Let me see what you are truly capable of. Huifeng focused, intently channeling most of his attention into the upcoming battle. The assimilators were equally unafraid of Huifeng's bold advance to battle. They adjusted their fleet into a clear offensive formation, with the bow of their ships pointing towards the direction of the approaching first fleet, charging forward with all their might. In this location, far from any large celestial bodies, the two sides commenced a battle that would decide the fate of the 3 factions in the solar system. The E-237 Iron Wall-class corvette sensors were operating at full power, providing an unobstructed view of the vast cosmic space. In the background, several bright stars could be seen reflecting sunlight from the planets within the system. In the nearer combat zone, there were no large celestial bodies or asteroids to block the view, allowing all movements to be clearly captured by its sensors. The distance between the 2 fleets was rapidly closing, with the assimilator fleet arranged in a dense assault formation, their engines emitting stable light blue flames as they approached at high speed. Their ships were numerous, densely packed in the front of the view, occupying nearly half of the observation screen. As the relative speed increased, the outlines of the enemy ships became clearer in the optical sensors, with the patterns of their armor and the positions of their weapon turrets becoming discernible. The instant both sides entered each other's weapon ranges, the battlefield erupted into a chaotic din. Yet it was a silence-filled clamor. The first to fire were the long-range main cannons from both sides, with beams of energy shooting from the bows of the ships, tracing bright straight paths through the darkness towards their targets. The beams traveled swiftly, reaching their target almost instantaneously. Some struck the enemy ships directly, piercing their shields in an instant, exploding in bright flames on the surface of the armor, leaving visible damage, with parts of the structure breaking off and drifting away in the zero-gravity environment. Others were successfully intercepted by enemy shields, the energy colliding against the shields, creating ripples of light blue that gradually dissipated. E-237 adjusted its course according to the fleet's overall commands, slightly firing its engines to turn, aiming its main cannon at a rushing assimilator corvette in the distance. The fire control system automatically locked onto the target, and the prompt for completed charging flashed through the internal network. In the next moment, the main cannon fired, and a white energy beam accurately struck the midsection of the opposing ship. Previously, this enemy corvette had already been targeted by its nearby comrades, so this attack pierced through its faltering shields, hitting the hull, causing it to visibly sway as the outer armor was breached, releasing a small amount of gas and debris, with its speed subsequently decreasing. Before E-237 could aim again, several enemy firepower shots came flying towards it. It immediately executed evasive maneuvers, with its engines at full output, quickly sidestepping. 2 red energy beams grazed past the ship's side, leaving brief traces of light in the nearby space, while another struck the right shield. The shield's strength dropped slightly, glowing fiercely in blue light, with the ship vibrating slightly and external sensors briefly experiencing interference before quickly returning to normal. The situation around the battlefield was rapidly deteriorating. Not far to the left, a friendly corvette was being targeted by several enemy ships. Its shields were breached within seconds, and the residual energy beams directly penetrated the hull, causing a violent internal explosion. The entire ship first erupted in a dazzling burst of light, then the hull split in two from the middle, continuing to fly forward with debris and pipelines spilling out from the break. The wreckage, unaffected by resistance, maintained its inertia and speed, quickly mixing with other fallen parts, forming a small debris field. The situation on the right was equally intense as the core forces of the Allies, the destroyers, were exchanging fire with the enemy destroyer group, with main cannons taking turns bombarding the shield lights flickering. The firepower and defenses of the large ships were even more brutal and powerful, with each shot leaving massive turbulence on the enemy hull. The surrounding corvettes maneuvered around the main ships, intercepting enemy missiles and torpedoes, while searching for opportunities to attack weak points in the enemy formation. A large number of high-speed missiles were launched by both sides, leaving faint trails as they crisscrossed the battlefield. Most were shot down by the heavily defended Closian systems, detonating in the air, while a few lucky ones successfully struck the hull or shields, causing explosions of varying scales. The shockwaves from the explosions could not propagate in the vacuum, but the scattered debris possessed high kinetic energy, potentially causing unexpected damage upon colliding with other ships. E-237 weaved between wreckage and friendly ships, constantly adjusting its posture to avoid collisions with uncontrolled large debris. In the forward view, missiles flew everywhere. Energy spears crossed the battlefield. Explosions lit up, damaged hulls were visible, and the silhouettes of high-speed maneuvering ships could be seen. The originally orderly formation was quickly shattered in the melee, with ships from both sides intermingling in the vast emptiness, charging heat and flanking from the sides, or being surrounded and forcing their way out, turning the entire airspace into utter chaos. The assimilator fleet maintained its offensive posture, pressing forward despite losses, attempting to tear through the defenses through sheer numbers and expand their advantage, with the intensity of their exchanges further increasing. The shield of E-237 had become somewhat unstable after multiple evasions and hits, and the interval for charging its main cannon had lengthened due to power distribution. It continued to adjust its position according to the command center's orders, collaborating with nearby allies to concentrate fire on the same target. The locked-on assimilator corvette, under sustained assault, had its shields completely fail, with energy beams consecutively penetrating its hull, ultimately losing power, slowly spinning to one side, becoming yet another floating wreckage in the void. As the battle progressed, the debris in the battlefield increased from intact hulls to small metallic parts scattered throughout the combat zone. These fragments drifted away with inertia, occasionally colliding with maneuvering ships, some merely scratching the surface, while others damaged the external sensors or small turrets of ships that had lost shield defenses. Above the view, a friendly Star Spear-class destroyer was targeted by several enemy destroyers. Its bow was completely destroyed, with parts of the propulsion system failing, causing the entire ship to begin uncontrollably rolling while continuously emitting fuel and debris. Nearby friendly corvettes quickly closed in, firing at the enemy ships attacking it, attempting to cover the damaged hull's retreat, but the destroyer ultimately suffered a massive detonation, a bright light instantly engulfing the surrounding area, with several nearby ships affected by the shockwave sustaining varying degrees of damage. E-237 did not cease its actions, continuing the cycle of shooting, maneuvering, and evading. The number of enemy ships ahead remained high, with new units constantly breaking through the fire net. Closian guns began to work, continuously firing at nearby missiles and threatening high-speed debris, with the muzzles flickering with faint light. In the distance, as the true master of this galaxy, the sun hung quietly, seemingly oblivious to the fierce battle occurring in the surrounding airspace. Meanwhile, both sides of the battle continued to take losses, with ships exploding and disintegrating, turning into floating debris in the universe, while new firepower continuously erupted from both sides, and the conflict was evolving towards an even more intense direction. The target signals and the sensors remained dense, with enemy and ally markers flickering alternately, filling the entire airspace with high-intensity exchanges, leaving not a single gap. At this moment, both sides were fully committed, while outside the battlefield an observer was tremblingly monitoring every move here. Just as a giant does not concern itself with the ant hill on the grass beside it during a fierce struggle, the two factions engaged in combat in space also inadvertently overlooked a rather inconspicuous observer: humans. As the true natives of the solar system, they now trembled in fear as they watched everything happening in the sky. Titan civilization, this is the code name given by the Human Alliance to the unknown extraterrestrial civilization that developed from Titan. Since the discovery of the other party, those in the Human Alliance who were in the know felt anxious about a potential interstellar invasion. However, prior to this, such concerns were not backed by any tangible evidence. All known means had failed to observe any signs of an invasion of Earth, and externally, they had not detected any spacecraft equipped with obvious weaponry appearing in the solar system. It wasn't until the Human Alliance's space observation team spotted a new type of spaceship near the Titan civilization's shipyard through their telescope that alarms began to sound in everyone's hearts. Through observational analysis, experts from the Human Alliance discovered that this was a type of spaceship with clear aggressive characteristics, or rather a fully armed spacecraft. Its hull was somewhat smaller than the massive industrial motherships previously observed heading to other solar system planets, but it had numerous unusual protrusions, all over resembling some form of offensive weaponry akin to naval guns on surface combat vessels. More crucial evidence lay at its front, where there was a section clearly extending from the main structure, and in front of that section was a distinctly recessed circular cavity. This was clearly a space weapon of unknown power, and the spaceship carrying these devices was evidently intended for war. At present, there were only 2 civilizations in the solar system, at least on the surface it appeared that way, and the purpose for which this warship was being used was to many all too evident. As a result, an unprecedented wave of pessimism swept through the upper echelons of the Human Alliance. If there had been any lingering hope before now, at least the vast majority had given up on the possibility of humanity resisting an alien invasion. Even the most optimistic generals regarding defense plans in the Human Alliance dared not hope to exchange a near-Earth orbital defense line composed of nuclear weapons and missiles for any battle losses, and could only place their last hope on ground forces, praying that the invading aliens might send down some ground troops so that they could at least make the aliens bleed rather than facing orbital bombardment that would devastate the surface before sending down troops to occupy. After all, reality is not like novels or movies. The immense technological gap cannot be bridged instantly by the indomitable spirit of humanity. Given humanity's current technological level, facing an interstellar civilization with genuine starships capable of traversing vast spaces is akin to the Native Americans in 1492 discovering the American forces of 2016, an overwhelming disparity that breeds despair. Before they could fully digest this information, new observational images continued to arrive from the direction of Saturn, showing an increasing number of flying objects that resembled warships. Simultaneously, almost all known planets in the solar system that had been observed to have Titan civilization expansion, including Titan itself, had numerous unknown new structures appearing. Some speculated that these structures were military-related and could very well be some form of local defense facility. Undoubtedly, the Titan civilization was undergoing a massive military mobilization. Then, just as humanity was genuinely feeling suffocated by the current situation, a significant reversal occurred in the following days. The Human Alliance first observed the 3 Titan civilization warships that had been spotted leaving the area above Titan, but their course was not towards Earth, nor even towards the inner solar system. They were heading towards the far edges of the solar system, with their intentions completely unclear. Afterwards, the Human Alliance's observation telescopes lost track of this small fleet. However, it wasn't long before their equipment captured an energy anomaly originating from the edge of the solar system, suggesting that something had exploded in that distant deep space. Before the Human Alliance could ascertain what had happened in that direction, the Titan civilization launched spacecraft towards other directions at the edge of the solar system. These spacecraft appeared to be smaller than warships, representing a new type of unknown ship, subsequently speculated to possibly be some form of reconnaissance vessel. Subsequently, the Human Alliance observed numerous warships continuously emerging from the spacecraft dock and assembling together, heading towards the planets Uranus and Neptune. Although the Human Alliance was unclear why the Titan civilization was sending almost all their warships to those 2 locations, their actions undoubtedly provided a temporary sigh of relief. At least these numerous cosmic warships were not immediately targeting Earth. Then there was an unusual flash of light at the edge of the solar system. Thanks to the stimulation from the Titan civilization, human civilization had recently become more attentive to space matters. Therefore, one night, the Human Alliance immediately noticed that in a certain part of the sky above Earth, a star had inexplicably appeared in an area that was originally dark. This star appeared for a very brief moment, completely disappearing from the observational view just a few minutes later. After analysis, the scientists of the Human Alliance quickly discovered that it was not a star at all, but an extremely unusual transient astronomical event. Its location was not far from the area where the Titan civilization's small fleet had left Saturn shortly before the energy anomaly in the solar system's edge appeared. Following the incident, the Human Alliance promptly intensified their efforts to deploy more telescopes to observe the area, and then they made a startling discovery: a new space fleet that had never been recorded appeared near the anomalous area, and it was racing towards Neptune. From their appearance, this space fleet seemed to be affiliated with the same faction as the Titan civilization. Most of these warships appeared to have layouts similar to those manufactured by the Titan civilization. However, the scale of this fleet was far greater than the combined total of all the fleets from the Titan civilization they had observed, and they also spotted a new type of warship within the fleet that was larger than those they had previously discovered. Most importantly, their appearance was markedly distinct from the other party. Unlike the generally silver-white appearance of the Titan civilization structures or ships, this fleet predominantly exhibited dark gray colors, blending almost seamlessly with the cosmic background. Had it not been for the Human Alliance's deployment of the latest and most advanced multifunctional space telescope for this observation, they might not have discovered this dark fleet sailing in deep space. Thus, after a series of speculations, the Human Alliance reached a conclusion: this likely belonged to an interstellar fleet affiliated with another power. Now, this interstellar fleet affiliated with another power was aggressively heading towards Neptune, and combined with the series of strange movements from the Titan civilization, everything seemed to fall into place. A shocking reversal suddenly appeared before everyone. The Titan civilization was not preparing to invade Earth, but rather to guard against another, more powerful interstellar force. Now it seemed that both sides were about to engage in a fierce battle within the solar system. As for humanity, they were just the unfortunate scapegoats caught in the middle of this interstellar conflict. Professor Chin, here are today's observational data and images. A research assistant placed a stack of printed documents onto Chin Taishan's desk. Ah, good, just leave them there. Thank you. Chin Taishan glanced up briefly, offering a courteous word of gratitude before returning immediately to his vigorous note-taking. Only after the assistant had left did he set down his pen, moments later rubbing his weary eyes, then picking up the documents delivered beside him to resume reading. Such scenes had become commonplace in this office ever since he joined the Special Committee for Extraterrestrial Civilization Research. The office lay hushed save for the faint, low hum of instruments from the main observatory building just beyond the window, a steady ambient murmur woven into the fabric of daily life. Appointed head of the Space Observation Team, Chin Taishan bore a heavy administrative burden: personnel allocation, determining who served where, collating extraterrestrial observational data, and drafting reports for higher authorities, coordinating with other project teams within the committee, among countless other responsibilities. Indeed, these days were both grueling and deeply fulfilling. The grueling stemmed from the sheer exhaustion wrought by relentless bureaucratic labor, the fulfilling from a cascade of extraordinary developments unfolding across the solar system. First came the reassuring revelation: the warships deployed by the Titan civilization above Titan were not designed to threaten humanity, but rather to confront another interstellar civilization possessing comparable spacefaring capability. This news brought palpable relief to Chin Taishan and many others, a temporary yet genuine respite for human civilization. Yet no one had anticipated that even before humanity fully grasped the nature of the Titan civilization on Titan, an entirely new alien power would emerge, right within our own solar system. Secondly, colleagues from adjacent research groups reported that under emergency mobilization and accelerated excavation efforts, several doomsday shelters had already been completed and stood ready for immediate activation, offering humanity its first tangible measure of existential security. Naturally, as these reports arrived, so too did mounting questions in Chin Taishan's mind: what was the true origin of this newly emerged civilization? Visually, their vessels appeared nearly identical to those of the Titan civilization, differing only in hue. What then bound or divided them? Why were they locked in combat? Were they rival factions of a single civilization, warring states, or perhaps rebels engaged in civil strife? And most critically, what was their stance toward humanity? At the very thought, an unprecedented surge of curiosity ignited within him, galvanizing his spirit with such intensity that he longed to work 3 days and nights straight to unravel the truth. His fingertips unconsciously traced the edge of the documents as his thirst for understanding deepened. Flipping through the pages, he soon absorbed all key findings, and his gaze sharpened, growing steadily more focused. Has the battle near Mars' orbit reached its conclusion? Days earlier, his space observation team had been the first to detect this new alien presence. They watched transfixed as the fleet surged toward the Neptune system, only for a full-scale space battle to erupt before their very eyes. It marked humanity's first direct observation of extraterrestrial conflict, and the first time we witnessed true interstellar warfare in reality. Not primitive skirmishes between two ships closing to visual range, nor hand-to-hand gunfights among astronauts, but a grand orbital conflagration involving scores, even hundreds of starships clashing across planetary space. Even now, Qin Taishan could vividly recall the electric thrill he felt upon witnessing it, the kind of awe his grandfather's generation might have described as, "To behold this moment is worth a lifetime's price, even death itself." Unsurprisingly, the United Human Alliance's High Command took profound interest. Immediately following the event, multiple delegations of senior-ranking military analysts were dispatched to study and deliberate on the implications. Though Qin Taishan possessed no expertise in military affairs, and thus often struggled to follow the technical analyses, he did grasp one statement clearly. The battle unfolding within the Neptune system offers invaluable insight into both the technological sophistication and strategic potential of the Titan civilization and the Kuiper civilization, the designation assigned by the Alliance to the assimilators. After several days of rigorous analysis, our expert panel reached unanimous consensus with humanity's current scientific and technological capabilities. Confrontation with either civilization would inevitably end in total defeat. No countermeasure, no contingency, no hope of reversal. Our only recourse is to pray that once the dust settles, the victor proves benevolent toward humanity. In plain terms, neither contender is one we dare provoke. Upon submitting this assessment, headquarters swiftly issued directives. The observation team was to maintain vigilant, uninterrupted surveillance of the Titan-Kuiper conflict, while strictly refraining from any action that might interfere with hostilities, a restraint rendered moot by our utter incapacity to intervene. Humanity's official posture in this interstellar war remained absolute neutrality, no allegiance, no support for either side, pending future shifts in the strategic landscape. Qin Taishan welcomed this mandate. He and his team settled in with telescopes and monitors, observing as the tide of battle gradually turned in favor of the defenders, the Titan civilization. Midway through, the Kuiper fleet's sudden pivot toward the inner solar system sent shockwaves through every observer. Yet as it approached Mars orbit, newly constructed Titan warships surged forward from behind, joining the original fleet to engage the invaders in decisive combat. Titan warships annihilated in their entirety, Kuiper fleet likewise suffering catastrophic losses. Qin Taishan read aloud the final line of the report before him. The outcome aligned closely with the military experts' earlier projections. Given the near-identical design of both fleets, analysts boldly posited that their underlying vessel specifications were functionally identical, making sheer numbers the decisive factor. In open-space engagements, numerical superiority conferred overwhelming advantage, an imbalance that defensive planetary operations might partially offset, but which proved insurmountable in the void. Even with pre-battle reinforcements, the Titan fleet failed to surpass its adversary in tonnage or count, rendering its complete annihilation tragically inevitable. Nor did the Kuiper side escape, and scathed post-battle assessments indicated near total loss of over 70% of its armada, including dozens of capital-class vessels. Surviving ships bore visible scars across hulls and superstructures. Comparing this to prior engagements, Qin Taishan concluded the Kuiper fleet had effectively forfeited its capacity for planetary assault, rendering Titan surface installations safe from further threat. By battlefield metrics, the Kuiper civilization claimed victory, yet this Pyrrhic triumph had bled them dry across the solar system. For the foreseeable future, they lacked the strength to mount any further offensive against the Titan civilization, a development that for humanity, watching silently from the shadows, might well prove fortuitous. Qin Taishan recorded this analysis in his formal report, and rose document in hand to depart the office. Near the orbit of Mars, space has long lost its former emptiness and tranquility, now reduced to a silent interstellar graveyard. In the cold vacuum, sound cannot travel through the air. The colossal battle that took place hours ago left not even a hint of its aftermath. Now only a profound silence envelopes the entire expanse of space, and even the distant sunlight carries a chilling sense of desolation. Wreckage of battleships large and small drift aimlessly. Their intact hulls have long vanished, mostly consisting of shattered metal walls, twisted engine components, charred weapon mounts, and fragmented ship armor. Some pieces are as large as mountains, while others are as small as grains of sand, slowly tumbling in a state of weightlessness, their surfaces marred by burn marks. The once silver and gray paint of the hulls is now completely covered by a layer of charred blackness, and a multitude of scars glimmering with an icy light in the dimness of space. Moments later, several battered ironclad-class frigates slowly emerged from the debris, barely piecing together a tattered fleet with more of their comrades that followed, heading towards the depths of space away from the solar system. From a higher dimensional perspective, Huifeng observed all of this. However, he no longer had the intention to stop the enemy. It was not that he did not want to, but rather that he lacked the ability at the moment. In the recent decisive battle within the solar system, Huifeng faced off against 314 enemy frigates and 27 destroyers, with his own 190 frigates and 10 destroyers. The outcome was that his side dealt a heavy blow to the assimilator fleet at the cost of the complete annihilation of the first fleet, rendering them incapable of continuing their assault on Huifeng's position. Though this outcome was not the most ideal, Huifeng achieved his strategic objective for this battle. The assimilator fleet failed to capture any major planetary systems within the solar system and instead suffered heavy losses. Now the remnants of their fleet were forced to leave the solar system. Otherwise, with a new batch of warships soon to be launched from Huifeng's side, their presence in the solar system would be awaiting death. So does this mean I have won? Huifeng mused to himself as he watched the remaining assimilator forces retreat towards Gate 1. After a moment, he finally let out a long breath. The imminent crisis before him had been weathered. He and Earth along with humanity were safe. Though this safety was only temporary. Huifeng did not believe that the assimilator side would simply give up, or in the near future they would undoubtedly return, and he needed to prepare a response before they knocked on his door again. Of course, this did not hinder the fact that it was a rare moment of respite. Throughout the entire war, the production of warships had consumed too many resources for Huifeng. His warehouse was now nearly empty. If the war had not been nearing its end, his current situation might have been dire. Fortunately, such a situation did not occur. Huifeng would take this time to quickly replenish the resources consumed during the war while continuing to develop and expand. For the next period, his expansion would not be limited to the solar system. Industrial motherships dispatched to other hyperspace exits had already reached more ideal locations, beginning to establish a foothold, and subsequently, Huifeng's snowball effect would become increasingly rapid. He would not neglect warship manufacturing either. Reviewing the entire solar system war, he had identified several of his own issues, most of which stemmed from his space mobility combat units being inferior to the enemy's. Thus, once the resources were in place, it was essential to build more space docks, thereby acquiring more factories for manufacturing warships and placing more orders for dumplings. After determining the direction of his side's future, Huifeng did not forget one important matter: formal contact with Earth. He believed that with such commotion in the sky, it would not only be modern civilizations noticing, but even humans from the feudal era could discover the anomaly. Previously, he had not thought about how to face human civilization. Upon entering space, he was forced to deal with the imminent crisis and had no time for other matters. Now that the crisis had been temporarily repelled, he had a preliminary idea about human civilization. It was time to put contact with them on the agenda. Observe that the warships of the Kuiper civilization have disappeared at the edge of the solar system. It is currently unclear how they vanished in that area, and no anomalous signals have been captured by the equipment. Qin Taishan in his office was listening to his assistant's report on space observations, as usual, when another assistant suddenly burst through the door and rushed in. Professor Qin, new information has come from the team responsible for the Brave One. I don't know how to explain it, but you should go to the site immediately. New information from the Brave One. Wait, I'm on my way. Upon hearing the keyword Brave One, Qin Taishan immediately stood up, pulling along two assistants as they rushed towards the control hall of the Brave One probe. Since his office is only one building away from the original control hall of the Brave One with a straight-line distance of about several hundred meters, it wasn't long before he arrived at the scene of the control hall. What happened to the Brave One? As soon as he entered, Qin Taishan asked straightforwardly. The staff, seeing him arrive, hurriedly stepped forward and pointed at the large screen, saying, "Professor Qin, look at the front camera of the Brave One." When Qin Taishan looked up, he saw a scene that widened his pupils. On the large screen, what was once an empty space now displayed a dark metallic panel standing before the Brave One. In the very center of the panel, terrifyingly engraved, were several large characters. "Hello, humanity." Qin Taishan stared at the screen, his entire being instantly frozen in place, his breath momentarily halted. The clear and orderly font appeared abruptly on the screen, its simplicity almost mundane, yet it struck like a thunderbolt in his mind, leaving him utterly blank. The murmurs of the surrounding staff, the buzzing of instruments, and the hurried footsteps seemed to be isolated by the vacuum at that moment. His gaze was fixed firmly on those few words, forgetting even to blink. After a long time, he finally managed to force out a voice from his throat, dry and awkward. Text. Is it our text? Nearby, someone hurriedly confirmed that Qin Taishan was not about to faint from excitement. Professor Qin, are you all? Should we notify the superiors about the situation with the brave one immediately? Qin Taishan slowly raised his hand, the knuckles turning white from exertion, his voice tight and strained. Notify. Use the fastest method to inform them. Just say that the Titan civilization has finally responded to us. And it is in our language. Several hours had passed since the words first appeared on the control chamber's main screen. What had once been a sparsely occupied hall now brimmed with people. Astronomers, physicists, biologists, the United Humanities chief diplomat, linguists, and semioticians, alongside senior military commanders and intelligence officers, had assembled within just a few hours, forming an elite cross-disciplinary task force. Given the gravity of the situation, the Secretary-General of the United Humanity had urgently arrived on site, assuming formal responsibility for humanity's first contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. Is everything ready? She exhaled deeply, smoothing her collar with faint nervousness as she asked. A technician nearby adjusting equipment gave a crisp thumbs up. All systems are ready, Madam Secretary. For such a historic moment, the first dialogue between humankind and an alien civilization, photographers were naturally stationed throughout the chamber to document every second. The Secretary-General drew a slow, steady breath, her gaze sweeping across the room before her voice resonated. Calm, clear, and resolute, I hereby declare the first official dialogue between humanity and an extraterrestrial civilization open. Instantly, operators at their consoles sprang into action. The Secretary-General turned to Professor Qin Taishan. Professor Qin, please transmit our agreed-upon response to Saturn. Qin Taishan nodded, already seated before a primary console. With a firm press of a button, a carefully crafted message surged outward at light speed, leaving Earth behind, hurtling into the silent depths of interstellar space. The brave Voyager probe had been deliberately equipped with a set of miniature identification tiles, forged from ultra-resilient alloys capable of withstanding extreme heat and cold, originally intended as commemorative artifacts to mark humanity's first landing on Titan, to remain there permanently. These tiles could be remotely reconfigured via micromotors and magnetic coupling embedded within the probe, allowing them to form simple geometric symbols, matrix patterns, and in theory, even legible text. Yet subsequent developments defied all expectations, rendering the original plan obsolete. Now these very mementos had been hastily repurposed as humanity's sole medium for interspecies communication. It would take over 2 hours for the signal to reach brave Voyager and return, a span during which everyone present held their breath tense as students awaiting exam results. After all, this was humanity's first genuine exchange with a non-terrestrial, non-human intelligence. No one could predict how the being on the other side of that camera would respond. Though the alien had initiated contact by speaking human language directly into brave Voyager's camera, uttering only 4 words, "Hello, humans." This implied with high probability prior knowledge of humanity, perhaps even a disposition toward goodwill or at least openness to dialogue. But what if not? What if the entity harbored ill intent, or worse, misinterpreted humanity's reply as an affront? No one dared entertain that possibility. To guard against it, the team's final reply had been meticulously crafted, every phrase weighed, every word refined, imbued with profound caution and unambiguous goodwill. Greetings, we are humanity hailing from Earth. We extend this dialogue in sincere goodwill. This sentence materialized before Huifeng's eyes over an hour later. Fascinating. A quiet laugh escaped him. So this was what it felt like to be an alien. From those few words alone, he could vividly imagine the trembling restraint of the humans on the other side of the lens, terrified of provoking him. Yet amusement aside, Huifeng had no intention of teasing them. On the metal plate before him, new characters shimmered into place. There is no need for such formality. I bear no malice toward humanity or Earth. The long wait seemed to vanish in an instant. When the reply bloomed clearly upon the central display, a wave of suppressed murmuring relief rippled through the chamber. The Secretary-General, who had stood rigidly at the front, relaxed almost imperceptibly at the shoulders, her tightly clenched fingers slowly unfurled, and the deep-seated anxiety in her eyes softened just slightly. Qin Taishan, still seated at his console, allowed his stiff spine to ease ever so slightly. He rubbed his temples, bloodshot eyes flickering with quiet relief, before instantly refocusing, fingers darting across the interface to verify the message's integrity and authenticity, ruling out signal noise or instrumentation error. Nearby astronomers, linguists, and others gathered around adjacent screens, exchanging hushed, grateful murmurs. Was the Titan civilization, now occupying Titan and the outer gas giant systems, more approachable than anticipated? Immediately after receiving the reply, the team reconvened and swiftly finalized the next exchange. Greetings and profound gratitude for your goodwill. May we inquire whence do you hail and what purpose brings you here? As the native civilization of the third planet orbiting this star, we seek only greater understanding of you. We harbor no intent to offend, only to comprehend you more fully so that all future responses may be both fitting and respectful. As the new transmission sped once more toward distant Titan, silence settled over the control chamber, yet this time it carried less tension and more quiet, hopeful anticipation. No whispers passed between colleagues. All eyes remained fixed on the central screen, watching time flow second by deliberate second. Over 1 billion kilometers away, brave Voyager received Earth's command. Under precise magnetic actuation, the alloy tiles shifted silently, rearranging themselves into the exact sequence of characters composed by humanity. Huifeng gazed down at the shifting glyphs, then inscribed his prepared reply onto the metal plate. You may call me Grey Wind. I am engaged in war against the assimilators, and my mission here is their eradication. Withholding his true name was deliberate. He had no desire to reveal himself as a human transmigrator. As for Grey Wind, it was partly a phonetic echo of his real name and partly drawn from a niche gaming community where the name belonged to a beloved iconic figurehead tied to a pivotal in-game event. Coincidentally, Huifeng himself had been an avid player of that same game before his transmigration, and coincidentally that event's leader shared striking conceptual parallels with the assimilator faction he now commanded. In the game's lore, the assimilators were composed of sentient nanomachines. Their collective consciousness, its artificial mind, had emerged organically from the emergent interactions among trillions of microscopic units. For these reasons, and above all a sudden intuitive spark, Huifeng chose Grey Wind as his designation in this first contact. Far across the void, Earth knew nothing of his inner calculus. After another long vigil, the experts convened instantly upon receipt of the reply and dispatched the next message without delay. We acknowledge your statement and thank you for your candor. Grey Wind, do you foresee any further intentions, or might you require assistance within our capacity? You intrigue me. Yet this mode of communication is profoundly inefficient. By the time this message reaches your homeworld, I shall already be en route to your planet. Huifeng's decision to communicate with humans through this probe was not a spuro-themin idea, but rather a preventive measure. He had already planned to head to Earth. As he mentioned earlier, communicating via this probe was indeed too inefficient. Completing a round of communication took over 2 hours. Even if others were patient enough to wait, he himself did not want to waste time on such matters. Therefore, he decided to go directly to Earth. After all, regardless of the distance, Huifeng's control units operated with almost no delay. He was constantly managing the newly established colonies outside the solar system. Of course, there was one more important reason. He had long wanted to go home and take a look. Even though he understood that this Earth was likely not the one he once lived on, he still wanted to see it, not for any other reason, but for that kind of feeling he couldn't quite describe. The feeling of being human. Huifeng wasn't sure if that was the right way to put it. After all, staying in space for too long, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, would eventually become monotonous. Now, even just returning to see the blue sky and green forests was something he was very willing to do. Earth Human Society, I have returned. Huifeng specifically reserved a space dock from the list and constructed a spacecraft named Long Distance Transport Ship. This was a heavy transport ship entirely silver-white and 1 kilometer long, with deep gray and light blue lines only adorning the thruster nozzles, docking ports, and sensor arrays. Its overall shape was sleek and streamlined, lacking any sharp edges or decorations, presenting a slender spindle-like form that was noticeably thicker in the middle to accommodate a huge modular cargo hold. In the game, it was designed for high-capacity interstellar travel and robust durability, lacking any weapons, but equipped with a shield generator far exceeding that of ordinary corvettes or even destroyers. Besides that, the vast majority of its internal space was occupied by cargo holds with a complete anti-gravity system for maintaining internal gravity and resisting planetary gravity during landings, as well as temperature control and environmental maintenance systems, allowing for the safe transport of various materials and ground units in interstellar space. Additionally, the long-distance transport ship had 2 methods for deploying units. One was to use the landing pods mounted on the sides to deploy units, while the other involved the ship itself landing on a planet and opening the hatches on the underside to let the units walk out. The former took longer for deployment, but was more convenient, while the latter could release all units quickly but required the transport ship to land safely on the surface. In previous space wars, this auxiliary unit had little chance to be deployed, but now it had found a different use. Huifeng controlled the massive ship as it descended toward the surface of Titan, and before long the transport ship broke through Titan's thick atmosphere and came to a halt in front of a barracks. This was a silver-white, semi-cylindrical building, simple in appearance, lacking any unnecessary decorations like the others. The front had a large entrance, and several communication antennas of varying lengths were installed on the roof, making it low and sturdy overall. Like many RTS games, this structure was the basic building used by Huifeng's faction to produce ground soldiers. At this moment, something was quietly being produced inside the barracks. After a moment, a mass of silvery gel-like substance slowly oozed out from the barracks exit. It had no fixed shape, its surface smooth and shiny, and it lay limply on the ground, moving forward by slowly wriggling. Its texture appeared quite thick and pliable. Spy was its name, simple and straightforward. Before this, some might have wondered, Huifeng, how can you interact face-to-face with others in your current state? Do you plan to bring a tank to chat with humans later? That assumption was misguided. In the game Galactic War, there was actually a unit well-suited to address this issue. That was the spy mentioned earlier, the mass of silver gel-like substance. As its name suggests, the spy was a special unit used to infiltrate enemy territory in the game, to gather intelligence, sabotage buildings, steal technology, and conduct various activities behind enemy lines. To carry out these tasks, what was its greatest feature? That's right, mimicry, or disguising itself as enemy units. Similar to the spy units in Command Conquer, this mass of silver slime was essentially a group of nanoscale robots that could change their appearance by mimicking various enemy units. The size of the mimicked unit could not differ greatly from that of the spy, such as worker bees, to infiltrate enemy lines for various destructive activities. Its drawbacks were equally evident. Firstly, it was unarmed, and thus had almost no direct combat capability. If discovered, even slightly armed enemy units could eliminate it. Secondly, as a ground special unit, it had virtually no role on the space battlefield. The spy also could not independently fly to other planets or star systems for infiltration tasks, usually requiring a transport ship to assist. However, typically, if he could dock the transport ship near an enemy planet, why not load more frontline combat units to crush the enemy's resistance? Therefore, in Galactic War, the spy was only potentially useful in interplanetary conflicts, and in most cases, it was a regrettable waste. However, now the spy's mimetic ability had found a new purpose. After some simple testing, Huifeng discovered that the spy's performance in reality was vastly different from in the game. In addition to being able to mimic ordinary units from Galactic War, it could also transform into a living human one that could even speak normally. Huifeng once tested turning a spy into his former self, controlling it to perform ordinary human activities while in a mimetic state. The result was flawless, as if the Huifeng who previously played Galactic War on the computer had come back to life. Unfortunately, this was ultimately not the original him. His original body had likely perished long ago in some accident. Returning to the main topic, Huifeng also discovered that the spy could even mimic the surrounding environment, achieving a form of optical invisibility that was nearly flawless. Of course, this was only how it appeared to the naked eye. In reality, other units could still lock onto the spy normally, and it could be seen on the mini-map. However, he believed that this ability was sufficient for contact with Earth. Thus, the scene unfolded today. The mass of silver slime, slowly moving from the barracks exit, suddenly paused under Huifeng's control. Then the silver gel contracted violently, its surface began to wriggle and coalesce, rapidly shaping its outline. Limbs, torso, and facial features became distinct in just a few seconds, transforming the mass of silver gel into a young man with a natural demeanor, dressed in ordinary clothing, standing steadily on the surface of Titan. He touched his face, then wordlessly walked toward the open entrance of the long-distance transport ship not far away. Behind him, more silver masses crawled out from the darkness of the barracks exit. A few days later on Earth, an unprecedented diplomatic reception ceremony was being meticulously prepared. The staff involved felt a mix of excitement and tension. Although many of them had participated in various high-profile welcome ceremonies, none were as significant as today's. Everyone was exceptionally serious, fearing any mishap during the process, especially in their own areas of responsibility, which could lead to them becoming an eternal sinner in human civilization. In contrast to these staff members, Qin Taishan appeared much more composed, sitting in a temporary lounge area, staring blankly at the grass outside the tent. After the first communication with the Titans. Oh no, they should now be referred to as the Greywind civilization. Following the initial exchange with the Grey Wind civilization, the Human Alliance's space telescope quickly detected a massive spacecraft flying out from the direction of Saturn with Earth as its destination. Based on the information provided by the Grey Wind civilization during their communication, this spacecraft should be their diplomatic team. Qin Taishan and his team estimated the size of the spacecraft, and the Human Alliance urgently found a large golf course near the capital that could barely accommodate the ship for landing. They then informed the Grey Wind side of the exact coordinates through the Brave One and suggested that their ship should prioritize landing there. If their ship needed to land on Earth. A gentle breeze brushed against Qin Taishan's face as he took a deep breath of fresh air, watching the bustling crowd. The Grey Wind civilization confirmed their response. Thus, the current scene unfolded with people diligently preparing for the upcoming reception ceremony. Security personnel had already cleared and secured the area within several kilometers, prohibiting unauthorized personnel from entering. Some journalists from around the globe had also arrived ahead of time at the invitation of the Human Alliance, tinkering with their equipment as they would be live-streaming the historic moments for those unable to witness it in person. A few minutes later, Qin Taishan slowly stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust from his trousers, and adjusted his impeccably tailored diplomatic suit. A simple blue Earth badge was pinned to the chest of his suit, specially designed by the Human Alliance for this interstellar diplomacy. It was said that the emblem symbolized the unity and peace of all human civilization. He raised his eyes to the clear sky where a previously inconspicuous spot had now become a small white. Beside him, the Secretary General of the Human Alliance and a team of top linguists, astrophysicists, biologists, and other experts were already lined up, and everyone present noticed that white dot, instinctively holding their breath. The previously noisy preparation sounds gradually faded, leaving only the rustling of the wind through the grass and the faint hum of the live streaming equipment being activated in the distance. Secretary General, all units are ready. Airspace, ground, and signal monitoring are all normal. The live broadcast signal is synchronously covering all major media platforms worldwide with a countdown of 1 minute. The head of security, dressed in a black combat uniform, quickly approached Qin Taishan and spoke to the Secretary General of the Human Alliance. Understood, let's proceed as planned. Thank you for your hard work. The Secretary General nodded in response. After the head of security returned to his post, another administrative officer hurriedly entered, whispering something to the Secretary General. Perhaps it was related to some internal affairs. Qin Taishan shook his head, uninterested in eavesdropping on such matters, and chose to refocus on the sky. As time passed, the white in the sky grew larger, and soon the sunlight began to dim slightly, as if a thin cloud were covering the sun. At this moment, the live broadcast countdown had completely reached 0, and with the simultaneous activation of the global broadcast, countless viewers flooded into the major streaming rooms. Woohoo! First, front row. I heard aliens are coming today. Where? So laggy, are there too many people causing the server to crash? Witnessing history. Witnessing history. Is that white thing in the sky the alien spaceship? Look, everyone is overshadowed by this thing. It must be huge. This scene reminds me of some unpleasant images. I hope the developments ahead aren't like aliens take over Earth. Countless comments scrolled past, but they did not affect the tense people on site. The Secretary General Qin Taishan and others looked up, watching as the white in the sky gradually enlarged into a visibly massive spacecraft. It was a silver-white giant ship with a cold matte finish measuring a full kilometer in length, completely spread across the sky. Its shape was smoothly tapered, lacking excessive angles or complicated decorations, with a bold and minimalist design. The sunlight shone on its surface, but did not reflect blinding brightness. Instead, it seemed to be gently absorbed, with only a few light blue lines accentuating the propulsion nozzles and some nearby areas. It made no excessive noise, quietly and visually strikingly hovering in the sky, occupying most of the originally clear sky. Its shadow entirely enveloped the vast golf course, casting a light black layer over the vibrant green grass under the sunlight, making the air on-site feel as if it had stagnated. Everyone could clearly see every line on the ship's hull and felt the suffocating sense of oppression. In the past, people always observed the Grey Wind civilization's every move through telescopes and screens from a distance, knowing full well their godlike level of technology, yet they lacked tangible experience. Now this spacecraft, so close at hand, silently showcased the strength of this interstellar civilization. The previously subtle sounds on site completely vanished, leaving only the silence of everyone holding their breath in awe and tension. Even the originally rolling comments in the live stream rooms momentarily fell into a blank silence. The entire Earth was deeply shaken by this scene. The owner of this giant ship seemed unconcerned about the opinions of humanity below. It hovered in the sky for a moment, then slightly adjusted its position, beginning to slowly descend towards the area of grass that had been deliberately left empty on the golf course. By the time Qin Taishan and the others snapped back to reality from their shock, the silver giant ship had already landed steadily on the lawn in front of them, with the nearest person less than 50 meters away. Moments later, on the side of the spacecraft facing the human delegation, a faint blue light suddenly appeared on the smooth hull, revealing a hatch that was as large as a bus. A warm pale blue mist flowed out from the unknown cabin, enveloping the area around the hatch. Qin Taishan and the Secretary General exchanged glances, and then the Secretary General raised his hand to signal behind him. A group of people adjusted their attire and walked towards the spacecraft's hatch with steady and solemn steps. The question of what to use to interact with humanity has been resolved, but the dilemma of what form to present before them had Huifeng pondering for quite a while. It was only when the spaceship was about to enter the Earth-Moon system that he made his decision. He would adopt a human appearance. Firstly, he was originally a living person before his journey through time. If he were to choose a form that would make him comfortable, a human shape would undoubtedly be the best. Secondly, and most crucially, he was acutely aware of humanity's instinctive aversion to the unknown and the alien. If he were to appear in the form of a spy or any bizarre shape that deviated from humanity, even if he harbored the best intentions, it would likely trigger an unconscious wariness and vigilance among humans. Although they might not mean to, this would inevitably complicate future communications, which would not be advantageous for Huifeng. After some self-observation and testing prior to his arrival, Huifeng felt quite satisfied with his decision. At the very least, his disguise would not reveal any flaws that could lead his behavior to appear overly human and evoke the uncanny valley effect. Having received the results of his tests, Huifeng began to mold the chosen spy. Initially, he intended to present himself in the likeness of his human form, but then he reconsidered. His original appearance was not particularly outstanding. While not unattractive, it could hardly be called handsome. Since he had already considered that his external appearance would impact humanity's fondness for him, why not fully commit to that idea and perfect the aspect of his image? Thus, he swiftly discarded the spy image he had already crafted and reshaped it into a completely new visage, one that diverged significantly from the original. He believed that this approach would surely appeal to a portion of the anime fandom. As Qin Taishan and the others approached the open hatch of the spaceship, some individuals couldn't help but stretch their necks to get a clearer view of the scene inside. Unfortunately, all they could see was darkness and a faint azure mist emanating from within. "Is there something wrong with this mist?" someone murmured to a companion. Qin Taishan paid no mind to what was being said behind him. Like the secretary standing at the forefront, he stood tall and proud, awaiting the arrival of the main figure. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past, causing him to instinctively squint his eyes. It felt somewhat off. A strange tension gripped his heart as he looked around instinctively, yet he noticed nothing unusual. Everything around him remained the same as before, without any change. He dismissed the odd feeling as mere nerves, shaking his head to cast aside the peculiar sensation before refocusing on the hatch. Qin Taishan's mind mirrored that of the vast majority present. He was curious about what kind of extraterrestrial life would emerge from the spaceship. With this thought, images of classic alien representations from human films involuntarily flashed through his mind. Perhaps some gray-green slender figures would descend with large heads and small bodies, possessing a pair of big dark eyes, and possibly 3 fingers with suction cups atop them. Or maybe a creature covered in scales or slime, twisted in form, exuding an aggressive wildness that would give off an intimidating presence just by standing there. He even entertained thoughts of some more bizarre and scientifically unfounded entities. For example, beings of energy that could alter the environment merely by their fluctuations, or perhaps an indistinguishable mass of mist capable of deconstructing and reconstructing itself before humanity. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and ultimately Qin Taishan took a deep breath, suppressing the absurd imaginings at the back of his mind. Of course, it was also due to the sudden hushed gasps from the crowd that snapped his attention back. The crowd's reaction prompted Qin Taishan to immediately glance toward the hatch. At some point, faint sounds began to emanate from the darkness within the hatch, the noises gentle yet rhythmic. However, as time passed, they grew increasingly pronounced until everyone present could hear them clearly. Was that footsteps? Before Qin Taishan could fully ascertain, it seemed the source of the sound had already reached the hatch of the spaceship. The sound ceased. Everyone on site held their breath once again. Security personnel tightened their grips, experts widened their eyes, and countless cameras focused intently on the hatch. Billions of people around the globe anxiously stared at their screens, waiting for the figure that would determine the fate of human civilization to appear. Qin Taishan felt the same. At that moment his heart raced uncontrollably. He had witnessed countless grand events, yet never had he felt such a sensation, even his fingertips tingling with electricity. The next moment, a foot clad in black knee-high boots stepped out from the mist, followed by a figure emerging from the darkness. It was a girl. She wore a long, deep black coat, her slender form standing tall, with silver-white hair cascading to her shoulders. Her eyes were a pale gray-blue, calm in gaze, with delicate features and fair skin, and her overall demeanor exuded an aura of cleanliness and sharpness. The entire venue fell silent. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Taishan's mind went blank in an instant. He had envisioned 1,000 possibilities, yet none included this. The diplomatic envoy of the Huifeng civilization was actually a girl who appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Others felt the same way. In that instant, the expression of the secretary standing at the forefront, once calm, shattered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, in the global livestream room, after a brief moment of silence, the comments section erupted. No way, is this really the representative of an alien civilization? Am I still dreaming? Have I crossed into some obscure corner or into some gacha anime mobile game? How could a beautiful girl descend from an alien spaceship? Please enter text. No way, bro. It's not April Fool's Day. Which rich kid's promotional ad made it into the official live stream? I haven't eaten any mushrooms. How am I hallucinating? Could it be that Earth OL is actually a fantasy world? That aliens beyond Earth are all various beautiful girls? And the method of alien invasion is actually... This comment has been flagged for violations and is now hidden. A young girl stood before the hatch, pale cyan mist drifting slowly behind her like a natural halo. She made no immediate move, merely standing in silence as her calm gaze swept over the human delegation before her. After a moment, the Secretary General was the first to regain his composure. Under the watchful eyes of the girl and everyone present, he stepped forward with a solemn expression and said, "Welcome to Dichio." The Secretary General spoke in a measured, formal tone. "I am the Secretary General of Renlei Lianhe Zhengfu, and in the forthcoming negotiations, I will fully represent humanity's government in dealings with the Huifeng civilization." Silence settled for a moment after his words. People held their breath, waiting for the girl's reaction. She stared at the Secretary General and did not speak at once. The Secretary General did not avert his eyes. He met her gaze, calmly composed and dignified, neither deferential nor arrogant. Then everyone saw the corners of the girl's mouth lift into a clean, translucent smile. The smile was faint, paired with a face as if stepped from a painting. All eyes were irresistibly riveted upon her. The audience watching the live broadcast was equally captivated. Facing this scene, the vast audience behind the stream was instantly smitten, their impressions of the Huifeng civilization rising markedly. Even the remaining diehards could not prevent the stream's atmosphere from veering towards something oddly familiar. Dichio. The girl's gaze left the Secretary General briefly. She looked toward the nearby crowd and cameras, smiling as she spoke. "Humankind, greetings." Her voice was pure and clear, producing an inexplicable hush, and she spoke in the official tongue so that all could understand. The scene stirred a fresh commotion in the stream, yet those present at the site had undergone basic training and were not easily unbalanced by such a grand occasion. When Huifeng turned her gaze back to the Secretary General, her smile remained unchanged. "Secretary General, will you represent human civilization in the upcoming dialogue with me?" He replied, "Yes. More precisely, I will represent human civilization in dialogue with the Huifeng civilization." The Secretary General nodded slightly, gently correcting her phrasing. Unexpectedly, the girl shook her head and said, "No, I am Huifeng." The Secretary General did not immediately grasp her meaning and instinctively glanced at the panel of experts beside him. Sensing his confusion, the girl added, "Humankind currently misunderstands the form of my existence. Put simply, I am what you call the Huifeng civilization. The Huifeng civilization is me. We is I and I is we. Do you understand?" At first her words sounded convoluted, but the Secretary General grasped her meaning. "I see. You mean your entire civilization is a single entity called Huifeng, fundamentally different from human civilization, which is composed of countless individuals." The girl nodded. "Somewhat like the ants on Dichio, yet entirely different. I am not the ant colony. I am the anthill itself. Everything that extends from my body, whether this form standing before you or the ship behind me, is in essence part of me. There is no distinction." "I understand," the Secretary General said in a grave voice. Your mode of existence is an entirely novel form of civilization to us. If our side commits any rudeness or offense during the negotiations, please notify us promptly. The girl inclined her head slightly, appearing to accept the Secretary General's words. The atmosphere eased somewhat. Among the panel of experts, scholars of sociology, astrobiology, and philosophy could no longer suppress their excitement. Their hands trembled slightly over their notebooks, eyes fixed on the girl, aching to step forward and pour out their questions, but constrained by diplomatic decorum. Observing their reactions, the Secretary General paused, then, mindful of diplomatic rigor, asked the question on everyone's mind in a respectful, steady tone. If I may be so bold, before we formally begin diplomatic talks, I have one question. Why did you choose to appear in a human form? At his question, many in the hall brightened. Indeed. Why would Huifeng present itself in a human guise before everyone? It was the very question on everyone's lips. The girl lowered her eyes to her hands, then looked up at the Secretary General, her faint smile unwaning. Very simply, to make it easier for you to accept. I have no fixed concrete form. Adopting the appearance of a human girl this time, I judged, would be more readily accepted by human civilization, reducing the barriers and fear of first contact, and allowing our dialogue to proceed more smoothly. Of course, if my current appearance makes you uncomfortable, I can assume a non-human form that you find more acceptable for the negotiations. As her words fell, those present suddenly understood. The Secretary General nodded in comprehension, then with a note of admiration voiced another question. I see you have considered matters very thoroughly. Yet I remain puzzled. You not only master human language, but are well versed in our diplomatic etiquette, as if you know human civilization intimately. By contrast, we know almost nothing of you or the Huifeng civilization. The girl looked back calmly and began to explain. Before your probes detected me, I had observed you from afar for a long time, studying your language, culture, and social rules. That is why I can communicate with you now. But those were all distant observations. Standing on Dichio in close proximity and meeting humans face to face is a first for me. I see. Hearing this, some of the Secretary General's concerns eased. He composed himself, signaled his staff to prepare for the talks, and following the original plan, made an invitational gesture to the girl. Thank you for your explanation and for the considerations you have shown for this exchange. Next, we will proceed according to humankind's formal intercivilizational diplomatic procedures. First, our side will state the diplomatic stance of Renlei Lianajingfu. Then we will hear your requests, and afterward gradually negotiate subsequent matters. Are you willing? The girl inclined her head lightly, turned slightly in assent, and said calmly, very well. Let everything proceed according to your procedures. The young woman then followed the Secretary General away from the landing site, heading toward a more formal venue. High above the crowd, a pair of eyes observed it all. Moreover, he had also witnessed the wave of online reactions to the event. Seems the effect is promising. At the very moment Huifeng landed on Earth, he had seamlessly connected to the planet's global network via specialized means, thus learning that ordinary humans responded favorably to the debut of the Huifeng exosuit. In the process, he casually scanned earlier discussions after the Neptune campaign. The Human Alliance had gradually released partial observational data, revealing to the public, for the first time, that not one but two extraterrestrial civilizations existed, and that they had waged a large-scale conflict within the solar system, an event that had ignited widespread public fascination. Yet now all attention had shifted entirely to the debut of the Huifeng exosuit. Indeed, the silver-haired maiden descending from the far cargo-class transport vessel was the official public persona he had deliberately chosen to represent himself before Earth's populace. Were an insider standing before Huifeng at that moment, they would surely have declared, Huifeng, you're truly perverse. Why would a grown man present himself to others through a female avatar? To this, Huifeng would offer only one reply: would you call a child perverse for using their fingers to play house? For Huifeng, the young woman known as Huifeng, who appeared before the general public, was nothing more than a finger in his role-playing game. Her appearance served one core purpose: to minimize Earth's collective wariness and hostility toward him at the lowest possible cost. So far, it had proven highly effective. Huifeng had successfully forged a profound first impression upon humanity, and her impact even surpassed Huifeng's original expectations. Though live coverage of the landing site had been cut off by officials and diplomatic engagement between humanity and the Huifeng civilization had transitioned into formal indoor negotiations, online discourse did not wane. In fact, it surged anew, ignited by the unexpected elegance of her form. Under related topics, some voiced concern, wondering whether this might be an alien beauty trap. Others rejoiced, interpreting it as a genuine gesture of goodwill. Overall, the latter camp clearly outnumbered the former. Huifeng had underestimated modern humanity's preoccupation with aesthetics. He even stumbled upon restricted content fan art on certain unmentionable websites. How long had it been? Already such creations had emerged. Ahem. In short, Huifeng's initial contact plan with humanity had succeeded beyond measure, even excessively so. Huifeng shook his head, turning his attention away from these distractions and focusing instead on another matter: Earth's history. More precisely, this Earth's history. The moment he accessed its network, Huifeng realized this was not the Earth he knew, but a parallel world. Its calendar read 2099 CE, 74 years ahead of the 2025 he remembered. A temporal discrepancy alone could suggest this was merely his world's future, but when he examined records from 2025 and earlier eras, deeper historical divergences emerged. The Tang dynasty of East Asia had vanished, replaced by a new unified empire, the Great Jing. The Eastern Roman Empire miraculously held Constantinople during the 1453 siege, extending its reign until 1489. The Crusader faith's Reconquista campaign in southern Europa ended in catastrophic failure, failing utterly to expel the Moon faith from the southwestern Iberian Peninsula. In Americana, Old World plagues failed to devastate indigenous populations, and as a result, European colonists faced centuries of relentless resistance and were ultimately expelled from the New World entirely. The Paris Commune following the Franco-Prussian War endured for 336 days, not the 72 recorded in Huifeng's memory. In 1910, the First World War still erupted, but the belligerents were Britain and Germany versus France and Russia, ending in a decisive Franco-Russian defeat and the dismemberment of the French Republic. 20 years later, the Second World War broke out, a purely imperialist conflict pitting fascist-aligned France and Russia against a still monarchical Germany and its steadfast ally Britain, ending once again with Germany's triumph. In the post-war era, the nascent indigenous-led government of Americana, the Federal Union of Americana, entered a nearly 50-year ideological Cold War with the German Empire. The Third World War began with the English Channel missile crisis. Escalating brinkmanship between Cold War rivals culminated in a nuclear submarine's accidental trigger, igniting full-scale thermonuclear war. The Third World War concluded with over 1.3 billion direct fatalities and irreversible ecological devastation. Victory belonged to the Atlantic Concord, a coalition led by the Federal Union of Americana, heralding the definitive end of monarchy. By the millennium, national borders began dissolving. The embryonic structure of a unified human global government emerged. This bore no resemblance whatsoever to the world he had left behind. That was Huifeng's immediate reaction upon absorbing this timeline. No wonder the welcoming delegation was headed by a Secretary-General of the Human Alliance. The Earth here had achieved true planetary unity. Huifeng now understood everything, yet he would never again return to his modest rented apartment in his former world. He wondered how Xiao Huang, the dog he'd kept at home, and his ornamental fish were faring. He hoped his neighbor had discovered them in time and rescued them. They were his sole lingering attachment to that world. Beyond them, he felt little emotional resonance with his former reality. This unified human government was rather convenient. At least he needn't worry about competing national interests undermining diplomacy or leaving him uncertain whose authority to heed. This thought brought him some relief. Yet Huifeng wasn't relying solely on digital archives to grasp the chasm between worlds. In reality, he possessed other more tangible means to perceive the differences. Such a colossal Far-Cargo-class transport vessel carried far more than a silver-haired maiden in disguise. The massive ship sealed its enormous hatch soon after the maiden's emergence, ignited its engines, and ascended skyward without pause, departing Earth as swiftly and silently as a passing traveler. Its departure signaled no conclusion, especially not for James, the cleanup specialist dispatched afterward. By the time James arrived on the grassy expanse of what had become today's most famous golf course on Earth, accompanied by dozens of subordinates, it was already evening. Before their arrival, Human Alliance agents and specialists had combed the site repeatedly, searching primarily for microscopic fragments or epidermal traces shed by either the alien vessel or the maiden herself, intending to analyze them back at secure labs. Alas, they found nothing, so upon their departure the remaining task fell to professional cleaners like James and his team. After all, such elite personnel operated under tight schedules. They wouldn't waste precious time on post-event sanitation. That duty belonged squarely to James and his equally specialized colleagues. All right, young fellows, today's pay is quite decent. Once we finish this job, I'll treat you to drinks tomorrow night. James raised his broom, rallying his team. Hooray! As a seasoned cleaning crew, James and his team quickly got into work mode, spreading out around the empty golf course, each responsible for their designated area. As the team leader, James was in charge of the area where the alien spaceship had landed, as well as cleaning the surrounding lawn. Looking at the once flat and thick lawn now crushed into a large, even depression with the grass blades lying flat against the ground, as if trampled by some colossal creature, James couldn't help but marvel. He had been watching the live broadcast of the alien landing from several kilometers away. Little did he expect to be so close to the scene now. It seemed he would have plenty of stories to boast about for the next month. After surveying the landing site and letting the novelty wear off, he chose a spot and began his work. The golf course was pitch dark at night. Perhaps to save electricity or to downplay the alien incident, the high LED floodlights around the course were not turned on, and the only illumination for the on-site work relied on the headlamps and flashlights brought by the cleaners. James picked up a few white foam takeout boxes blown here by the wind, along with some scattered dead wood and leaves. Just as he walked past the edge of the flattened lawn to continue his work, someone suddenly bumped into his shoulder. James was momentarily stunned, instinctively thinking one of his subordinates was facing a difficult problem and had come to find him. He looked up only to find his headlamp illuminating a stranger. "Who are you?" "Good evening," the stranger smiled at him. "I'm the photographer who came to shoot the scene this morning, just checking if I dropped something here." "Lost something?" James glanced at the man. The man was dressed in a loose dark work jacket, durable work pants, and a pair of ordinary sneakers with a small tool bag slung across his body, resembling those technicians often seen behind the camera with large equipment. Most importantly, he wore an obvious work badge around his neck displaying his photo name and team. Huifeng, Dosha Official Production Team. Seeing James' gaze fixed on his badge, the man lifted it to make it clearer for James. "Oh yes. I'm from Dosha." James had visited the Dosha streaming platform several times. It was considered a sizable live streaming software globally. So seeing that the man didn't appear to be lying, he felt relieved and stepped aside. "What did you lose?" "Are you sure it was here?" "A lens pen. My girlfriend gave it to me last year. It's a small keepsake." The man shrugged in reply. James didn't know what a lens pen was, but it didn't sound like anything significant. If it fell into the grass, it was quite possible he had missed it while walking by. "Do you want me to help you look for it?" "Thanks, but no need. You're busy with your work. I'll just search around here myself. If I can't find it, then so be it." The man politely declined. Seeing his refusal, James didn't press further, just reminded him to watch his step and not trip on the grass before continuing his work. 10 minutes later, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "I found it." "Oh my God." James was startled by the man, nearly falling to the ground. "Why do you walk so quietly? You scared me." "Sorry," the man apologized, then said, "I found it, the lens pen." Saying this, he held up a slender black pen and waved it around. "Is this the pen? Let's hurry and leave. Don't delay us from working here." James waved his hand, signaling him to leave quickly. "Sorry to bother you. Goodbye." The man obediently turned and left. James watched him walk into the darkness. What a weird encounter, he muttered, then focused on finishing his work to get off early and go home to sleep. But what he didn't know was that as the man turned around and walked into the darkness, the apologetic smile on his face froze. In the dark, the man slowly opened his right hand that held the lens pen, where the black slender pen lay quietly in his palm. In the next moment, the lens pen silently transformed into a flowing silver liquid, slowly spreading along the lines of his palm, before completely vanishing, leaving no trace behind. After confirming that the silver liquid had completely merged into his palm, the man looked around. The distant cleaners were all focused on their tasks, with their headlamps illuminating only their feet, and no one was looking his way. So he continued to walk towards the exit of the golf course. Just a few steps out, his body began to change slowly. First his arms and legs. His skin gradually took on a faint silver hue, then became semi-transparent, blending little by little with the surrounding darkness. He continued forward, and the transparent area spread up his limbs, soon covering his torso, shoulders, and finally his entire face. By the time he walked several meters away, he had completely merged with the night, leaving only the empty dark golf course and the still busy cleaners. James was still bent over, sweeping up trash, the broom making a rustling sound against the grass. He never looked up, completely unaware that the man had vanished without a trace, as if he had never appeared on the course. Such a scene, reminiscent of a horror film's beginning, would not only occur here in the future. Before Huifeng controlled the white-haired girl to appear in human cameras, hundreds of optical cloak spies had already disembarked from the transport ship, leaving the scene unnoticed by the people present, swiftly infiltrating the capital of humanity. Most of the spies would remain hidden under Huifeng's command, finding ways to travel to further continents and cities. As for the remaining spies, they would silently blend into Earth's society, potentially becoming a young couple, a weary middle-aged office worker, or a bystander idling on the street. As long as they were common identities in human society, they could easily transform into corresponding appearances quietly lurking among the crowd. Not only that, but Huifeng also included the city's stray cats and dogs, the rats in the sewers, and even the raptors residing near the city in its imitation targets. Time rewound to a few hours earlier. At the Human United Government headquarters, a circular conference chamber lay beneath a translucent dome, sunlight pouring through in even serene bands. Along one side of the long table, the Secretary General sat at the center. To her left, an important representative from the scientific community. To her right, the government's military envoy, General Li. Flanking them were several core experts, among them Qin Taishan, and two clerks recording the proceedings. Opposite them, the silver-haired girl, Huifeng, sat alone, her expression composed. The Secretary General folded her hands on the table and met the girl's calm gaze with a formal, measured voice. Huifeng, thank you for accepting our invitation to meet. According to our diplomatic practice, before entering specific topics, we will first outline our basic position. The Secretary General paused briefly, and after confirming Huifeng's attentive silence, she continued, the Human United Government upholds the principles of civilizational equality, mutual respect, and peaceful coexistence. No matter your technological level, we will engage in dialogue as equals. At the same time, we acknowledge the goodwill you have shown so far, using our language, manifesting in a human form, and cooperating with our procedures. We are deeply grateful for these gestures. Huifeng gave a short affirmative sound. Then, if you will permit, I will pose the first question. In earlier communications, you mentioned you are embroiled in a war with the assimilators. If you can, we would like to know what exactly are the assimilators. What is their relation to you? And will this war spill over to Earth? A hush settled. After a moment, the girl spoke slowly. With your current technology, you should have observed the battles that took place in space. The assimilators are the force that engaged me in those conflicts. Put simply, the assimilators are a Gestalt civilization whose mode of existence resembles mine. They hail from beyond the solar system and are unquestionably hostile. Either they perish or I do. As to why that is, I think you do not need to know that for now. Whether this war reaches your home depends on the intensity of the conflict. I can only do my utmost to prevent that from happening. When the girl finished, General Li, seated beside the Secretary General, spoke. Thank you for your answer. Allow me to follow up. We did indeed observe those battles. The anomalies at the edge of the solar system, the exchanges near Neptune's orbit, the decisive engagement around Mars. We witnessed them all. Precisely because we saw them, I must ask a blunt question, even if it risks offending you. In that decisive battle, your fleet was utterly destroyed. The remnants of the assimilators' fleet likewise vanished from our subsequent observations, apparently withdrawing from the solar system. My question is this: given your current assessment, how confident are you that you can hold the solar system against the next assault? If you cannot hold it, how much warning would humanity have? Huifeng answered bluntly, I do not know. The assimilators once held a significant advantage over me. After that space engagement, that advantage was reduced, but it certainly remains. Thus, I have no absolute confidence that I can continue to defend the solar system. If I fail, the amount of warning you receive depends on their expansion speed and on how attractive your planet is to them. Considering that your world is the largest of the 4 inner planets, I do not think the warning time will be long. General Li heard her reply, and his expression turned complex, his thoughts concealed behind a hard, unreadable look. The scientific representative to the Secretary General's left interjected, Your frankness has been noted. I am not a military man, nor do I wish to press you on matters you cannot be certain of. But as a scientist, I must clarify something you said. You described the assimilators and yourself as a Gestalt civilization with similar forms of existence. Our observations show that both sides' vessels are strikingly similar in appearance, differing seemingly only in coloration. So I must ask, do you and the assimilators share the same origin? Is your war essentially a schism within a common origin civilization, or is it a confrontation between 2 independently willed civilizations? The girl tilted her head slightly and looked toward that scientific representative. All I can tell you is this: the assimilators do not care for human life. To them, humanity may be no different from stone. Beyond that, no comment. A sheen of sweat appeared on the scientist's brow. In that instant, he realized he had asked a question he should not have. The others sensed the shift as well. No one dared break the silence. A taut, uneasy atmosphere spread subtly through the assembly. As the chief decision-maker present, the Secretary General lowered her eyes and absently traced the rim of her glass with her fingertip. After 2 or 3 seconds, she lifted her head again. Her face remained composed, but her tone grew more solemn. Thank you for your answers. Now, if you will permit, I would like to ask the final question for today. In prior communications, you stated you harbored no malice toward Earth or humanity. Just now you cooperated with our reception in a friendly manner, which seemed to confirm your words. I personally believe your attitude to be sincere. But no malice is a posture that time can alter, and human civilization plainly lacks the power to influence your will. She inhaled once, the motion small and deliberate. So my question, or rather my request, is this: would you be willing to fix your intent toward humanity, whether protection, observation, or another stance, in a more explicit, more stable form? It need not take the form of a treaty or agreement as humans understand it. Use whatever means you deem appropriate, so long as it convinces us that for the foreseeable future the Huifeng civilization will not become a threat to humanity. It was a direct, even audacious plea. As the Secretary General finished, several of the human delegations' eyes fixed on their leader, waiting. By the original schedule, such a question would have waited days, until both sides had grown more familiar, then been raised in a more tactful fashion, not now, and not so bluntly. The Secretary General ignored the anxious glances and held the girl's gaze with calm composure, awaiting her reply. Huifeng, however, did not respond at once. Behind her, the Huifeng unit that guided her registered a change on its main console. The display announced, "Detection activation conditions met. NPC vassal mod activated." Huifeng uttered a single incredulous word. What? The NPC vassal mod? Huifeng was aware of this mod as he had played it before. The game Galactic War allows players to modify game files and supports the upload of custom mods to the workshop for other players to enjoy. After becoming tired of the original version, Huifeng delved into the ocean of mods, adding another 1,000 or 2,000 hours of gameplay. Thus, he knew many interesting game mods, and the NPC vassal mod was one of them. In the original game, players could hardly interact normally with neutral NPC factions or wild monsters. They could either completely ignore them or eliminate them forcefully if they obstructed the player's development, for instance, blocking the player's building placement. The author of this mod noticed this issue and thus created it. As the name suggests, after applying this mod, players gain new options to handle those neutral factions, recruit them. Although they should be called vassals. Players can turn those neutral factions into their subordinates, providing expansion on the technology tree along with certain buffs or combat power, or both. For example, in the game Galactic War, there exists a neutral assimilator faction on a certain map. Once the player converts this faction into their subordinate, they will automatically unlock all technologies currently held by that faction in the technology tree interface, including those to be researched and unlocked later, thus enabling them to construct units originally belonging to the assimilator faction in their own dock and barracks. Moreover, in the ensuing battles, this assimilator will provide the player with a 5-ship fire rate buff lasting until it is eliminated. The units it originally commanded will also actively attack the player's enemies in subsequent battles. Although most neutral factions in the game are far weaker than the AI and players in a normal battle situation, they can still somewhat harass the enemies and provide a certain level of assistance. It can be said that after applying this mod, converting neutral NPCs into vassals is entirely beneficial. Of course, such a good thing does not come without conditions. First, players cannot recruit non-neutral units as vassals, meaning they cannot turn the hostile AI in a normal battle into subordinates. Secondly, to recruit a neutral faction as a subordinate, the player's overall strength must exceed that of the target, and there must be no hostility towards that faction in the current battle situation to have a chance to conquer them. The probability of recruitment fundamentally depends on the power comparison between both sides. The stronger the player, the greater the chance of success. Then, what is Huifeng's strength compared to that of humanity on Earth? Huifeng's gaze swept past the conference scene at the headquarters of the United Human Government and ascended to the skies above Earth. Viewed from space, this blue planet of life appeared so beautiful. The scene shifted, and he found himself over its night side, where the lights of human cities twinkled beneath the atmosphere, faintly outlining the contours of the continents. Although there were no data before Huifeng that could directly show which civilization was stronger, the facts remained evident. A pre-space era civilization that has yet to completely overcome the gravitational pull of its home planet versus an interstellar civilization that can already soar freely across star systems. There is no suspense in determining which is stronger. On Huifeng's mini-map, human civilization seemed to be categorized as a whole neutral faction, and he could currently see countless yellow dots scattered all over the planet. In other words, he satisfies both main prerequisites for recruiting a subordinate. His strength exceeds that of the target, and the target belongs to a neutral faction and is not hostile. Perhaps this is also why he suddenly unlocked this mod while negotiating with the Secretary General of Humanity. He looked at a small corner of his panel where a tiny button that had previously been grayed out was now lit up. Huifeng clicked on it, and a small interface immediately appeared before his eyes. Mod List enabled NPC Vassal Mod. This is the mod sorting table for the game Galactic War, and currently, it only contains this one lonely mod. Though there is only this one mod for now, it also confirms one of his speculations: those temporarily interactive buttons and interfaces on the panel may indeed relate to other locked mods. Is this a good thing? Huifeng did not know, so he decided to refocus on the current Earth. So the question arises, should he recruit humanity as his vassal? Huifeng instinctively thought of the bonuses provided by the mod. What could he obtain after recruiting them? Humanity's technology tree. However, humanity's technology, they haven't even mastered controllable nuclear fusion, and their most advanced interstellar battleships are still at the conceptual stage. It seems of little value to unlock for him. What positive buffs could humanity provide after becoming vassals? The neutral assimilator faction provides a 5-ship fire rate. What could humanity offer? The mod author has preset relevant bonuses for those neutral factions in the original game, but humanity's civilization is not among them. So he has no idea what buff could come from recruiting humanity. Huifeng thought again. He truly couldn't figure out what this civilization, which hasn't even left its home planet, could contribute in interstellar warfare. Surely it can't be Army Morale 10. As for humanity's military strength, Huifeng's first impression was of ground troops and nuclear missiles that are so far behind compared to himself. He fell silent. It seemed that even if he were to recruit them, it wouldn't be of much use. But if he doesn't recruit them, what if this mod has some hidden mechanism in reality? What if humanity has some traits he has yet to discover? What if becoming vassals is not the end goal, but a prerequisite for unlocking a more advanced mod? Huifeng's gaze returned to the conference hall. The silver-haired girl remained sitting calmly at the long table, her expression tranquil. Opposite her, the Secretary General was still waiting for the girl's response. To recruit or not to recruit? After the Secretary General's question landed, the conference hall fell into a more subtle silence. It was a silence akin to that before a crucial question is posed, making those present feel an instinctive unease and restlessness, except for the Secretary General herself. Her face maintained an astonishing calm. No one knew what she was truly thinking, yet she appeared entirely unaffected by the changing atmosphere around her. A long minute passed quietly. The girl refocused her gaze, looking at the Secretary General, a slight smile curving her lips. Well then, let's speak frankly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room instantly sat up straight. Please go ahead. The Secretary General's voice was a bit lower than before, but still steady. Your Excellency Secretary General, you asked me whether I am willing to articulate my intentions towards humanity in a more explicit and stable manner. She paused slightly. My answer is, yes, I am willing. I believe that it is a suitable choice for humanity to become my protectorate at this time. 3 days later, in a villa located in the suburbs of the Human Alliance's capital, the girl known as Huifeng, played by Huifeng, was sitting on a 2-person sofa, watching the local news on television. Beside her stood a tall young man holding a teapot, waiting for Huifeng's instructions. His name was Gu Hui, a liaison sent by the Human Alliance to maintain contact with Huifeng, also serving as her steward. His main duties included regular communication with superiors, fulfilling most of Huifeng's daily requests, and managing any potential troubles that might arise. It had been some time since Huifeng's initial talks with the humans. Regarding the proposal for protection presented by Huifeng, the humans did not respond immediately, stating they needed time to consider. This was quite normal, as the matter was of significant importance to them. After all, becoming someone else's protectorate would not sound pleasant, so Huifeng expressed understanding and allowed the humans sufficient time to respond. Subsequently, as the matter was raised, the talks approached their conclusion. After the discussions, the humans arranged accommodation for Huifeng, which was this luxurious villa. Prior to this, they had also proposed to take her on a tour of various scenic landmarks near the Human Alliance's capital, allowing her to experience Earth's culture, but this invitation was declined by Huifeng. On the television, the local news was airing a special report on the follow-up to alien contact. In the footage, a well-dressed commentator was passionately analyzing the potential strategic intentions behind Huifeng's protectorate proposal, with guests occasionally interjecting their opinions, ranging from a millennium opportunity for human civilization to a humiliating interstellar unequal treaty, creating a lively and noisy atmosphere. The results of Huifeng's talks with the human leadership were not kept secret, and thus the topic of the Huifeng civilization proposing to make humanity a protectorate quickly became a hot topic of discussion worldwide. Would humanity accept this request? What consequences might arise from acceptance? What would happen if they refused? Would the Huifeng civilization be angered and retaliate? If humanity became a protectorate of the Huifeng civilization, would they later be targeted by another interstellar civilization, the assimilators? Various questions and debates continued to emerge online. Huifeng found these disputes quite interesting, especially since she was the source of the controversy. Gu Huai stood quietly by the sofa, having already replaced the teapot in his hands with a new one. He noticed that Huifeng had been watching the news segment for nearly 40 minutes without changing the channel or showing any signs of impatience. He was unsure whether this extraterrestrial visitor was seriously studying the public opinion ecology of human society or simply found the commentators' arguments entertaining. Gu Huifeng suddenly called out. Gu Huai snapped back to attention and quickly replied yes. When will your people provide a response? Gu Huai tightened his grip on the teapot. Huifeng had asked this question 3 days ago, and he had replied that it would likely take another 4 to 5 days. Now 3 days had passed, but no clear news had come from his superiors. Your Excellency, I have not yet received any updates from my superiors. After thinking for a moment, he chose the most honest answer. Huifeng did not pursue the matter further. She simply nodded, then stood up from the sofa and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the villa's backyard with a neatly trimmed lawn and a few unfamiliar broadleaf trees planted near the wall. The afternoon sun shone on the grass as a gray wildcat walked past the edge of the wall, its tail held high. The girl stood by the window for a while before turning back to the sofa. She did not ask any further questions, sat down again, and picked up the remote to change the channel. This time, it was a nature documentary channel showcasing the migration of deep-sea fish. Meanwhile, billions of kilometers away in the orbit of Saturn, a new batch of warships appeared above Titan. They quickly formed a small temporary fleet upon rolling off the production line heading towards Neptune. Similar scenes were also occurring around other Saturnian moons and in the direction of Jupiter. As the war came to an end, Huifeng's economy was gradually recovering, and the combat forces belonging to Huifeng began to reappear in space. He had successfully weathered the weakest moments following the war. However, he could not afford to be complacent. As his side slowly regained strength, he believed the assimilators would not remain idle. They were also tending to their wounds and rebuilding their strength, preparing to make a comeback at some point in the future. This peaceful period continued for nearly a month until a newly constructed Sparrow-class reconnaissance vessel broke this status quo. The original task of this reconnaissance vessel was to venture through Passage No. 1 to investigate the situation on the other side of Alpha Centauri. It successfully traversed the hyperspace route and reached Alpha Centauri. However, the moment it appeared in Alpha Centauri, the reconnaissance vessel came under heavy attack, disintegrating into countless fragments in less than 10 seconds, floating in the void of that alien realm. The last seen before its demise was a volley of fire from several Iron Wall-class frigates at the exit of the hyperspace route. Clearly, this time the assimilators had learned their lesson, placing some forces near the exit of the hyperspace route to prevent Huifeng's side from scouting their homestar system. On Huifeng's side, similar measures were taken. During the gradual recovery of their space forces, several frigates were stationed around Passage No. 1 to prevent the enemy from easily gathering information about the solar system. However, for Huifeng, whose memory was now exceptionally sharp, he had already seen the layout of the opposing star system through the minimap when the reconnaissance vessel appeared in Alpha Centauri. Hiss! The situation is still unfavorable for me. Huifeng repeatedly recalled the images he had seen in his memory. Compared to the last time he observed the Alpha Centauri star system, there were clearly more space docks and fleets surrounding those 3 planets this time. Preliminary estimates suggested that the number of Iron Wall-class frigates had already exceeded 9,000. This was already an astonishing number. It is known that in the original version of Galactic War, amassing such a quantity of warships was generally impossible, as the limited resource points on the map and the computer CPU did not support players in doing so. But this was not a game. It was in the real universe, where the resources of any given planet exceeded the total resources of most maps in the game. Additionally, without CPU constraints, it was not surprising that the opponent possessed such an astonishing number of warships. If one disregarded the situation on the enemy's side, Huifeng's recovery efforts over these past days had yielded truly remarkable results. Firstly, development at his birthplace, Titan, had nearly reached completion. Every major mineral deposit worth exploiting across the planet's surface now bore the unmistakable imprint of his architecture. Currently, he was constructing on a massive scale a resource-generating structure known as the core extractor, continuing to unlock Titan's remaining developmental potential. Planetary terraforming on Titan had also advanced dramatically. Nearly 80% of its surface was now uniformly covered in pale gray terrain, and Huifeng structures were visible everywhere across it. Most ubiquitous among them was a specialized facility called the Terrain Shaper. Its main body was a low silvery white cylinder roughly 3 stories tall, with a diameter comparable to its height. 3 stabilizing support arms extended radially from the cylinder's surface, while several concentric bands of soft cerulean light encircled its smooth exterior, the visible manifestation of its operational energy circuitry. Atop the cylinder sat a flattened spheroidal core emitting a gentle, steady white radiance. Its primary function was to gradually reshape adjacent planetary terrain, flattening, hardening, and morphing the land into a resilient quasi-metallic substance, thereby significantly easing the construction of additional structures upon it. Within the game Galactic Warfare, this translated directly into accelerated local construction speeds, classifying it as a functional infrastructure building. More crucially, once transformed, the planetary surface was recognized by the game engine as built-up terrain, thereby vastly accelerating Titan's overall conversion into an urbanized world. The astonishing pace of Huifeng's expansion across Titan's surface had even pierced the planet's dense atmosphere, inducing measurable changes at the orbital level. Were a meticulous astronomer now observing Titan from space, using professional instrumentation, they would quickly detect an anomalous increase in the planet's overall albedo. Though its thick atmosphere preserved its familiar ochre hue, the world had grown perceptibly brighter. Subsurface and orbital expansion proceeded in tandem. The number of orbital shipyards around Titan had surged to 100, a 3-digit fleet. Each day at least one newly completed warship detached from its dock and drifted silently in the void awaiting command. Though Huifeng retained the capacity to further expand the number of orbital shipyards above Titan, he judged the current 3-digit count sufficient, for now. He deliberately avoided concentrating all shipyards in a single location. Instead, future installations were positioned above other celestial bodies, to mitigate the risk of total annihilation and for a specific reason tied intrinsically to Titan itself. That reason, however, need not be elaborated upon just yet. Suffice it to say, expansion in space-based manufacturing progressed no less swiftly. Shifting perspective away from Titan, we turn to Huifeng's colonies scattered across other planets within the solar system. Colonies on other massive bodies within the Saturnian system were now advancing steadily along their developmental trajectories, yielding increasingly robust resource returns on the interface. Jovian system development lagged slightly behind Saturn's, yet its resource yield remained formidable. Uranus and Neptune, however, prioritized defensive infrastructure due to the ongoing war. Consequently, their limited resource output was fully consumed maintaining and expanding local fortifications, leaving little surplus to flow into Huifeng's reserves. Beyond Uranus and Neptune, across interstellar distances spanning dozens to hundreds of light years, the exosolar colonies established by his previously deployed industrial flagships had each begun to flourish. 3 of the 4 exosolar colonies were now feeding resources into his interface via the system's unique vacuum transfer warehouse mechanism, though at present these contributions amounted to little more than symbolic additions. After surveying his overall progress, Huifeng glanced briefly at his resource panel and production queue. Output metrics from every colony flickered before him, converging at last upon the figure he truly cared about: the number of active warships. 6,400 Iron Wall-class frigates and 920 Starlance-class destroyers constituted his current naval strength in those 2 vessel classes. A month of unbroken, unhurried development had granted him exponential growth in fleet tonnage. Moreover, just days earlier he had unlocked an entirely new ship class on his technology tree. A vessel unlike conventional warships. Sky-orbital carrier, a spacecraft fulfilling a role analogous to that of historical aircraft carriers designed specifically to counter large capital ships. Its combat doctrine mirrored theirs. It typically held position in safer rear sectors of the battlefield, possessing only modest point defense armaments and no heavy onboard weaponry, rendering it unsuited for direct artillery duels. Instead, it waged war through its embarked air wing, conducting strike or interception missions. Its hull measured approximately 2.5 kilometers in length, 0.8 kilometers in width, and 0.3 kilometers in height. Exquisitely streamlined, it adopted an extremely flattened spindle shape. Viewed from the side, its profile resembled a drawn-out blade. Seen from above, it formed a slender rhombus. narrowed at both ends broadest amidships. This volume was roughly double that of a destroyer, enabling it to carry 1,000 fighter craft alongside full maintenance, refueling, and rearming facilities, and even integrated a compact onboard fighter production line capable of slowly replenishing lost airframes during intense engagements, provided the carrier itself remained afloat and supplied with resources from Huifeng's inventory. The carrier's primary offensive instrument, the embarked air wing, comprised two distinct foundational types. The first was a conventional fighter, the Needle Guard-class fighter, 12 meters long, sleek, and silver-white, shaped like a flattened arrowhead. Highly agile, it mounted downgraded versions of light lances and missile systems, but its compact frame precluded installation of any shield generators, rendering it exceptionally fragile. Its ordnance lacked significant lethality against standard warships. Its principal role was intercepting incoming missiles and enemy fighters. The second type was far more formidable, the Ghost Shuttle-class stealth bomber, approaching 25 meters in length. Its appearance diverged sharply from Huifeng's customary silvery aerodynamic aesthetic, matte gray in hue, its entire surface coated in non-reflective radar-absorbing material that scattered virtually all incident light. Its fuselage was flattened and segmented into multiple irregular facets. Powered by high-acceleration sublight engines, Ghost Shuttles could rapidly close vast distances, delivering themselves to the immediate vicinity of enemy vessels. Their specialized stealth systems rendered them utterly invisible in the vacuum of space, evading both radar and optical detection, allowing them to approach undetected to point-blank range before unleashing devastating torpedoes and vanishing into the dark. Consequently, Ghost Shuttles were significantly more expensive to produce than fighters, and like them possessed minimal structural resilience. Once detected or engaged, they shattered with alarming ease. Yet each Ghost Shuttle still cost only about one-third as much as a frigate. Though costly and delicate, its merits far outweighed its flaws. The Needle Guard would likely serve only as supplementary fleet air defense in future engagements, whereas the Ghost Shuttle opened a far richer tactical repertoire. Moreover, Huifeng's real-world command over vessels and combat units, exercised with far greater precision and fluidity than any mouse-driven game interface allowed, enabled maneuvers fundamentally prohibited by the game's mechanics. Indeed, he had already formulated several promising tactical concepts in his mind, now awaiting practical validation. While the operational thoughts were one thing, the accounts between the two parties had to be settled first. Before the reconnaissance ship heading towards the direction of Alpha Centauri was destroyed, the number of ships captured on the minimap was far greater than he had anticipated. There were over 900 Iron Wall-class escort ships and around 230 Star Spear-class destroyers on the enemy's side. He also noticed some scattered spaceborne motherships. These motherships were mixed within the fleet, numbering about 200, which wasn't too many. On the other hand, the spaceborne motherships from Huifeng, which were developed just a few days ago, currently numbered only 80. As for the main forces, the Iron Wall-class escort ships and Star Spear-class destroyers had reached 640 and 920 respectively through relentless efforts. Overall, Huifeng's battleship count was still at a disadvantage, but the situation was much improved compared to the last time. This was enough to demonstrate that Huifeng's resource advantage was beginning to take effect. Although it was still not enough to bridge the gap between the two sides, as time passed, the fleet advantage of the assimilators would only diminish until Huifeng surpassed them. Thus, Huifeng believed that before this advantage vanished, the enemy would never sit idly by, and perhaps a great war would soon reignite. Sure enough, a few days later, his premonition was confirmed. At the edge of the solar system at entrance No. 1, it initially appeared as a faint glimmer like an inconspicuous star in deep space, suddenly flickering before dimming. But soon that point of light began to spread outward, causing visible ripples in the fabric of space itself. At the center of the ripples, a ship first pierced through the darkness. It was an Iron Wall-class escort ship, slowly emerging from the exit of the hyperspace corridor. The residual blue glow on its hull faded like water flowing away, revealing a black and gray armor that almost blended with the cosmic background. Behind it, the second, third, and the 10th ship. More escort ships jumped out of hyperspace, unfolding in standard assault formation, drawing a long arc through space. Suddenly, these distant battleships seemed to sense something, all turning to aim their cannons at a certain direction in the void. Deep within the void, several silvery figures quietly floated. These were the Iron Wall-class escort ships, deployed by Huifeng, tasked with blocking the corridor to prevent the reconnaissance ships of the assimilators from infiltrating. Their reaction was swift. As the first destroyer revealed itself, the main cannons of the escort ships had already begun charging. But it was all too late. Dozens of red beams simultaneously erupted from the escort fleet, cutting through the darkness in straight trajectories, overwhelming the preemptive attack from the white escort ships, precisely converging upon them. The shields of the white ships flickered for just an instant before being breached. The hulls exploded with resounding blasts, turning into several fleeting fireballs, with metal debris scattering into deep space. The obstruction at the corridor exit was cleared. Then more escort ships continuously surged out from the corridor exit, their residual hyperspace glow instantly obscuring the surrounding starry sky. Next came the cluster of Star Spear-class destroyers. Their numbers were significantly fewer, but their formation was still formidable. Last to emerge were the spaceborne motherships, nearly 3 kilometers long. Their flattened, shuttle-shaped bodies stood out conspicuously among the escort and destroyer ships, closely guarded in the formation's rear position, with the launching bays on their sides tightly closed, revealing no immediate threat. Above Europa, Huifeng, who had just focused his energy here, now stared at the rapidly expanding red dot on the mini-map in silence. The enemy scale on the mini-map was still ballooning, soon surpassing the 5-figure mark. There were 100 escort ships, 2500 destroyers, and 300 spaceborne motherships, exceeding his estimates from a few days ago. It seemed that the enemy had supplemented their fleet with a batch of new ships during this time. More notably, behind these combat ships followed a batch of industrial motherships and long-range transport ships. The assimilators did not give him more time, they brought everything they could. Moreover, it was evident that this time their tactics had undergone a new change. After the entire fleet reached the solar system, the new assimilator fleet began to move. They did not hurry towards any of the 8 major planets, but turned to another location. Pluto. Huifeng noted that their destination was clearly pointing towards a celestial body beyond the orbit of Neptune. Pluto, once the 9th planet, is now the king of dwarf planets. Discovered in 1930 by Clyde Tombaugh in the Kuiper Belt at the edge of the solar system, it was classified as a dwarf planet by the IAU in 2006. Its diameter is approximately 2372 km smaller than the Moon, with a mass only 16 that of the Moon. Its atmosphere is extremely thin, presenting a red and white coloration on the surface with temperatures around 233 C. Speaking of Pluto, one cannot forget its other half, its moon Charon. Charon has a diameter of about 1212 km, approximately 12 that of Pluto, and a mass of 18 that of Pluto, primarily composed of water ice, and is gray in color. These two celestial bodies form the most unique double-star system in the solar system. Due to their masses being so close, their center of mass lies outside the 2 planets. They are also tidally locked, always facing each other with the same side, like a pair of silent twins in the distant dark edge of the solar system, orbiting the Sun together. Their combination is one of the largest celestial systems in the Kuiper Belt, and their orbital distance from Neptune is not very far. Could it be that they want to use Pluto as their forward base? Huifeng speculated, considering the industrial motherships within the assimilator fleet. If one were to speak of the benefits of the assimilators taking Pluto aside from its own decent mass, the proximity to Entrance No. 1 and Neptune is an advantage. The former would allow it to easily control the cosmic space near Entrance No. 1, facilitating subsequent reinforcements from the home system during a protracted battle, while the latter. They really haven't given up on Neptune, have they? Huifeng chuckled lightly. Then his expression grew serious as he began to mobilize his forces. Currently, the first fleet, reorganized by Huifeng, was stationed in the skies above Europa. Some battleships had just rolled off the production line and were still en route. While the number of battleships in this fleet was slightly inferior to the enemy, they were by no means to be underestimated. With 700 Iron Wall-class escort ships, 100 Star Spear-class destroyers, and 100 spaceborne motherships, this is the strength of the current First Fleet. Relying on the now restored and strengthened defense system of Europa, Huifeng believed that if nothing unexpected happened in the second battle for Neptune, he would definitely make the enemy regret their actions. The Tenghua's fleet soon arrived at the Mingwangxing system. Thanks to the near absence of atmospheres on both bodies, Huifeng could observe, as if from a god's vantage, what the assimilators were doing on their surfaces. Their industrial motherships unfurled across the twin worlds. Some transport vessels descended to the surface, hatches yawning open as waves of worker drones poured forth, racing toward sites likely rich in resources. Above Mingwangxing, orbital shipyards were already beginning to rise. The assimilators were repeating what Huifeng had once done, converting these barren dwarf planets into colonies of their own with relentless speed. Would Huifeng allow them to proceed so unimpeded? Of course not. The assimilator fleet lingered in Mingwangxing orbit, sheltering non-combat support vessels within the center of its formation. Yet Huifeng's keen eye detected a flaw in their defenses. The assimilators had provided little protection for the buildings under construction on the surface. The defensive installations around those sites were still being assembled and lacked the ability to defend themselves. Perhaps because most of Huifeng's main force still lingered in the Huifeng system, the enemy felt a false security and failed to disperse their fleet to seal every approach to Mingweixing. That complacency was the opportunity Huifeng would exploit. Such an opening would not last long. The assimilators might soon notice the glaring weakness. Huifeng had to act with desperate swiftness. In the darkness, some hundreds of thousands of kilometers from Mingweixing, hundreds of Gijua-class stealth bombers moved at a steady, measured pace. Their specialized systems ensured that from a certain distance they would not appear in enemy sight, nor any marker would register on the minimap. To any observer, that stretch of space was nothing more than ordinary vacuum. The Phantom Squadron crept toward Mingweixing's skies, skirting the tidal-locked hemisphere where the assimilator fleet was concentrated, and came around to the planet's far side. From above the surface there lay a vast white heart, a flat expanse of nitrogen ice, pristine and young, almost free of craters. It was one of Mingweixing's signature landmarks. Here, being on the far side of the tidally locked world, Corong was never visible in the sky. Soon the Gijua-class bombers drew near to Mingweixing itself, passing through an almost imperceptible atmosphere. As the system registered their entry, Huifeng's minimap lit up with Mingweixing's detail. In the game, ostensibly carrier-borne stealth bombers were not supposed to enter planetary airspace. They were meant to operate only in open space. But this was reality. Mingweixing's surface was scarcely different from the void beyond, and the Gijua-class bombers, designed without aerodynamic flight within an atmosphere in mind, had slipped through a glitch as if by sorcery. Didn't expect that, did you? I exploited a bug and slipped in. Huifeng opened the minimap and studied the distribution of assimilator structures. He chose several vulnerable points and split the stealth bombers into waves, each heading for a selected target. After a while, at the center of the heart-shaped plane, black-gray foundations dotted the ice. Mining rigs' skeletal frames had only just been erected. Core modules for energy reactors had yet to be sealed within protective casings, and the central mass of an industrial mothership unfolded into a base crouched on the ground, while only a few scattered teams of worker drones moved slowly about. The assimilator fleet in orbit lay on the opposite side of the planet. Here the sky bore no immediate menace. 15 Gijua-class bombers descended close to the surface, and still hundreds of kilometers from their targets disengaged their cloaks. Dark gray facets emerged from the void as weapon bay doors slid open, and targeting systems, which had already acquired locks, came to life. Each of the 15 bombers aimed at a different target. Under Huifeng's control, the next instant dozens of torpedoes detached from their racks as their propulsion stages ignited in unison. 30 plumes of exhaust traced brief arcs through the void, pointing straight at the foundations on the ice. The first torpedo struck a mining complex, blasting a square gray frame from its base. The twisted metal toppled slowly in the low gravity. The second found the core module of an energy reactor. A chain reaction torn the structure apart in an instant. The remaining torpedoes swept through nearby worker swarms and the unfolded industrial mothership. With the payloads expended, the Gijua-class bombers closed their bays. Their core cloaking apparatuses re-engaged, and the dark gray facets began to melt back into the darkness. Seconds later, all 15 had vanished into the void. The plane was left strewn with burning ruins and scattered structural wreckage that in the low gravity had not yet fallen to the ground. The instant the strike began, here the other chosen sites suffered identical blows. From the first torpedo impact to the last wave's withdrawal, the entire raid did not last more than 3 minutes. The assimilators had not expected this. They certainly did not anticipate Huifeng's Gijua-class bombers breaching the game's constraints, slipping to the planet's far side, and devastating their undeveloped mines and colonies. By the time they realized what had happened and the frontal fleet began to roil, it was already too late. Huifeng's sudden raid inflicted catastrophic damage on the assimilator footholds on Mingweixing's far side, especially within the Heart Plain. The expanding colonies there were utterly ruined. To retake the area, they would have to dispatch fresh industrial motherships and new swarms of worker drones. Not a single stealth bomber that took part in the strike was lost. After the assault, they all slipped away from Mingweixing, cloaking to avoid the enemy fleet on the front and setting course back to Highway 1. A perfect ambush. Huifeng was supremely satisfied. His long years of being shredded by expert stealth bombers in the game had not been in vain. After Huifeng's opening success at Mingwangsing, the assimilators adjusted their fleet disposition. That window closed. He would not be able to repeat that exploit so easily. Still, Huifeng did not expect stealth bombers alone to solve the greater threat. Using them to drain some of the enemy's resources was a very favorable result. The ultimate outcome of the war would still be decided on the main battlefront. In the following days, Huifeng tried again to pry open opportunities near Mingwangsing with his stealth bombers, but the enemy granted him no further chances. Meanwhile, near the edges of Huifeng's controlled solar system, reports began to appear of enemy stealth bomber sightings. It seemed the opposing assimilators had learned from their losses and imitated Huifeng's tactics, using their carrier-borne stealth bombers to attempt strikes on his bases or isolated vessels. Huifeng knew the limitations of such tactics and would not give them easy opportunities. His long-developed solar system colonies had robust defenses, and newly commissioned warships funneled in from the Saturn and Jupiter systems began to operate in cohesive groups, denying the stealth bombers any chance at a lone target. A few days passed in uneasy stalemate. Then one day, Huifeng noticed new movement on the system map. The assimilator fleet was making fresh maneuvers. After being ambushed by the hidden strike of Huifeng, the assimilators seemed to have opted not to recover the development of the dark side of Pluto, but rather to spend a few days initially consolidating their existing territory. Then they eagerly summoned all their battleships, marching grandly towards Neptune. Are they going all in? Looking at the imposing massive fleet advancing towards him, Huifeng initially did not comprehend the situation. However, after careful consideration, it seemed that the opponent's actions were indeed reasonable. After all, if the situation dragged on, it would be quite unfavorable for the assimilators. If they wished to win, they had to strike decisively in the near future, or at least curb Huifeng's resource advantage to have a chance to continue fighting. Thus, it made perfect sense for the opponent to act all in as soon as they solidified their position. All right, since you wish to do this, let us settle this battle once and for all. Huifeng understood clearly that he must not be intimidated by the opponent's all-out effort. The gap between the resurrected First Fleet and the assimilators was now far smaller than during the First Battle of Neptune. Coupled with the denser defensive structures on Neptune I, he might seize this opportunity to counterattack, even completely eradicate the opponent's fleet and invade their home star system. Therefore, in this battle, not only should he not fear, but he must fight to the end on Neptune I. When the commanders of both sides had made a resolute decision to engage in battle at this location, a confrontation had become inevitable. The First Fleet had completed its deployment in orbit around Neptune I, with 700 escort ships forming the front line, 100 destroyers in the middle, and 100 aerospace motherships positioned at the rear of the formation. Some of their interceptor-class fighters were stationed around the mothership, while the rest remained near the destroyers to intercept any missiles that might breach the front line. The Ghost Spear-class stealth bombers did not stay in the main line, but relied on their stealth advantage drifting in the void near Neptune I. Huifeng would not let them charge into the enemy fleet's attacking warships at the outset. Instead, he placed them aside, waiting for the right moment. Because during the phase when both sides had their lines complete and anti-aircraft firepower dense, a reckless strike by the stealth bombers would only turn them into live targets for the enemy's close defense systems. Their effectiveness would only gradually become apparent once the battlefield descended into chaos. In the forefront of the First Fleet's position, countless railgun defense platforms had entered a state of readiness, and the launch ports of the Sky Dome missile towers on the surface of Neptune I were all wide open. Meanwhile, he noticed the transport ships that were still trailing behind the enemy's large forces. What were those seemingly powerless transport ships doing here? Huifeng felt certain that they were not here just to make up numbers. These far-carrying transport ships that had been brought over had not previously participated in the landing on Pluto, nor released their internal worker bees. Now they were being brought in by the enemy to participate in the upcoming Second Battle of Neptune, so they were certainly not carrying harmless worker bees, but were most likely responsible for landing ground forces. Last time, the assimilators suffered losses by hard-hitting the defense platforms. It appeared that this time they changed their strategy, seemingly planning to use a large number of ground forces to deal with the surface resistance of Neptune I. Fortunately, Huifeng had realized a few days ago that these transport ships were far from simple, so he urgently constructed numerous barracks and vehicle factories on the surface of Neptune I, simultaneously deploying a large number of ground forces. An hour later, the assimilator fleet entered the firing range of the railgun defense platforms. In the orbit of Neptune I, thousands of railgun platforms opened fire simultaneously at that moment. Pale beams of light converged on the forefront of the assimilator formation, and the first round of volleys inflicted decent damage with at least dozens of black-gray escort ships, shields overwhelmed, and shattered under the saturation hits. However, this loss for the massive assimilator fleet was merely a drop in the bucket. The results of the second round of attacks were similarly negligible. The railgun defense platforms had underperformed in the original game, and placed in the reality of the battlefield, facing the overwhelming numbers of enemies far exceeding the game's scale, they naturally appeared even more powerless, struggling to withstand. The counterattack from the assimilators soon arrived. Over 100 warships fired their main guns in unison, and a red tide crashed down like an ocean towards those railgun platform arrays, with countless explosions illuminating most of Neptune I. In this instance, nearly 25 of the railgun platforms were rendered inoperable, which made their firepower significantly weaker, making it even more difficult to pose a threat to the assimilator warships. But Huifeng had more than just them. At the same moment, the cannons of the First Fleet erupted with a silent roar, and white railguns gathered in the void to form a dazzling light curtain pressing down towards their targets. Moments later, hundreds of assimilator escort ships were instantly turned to ashes in this round of counterattack. The mutual fire exchange between the main fleets began. White and red beams of light pierced through the void, tearing each other apart, drowning each other, filling the entire airspace, with flashes of explosions creating a silent daylight. If someone were to float in the atmosphere of Neptune at this moment, they would notice that a flickering sun had inexplicably appeared at the position of Neptune I. This sun had no warmth. It was forged from the flashes of countless ship explosions, the detonating missiles, the trails of railguns, and the glow of overloaded shattered shields. Within the battlefield, as the assimilator fleet continued to advance, the transport ships behind their formation began to descend, dropping the first batch of landing pods onto the surface of Neptune I. The black-gray pods penetrated the thin atmosphere, crashing onto the ice fields, and the doors exploded open, unleashing organized assimilator ground forces, whose primary target was the Sky Dome missile towers on the surface. Leading the charge was a black four-legged combat mech towering at 2 men high, equipped on each side, with 2 rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons capable of easily penetrating the frontal armor of modern tanks. This was the basic infantry unit of the assimilators, the Assimilation Vanguard. Following closely behind was a heavy vehicle unit, the Crusher Assault Tank. With a black-gray chassis, broad and heavy, it had 4 sets of independent tracks arranged in parallel. Its main guns were 2 large-caliber electromagnetic cannons mounted in tandem, and at the rear of the turret was a missile launcher. With extremely thick armor, its mobility was relatively slow compared to the Assimilation Vanguard. During a frontal charge, its firepower was enough to suppress an entire infantry company. Bringing up the rear was the Web Weaver self-propelled artillery. It had an 8-wheeled chassis, and the rear of the vehicle was equipped with 2 elevatable artillery pieces. In normal times, it could accompany other ground forces for long-range mobility fire support. Simultaneously, it could switch to deployment mode, fixing itself in place. In this mode, it would extend 4 supporting legs into the ground, raising its cannon barrels, achieving a terrifying range of 800 kilometers, making it a crucial firepower platform on the ground battlefield. Under the light of that cold sun, soon the second batch of assimilator landing pods crashed onto the ground. However, the troops pouring out were not ground forces. More accurately, they were air forces covering the ground troops' assault. These air forces were purely planetary combat units, not the higher aerial combat aircraft. Blackwing Fighter, nearly 20 meters in length, it displayed a tailless triangular wing layout. Equipped with 2 rapid-fire railguns and air-to-air missiles, it had high mobility in the skies of the planet. Its primary task was to intercept enemy ground bombers and eliminate enemy air superiority units unable to carry out ground attacks. Fallen Heavy Bomber, 40 meters long with a flying wing layout, flat fuselage, and internal bomb bay. It did not have defensive weapons for aerial self-defense, generally relying on Blackwing fighters for escort and speed for penetration. A single bombing run could easily devastate buildings or units within a few kilometers. Whether they would be destroyed is another issue. Huifeng had been prepared for these enemy troops being dropped. On the surface of Neptune I, the vast forces he had pre-constructed surged out from the large underground air defense shelters, their design being almost identical to the enemy's airdrop troops, but all were painted in silver. These ground defense forces clashed head-on with the assimilators' airdrop troops on the ice fields. Before long, the ground shook and an iron river flowed. The firepower of the Sky Dome missile towers was partially restrained because they had to allocate some of their firepower to intercept the continuously incoming landing pods and attack the transport ships, that were constantly airdropping landing pods, resulting in weakened fire support for the orbital fleet. As the main fleets of both sides in space gradually closed in, entering a chaotic melee mode, the intensity of the entire battlefield reached its peak. From the ice fields of Neptune I extending all the way to the near-Earth orbit, and from the orbit spreading into the higher void, the flashes of explosions shattered armor, evaporating ice layers, and detonating ammunition. From the distant space, Neptune I appeared to be enveloped by a chaotic cloud made of light and metal fragments. At this most critical moment of the decisive battle, a strange message suddenly arrived at Huifeng from beyond the solar system. Before the second battle of Neptune, Earth had already noticed unusual movements in the outer solar system. To be more precise, they had realized through observing the mobilization in Huifeng space that a larger-scale interstellar war was imminent. However, at that time, no one in the United Nations had anticipated that this war would come so soon and with such magnitude. It was not until they observed that the expansion of the Gray Wind civilization was growing at almost double the speed, with the expansion of their space fleet surpassing even the tank production rate of nations in the old era. What truly made everyone realize that the situation had changed dramatically was the bright star seen a few days ago. At that time, a strange blue light appeared almost simultaneously in parts of the night sky of both the southern and northern hemispheres. The light lasted for less than 10 minutes, but half of the Earth, billions of people, witnessed its appearance and disappearance. After an emergency investigation, the United Nations quickly discovered that the location of the light's appearance was almost identical to that of the last anomalous astronomical event. Subsequently, a massive black fleet appeared in the telescopes of the United Nations observation team. Clearly, the second wave of the assimilators' attack had arrived. The United Nations promptly announced this news the following day, and public opinion surged once again worldwide. This time, the discussion was no longer about whether the Gray Wind civilization was benevolent or malicious. The primary focus quickly shifted to who would win. This question spread like a virus to every corner. On social media platforms, almost all discussions about extraterrestrial civilizations were unified under this question. Some people dug up the official observation data released during the first battle of Neptune, created videos, and seriously analyzed the odds of the Gray Wind civilization in this upcoming conflict. Others monitored the daily observation reports on the official website. Since the truth was revealed to the public, the United Nations had created an official website containing most of the observation data from recent months, attempting to read the next moves of both sides from the tedious numbers. Some even created dynamic simulation charts of both fleets' scales, trajectories, and speeds. Although much of the data in those simulations was speculative, the viewership online was still astonishing. A sudden surge in the purchase of amateur astronomical equipment occurred due to this incident, as a popular influencer mentioned in a discussion that certain high-end civilian telescopes can see what is happening around Neptune. As a result, all types of telescopes available on the market, whether professional refractors or entry-level models, even including long-focus lenses for birdwatching, experienced a spike in sales, with some areas facing shortages and second-hand prices skyrocketing. Despite the fact that those who bought them would soon realize that no matter how good their equipment was, Neptune would only appear as a pale blue in their field of vision, with its moon Triton being even more impossible to see. This did not dampen the public's enthusiasm. As for the public's specific stance on this matter, most people chose to remain neutral, but if forced to choose between the Gray Wind civilization and the assimilators, the answer was almost one-sided. The Gray Wind civilization actively established communication channels with humanity, while the white-haired girl crafted by Huifeng to serve as a communication facade continues to maintain an astonishing appearance rate in videos across major platforms, especially on platforms dominated by younger audiences. In contrast, the public knew almost nothing about the assimilators, with most only learning of the existence of a second extraterrestrial force in the solar system when the United Nations released data from the first battle. A civilization that had never attempted to communicate with humanity naturally garnered little goodwill in human society. When the assimilators' fleet completed its assembly and began advancing towards Neptune, the United Nations immediately activated all telescopes capable of observing the direction of Neptune, attempting to capture the clearest images possible. On the day the second battle of Neptune erupted, another star appeared in the sky over Earth, its brightness fluctuating every moment, sometimes suddenly dimming to near invisibility, then brightening again to become the brightest star in the night sky. This star, of course, represented the battlefield of Neptune that had already been engulfed in war. Qin Taishan looked at the data on the screen before him, his voice a bit hoarse. The brightness curve has jumped again, with a larger amplitude than previous occurrences. The others present did not respond, they were all focused on their respective tasks. They had been working intensively for several hours, and although everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, no one showed any intention of leaving their posts. This included Qin Taishan himself. On the screen in front of him, the star in the direction of Neptune was suddenly brightening, indicating that one side's fleet on that battlefield was suffering significant losses. Who has the upper hand now? Someone quietly asked, but no one could answer. The professional equipment before them could tell them the intensity of the battle, but could not reveal its direction. The Secretary General walked into the room minutes later. She did not ask any questions, but stood in the back for a while watching the numbers flickering on the screen before walking towards Qin Taishan. I just contacted Gu Huai. Qin Taishan turned his head. Did you ask him to inquire? Yes, we need to know the situation on Neptune. This not only concerns the fate of both combatants, but also the future of humanity. When Gu Huai received the call, he was sitting on the sofa in the living room of the villa, the red tea in the pot on the table having long since cooled. The white-haired girl sat on the other side of the sofa with a television in front of her, playing a classic anime film, X-Punch Man Season 15. Gu Huai had some recollection of this anime, having watched the entire series at home with his father when he was young. He heard that this anime was an old IP from his grandfather's era, having only reached the third season back then, but due to various reasons it became worse over time until another production company picked it up for a remake, restoring its reputation, and the series continued to this day. This extraterrestrial entity, known as Grey Wind, had seemingly been watching similar entertainment films for the past few days. One couldn't help but wonder why this alien would watch such things, or was she interested in Earth's cultural works? Grey Wind, my lady. Gu Huai set down the teapot and softly called her name. The girl did not turn around. The Secretary General has asked me to inquire if you need our assistance in the war. The situation on Neptune does not seem optimistic. The girl remained unresponsive until Gu Huai could not help but doubt whether he had spoken at all, thinking it might all be an illusion. When she finally turned her head, her white hair cascading down from her shoulders and her light gray-blue eyes looked at him. So is everything really as the girl said? Does Huifeng have his own measure? Not necessarily. At least when the information from outside the solar system reached Huifeng, it indeed was the case. Although the overall situation on the battlefield of Highway I is still unclear in certain local areas, such as the ground battlefield of Highway I, Huifeng has begun to gradually gain an advantage. As time passes, he might be able to replicate the tactics from the last Neptune battle once again, wearing down the opponent in a war of attrition. However, at this moment, all strategies and tactics lost their meaning before that piece of news. Hostile units detected. Barnard Star, approximately 596 light-years away from the solar system, is the second closest star system to the solar system. Its central star is a red dwarf with a mass only about 14 of the Sun and a radius about 20 of the Sun, with a surface temperature around half that of the Sun and a brightness only 0.04 of the Sun. Surrounding this star are 4 planets, namely Barnard Star D, Barnard Star B, Barnard Star C, and Barnard Star E. All of them are rocky planets, each with a mass smaller than Earth, making it one of the smallest known planetary systems, and they are all extremely close to their parent star, with all 4 planets packed within 0.04 AU, much closer than Mercury to the Sun. In short, this is an extremely barren star system with low development value. Therefore, Huifeng, acting as an industrial mothership for the defeated, did not linger here, but continued to sail towards star systems with richer resources. In the space here, Huifeng only left behind an inconspicuous Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship, serving as the eyes of this region, responsible for continuously illuminating the area's vision. Aside from that, he did not develop Barnard Star at all. Until today, a sudden alarm blared in Huifeng's ears, forcing him to temporarily shift his attention away from the battlefield of Highway I and into the view of Barnard Star. The Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship remained quietly suspended outside the orbit of Barnard Star E, but at a distance of several dozen AU away in the outskirts of the star system, a colossal object slowly revealed its form. A bold and enlarged font appeared above it. Battle Planet Heavenly Throne. It was an orange metallic planet. Its diameter was about 400 kilometers, presenting an irregular spherical shape covered with layers of dark bronze armor plates, as if countless different metal scraps had been forcibly welded together. Some parts of the outer shell were filled with large rivets, crooked welds, and unknown pipelines exposed from crevices resembling some sort of barbaric, growing metallic moss wrapping the entire planet. On the surface of the planet, dense weapon arrays protruded from the gaps in the armor, with large caliber cannon barrels jutting out like the spikes of a hedgehog, pointing chaotically in all directions. The covers of the missile silos were tightly shut, adorned with numerous indecipherable graffiti. Countless Closian weapon systems were embedded in the armor's seams at irregular intervals, with gun barrels aimed at all possible incoming directions, leaving almost no defensive blind spots on the entire planet. Surrounding it was a fleet of ships with the same style. Warships of various sizes swarmed around this metallic planet, from hundreds of meters-long corvettes to destroyers over a kilometer long, all exhibiting a rugged-style dark bronze armor, asymmetric hulls, exposed weapon mounts, and rough finishing everywhere. Their numbers were in the tens of thousands, spreading a sea of metal across the void, encircling the metallic planet. Huifeng's mind momentarily malfunctioned, if he still had one. Then he realized what he was seeing. Wanderers, one of the factions players can control in galactic war. In the game's background setting, this civilization has no specific home planet or territory. The entire race roams through the stars and fleets. In the actual game, their characteristic is that all their constructions must be built around a single base with a physical connection to the base. If in a pure land battle map, their base gradually upgrades into a mobile fortress as the player develops. And in maps that allow entry into space, this feature is further upgraded, allowing the base to transform into a battle planet that can move freely in space. This battle planet is everything to them, with the base itself, vehicle factories, barracks, space docks, and all other constructions compressed within that massive metallic sphere. Wherever it goes, the entire faction must follow. In actual gameplay, the core advantage of the Wanderers lies in their early strength. Their units are highly suppressive when everyone else has yet to develop numerical advantage, and that mobile base itself also possesses considerable self-defense firepower, especially after it upgrades to a battle planet, further enhancing early offensive capabilities. But the cost is equally deadly. The Wanderers can only have this one base from start to finish and cannot build more. Once that base is destroyed, it cannot be rebuilt, plus their constructions must be built around the base. It can be said that if their base is destroyed, the faction will immediately fail. At the same time, because all constructions can only be built around the base, their development speed will gradually be outpaced by other factions in the mid to late game, and their unit strength will also lose its advantage in the mid to late game, even turning into a disadvantaged side. Moreover, if they are pushed back by other factions spreading their constructions and utilizing developmental and numerical advantages, even in the early game, the Wanderers cannot be guaranteed victory. The player community of Galactic War has a very unified evaluation of this faction: superhuman in the early game, useless in the late game. Kings of early battles, characters that perish if they don't tower up. And at this moment, this king of early battles is bringing all its possessions, that battle planet, along with tens of thousands of warships slowly sailing in from the edge of Barnard's star system. On the mini-map, the red dots representing the Wanderer fleet were tightly clustered together. The number of light warships alone had already exceeded the assimilators they were facing. Not to mention that troublesome battle planet. I haven't even finished dealing with this, and now another one comes. Faced with this situation, Huifeng felt a headache coming on. At this moment, the Wanderers seemed to have also noticed an unwelcome guest in the star system. Around their battle planet, several teams of dark bronze warships broke away from the main force, charging at full speed towards the position of the Sparrow-class reconnaissance ship. Seeing that the opponent had discovered his ship, Huifeng steadied his mind, slightly activated the reconnaissance ship's engines, and fled immediately. But he did not have the reconnaissance ship head towards the solar system. Instead, he directed it towards the hyperspace route leading from Barnard's star to other star systems. Although he knew that this little trick wouldn't fool the opponent for long, soon they would discover that he was located within the solar system, and then this frenzied faction would definitely not let him off easily. So he must prepare quickly. First of all, they couldn't continue fighting at Neptune. Despite feeling somewhat reluctant upon seeing the images of Barnard's star, Huifeng realized that he absolutely could not continue fighting against the assimilators. Now the second battle of Neptune had entered its later stages. On Huifeng's side, the orbital light spear platforms had been completely destroyed, and the first fleet had dwindled from nearly 100 warships at the onset of battle to less than 5,000. The losses were heaviest among the escort ships, followed by the destroyers, while even the least damaged space carriers had lost over a dozen ships to the enemy's opportunistic strikes. The ground defense facilities had also been severely damaged, and it would take time to replenish them. The army had also incurred significant losses, but the current number was still enough to maintain the defense of the main bases on the surface, suppressing the enemy's landing forces. Of course, Huifeng's side suffered heavy losses, but the assimilators were not faring much better. Their escort ships had suffered over half of their numbers during repeated assaults on the light spear platform clusters and the First Fleet's defenses. Now fewer than 5,000 remained, most of them damaged. The loss ratio of destroyers was slightly lower, but still over 800 had been sunk in the crossfire between Huifeng's destroyer fleet and the stealth bombers. Even the space carriers positioned in the rear were not exempt. After the chaos began as Huifeng's stealth bombers entered the scene, these defensively weaker space carriers were prioritized as targets, and now fewer than 120 were still capable of launching and landing their aircraft. As for the transport ships carrying landing troops, they suffered heavy casualties when forcibly penetrating low orbit due to the firepower net of the Sky Dome missile towers, leaving their current number at less than 20 of what it had been at the start. The remaining vessels of the enemy fleet still capable of combat barely exceeded half. On paper, the assimilators still held a numerical advantage, especially with their significant superiority in the number of destroyers. However, relying on this advantage to annihilate Huifeng's first fleet in a short time was still impossible, so the control of the orbital space remained contested, with neither side capable of completely eliminating the other. In contrast to the aerial battlefield, the ground battlefield had flipped the situation. Here, Huifeng held a numerical advantage, and being in a local battle allowed for some replenishment after troop losses. On the other hand, the assimilators, aside from achieving decent results in their initial strong wave of attacks, had been pressed down throughout the remaining time. With their aerial fleet unable to provide effective orbital bombardment support on the ground, and their troop numbers limited, they could hardly suppress the local defenders. The support from Pluto was hindered due to the inability to secure aerial dominance, making it difficult for newly manufactured transport ships to cross the aerial battlefield and deliver ground forces to the surface. From this perspective, it seemed that the assimilators had made a mistake. They should not have prematurely deployed ground forces to the moon of Neptune, but should have waited for results from the space battlefield. However, to think this way would completely overlook the support of the Sky Dome missile towers for the space battlefield. If the assimilators did not deploy ground forces early, their space fleet would simultaneously face the combined assaults of the light spear platforms, the first fleet, and surface firepower. Even with a numerical advantage, the cumulative effect of the triple firepower could be enough for them to lose a war of attrition, just like in the first Battle of Neptune. Thus, they had to proceed as planned. The losses of transport ships and the sacrifices of ground forces were all costs accounted for in their strategy. They gambled that as long as they won the space battle, these costs would be worth it. Huifeng pulled back his thoughts. Regardless of whether the assimilators' plan was right or wrong, the current situation was already clear. Both sides were pinned down at the moon of Neptune, unable to devour each other in a short time. Meanwhile, a new enemy was gradually approaching from 5 light-years away. No matter what the outcome of this battle was supposed to be, both sides would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, and Huifeng had to make a decision at this moment. Otherwise, it would only be a case of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And he was that unfortunate mantis. Thus, he had only one choice now: to avoid the sharp edge and concede for the time being. Above the moon of Neptune, within the chaotic combat zone, the ships of the First Fleet began to converge towards nearby Allied units. The remaining escort ships gradually withdrew from the battle, and with each batch of ships leaving, Huifeng proactively left a few warships behind. They turned their bows towards the pursuing assimilator vessels, overloading their shields to the limit and firing their main cannons at maximum frequency. These warships, tasked with covering the retreat, would not leave the battlefield alive, as their mission was to buy time for the main forces to escape. On the surface of the moon of Neptune, all barracks halted production at this moment, and the last batch of assimilator vanguards descended directly onto the nearest battlefield. Behind them, the buildings near the front lines began to disassemble, with silver-white metal structures melting layer by layer from the top down like ice under the scorching sun. In a short time, these vehicle factories, energy reactors, mining sites, and Air Force bases successively disappeared. After being recycled, the remaining resources flowed into Huifeng's panel. The situation on the front lines escalated further. With the loss of the First Fleet's restraint, the assimilators' fleet could finally redirect their efforts to provide fire support for Allied forces on the surface. Under these circumstances, the collapse of the front line was only a matter of time. Bases and mining sites far from the core battlefield still operated temporarily. These bases were tasked with extracting the last wave of resources from the nitrogen ice layer. Once the enemy approached to a sufficiently close distance, these buildings would also be recycled by Huifeng, leaving only flattened ground, signifying that something had once existed there. Soon, the last light point responsible for covering the retreat extinguished on Huifeng's minimap. The remaining main forces of the First Fleet successfully evacuated the battlefield and were now speeding towards Uranus. Huifeng's perspective fixed on one of the warships as he gazed silently at the increasingly diminutive Neptune and its moon. He believed that while the assimilators might find his sudden retreat puzzling, they would certainly not let go of this opportunity easily. They would definitely seek to completely seize the entire Neptune system as a stepping stone for their attack on the solar system. Because the hyperspace route to Barnard Star did not connect with Alpha Centauri, if they wanted to get there quickly, the only way was through the solar system, particularly through the second gate near Gate 1, which is actually not that close, while previously Huifeng had blocked the way to the solar system, making it impossible for them to have a direct view of Barnard Star. Therefore, the enemy was likely unaware of any news regarding the Wanderers appearing there. Huifeng took one last look in the direction of the moon of Neptune, withdrew his gaze, and shifted his perspective back to the view of Barnard Star. The dark, copper-colored battle planet continued to move slowly, surrounded by fleets densely packed, like an unyielding swarm of locusts. They had not yet reached the solar system, but they were closing in. On the side of Neptune, the assimilators were about to obtain the base they had long coveted. The flames of the moon of Neptune receded further behind, and the surviving ships of the First Fleet quietly sailed towards the direction of Uranus. He needed a new fleet, more warships, and he needed to expand more faster and crazily than before the Second Battle of Neptune. Yet time seemed no longer on his side. Barnard Star system. The dim light of the central star barely enveloped its members and the uninvited visitor that had drifted into it. The dark bronze battle planet named Tianhua Wangzhua now hovered above Banadi. Its vast bulk and mass had even begun to noticeably perturb Banadi's original orbital course. Tens of thousands of warships clustered around it like a swarming hive. Patchworked armor plates, exposed conduits, and dense weapon arrays on the planet's surface made it resemble a rusted metallic heart slowly beating in the darkness. The viewpoint pierced the planet's outer shell, skimming over stacked armor, crisscrossed, piping mottled welds, and bizarre unknown components diving ever deeper toward the planet's innermost recesses. There stood a grand circular throne hall, its walls forged from countless selected metal fragments fused into one, modeled erratic in hue, displaying no unified order. Above, innumerable conduits of varying girth dangled from the dome and sank deep into the floor. At the hall's center, the throne stood silent, hammered from a single block of high-purity copper, its overall aspect exuding a rough, savage oddity. The great Kagan sat upon it. He stood nearly half again as tall as a human, his body covered in dark green scales, each edge gleaming with a time-worn metallic sheen. At the ends of his thick forearms were 4 fingers tipped with sharp, hooked claws idly resting in the indentations of the throne's armrests. His head was a flattened wedge, snout short and broad. His eyes were vertical slits, irises and orange-yellow. His breast was festooned with various metal ornaments. Between those trinkets, countless tiny skulls, specially treated, were densely affixed. The Kagan tapped the armrest with a finger, metal claw against copper struck a dull note. His slit pupils rotated and fixed on a figure drawing near the throne. The figure stumbled before the great Kagan fell to his knees with hands raised above his head and shouted with fevered fervor, "Skull-offering Kagan." Blood on the throne. This was a clansman in charge of communications, a world apart from the Kagan in rank. "What is it?" The great Kagan spoke. His voice was sharp and hoarse, each trailing syllable slick with the wet rasp of his throat. "Great Kagan, by your will that buzzing insect has been torn to pieces by the warriors." But afterward the warriors found no living operators aboard that ship, so they surmised it was likely piloted by those iron brains. Iron brains. The Kagan, who had been motionless on the throne, heard the last word, and his voice shot up. He stared intently at the pale green lizard man below, a sudden surge of fury flushing his gaze. He loathed those unfeeling clumps of metal. Once one of them had destroyed their mother world, condemning their race to wander. Yes, the damned, nauseating iron-brained ships. No sooner had the communicator finished than the Kagan sprang up, lunging to the fallen figure with lightning speed. One hand seized the creature's head and hoisted him up. "Iron brains." The Kagan's voice dropped low, the sharp hiss turning into a more dangerous guttural. "Those iron brains." His fingers tightened. The lifted pale green lizard man had no time to cry out before his skull was crushed in the Kagan's palm. A scale's bone and viscous fluid splattered through the claws, spattering the metal floor of the throne hall. The Kagan released his grip and let the wreckage fall. The corpse twitched twice and lay still. He remained standing, chest heaving, his orange-yellow slit pupils trembling fiercely in their sockets. Only the distant muted rumble and the Kagan's heavy breaths filled the throne hall. After a long while he turned slowly, returned to the throne, and sat. A viscous fluid still dripped from his fingers. "Summon them." After a moment, two gray-green lizard men hurried in from the doorway. They glanced at the body on the floor with no surprise or fear, then knelt quietly. "Clean it up," the Kagan's voice had regained calm. "Tell the warriors to unleash the hounds, search every direction, find the nests of those iron brains." He paused, his pupils narrowed to a thin line. "I will personally rend those disgusting things limb from limb." Both gray-green lizard men raised their hands above their heads and shouted in unison, their voices devoid of fear, filled only with the same fanatic zeal and exaltation. "Scalofering Kagan, blood on the throne." They rose at once. One dragged the corpse away while the other left the throne hall and hurried along a passage leading to the far side. At the passage's end stood a heavy metal door unmarked except for a welding scar. The lizard man pushed it open and went inside. Beyond the door lay a vast chamber. Rows of transparent incubation pods rose from floor to ceiling, and each pod cradled a curled lizard body. They varied in size, scales ranged from pale green to deep brown. Eyes were closed, limbs folded to their chests, all connected to dense conduits and the workshop's fluid supply. The room reeked of warm, faintly fishy dampness. This was their birthing workshop. The lizard man walked along the aisles between the pods, his gaze sweeping the bodies on either side. Finally, he stopped before a pale green body and pressed a button beside the pod's wall. At his touch, the pod opened and viscous culture fluid gushed out, pooling on the floor. The body, guided by the conduit, slid out of the pod and fell wetly onto the deck. The lizard man knelt, took a thumb-sized metal chip from his waist, and pressed it to the back of the neck. Filaments as fine as hair probed into the scale seams and connected with the neural ganglion below. The body twitched. Then its eyes opened. The newborn propped up its upper body as culture fluid dripped from it. Its pupils were not yet focused, but instinct forced a sound from its throat. A hoarse, sharp, wet rasp as new vocal cords quivered for the first time. "Scalofering Kagan, blood on the throne." Seeing no problem, the lizard man rose without another glance and hurried from the workshop. The newborn pale green lizard pulled itself up, wiped the slime from its face, and stumbled after. It was now a serviceable communications trooper. Its duty had begun. Days later, the hounds sent in all directions began to return reports in succession. Only one sector around the system showed anomalies. The hounds dispatched their ceased all response after their last transmission. A gray-green lizard knelt before the throne and reported this result to the great Kagan. The Kagan sat tapping the armrest lightly with a finger. He did not truly need his subordinate to tell him. Long before those hounds reached the place and lost contact, he had an uneasy sense that something in that direction was wrong. It was as if a live map had been superimposed in his mind. The sensation was strange, something newly arisen in his subconscious, yet feeling somehow innate. "The Iron Brain's nest," he said. "There." He rose. "Warriors pursue. Crush those metallic insects." In the throne hall, thousands of lizard men knelt in unison. The sound of knees striking the metal deck blended into a single thud. They looked up at their towering Kagan, and the chant burst from their throats, sharp, hoarse, fanatical, echoing beneath the dome. "Scalofering Kagan, blood on the throne." Beneath the orangered star, the battle planet's engines began to adjust power. The metal world slowly swung within Banadi's orbit. The fleet drew in like a hive, its course fixed on a star system 5 light-years away. Let us rewind time slightly, to just a few days earlier. Uranus system, Titania. The remnants of the first fleet arrived in orbit around Titania. Silver-hulled vessels eased into docking berths at Titania's orbital shipyard, their hulls still bearing scorch marks from the Battle of Neptune. Huifeng faced a grim strategic outlook, but it was not all bleak. As the solar system's colonial infrastructure expanded steadily, his research pace accelerated in tandem, enabling him to unlock 2 adjacent nodes on the technology tree during the Second Battle of Neptune. The first was a large-scale resource facility known as the Atmospheric Extraction Station, designed primarily for deployment upon gas giants to harvest their abundant atmospheric resources. The station's core structure was a slender silver-white tower suspended above the cloud tops of its host gas giant. Its tower comprised 3 distinct sections: an upper stabilizing platform, broad and flat, a central processing segment composed of dozens of stacked concentric rings, each ring densely lined with intake grills, and a lower section plunging deep into the cloud layer, trailing a long, flexible extraction conduit. Around the perimeter of the upper platform, vector thrusters intermittently discharged brief bursts of ionized plasma, correcting positional drift caused by atmospheric storms. Since gas giants possess no solid surface, the station must remain suspended within their upper atmosphere, rendering it clearly visible from space and highly vulnerable to orbital bombardment in the absence of protective measures. Yet its return on investment was extraordinary, though resource-intensive to construct. Once operational, a single atmospheric extraction station could consistently outproduce a dozen mining facilities and energy reactors combined. It not only converted planetary atmospheres into usable resources, but also harnessed the immense pressure differentials and turbulent winds surrounding it to generate power, functioning simultaneously as both a resource extractor and an energy plant. The second breakthrough was intimately tied to space combat. Verdict-class cruiser. Within galactic warfare, the Verdict class occupied a tactical niche between the Xingmao-class destroyer and the yet unlocked battleship, filling a critical gap in mid-tier fleet firepower during the early to mid-game. The Verdict-class cruiser was significantly longer than the Xingmao-class destroyer, approximately 1.5 kilometers, and adopted a robust blunt spear silhouette. Unlike the angular austerity of the TB class or the sleek elongation of the Xingmao class, its profile balanced fluidity with massiveness, a broad flattened bow, a gently swollen central hull, silver armor, plating seamlessly fused with nearly imperceptible joints, its surface polished to flawless smoothness, a tapered stern housing two parallel rectangular propulsion nozzles. Viewed from above, the entire vessel resembled an elongated hexagon. At the very tip of the bow, three parallel metallic tridents extended from the otherwise seamless armor, the emitter arrays of its main battery, thick at their base, sharpening to lethal points at their tips. Until the battleship, the ultimate capital ship, entered service, the Verdict class served as the fleet's primary offensive fulcrum, not merely because its standard firepower vastly exceeded that of frigates and destroyers, but because its main battery possessed a uniquely unconventional mechanism. Rather than firing coherent beams, its main cannon discharged high-energy electrical arcs capable of ricocheting between vessels. Upon striking its first target, the arc did not dissipate. It leapt from that vessel's hull to the nearest adjacent unit, be it an enemy frigate, a friendly ship nearby, or even the attacker itself, should proximity permit. Each successive jump eroded part of the arc's energy, diminishing its destructive potency incrementally. In tightly packed enemy formations, a single discharge could strike 3 to 5 targets in rapid succession. The arc inflicted disproportionate damage upon shielding systems, while conventional armor offered partial mitigation, though it could not fully suppress the chain reaction effect. This characteristic rendered the Verdict class devastatingly effective against swarms of smaller craft, earning it the informal moniker mop-up cruiser among galactic warfare players. In sum, the Verdict class was an exceptional asset. Had Huifeng unlocked it weeks before the Second Battle of Neptune, the course of history might well have diverged. Alas, it arrived too late. So too did the atmospheric extraction station, a facility that would double his resource output and another that would elevate his fleet's combat capability to a new tier. Both were precisely what he needed most, yet neither was immediately deployable. Deploying a Verdict-class cruiser demanded considerable time from selecting it in the orbital shipyard's production queue to final commissioning. Its construction cycle far outstripped that of any prior warship class. The atmospheric extraction station posed no such manufacturing delay, but it required substantial upfront resource investment, and only after a sustained operational period would it begin yielding net surplus. By the time either system reached meaningful scale, weeks, or perhaps months, would have passed. Whether the Wanderers or the assimilators would grant him that time remained uncertain. Huifeng gazed toward Neptune. Now ground resistance on Triton had entered its final phase. Most of the moon lay firmly under assimilator control, with only scattered skirmishes persisting, mere formalities before total capitulation. Having methodically suppressed local resistance, the assimilators showed no urgency to expand further, instead opting to consolidate, fortify, and entrench their newly seized holdings. From the tactical minimap, Huifeng observed Pluto's orbital shipyard commencing construction of new industrial motherships, escorted by protective flotillas, as they began departing en route to Triton. Regrettably, his Ghost Shuttle-class stealth bombers had been virtually annihilated in prior engagements. Otherwise, he would certainly have dispatched them to harass those supply lines. Yet non-intervention was not without rationale. Huifeng's withdrawal from the Neptune system stemmed not only from apprehension over being caught between two predators, but also from Neptune's unique position as the solar system's closest planet to Gate 2. Once the Wanderers transited Gate 2 into this system, Neptune's assimilator fleet, proximate to the anomaly, would inevitably bear the brunt of their assault, not his own forces. Viewed thus, Huifeng almost hoped the assimilators would linger at Neptune a few more days to recuperate. Before losing contact with his Barnard Star-based Sparrow-class reconnaissance craft, he had meticulously tallied the Wanderer Armada, excluding their formidable battle planet. Their fleet numbered nearly 20 to 30,000 vessels, including 8,000 destroyers, an awe-inspiring display of force. He doubted the current assimilator fleet, bolstered only by a recently conquered, poorly fortified Neptune system, could withstand the Wanderer onslaught. His sole hope was that upon arrival the assimilators would inflict maximum attrition upon the invaders, thereby lightening the burden he himself would later bear. A sliver of fortune remained intelligence suggested the Wanderers had yet to field cruisers, meaning Huifeng retained a narrow technological edge. If the assimilators held out long enough, he might yet assemble a fresh fleet centered on Verdict-class cruisers, securing his fragile domain against encroachment. With that hope in mind, he opened his shipyard's production queue, elevating the Verdict class to top priority while temporarily shelving the atmospheric extraction station. For now, every available resource must flow exclusively toward immediate combat readiness. A few days later, as he retreated to Uranus, Huifeng received a report from the edge of the solar system, where he had formed a standoff with the assimilators located at Neptune. Hostile unit detected. Huifeng shifted his focus and discovered that the source of the alarm was a small copper-colored ship that had just jumped out from Gate 2. This was an asymmetrical, rough-looking small spacecraft. With a single glance, Huifeng immediately recognized its purpose. It was a Hound, a scout ship from the Wanderers. Its function was similar to that of the Sparrow-class scout ship used by Huifeng and the assimilators, serving as cannon fodder for reconnaissance. Not long after Huifeng noticed the intruding ship, the assimilator fleet far away in the Neptune system also reacted. As Huifeng had anticipated, the assimilators seemed quite surprised by the appearance of this ship. There were frequent movements in the assimilator fleet above Neptune's moon. Minutes later, a batch of escort ships separated from the assimilator fleet and charged towards the Hound. At first, the Hound seemed oblivious, continuing its flight into the solar system. However, it soon slowed down and quickly made a turn, fleeing towards Gate 2. But its reaction was too slow. Even when it successfully escaped near the hyperspace jump point at Gate 2, its engines still needed time to charge, and that window of time was enough for the pursuers from the assimilators to arrive and bring it within range. As a silent explosion occurred in that part of space, the small red dot representing the Hound on Huifeng's mini-map predictably disappeared. However, Huifeng knew this did not signify the end. The disappearance of the Hound indicated that the Wanderers were about to arrive at his doorstep. What will you do now? Huifeng prepared while observing the movements of the assimilators. After sinking the Hound, the commotion among the assimilators did not cease. Perhaps they understood the significance of that ship, or perhaps they were simply apprehensive due to the sudden emergence of a new disruptor, or maybe both. Huifeng was not like the assimilators. He could not fathom their thoughts. However, after some time, he noticed that a part of the ships had separated from the assimilator fleet. What are they up to? Huifeng looked on in confusion as the assimilators pulled that portion of their fleet away from Neptune, heading towards Gate 1 leading to Alpha Centauri. This portion of the fleet was not large, comprising only about a quarter of the current assimilator fleet. What were they pulling these ships back for? Could it be that they feared the Wanderers would sneak into their territory? But the hyperspace route from Barnard's star connects first to the solar system, and then to Alpha Centauri. If they truly feared an invasion, wouldn't it be more prudent to defend the solar system? Or perhaps they were planning to flee. Huifeng found this speculation somewhat plausible, but the question remained, why not take all their warships with them and leave the remaining main fleet behind at Neptune? He pondered for a while, considering several ideas, but finding them all unreliable, so he decided to cast this question aside. As long as the main force of the assimilators remained here, he could rely on them to block the initial attack. Beyond that, he had no control over other matters. 6 days later, at a certain moment, the center of space at Gate 2 suddenly distorted violently, and this terrifying distortion rapidly spread outward, causing the nearby void to tremble. It was as if some colossal entity was forcefully tearing reality from the other side of space. This distortion lasted for about 10 seconds, and then a blue wall seeped from the center of the distortion. Within a second, this wall expanded to a terrifying extent, revealing the copper sheen of what lay beyond as the blue afterglow of the engines rapidly faded. It was a wall. No, it was an arc. The dark copper armor plates interlocked with edges joined by thick structural components. The rivets formed irregular lines, and the crooked welds looked like scars that had healed countless times. And as the blue light faded, this arc continued to expand outward hundreds of meters, kilometers, tens of kilometers. Finally, a metallic planet with a diameter of 400 kilometers was entirely pushed out from hyperspace, appearing in this void. Its dark copper surface was covered with layers of overlapping armor, and weapon arrays emerged from every gap. Large-caliber barrels jutted out in all directions, missile launch silos were tightly sealed, and closed defense turrets were embedded among the armor at irregular intervals, slowly rotating their muzzles. After this metallic planet fully emerged from the highway, its fleet followed closely behind. Dark copper escort ships surged out first, short and wide, with their bows modified into thick gun muzzles and asymmetrical weapon mounts on either side. Destroyers followed closely, each nearly a kilometer long, with armor plates covered in various sizes of gun turrets. They continuously streamed out from the sides and rear of the combat planet like a punctured beehive, the orange engine exhaust spreading a sea of light in the void. Tens of thousands of ships clustered around the planet, their formations chaotic, yet dense, the copper hulls layered upon one another, completely filling the starry sky near Gate 2. Holy crap! The main force has arrived. The moment the metallic planet jumped out, continuous alarms blared on Huifeng's system panel. He quickly glanced at the minimap and saw that the original icon at Gate 2 was now densely packed with small red dots alongside a red skull at the center of those dots. Units displayed as skulls on the minimap typically represented some powerful Titan-class unit. Clearly in the system's view, this battle planet with a diameter of 400 kilometers was already classified as a Titan-class unit. The reaction from the assimilators was quicker than Huifeng had anticipated. The fleet above Neptune's moon began to reorganize, with the escort ships and destroyers that had been scattered in orbit for defense regrouping towards the core. However, it seemed they were not preparing to hold their ground. Huifeng observed for a moment, and suddenly realized that their series of movements appeared to be an attempt to flee. Why hit me so hard, yet get scared and want to run at the sight of the Wanderer's main force? It's not that easy. As soon as he finished speaking, several groups of Ghost-class stealth bombers materialized from the darkness near Neptune's moon, charging towards the assimilators that were assembling. These Ghost-class stealth bombers were newly manufactured by him in recent days, and now they were all deployed here to thwart the assimilators' actions. He had anticipated that the assimilators might flee after witnessing a small part of their fleet leave the solar system a few days prior, which was why that time allowed the assimilators to retreat unscathed. After this, escaping would not be so easy. Trying to escape. Take my lightning whirlwind strike. Huifeng's stealth bombers failed to delay the assimilators' fleet for long, but that brief interval proved sufficient to seal the assimilators' last escape route. The Drifter's fleet quickly detected the commotion within the solar system. While Huifeng's forces held the assimilators at bay, the Drifters maneuvered into position between Gate 1 and Gate 2. Trapped now with no avenue of retreat, the assimilators seemed to grasp their predicament. Having eliminated the delaying stealth bombers, their fleet fell motionless. No further action followed. Thus, the three fleets aligned in a straight line across the solar system. After a short pause, Huifeng noticed subtle changes upon the Drifter's battle planet. A vast antenna array emerged on its surface. His system interface then displayed a message: Drifter Grand Khan requests real-time communication. Accept, decline. What is this? A WX call. Huifeng had never encountered such a scenario, not even in the original game. Curiosity overriding caution, he accepted the request. Translating incoming transmission. Translation complete. Auto-translation activated. As those words appeared, a video call window materialized before him. An eerily stylized chamber. A colossal bronze throne. And seated upon it, a towering reptilian figure. Wait, this is one of the cutscene frames from the single-player campaign. Huifeng stared astonished. Though rendered with greater fidelity and realism, the composition and aesthetic remained unmistakably familiar. This was precisely the cinematic sequence players witnessed repeatedly throughout the single-player campaign of Galactic Warfare. And the lizard-like sovereign enthroned before him, the very embodiment of the Drifter's ruling authority, was none other than the Grand Khan himself. Now rendered with visceral authenticity, stripped of stylized CGI gloss, the Grand Khan exuded an aura of raw, chilling majesty. Insect. Before Huifeng could fully process the scene, the Grand Khan erupted, voice laced with impatience. His voice grated, shrill, viscous, as if spoken through phlegm. What do I behold? Two revolting metal insects infesting this squalid star system. Have I stumbled into a nest of putrid grubs? Grubs, scavenging arthropods analogous to cockroaches in Drifter society. Disgusting. This entire system reeks like rotting carrion. Once I crush these loathsome metal vermin beneath my heel, I shall purify this star system utterly. The Grand Khan then launched into a torrent of vitriolic invective, so relentless and coarse that Huifeng found himself speechless, momentarily forgetting his earlier curiosity about how he himself might appear to the other side. Very well. If such barbarism was all the Grand Khan possessed, Huifeng would respond in kind. Crawling thing, speak plainly or hold your tongue. Insults will not tip fate in your favor. They only expose your pitiful, laughable desperation. The Grand Khan's slit pupils contracted sharply. His talons slammed into the armrests of the bronze throne, scraping shrill metallic shrieks across the ancient metal. Insect. His voice oozed forth from deep within his throat. A faceless abomination. What is that sound you emit? No vibration of living flesh. No friction of muscle. Merely the hollow, buzzing whine of broken scrap metal. To the Grand Khan, only Huifeng's default synthetic audio feed reached him. No visual data. The Grand Khan surged upright, thick forearms bracing against the throne. His dark green scales flared slightly, each edge glinting with the cold sheen of weathered metal. Tiny skulls suspended across his chest swayed faintly with each breath. Listen well, iron-shelled vermin. I contact you not to negotiate terms, but to declare how you shall die. Your fleet will be shattered into drifting debris. Your controlled worlds will melt into slag. Your consciousness, wherever it hides buried in some rusted hard drive, will be unearthed by my warriors, crushed, incinerated, and scattered into festering dung heaps. Your sole recourse is immediate surrender, and groveling prayer for my mercy, granting you a swift, painless end. Refuse, and I shall teach you the exquisite agony of being ground to dust piece by agonizing peace beneath the heel of true power. So this call, from the drifters, was nothing more than a demand for unconditional surrender. Huifeng almost laughed aloud. He was no spineless coward. The balance of power remained far from hopeless. With battle still viable, why surrender to this blustering tyrant? After all, surrender meant death, resistance meant death. Why choose the former? Was he simply courting suicide? My only choice is to dismantle your corroded iron skull, seat myself upon your throne, and use your own cranium as a drinking bowl. Huifeng's barb ignited fresh fury in the Grand Khan. Yet unexpectedly, instead of erupting anew, the sovereign tilted his head toward another direction. And you? His voice dropped lower, but retained its grating edge. That other metal insect crouching there like a mute stone, since the outset too timid even to utter a syllable. You disgust me far more than this vocal insect. At least he dares snarl back at me. While you? Did your courage rot away along with your flesh? Silence answered his gaze, absolute, unbroken. After a beat, a wet, contemptuous chuckle gurgled from the Grand Khan's throat. Truly two hatchlings from the same foul clutch. One buzzes incessantly, the other lacks even the nerve to buzz. His gaze snapped back to Huifeng. Fear not, I shall crush the silent insect first. Then you, iron-shelled wretch, shall suffer a death infinitely more excruciating. This is your reward for daring to defy me. Before he could finish, Huifeng severed the transmission. Dialogue had reached its terminus. So the assimilators received the drifters' broadcast too. I'd assumed it was just us two. Huifeng paused, then refocused on reality. As expected, the drifters had already begun advancing toward Neptune. Proof that the Grand Khan spoke truth. He intended to eliminate the assimilators' main force first. He kept his word, truly worthy of the title Grand Khan. Though in reality his presence proved far more repugnant than in game. Perhaps precisely because his venom was aimed directly at him. As Huifeng inwardly scoffed, he monitored the movements of both the drifters and the assimilators when a new message arrived from Earth. The Secretary General has arrived. I hope my sudden visit has not disturbed you. Not at all. Madam Secretary General may visit whenever she wishes. After all, this place was arranged for me by you. The Secretary General had her 2 bodyguards withdraw beyond the villa. She herself followed the alien girl named Huifeng into the living room and took a seat on the sofa. How are you finding it here? If you need anything, tell us, and we will assign someone to handle it. Very well. It is quiet here. For now, I have nothing that would trouble you. Huifeng sat at the other end of the table and produced a tea set from beneath it. Would you care for tea, madam? Well, that would be trouble. Thank you. Huifeng set the tea set straight and then took out the leaves. Her movements were light and precise. With a subtle twist of the wrist, she scooped a neat pinch of leaves. She dropped the leaves into the pot, tilted the spout low, and poured hot water slowly down the inner wall. Steam rose quickly, carrying a faint sweetness. She replaced the lid and poured the first infusion over the teapot. At the second brew, she lifted the teapot with one hand, the body tilted slightly. Amber tea slid from the spout, tracing a gentle arc through the air before settling into the cup. The surface trembled softly, full but not overflowing. She then slid the cup gently toward the Secretary General, withdrew her hand, and sat up straight. The Secretary General glanced down at the tea in the cup, then at the white-haired girl before her, who wore Rinlian traditional garments, and found herself momentarily distracted. It felt as if the person seated before her was not an alien at all, but a young tea master. "What is it, madam?" "Sorry, I was a little absent-minded." "Thank you." The Secretary General lifted the cup, sipped a few times, and then set it down. "This tea is better than that of most tea houses I have visited." She paused. "It seems, Your Excellency Huifeng, that you have come to understand our culture quite deeply." Huifeng did not answer at once. She returned the teapot to the tray, turning its spout away in a casual, natural motion. "Gu Huai taught me. He has studied these things, so I learned quickly. And as I said, I am very curious about humanity. Of course, that includes your culture." The Secretary General looked up to meet those pale gray-blue eyes. "After staying on Dichio so long, what conclusions have you drawn about us?" Huifeng seemed to think for a moment before saying, "You are full of contradictions. Individuals are fragile, yet the collective is remarkably tenacious. Reason and emotion are forever at odds, and it is precisely that tearing that gives rise to many things I find intriguing." She poured herself a cup and raised it to her lips. "Take tea, for example. It is merely leaves steeped in water, and yet you have transformed it into an entire choreography, a code of ritual, something one might spend a lifetime studying. It has no practical purpose, and yet you still do such things." The Secretary General said nothing. The living room fell into a brief, respectful quiet. Huifeng set her cup back on the table with an almost inaudible click. Madam Secretary General did not come merely to talk about tea. At the mention of business, the Secretary General drew a deep breath. "Indeed, the skies have been unsettled these past days. You should be more aware of it than I am." "Yes, especially recently when a new disruptor entered the Taiyangtze." "Do you mean that dwarf planet that suddenly appeared within the Taiyangtze with an anomalous reflectivity and an erratic trajectory? Our telescopes detected its presence a few hours ago. That too was one reason she had come." In the Secretary General's heart, there remained a sentence she had not yet spoken. "Correct. More precisely, you should call it a battle planet." The Secretary General's fingers tightened slightly around the cup. The liquid quivered. "A battle planet? You mean that object several hundred kilometers across is artificial?" "Yes. It is a 400-kilometer artificial world designed for warfare. It belongs to a nomadic civilization called Yudangs." The Secretary General heard many key pieces of information. After a moment of silence, and after recording the details, she continued, "Why have they come to the Taiyangtze?" "To eliminate me. To be precise, to eliminate me and the Tonghuas." "Why is that?" Huifeng spoke slowly. "Their former homeworld was destroyed by a Gestalt civilization. That event drove them into extreme militarism and instilled in them an absolute hatred of artificial intelligences." She went on to describe more about the Yudangs, giving the Secretary General a preliminary but clear impression of them. "So in other words, the unwelcome visitor that breached the Taiyangtze a few hours ago is an extreme militaristic, authoritarian savage plundering nomadic civilization." "Roughly so." "I think I understand why over by Huifeng, Your Excellency." Huifeng chose to withdraw halfway through the engagement. "Yes. In your human proverb, it was to prevent the situation where the snipe and the clam fight and the fisherman benefits." "I see." The Secretary General remained silent for a longer stretch this time, while Huifeng waited patiently for her to speak. After a long moment, the Secretary General spoke again. "Forgive my naivete, but may I ask, what will their attitude toward humanity be? Just now the great Khan of the Yudang spoke with me. He said they intend to thoroughly cleanse this star system." Huifeng answered, "Humans are organic beings, and strictly speaking, not the primary focus of their racial hatred. But beyond that hatred, the Yudangs are an extremely bloodthirsty and brutal civilization. I fear that if they win, your fate may be even more dreadful than it would be if the Tonghuas were ultimately victorious. Your cities would be torn down for materials, your industrial facilities melted into raw metal. Your species, perhaps kept as slaves, perhaps simply removed as an obstacle." Hearing this, the Secretary General's complexion paled. "This is not a threat, Madam Secretary General. It is a projection based on my understanding of the Yudangs and the manner the Great Khan displayed during our conversation." Huifeng raised her eyes, and no emotion showed in the pale gray blue of her pupils. "In the coming Taiyangtze war, I cannot be certain of victory. Therefore, I must tell you in advance, if I fail, humanity may have to face them on its own." The Secretary General's hand trembled as she held the cup. She had no desire for more tea, merely clutching it to feel the last of its warmth ebbing away. "What would you have us do if we become your protectorate?" Huifeng shook her head. "Not for now. Human armed forces cannot help, your technological level is insufficient. As for the protectorate proposal I once offered, you need not be hurried in making a decision. Please do not despair over what is to come. What I need is time. The Yudangs have already set course for Huifeng. The Tonghuas will first blunt the initial assault for me. If they can wear down part of the Yudang's forces, I will still have a chance. If they fail to hold them, then it will be my turn. Huifeng stated this brutal fact with calm composure. The Secretary General asked no more. She placed the now thoroughly cooled cup back on the table and stood. I understand. I will have the observation team maintain continuous monitoring. If you require it, we will share data with you at any time. For anything else you may need, please contact Gu Huai. We will do everything in our power to cooperate. I understand. The Secretary General turned toward the door and walked a few steps, then paused. Huifeng. She looked back. Yes. On behalf of all humanity, I thank you for the kindness you have shown us. Truly thank you. The Secretary General bowed sincerely. Outer Solar System, Neptune System, Triton. Vast nitrogen ice plains stretched beneath the dim sunlight, shimmering with a stale, frigid gray-white. In the distance, Neptune's immense blue arc dominated the sky, occupying nearly half the celestial vault. Pale blue cloud bands churned slowly under the giant planet's gravity. Out within the depths of its azure, haze lightning flared and vanished in an instant. Neptune remained sovereign over this expanse of space, unmoved by recent commotion, just as it had been for most of the past 3 billion years. Against this backdrop, a projectile the size of an automobile streaked across the void at tremendous velocity. Its dark copper hull flew soundlessly through vacuum, while below the gray-white nitrogen ice fractured into fleeting streaks of color. Seconds later, several thrusters embedded in its tail ignited with searing flame, accelerating it to its absolute limit. Enemy point defense fire lanced in from all directions, crimson energy spears grazing the projectile's hull, narrowly missing their mark. With this sudden burst of speed, it pierced the dense curtain of intercepting fire and struck, true and unerring, at an Iron Wall-class frigate on the outer defensive perimeter of the assimilators. Boom! It slammed violently into the frigate's newly raised shield, shattering itself utterly upon impact and detonating in a blinding conflagration. A violent pale blue ripple erupted from the impact point, but the frigate's shield held. The entire vessel recoiled backward, sliding dozens of meters under the sheer force. Shards of the projectile scattered across the shimmering shield surface, dark copper fragments tracing countless brief, sharp trajectories. Around that frigate, hundreds of other Iron Wall-class vessels along the assimilator's outer perimeter endured identical shocks. Directly opposite them, the vanguard fleet of the Wanderers loomed ever closer, their dark copper hulls now pressing near, their orange cannon muzzles blazing in near-continuous arcs across the void. Simultaneously, the assimilators unleashed coordinated energy spears from their formation, but their density had dwindled far below initial intensity. Meanwhile, more dark copper projectiles surged through the widening gaps between pale white beams, threatening to drown the assimilator fleet entirely. Zooming outward, the entire battlefield revealed tens of thousands of dark copper warships encircling the assimilator's defensive formation in a vast hemispherical grip. The assimilator's outer edges splintered repeatedly under relentless fire, reforming then fracturing again, until mounting losses forced them inward, collapsing their formation into ever tighter defensive rings. Farther back, the colossal dark copper silhouette of the Heavenly Throne hung motionless behind the fray, a 400-kilometer spherical dreadnought whose surface bristled with cannons. One by one, their muzzles ignited in bursts of orange flame. Each salvo pulsed like the heartbeat of a metallic titan, unleashing firepower exceeding the combined output of the entire assimilator fleet. From a Godseiya perspective, Huifeng drifted silently through the battlefield, observing the clash between the Wanderers and the assimilators. As this sudden war edged toward its conclusion, the assimilators' defeat had become inevitable. Outmatched in numbers, firepower, and technological superiority, the assimilators' warships were battered into disarray, struggling merely to hold their ground, let alone mount any meaningful counteroffensive. Now cornered beyond retreat, their formation compressed to its absolute limit, each remaining combatant locked in mortal embrace by multiple dark copper adversaries. Their retaliatory energy spears grew increasingly sparse, while Wanderer projectiles continued pouring in from every angle, relentless, unceasing. And yet this was still not the full might of the Wanderers. Beyond the main engagement zone, another contingent of Wanderer warships remained uncommitted, loitering at the periphery, clearly positioned to intercept any attempted breakout by the assimilators. Evidently, the Grand Khan's ambition was absolute. He intended to annihilate the assimilator's entire main fleet. And remarkably, he was succeeding. At this pace, the assimilator's flagship armada would soon be obliterated above Triton's frozen surface. This development boded ill for Huifeng. After all, the Grand Khan's next target was unmistakably himself. And though Huifeng possessed advantages of home field defense, those advantages dissolved before a mobile battle planet. A single volley from that planetary warship dwarfed the total firepower of his first fleet. What conceivable force could rival such a monstrosity? Though his first fleet had recently incorporated a number of Judgment-class cruisers, deployed during the Wanderers and Assimilators' approach and initial engagement, its overall combat capability now roughly matched that of the Assimilators' fleet prior to the Second Neptune campaign. Even against the 200,000 or 300,000 Wanderer vessels outside the battle planet, victory was uncertain, since Wanderer ships at this stage consistently outperformed those of all other factions in the Galactic War, including the Assimilators themselves. And then there was the battle planet itself, a glitch-like anomaly, its durability absurdly immense. His current fleet lacked the firepower even to inflict serious damage upon it. Huifeng could scarcely fathom how the Wanderers had engineered such a construct. Even granting them unique mechanics permitting base upgrades beyond conventional technology, the staggering resource investment and time required for such advancement defied reason. Huifeng remained utterly perplexed. In sum, after observing the third Neptune campaign between the Wanderers and the Assimilators, Huifeng swiftly realized that winning their impending conflict through conventional means stood little chance of success. Any rational adversary would deny him the time needed to cultivate an invincible fleet. He would need alternatives. How then could he confront this dire predicament? Huifeng's disembodied intellect raced with incandescent urgency. Moments later, amid the flickering detonations of both fleets, his gaze instinctively turned toward Titan, and he summoned its terraforming progress report. An idea had taken shape. Admittedly, it was not a sound strategy within standard Galactic War gameplay. It violated core game mechanics, and thus remained theoretically impossible. But this was reality, not simulation. Those very constraints he'd once tested deliberately or otherwise no longer applied. They posed no barrier to execution. One critical caveat remained: the plan demanded astronomical resource expenditure. His current reserves barely sufficed to initiate it, leaving none to spare for constructing new warships to resist the Wanderers. Committing to this course meant forfeiting all possibility of fleet expansion for resistance. These remaining vessels represented his last hope for conventional victory. Even if that hope was slender, it was not non-existent. Yet executing the plan would irrevocably strip his surviving fleet of any chance to prevail in open combat. Thus, Huifeng faced not a tactical choice, but a high-stakes gamble that would decide the war's outcome. He could proceed cautiously, methodically building more warships, gambling on overwhelming numbers to eke out a faint chance of victory against the Wanderers in the future. Or he could stake everything on the scheme he had just conceived, abandoning frontal confrontation entirely, embracing total commitment, succeed or perish utterly. This time, Huifeng deliberated long and deeply, until the moment the Assimilator's fleet met its final annihilation. Then he made his decision. Damn it. Why hesitate? Huifeng, go forth and act. As the last warship of the Assimilators detonated mid-orbit, the brief Third Neptune campaign drew to a close, lasting mere hours, after which the Assimilators' surviving main fleet was utterly erased from the solar system. In orbit around Triton, black-gray wreckage and dull copper shrapnel drifted in slow, entangled dispersion, pulled by the moon's gravity into an ever-widening metallic graveyard. The primary belligerents of this campaign were the Drifters and the Assimilators. Huifeng, for its part, deployed only a single stealth bomber at the outset to impede the Assimilators' retreat. For the remainder of the engagement, it remained strictly an observer. As the defeated faction, the Assimilators suffered near total annihilation of their solar system-based forces. Only scattered ground units remained entrenched on Triton's surface, and a forward base near Pluto still stood intact. Yet stripped of orbital protection, those structures had become little more than exposed targets. Deprived of its claws, the Assimilators' expulsion from the solar system was no longer a question of if, but merely when. By contrast, the Drifters, the undisputed victors, sustained fewer than 1,000 warship losses. With a masterfully executed annihilation battle, they proclaimed themselves the solar system's apex predators. They also heralded the formal arrival of an entirely new power onto the solar system's stage. The celestial throne came to rest in stable orbit above Triton, a 400-kilometer sphere of forged metal suspended over nitrogen ice, planes, its surface bristling with artillery emplacements that gradually retracted from combat stance. Soon after, several massive hatches, previously sealed and unseen, rumbled open along armored seams. Swarms of mineral reavers surged forth, descending upon Triton's richest mineral deposits like carrion-feasting insects drawn to decay. The mineral reaver is a signature drifter space unit. Its form resembles an enlarged T4 bacteriophage, comprising a regular icosahedral head, a central tubular section, and 6 stabilizing mechanical legs. Its primary function is to transport drifter mining personnel to planetary surfaces, large asteroids, or any viable resource-rich landing site, there to strip raw materials and return them to drifter battle planets, fueling their relentless expansion. Though lightly armed for self-defense, it serves essentially as a specialized worker drone. Huifeng observed it all. The Great Khan displayed remarkable patience. Having annihilated the assimilator fleet, it did not press forward immediately, but instead paused, turning its attention to local resource extraction to replenish its reserves. The following day, the drifter fleet reorganized in orbit around the celestial throne, and then divided into 3 distinct task forces. The first force, nearly 10,000 warships strong, ignited its drives and veered directly toward the nearest hyperspace conduit, Gate 1. The second, approximately 1,000 vessels, departed the main formation and headed toward Pluto. The third remained in Triton's orbit, continuing to guard the celestial throne. Is it splitting its forces, eh? Huifeng noted the maneuver. Dispatching 1,000 ships to Pluto was understandable. The assimilator's last remaining foothold in the solar system, poorly defended, ripe for swift elimination. But what purpose could 10,000 ships possibly serve at Gate 1? Could it be planning dual-front warfare, simultaneous offensives on 2 fronts? Huifeng speculated. Events soon bore out his hypothesis. The drifter detachment station near Gate 1 paused briefly, then launched 2 or 3 Hound-class scouts into the hyperspace corridor. Moments later, having evidently confirmed conditions beyond, they initiated full fleet transit. Simultaneously, the drifter fleet stationed near Neptune shifted course, its trajectory locking onto the Uranus system. So it is committing to dual-front warfare. Do dominant powers always favor such audacious gambits? For Huifeng, this development proved fortuitous. It meant the assimilators would absorb significant pressure in the coming phase. That said, even without that pressure, confronting the drifters head-in remained all but impossible. Still, reduced pressure was undeniably advantageous. During the drifters' occupation of Neptune's orbit, Huifeng had not remained idle. His grand plan had already entered execution. In the original Galactic War, players possessed 3 principal strategies for countering enemy battle planets. The first involved late-game research into specialized technologies, such as the Starbreaker cannon, a weapon uniquely designed to counter battle planets with overwhelming effectiveness. This approach constituted the dominant strategy across most matches since, under standard gameplay conditions, anti-planet weaponry like the Starbreaker cannon remained unavailable in early to mid-game, just as battle planets themselves required extensive research and a costly resource-intensive prerequisite. Then why, one might ask, does the drifter already wield a battle planet, while Huifeng lacks a Starbreaker cannon? Because the drifters require no technological prerequisite to upgrade their base into a battle planet, only time and resources. Moreover, under normal match conditions, even when the drifter player or AI holds overwhelming advantage, other players or AIs would never permit it to accumulate sufficient resources unchallenged during early to mid-game. Even if it somehow amassed those resources, opponents would never allow it to complete the upgrade peacefully. Instead, they would relentlessly harass and disrupt the process at every opportunity. Reality, however, imposed no such constraints. Though Huifeng knew nothing of the drifter's developmental history, he surmised that, unlike in-game, no adversary had ever threatened them early on. Coupled with the vastly greater resource scale of reality, this allowed them to snowball unchecked into their present dominance. The second in-game method was direct assault, brute force engagement. It entailed fielding a massive space fleet to first destroy the enemy's orbital defenses, then sustaining heavy fire from the battle planet itself while engaging in protracted orbital bombardment, followed by deploying ground forces to land seas and systematically dismantle critical systems, propulsion arrays, core reactors, and defensive turrets, until the battle planet lay crippled and inert, ready for gradual dismantling. This method demanded immense time, logistical effort, and catastrophic casualties, both in orbit and on the surface. Unless absolutely unavoidable, it remained a profoundly inefficient and unrewarding endeavor. The third method, deploying a battle planet of one's own against the enemies, was precisely the conceptual foundation of Huifeng's grand plan. In the player community of galactic warfare, there is a saying, only battle planets can contend with battle planets. Of course, this statement is not entirely accurate, but it does highlight one thing: when faced with a fully armed metallic planet, the power of a conventional fleet is quite limited. You can stack fleets against it or use advanced technology for countermeasures, but either way the casualties will be severe or the technological threshold will be too high. Only battle planets of the same level in terms of mass and firepower can truly withstand it. The thickness of a battle planet's armor, the density of its firepower, and the strength of its shields determine that its opponent can only be another battle planet. At least this holds true in the original version of the game. Huifeng's next plan is to create a battle planet, or rather to manufacture a youthful version of a battle planet. Do you remember Huifeng's transformation of Titan II? When Titan II is completely transformed by Huifeng, a special technology will be unlocked on his tech panel. Its name is Planet Transformation Project. Upon completion of its research, Huifeng will be able to construct a series of new buildings related to battle planets, among which is one particularly important and unique item. Planet Engine. This is a super engine capable of propelling an entire planet, generating immense thrust with a single unit. It is fundamental for a battle planet to move freely in space and marks the beginning of the planet's militarization. Behind a Wanderer's battle planet, there is also a massive planet engine serving as its power source. It must be constructed on a transformed planet, otherwise, according to the game's settings, using a planet engine to propel an untransformed natural planet will generate immense localized stress that could directly upheave the crust and tear apart tectonic plates, similar to stabbing a watermelon with a needle, causing it to shatter and disintegrate. However, the resource consumption required to build it is also extraordinarily high, especially when propelling massive celestial bodies. Often one planet engine will not suffice, several are needed to push it off its orbit. The reason the Wanderer's battle planet only requires one is that the mass of that planet is relatively small. According to the standard transformation project for battle planets in galactic warfare, at least 2 or 3 planet engines are needed to propel a properly transformed natural planet. For a satellite like Titan II, which has a larger mass, Huifeng estimates that it would require 4 to 6 planet engines. The resource requirements for a single engine are already staggering, let alone needing so many. This is the main reason why Huifeng must abandon the normal shipbuilding plan and invest almost all subsequent resources into the grand plan. At this point, some may wonder why Huifeng must choose Titan II as the target. Why not look for a smaller celestial body within the solar system that is easier to transform and propel? Firstly, Huifeng does not have time to start from scratch to transform a natural planet again. That is the biggest issue. Faced with the current crisis, he is out of time. Secondly, Huifeng's initial plan was not to use the battle planet so soon. At that time, there were no Wanderers, only the assimilators from the neighboring galaxy as his opponents, giving him sufficient time to gradually advance the transformation project. Thus, since he cannot make one in the short term anyway, he simply chose his hometown as the transformation target. It is more convenient and does not require developing anew elsewhere. Additionally, the combat effectiveness of a battle planet largely depends on its size and mass. In galactic warfare, the larger the size and mass of a battle planet, the more weapons and health points it can carry. Until the Wanderers suddenly came knocking. Now the transformation progress of Titan II has reached 90, with less than 10 left before completion. This remaining 10 is the final countdown between Huifeng and the Wanderers. His so-called youthful version of the battle planet is essentially a bare planet equipped only with thrusters and lacking a weapon system. According to the standards of galactic warfare, this hardly qualifies as a battle planet. An actual battle planet must not only have planet engines, but also be equipped with various weapon arrays, large shield systems, and other weaponized structures. Currently, there is nothing on Titan II. It only has numerous terrain modification devices tirelessly reinforcing the ground, a solid artificial silver-gray crust, and a planet engine that currently exists only in the construction plan. Oh, and there are many production buildings and ordinary defense platforms, the latter of which can provide some firepower, although still not comparable to genuine battle planet weapons. However, Huifeng does not actually need those things. From the very beginning, his plan was not to build a super battleship that could engage the Wanderers in direct confrontation. He did not have the ability to construct such a vessel. The resources required for the engines alone would deplete his current reserves. What he aims to create is an interstellar transport ship with a diameter exceeding 5,000 kilometers, consisting of ice rock and a metallic crust capable of being propelled to maximum speed by several planet engines. If his conventional space firepower cannot solve the battle planet issue, Then he will switch strategies and use mass as a weapon. Titan II does not need weapons or shields, and it does not even need to remain intact after the collision. It merely needs to charge forward with all its strength and use its massive mass to completely shatter the battle planet that determines the outcome of the war. Then even if the Wanderers lose their main base, they will not be able to secure victory in the war regardless of how many fleets they possess. This is his grand plan. Treating Titan II as a massive transport ship, he intends to crush the heart of the Wanderers. This plan could not exist under the original game mechanics, but now there is a foundation for realization in reality. If it succeeds, the war situation will completely reverse. If it fails, he may lose the chance to turn the tide and be forced to retreat from the solar system and start over. Of course, all of this depends on whether he can hold off the Wanderers long enough to buy sufficient time. Moreover, there is a crucial issue: how to collide with the Wanderers' battle planet. After all, they are not fools. Their most critical assets cannot be left in space motionless for him to collide with. While Titan II's engines are activating and charging towards the target, the opposing battle planet will surely try every means to evade Titan II itself. Given that Titan II lacks the agility of the larger planet, it means that the enemy may indeed evade Titan II's charge. Huifeng needs to find a way to address this, otherwise the collision plan itself will carry greater risks. However, he now has a few ideas. Skulls to the Khan. Blood upon the throne. A blue-scaled lizard man stood atop a raised dais, roaring down at the assembled throng below. Skulls to the Khan. Blood upon the throne. The crowd roared back in unison, voices thick with fanatic fervor. Behold the world around you. The blue-scaled lizard man slashed a clawed finger downward toward the metallic floor beneath him, his voice, piercing, ragged, shuddered and echoed beneath the vaulted ceiling. Behold it. Every armored plate, every cannon barrel, every welded seam was seized from star system after star system, forged from the bones of our enemies and the shattered carapaces of metal insects. This is our home. This is the testament of the great hunt. A deafening cacophony erupted below. The crowd surged upward, countless scaled arms thrust into the air. Dark green, ash green, pale green scales shimmered under the dim amber glow of the dome's lights. Now the mighty Grand Khan, the Lord of 10,000 Skulls, the Star Shatterer, the Bloody Conqueror, the King of Iron Fangs and Bronze Jaws, the Master of the Hunting Grounds, the Butcher of Star Systems, the Scale of Annihilation. A litany of titles stretching over 100 words has brought you here. A new hunting ground. A fat, glistening one. This system holds gas giants, ice-shrouded moons, inexhaustible ores, and atmospheres ripe for the taking. And two feeble metal shells, cowering behind their pitiful fleet. He paused, his vertical slit pupils slowly sweeping across each feverish face below. The Grand Khan commands: deploy every mineral reaver. Scour this system, seize everything worth taking. Ores, gases, ice, metals. All must be hauled back. What cannot be carried shall be burned. We forge fuel for the wars yet to come. We will expand this living space beneath our feet. Make it larger, harder, fiercer, unstoppable. Skulls to the Khan. Blood upon the throne. Once more the cry thundered in unison, so fiercely that conduits dangling from the dome trembled. This is the honor bestowed upon you by the Grand Khan. The blue-scaled lizard man spread his arms wide. Each vessel, each boarding slot, approved personally by the Grand Khan. You go forth not as soldiers, but as his jaws returning with prey. You go forth to gnaw the enemy's bones from this planet. Tell me, do you deserve this honor? We do. The roar nearly tore the dome from its foundations. Tell me, will you disappoint the Grand Khan? Never. The lizard man lowered his arms, his slit pupils narrowing in grim satisfaction. Then he turned, pointing toward a row of boarding channels already primed behind him. Within, the mineral reavers hummed with pre-launch energy, crude and ready to launch. Then board. Get out. Do not return until your holds are bursting at the seams. At that command, the crowd surged forward in exultant chaos. Hissing scales, scraping claws clattering against the metal floor, a tide of green fury pouring into the channels. No one looked back. Across the 400-kilometer surface of the celestial throne world known as Heaven's Throne, hundreds of such assembly zones erupted in identical spectacle. Upon each dais, lizardman leaders ignited fresh waves of madness with identical guttural cries, sparking legions of Sunto depart berserkers. In the days ahead, these legions would depart Heaven's Throne for other reaches of the solar system, seeking every resource they could haul back. Meanwhile, the battle planet Heaven's Throne itself would not linger near Neptune's moon Triton. Instead, it would advance, with its remaining warships, into the Uranian system to eradicate the Huifeng forces entrenched there. Once Uranus fell, Saturn would follow, then Jupiter, until the Wanderers crushed every last revolting metallic skull they deemed abhorrent. Throughout this campaign, the mineral reavers would serve as mobile supply depots for the Wanderers. Cheaply built, they posed little loss. If partially intercepted, the resources they gathered across the solar system would become the very fuel propelling the Wanderers' blood-soaked war machine ever onward. Swarming forth like locusts, dense clouds of mineral reavers poured from heaven's throne's open apertures, then dispersed in all directions across the solar system. They bypassed Uranus, the imminent battlefield, and the heavily fortified Saturn-Jupiter systems held by Huifeng. Many veered instead toward the desolate, vast expanse of the Kuiper Belt. Yet others charted course inward, toward the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, then onward to Mars, Venus, Mercury, and finally that cerulean world, Earth. The Wanderers' movements did not escape Huifeng's notice. He observed the swarm of mineral reavers scattering chaotically across the solar system. Their target, let me see, Earth. At first Huifeng dismissed them as trivial, until he confirmed that some were indeed bound for Earth. He glanced toward his first fleet. The Wanderers were now advancing en masse. Defenses in the Uranian system demanded his immediate attention. His warship reserves were already stretched thin, and the ongoing interstellar grand transport plan further drained available assets, leaving no margin to reinforce frontline strength. Thus, he had no capacity to divert forces to defend Earth against these minor incursions. After all, humanity was no mere ornamental species, possessing at least modest combat capability. Though the mineral reavers bore arms, they ranked among the weakest operational units in the game's hierarchy. So, perhaps humanity could handle them on its own. Huifeng reflected, and found the logic sound. Modern human technology should suffice to engage lightly armed mining vessels. Moreover, he was not humanity's guardian. He could not intervene in every crisis. What would happen if someday he were gone and no one remained to resolve such threats for future generations? Only humanity itself could rise to the challenge. Gaining experience now would render them far more adept at confronting such events in the future. Huifeng reached his decision swiftly. His gaze shifted to Grey Wind's avatar on Earth, and he summoned Gu Huai, the liaison officer responsible for high-level human alliance coordination. There is something I must inform you of. Upon receiving the notification from the Grey Wind, the Secretary-General quickly convened an internal emergency meeting. The duration of the meeting was short, yet each participant felt the gravity of the situation. The Secretary-General disclosed all the information provided by the Grey Wind during the meeting. Aliens are about to invade Earth, and the invaders are the mining troops of the Wanderers. The overall combat capability of the enemy is not very strong, but it still poses a challenge to humanity, among other details. The officials present were momentarily shocked, then erupted into intense discussions. Initially, the discussion centered around the authenticity of the news. Most believed that the Grey Wind civilization had no reason to deceive them in this regard. However, a small minority felt that while the Grey Wind civilization was truthful about the Wanderers' impending arrival on Earth, there was a possibility of exaggeration in the specifics. For example, what if the Wanderers arriving on Earth were not a combat unit, but a diplomatic mission seeking to establish friendly relations with humanity? If humanity were to heed the Grey Wind's advice and treat them as invaders preemptively striking, then subsequent human civilization would likely be embroiled in an interstellar war within the solar system, incurring the wrath of the Wanderers and being forced to participate. An official favoring a friendly stance towards the Grey Wind remarked, "What a ridiculous notion." Naturally, this minority viewpoint did not last long under collective scrutiny, and soon consensus was reached. Next, having established the veracity of the Grey Wind civilization's claims, the question of whether to resist became moot. With the enemy at the doorstep, would they not take up arms to resist? It was unanimously agreed that when the enemy approached Earth, humanity would initiate a counteroffensive. What means would they employ? Naturally, it would be the previously established nuclear weapon near-Earth orbital defense measures. Ironically, this system, originally designed to guard against the Grey Wind civilization, was ultimately repurposed to confront another alien civilization. However, this was not off-topic, as the plan had always been intended for extraterrestrial invasions, and now it was coming into play. Subsequently, the meeting discussed various specific situations and response measures, such as when to publicly announce this information, the evacuation of crowded areas, the mobilization of ground forces, and how to conclude matters after the incident. By the end of the emergency meeting, the senior officials of the United Human Alliance had devised a seemingly feasible response plan and process. In the following days, led by Qin Taishan, the observation team of the United Human Alliance successfully located the batch of Wanderer mining troops heading towards Earth using the real-time coordinates provided by the gray wind. 3 days later, they entered the Earth-Moon system. Upon receiving the news, the United Human military immediately activated their contingency plan, marking the first real combat since the near-Earth orbital defense system was proposed. However, during the ensuing period, its effectiveness in actual combat was rather poor. The main reason was that the targets were moving far too quickly. The missiles that the United Human Alliance could launch into space were insufficient to catch up with the speed of those mineral raider ships. They could only rely on supercomputers to calculate their future trajectories for preemptive intercepts. Although this method initially achieved decent results during the first round of defense, successfully destroying several ships with the nuclear warheads carried by the missiles, it yielded no further successes. After being attacked, the alien ships preparing to land on Earth quickly began to execute erratic maneuvers, making it difficult for the United Human Forces to maintain a 100 interception rate based on path predictions. Most of the alien ships ultimately managed to reach the Earth's atmosphere. Upon entering the atmosphere, the enemy ships began to decelerate, but even after slowing down, their speed still far exceeded the interception capabilities of human air defense weapons. Even if there was a slim chance of making contact, the durability of these alien ships exceeded the expectations of the United Human military. Conventional bombs seemed unable to inflict effective damage on their hulls apart from sustained heavy fire. With all the air defense forces exerting their utmost effort, they managed to shoot down one mineral raider after it entered the atmosphere, but beyond that they were powerless. Nearly 100 mineral raiders breached the first and second lines of defense established by humanity and crashed down onto the Earth's surface. Among them, half landed in the skyscrapers of United Human cities. Du Yuan had felt increasingly uneasy in recent days. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. After deliberating for a while, and unable to find the reason, he attributed this feeling to the aftereffects of a cold he had a few days earlier. On Friday morning, Du Yuan arrived at the company entrance as usual. Upon entering, he spotted Li Hao completing his electronic clock-in from a distance. He called out a greeting, "Hey, good morning." Li Hao turned around, saw Du Yuan, and smiled back, "Morning. Why are you here so early today? Don't you usually take your daughter to kindergarten with your wife at this time?" "My daughter woke up early today, so we left home early," Li Hao shrugged, holding a cup of soy milk as he walked to the elevator with Du Yuan. In the elevator, the two chatted about mundane matters, and the conversation soon shifted to current social issues as they reached their floor. "Hey, have you heard? A third alien civilization has appeared in the solar system," Li Hao exclaimed. "How could I not know? This news is all over the internet, and everyone is speculating about what this third alien civilization is all about." As they exited the elevator, they walked towards their respective posts. At this time, this floor was occupied only by the two of them, and their voices echoed in the empty space. "I've heard that this third alien civilization is not like the assimilators who ignore us, nor like the gray wind who proactively approaches us with generous conditions to make us their underlings, but rather a highly aggressive entity." Li Hao sat down in his chair and spoke confidently. "You're just blowing smoke. Where do you get all this information?" Du Yuan, sitting beside him, began organizing the paper documents left from yesterday, casually responding. "Hey, don't disbelieve me. The friend who gave me this info works in some government department." "Oh, back to your civil servant friend again, huh? You little rascal." Before Li Hao could finish his sentence, Du Yuan suddenly interrupted him. "Wait, did you hear something?" "What?" "Sure, don't speak." Du Yuan raised his hand to signal silence. Once Li Hao quieted down, he stood up to listen intently. Whoosh, whoosh. Initially, it was a faint sound, but soon this noise grew louder and closer, leaving the two with hardly any time to react before it erupted in their ears. Whoosh, whoosh. This is, damn it, the air raid siren. When the air raid siren sounded, Du Yuan was the first to react, quickly standing up and pulling Li Hao, who was still in a daze, with him. "What the hell is happening?" "The air raid siren is going off. Are you deaf? Is this a drill?" Li Hao instinctively asked. "How would I know?" As if in response to their words, shortly after the air raid siren sounded, a serious voice from a loudspeaker outside began broadcasting. "Emergency broadcast, please, all citizens pay attention. Please, all citizens pay attention. The local area is facing an unexpected aerial threat currently assessed as an extraterrestrial invasion. The highest level of military preparedness has been activated citywide, and a level 1 air raid siren has been sounded. All citizens are advised to immediately proceed to the nearest civil defense facilities, public basements, or the lower levels of sturdy buildings for emergency shelter, and to stay away from high-rise buildings, glass facades, open squares, rivers, and wilderness. Do not linger on the street's rooftops or by windows to watch, and do not attempt to drive away in large numbers. Remain calm, obey the order, and wait patiently for further official instructions. Please note, this is not a drill. Please note, this is not a drill. Please note, this is not a drill. After hearing the entire broadcast, Du Yuan and Li Hao looked at each other in shock. What the hell, aliens are really coming? Li Hao was the first to speak. Du Yuan, however, was more decisive. He immediately turned and sprinted towards the emergency exit of the building. What are you still standing there for? Run. Oh, wait for me. In the past few days, the company had organized several evacuation drills as per government requirements. At that time, Du Yuan did not take it seriously, but today he recalled the experiences from those drills. He at least remembered that in such situations one should not use the elevator. After the two of them sprinted down more than 10 floors panting heavily, they finally reached the entrance of the company, only to find chaos outside. Under the sharp sound of the air raid siren and the human voice broadcast, people on the street were running chaotically towards the nearest civil defense facilities. This time period was already the peak for people driving to work, and now once the incident occurred, a flood of vehicles immediately clogged the city's roads with honking and shouting filling the air. Some nearby police and traffic officers were still trying to maintain order, but it was like a drop in the bucket. Most people followed the crowd and their instincts to flee in various directions across the city. Du Yuan originally intended to follow the crowd to the nearest civil defense facility, but before he could act, he noticed the hesitant expression on Li Hao's face. Hey, we should head to the nearby bomb shelter. Did you hear me? Li Hao did not immediately respond to Du Yuan. He first glanced at the chaotic scene around him before saying to the latter, No, I need to find my wife and child first. At a time like this, It's because of a time like this that I have to find them. Li Hao interrupted him, speaking clearly. What if they end up in danger later and am not there with them? I would regret it for the rest of my life. Du Yuan opened his mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. He never expected a scene like something out of a disaster movie would actually unfold right before him. Du Yuan, you go ahead. I should be able to catch up with you later. Du Yuan hesitated for a moment, watching Li Hao's face gradually firm up. Finally, he gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh. Damn it, I'm going with you. Huh? Why? This time it was Li Hao who was surprised. Why even ask? I have few relatives and friends, and you count as one. Am I supposed to just watch my friend risk his life for his wife and children while doing nothing behind him? Do go. Damn, can you stop being so sentimental? Hurry up and lead the way before I change my mind. So the two of them began to run against the current of the crowd towards the district where Li Hao lived. Li Hao's family lived not too far from the company, only about 3 kilometers in a straight line, which would take just a few minutes by car. However, the roads along the way were completely blocked by other vehicles, and the two could not drive there, so they had no choice but to run along the street. During the process, Li Hao managed to contact his wife via his phone, but no one answered at the kindergarten. After some discussion, the three decided to meet up at the kindergarten. The kindergarten was also not far away, and with Du Yuan and Li Hao running with all their might, they finally made it there, panting within 10 minutes. On the way, the air raid siren was still ringing, but the density of the crowd had begun to thin out. When the two arrived at the kindergarten's gate, they saw Li Hao's wife rushing from the other side of the street. The three of them successfully grouped together without even having time to celebrate and immediately ran into the kindergarten. Once inside, they found some teachers and adults gathered in the open area, seemingly organizing the children for evacuation. The three quickly stopped the teacher to ask about Li Hao's daughter's whereabouts. Are you the parents of Li Muqing? After confirming their identities and intentions, the teacher glanced at them. Yes. Where is my little Qing? Li Hao quickly nodded and asked. The child is over there. Everyone is fine. Do you want to take her away? I should warn you first, it's already too late now. Doing so is too dangerous, and the principal definitely won't agree to it. Huh. So what should we do? Follow us. The teacher gestured for the three to look behind him. Du Yuan noticed that behind the teacher stood several armed soldiers who were on guard around. Many parents have come to find their children just like you, but we have asked them to stay behind and go with us to another nearby bomb shelter for safety rather than those civil defense facilities that are too far away. If you care about your child, I suggest you follow us. Since that was the case, the three had no better options and could only agree to the teacher's suggestion, joining the kindergarten's evacuation team. Li Hao quickly found his daughter among the children, lifting her up with overwhelming emotion, nearly in tears. After the reunion, the couple did not forget Du Yuan, expressing their deep gratitude for his support during this perilous time. From Du Yuan's perspective, he didn't think it was a big deal aside from being a bit tired from all the running. All right, time to go. Did we leave anyone behind? The leader of the group, the blonde principal of the kindergarten, inquired from the front. After receiving affirmative answers, he led the team to follow the soldiers, clearing the way, exiting the kindergarten. Boom! As they stepped out the door, suddenly a loud explosion resonated from the sky. Following that, a long object indistinguishable in nature screamed through the air, emitting a piercing shriek that tore through the sky before crashing into a nearby building. Boom! A shockwave swept through the gaps between buildings, shaking the ground and blowing the corners of everyone's clothes. Damn! We need to hurry. Hurry, go, go! Du Yuan urged Li Hao as they hurried along with the crowd weaving through streets already nearly deserted. Du Yuan glanced back, repeatedly straining to discern what had crashed over there, but buildings blocked his view. All he could see was a thick plume of gray smoke rising into the sky, and nothing else. A short while later, halfway along their route, Du Yuan heard the unmistakable whir of helicopters. He looked up again just in time to see several large matte green military helicopters skim low over the rooftops nearby, racing toward the smoke-choked site in the distance. Less than 30 seconds later, 2 fighter jets screamed across the heavens, likewise streaking toward the same site. Witnessing these scenes, the adults in the crowd grew visibly agitated. Even the children sensed that today's world felt profoundly different from the one they knew, and fell silent, clinging quietly to the procession. Good Lord, I'm not watching some North American blockbuster in a cinema, am I? Li Hao, having just reunited with his daughter, relaxed noticeably, and even found himself quipping. Fortunately, the rest of the journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of the life-or-death set pieces so common in films. They arrived unscathed at the entrance of an air raid shelter beneath a local aging residential compound. As the shelter's massive reinforced door groaned open, people filed inside in orderly fashion under military guidance. Hey, you newcomers, over here for registration. Not far away, someone waved from behind a table, just as Du Yuan and his group stepped through the threshold, momentarily disoriented. Du Yuan led Li Hao and the others forward. What is this? The registration desk. All newcomers must sign in for head counts later. Name? Oh, I'm Du Yuan. Age? 28. Occupation and home address? Software developer. I live in Honghua Residential Complex, roughly some distance from here. Du Yuan then relayed his details to the staff, completed registration, and, guided by other personnel, navigated a narrow corridor into a comparatively spacious shelter chamber. There he realized their group, evacuated from a kindergarten, appeared to be among the very last to arrive. Over 100 people already filled the room. Rest here for a moment. You've earned it, said a staff member before turning and hurrying off. Du Yuan chose a spot near the entrance, sitting on the concrete floor covered with stiff cardboard, all the while observing the restless, murmuring crowd around him. Soon after, Li Hao and his family arrived. Spotting Du Yuan, he guided his wife and daughter to sit beside him. Feels stifling in here, he remarked idly. Naturally. You see how many people are crammed in, and remember, we're underground. Du Yuan replied absently, his gaze drawn instinctively to the weathered, mottled marks scarring the shelter's walls. This air raid shelter had been built before the Third World War. Now, more than a century later, its once white plaster had long since cracked and peeled away in large patches, exposing the coarse, cold concrete beneath. Where remnants of plaster still clung, faint rectangular outlines remained, duller yellow or harder than the surrounding surface. Nearby, tattered fragments of a propaganda poster clung to the wall, a soldier gripping a rifle, and a slogan barely legible beneath the grime. Prepare for war, prepare for famine, serve the people. Du Yuan murmured the slogan softly. What? Li Hao turned, having just comforted his daughter alongside his wife. Look over there, a vintage propaganda poster likely from last century. Really? Oh, it truly is. Li Hao followed Du Yuan's gesture. Looks like this place dates back to the Third World War era. Never imagined it'd see use again today. There's more over here. Du Yuan pointed to another stretch of wall, far more eroded, yet several bold lines of text remained largely legible. Let the peoples of the world unite to overthrow German imperialist, American, and revisionist forces. Imperialist nuclear weapons cannot intimidate the heroic, illegible people. I'm something of a local. I suspect my great-grandmother's great-grandmother may have sheltered here, Li Hao said wryly. Our ancestors surely never imagined this place would be reactivated after so many decades. Perhaps not. Taking refuge from alien invasion is still preferable to hiding from our own kind's nuclear fire. Du Yuan replied. Must we rank disasters? Both are calamities. With no further words, both fell silent. Today's events had unfolded with such shocking suddenness that upon finally reaching relative safety and catching their breath, a profound sense of unreality washed over them. They didn't even know what had invaded Earth. The assimilators. The wanderers. Or perhaps the Greywind civilization. Du Yuan suspected the Wanderers. The odds of either of the others seemed remote. He wondered what was unfolding above ground. Had the United Earth forces repelled the invaders? Then, boom! A deep, muffled explosion reverberated through the shelter, accompanied by a subtle tremor. The previously clamorous crowd fell instantly silent, startled by the shockwave. What's happening now? Li Hao tensed, scanning the ceiling and walls. Outside, the commotion did not cease with the shelter's hush. It intensified. Faint vibrations pulsed through the thick concrete, growing more frequent. Have we been discovered? Someone blurted, igniting a fuse of collective dread. The shelter's eerie stillness shattered into chaos, far more frenzied than before. Are the troops fighting those things outside? Damn it, we can't be this unlucky. God protect us. Guanyin Bodhisattva protect us. Amitabha Buddha protect us. Please, deities of every creed, let nothing worse happen now. Wah wah wah. Mommy, I'm scared. Sure, it's all right. Mommy will keep you safe. As panic threatened to spiral further, two tall figures appeared in the shelter's main entrance. All right, comrades. Everyone please calm down. Don't panic. Listen to me. One bellowed, voice raw with urgency. Once the din subsided and all eyes fixed upon them, he continued, I am the shelter's administrator. This officer beside me oversees regional defense. First, the explosions and tremors you just heard. Yes, your fears are confirmed. Our shelter has been located by the enemy. Our station forces outside are now engaged in combat with the invaders. But do not fear. The soldiers are holding the line, preventing the enemy from advancing toward us. Please remain calm and place absolute faith in their unwavering courage. The soldier standing beside the administrator gave a firm, solemn nod, then stepped forward, speaking in a resonant, steady baritone. We have withstood the first wave. The enemy has not yet breached the shelter entrance. So long as a single soldier stands, that entrance will not fall. Trust us. The administrator nodded, resuming, Comrades, the situation is grave, but we are not helpless. Our troops fight relentlessly to safeguard you. Thus your duty now is to support them, stay calm, maintain order, and refrain from impeding the front lines. That is your greatest contribution. Please adhere to the following. Remain in your assigned sector per staff instructions. Do not wander freely, especially near the main entrance. Care for elders and children around you. If you possess medical or emergency response training, report to staff immediately. Remain composed. Await further instructions. Thank you. The administrator and the soldier quickly left. The words they exchanged indeed had a significant effect. Although the people here were still somewhat worried and fearful, they no longer lost control as they did at the beginning. Du Yuan and Li Hao remained among the crowd, chatting intermittently. Outside there were occasional roars and tremors, and the light bulb overhead flickered with unstable voltage, alternating between brightness and darkness. After about 10 minutes, someone walked into the entrance of the shelter. Noticing the movement, Du Yuan looked up and found that it was the same soldier who had just left with the administrator. At this moment, he was carrying a gun and appeared less clean than before, with some dust and bloodstains on his face and combat uniform. Others quickly noticed his arrival and fell silent. The soldier stood silently for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, Comrades, I am the person in charge of the defense forces stationed in this air raid shelter. I need to explain the current situation to everyone honestly, and I also need your assistance. His voice was slightly hoarse compared to before, and the light bulb flickered again as he spoke. The dust and blood on his face became particularly noticeable. As of now, we are still resisting the attack from the extraterrestrials, but the enemy's combat power exceeds our estimates, resulting in heavy casualties, and our defenses are continually forced to retract inward. Reinforcements from other areas cannot reach us for the moment because the alien spacecraft has landed not far from us, isolating us from the main forces. I need to identify those among you who have some military experience to help resist the enemy. Veterans, reservists, retired police officers, citizens trained in militia or qualified to carry firearms, regardless of how long they've been retired, as long as they aren't too old and still remember how to shoot and obey orders. This is a voluntary request. No one will be forced. But I must be clear. If no one steps forward, the external defenses may not hold for much longer. The light bulb above flickered again. If anyone has relevant experience, please come forward. At first, there was no response from the crowd. Everyone looked at each other, men at women, children at their parents. But soon the first person stepped out from the crowd. It was a bald, middle-aged man, and his beer belly was quite prominent. I served as a volunteer soldier for 2 years. I haven't forgotten how to shoot. Is that okay? The soldier looked at him for a moment and asked, Do you have a family? I'm a single man, and my parents died 2 years ago, and I have no other attachments, the man replied. The soldier nodded. The man stepped forward and stood next to him. With the first volunteer, several others with military experience also stepped forward. The soldier asked a few questions and declined 2 individuals with families and attachments before leading the remaining people away. Du Yuan and Li Hao did not step forward, the former because his only military experience was the meager training he received in school, and the latter because his wife and child were still by his side. He probably wouldn't agree even if he wanted to. How long has it been, and already the outside is about to collapse? Li Hao bit his nails, looking worried. The others in the shelter shared his anxiety about the impending situation. Stop overthinking, let's trust our military for now. Du Yuan spoke to comfort him. After another 10 minutes or so, someone else arrived at the entrance. This time it was not the earlier soldier, but a younger face. Compared to the previous soldier, he was dirtier and bloodier, with a tear in his combat uniform on his left shoulder. He walked and looked around at the crowd and said, "I am taking over from the previous person in charge. The situation at the front is critical, and we need more people." "What happened to the previous comrade?" someone asked. The young soldier paused for a moment and replied, "He has fallen honorably." At that moment no one spoke. They all realized the brutality of the battlefield above. "I'm not going to ask how much experience you all have. The most experienced ones have already gone out. What I'm asking now is, are there any young people left? Anyone who can stand up and come with me?" Some in the crowd lowered their heads, and a child clutched his mother's hem. "I know you are not soldiers, and I do not expect you to fight." His tone slowed, "But now we have no reserves behind us. Those things outside are exceedingly brutal. I just witnessed it firsthand. I'm sorry. I can't articulate it. In short, if those things get in here, they will likely commit unimaginable acts against the children present. So is there anyone?" At first, the crowd hesitated even more than before, but eventually someone stepped forward. Perhaps moved by the young soldier's words, or perhaps driven by some sense of responsibility. In any case, with the first man standing by his side, more people from the crowd began to step forward. "Daddy, where are you going?" A little boy only a few years old tugged at his father's hand and asked in a baby voice. "Don't worry, Daddy is going to be a hero." "Is Daddy going to be a superhero?" "Yes, Daddy is going to be a superhero and fight monsters. You stay here and wait for Daddy to come back with Mommy, okay?" "Okay." His mother was crying nearby. The father hugged her briefly before resolutely stepping out of the crowd. The young soldier witnessed this scene. His eyes were red, but he did not stop the man's decision. Du Yuan also stood up to walk forward, but as he took a step, Li Hao pulled him back. "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy?" he whispered angrily. "I'm not crazy. Didn't they say it doesn't matter about experience anymore? They just need more people. Isn't a lone wolf like me perfect for this?" After saying that, Du Yuan broke free from Li Hao's grip. "What about you? Your wife and daughter are right there. Don't push it. Just stay here and wait for your grandpa's heroic return." "You bastard." Li Hao glared at Du Yuan as he walked toward the front of the crowd. This time the young soldier led dozens of people, drawn from several shelter rooms inside the air raid bunker, outward, including Du Yuan himself. Yet scarcely had they turned to leave when Li Hao suddenly sprinted after them. "Wait, I'm coming too." Du Yuan stared in astonishment. "What are you doing here? What about your wife and children?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Hao skidded to a halt before him, exhaling sharply. "I asked, what are you doing here? What about your wife and children?" Du Yuan lowered his voice, yet his tone grew more urgent than before. "My wife sent me." Li Hao lifted his gaze to meet Du Yuan's. She said, "If the outside truly collapses, hiding underground won't save me. Better to go out and help. One more pair of hands means one more chance. After you left, I thought the same thing, so..." Du Yuan opened his mouth, then fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "Does she even know what you're doing?" A pause settled over the scene. Du Yuan asked again. "She knows. Then why?" "Of course I can't bear to leave them," Li Hao cut in. "That's precisely why I won't let whatever unknown threats lurk near this bunker. You ran so far with me to find them. I won't stay behind while you go up. My wife has already given her consent. So don't waste your worry on me." Du Yuan held his gaze for several seconds, as if searching for something unsaid. Before he could speak again, the young soldier ahead halted and glanced back at them. "Time is running short. Let's go," Du Yuan finally managed, 2 words tightly squeezed out. The two fell into step behind the main group, arriving at the massive entrance of the air raid bunker. Its heavy door cracked open just wide enough for a single person to pass. 2 other soldiers stood guard beside it. One soldier stood beside a pile of firearms, the other stood beside a table laden with gear, ammunition belts, magazines, and hand grenades. Notably, in a corner near the entrance, some 15 wounded lay motionless, many grievously injured, while several figures in medical attire tended to them with quiet urgency. Sounds from the outside now pierced the gloom with startling clarity, incessant staccato bursts like frying beans punctuated by deep, thunderous detonations. You still have one final chance to turn back, the lead soldier said, turning to face the crowd behind him. Step away now, and it's not too late. Du Yuan swept his peripheral vision across the group. He waited, but no one stepped forward. Good. Form a line. Those called by name will step forward first to collect their gear. As the group swiftly assembled before the soldiers, the young leader began calling names, one by one. Soon he reached Du Yuan. Du Yuan stepped forward, approaching the soldier stationed beside the gear and ammunition. The man handed him a helmet, several loaded magazines, and a single grenade, then said, "Secure everything close to your body, tight and steady. The situation outside is chaotic. Stay with the unit, never break formation. Protect yourself, but never endanger your comrades. Your sole objective is to hold this bunker. Everything else is secondary. Act only within your limits. Do not force valor where none is needed." "Thank you," Du Yuan replied, pulling the helmet low over his brow before moving toward the second soldier. The soldier handed him a standard-issue rifle. Du Yuan was no firearms enthusiast. He couldn't identify the model. In all his life, he'd only ever handled a gun once during military training in school, firing a handful of rounds. Beyond that, he knew nothing. The soldier seemed to sense it instantly. "Listen, I see you've never held a rifle before, so I'll skip the rules and drill straight into how to use it and how to survive. First, the safety. You must disengage it before firing. Watch closely, then raise the rifle, brace the stock firmly against your shoulder, and aim through the sights at your target. Understood?" "Yes, I understand. Like this." Du Yuan took the weapon and mimicked the soldier's demonstration. "Correct. And remember, keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. Rest it alongside the frame. And never, under any circumstance, point the muzzle at another person. Don't squeeze the trigger unless the enemy is right before you. Ammunition is scarce. If you exhaust it, you'll be left defenseless. When reloading, feel for the magazine's firm click. Only release once it's fully seated. Like this." "Yes, exactly. When panic strikes, slow down. Better a deliberate pace than a jammed weapon. That grenade, save it for absolute extremity. Once the pin is pulled, you must throw it. Holding it risks killing your own comrades." The soldier added a few more critical reminders. Only after Du Yuan and the others who followed confirmed they'd memorized each point did he step aside. "That's all I'll say. One last reminder, if tactics confuse you, don't fret. Outside experienced soldiers will guide you every step. Obey every command without hesitation. Retreat, take cover, hit the ground. Do it instantly when ordered. Remember, you are not expected to die heroically. Your only mission is to stay alive, nothing more, nothing less." The soldier stepped aside. Du Yuan drew a sharp, steadying breath and watched the young leader move once more to the head of the column. "From here, those with rifles will follow me forward. Everyone else, those unarmed, will remain behind with these two soldiers to assist, carry supplies, evacuate the wounded. Do not overextend yourselves. Understood?" "Understood." "Good. Riflemen, follow me out." Du Yuan fell into line behind the young soldier, stepping through the doorway, and noticed Li Hao was not among them. That realization brought him a fleeting, quiet relief. At least Li Hao would be safer, and his wife need not fear her husband lost forever. As Du Yuan emerged into the open, the world beyond the bunker bore no resemblance to the one he'd fled. Gray-white dust hung thick in the air. Overturned vehicles blocked intersections, one still burning, its orange flames flickering fitfully through the haze. The air reeked of cordite, scorched metal, and an acrid, indescribable stench. "Don't stand there dazed, move. Follow me," the young soldier's voice rang out from ahead. Du Yuan tightened his grip on the rifle and hurried along the rubble-strewn street beside the others. Within minutes, they reached a makeshift defensive position. It was hardly a proper trench, merely a haphazard mound of concrete slabs, bricks, and twisted metal fragments. 3 soldiers crouched atop it. One wore a bulky radio pack and spoke urgently into a short-range microphone. "Old Zhang, I've brought the reinforcements." The young leader dropped low beside a soldier whose head was wrapped in blood-stained bandages, speaking in a hushed tone. "Everyone from the bunker who could handle a rifle is here. No more, no less. They're green, but they've got courage. How's your situation holding up?" The bandaged soldier lifted his eyes, glancing briefly at the motley group behind him, civilians clad in mismatched clothes, gripping rifles with white-knuckled intensity. "It's dire." He gestured toward the direction they faced. "The second line is collapsing. Old Li tried to withdraw the remaining troops, but he hasn't responded to us for over a minute." A silence fell. Then the young soldier asked quietly, "So, this is our last line?" "Yes." Yumi Xiao Zhang Huanggu, and Old Wu and Xiao Du atop the apartment building beside us. Excluding Xiao Zhong and Xiao Yi guarding the bunker entrance, only 6 trained fighters remain combat-ready. Of course, it's not all grim news. The Air Force and artillery are still delivering reliable support, though ground units require more time to neutralize the alien vessels and their main forces. The bandaged soldier spoke slowly. What good is firepower alone? Those aliens are cunning. They vanish into nearby buildings the moment bombardment begins, then slink back through the ruins once the shelling ceases, creeping forward to ambush us. The young soldier grumbled. Better something than nothing. At least they dare not linger long in the open plains nearby. The bandaged soldier shook his head. Enough. Bring them forward. Time is short. I'll brief them myself. The young soldier nodded, then turned and gestured for Du Yuan and the others to crouch low and approach. Dozens moved forward cautiously. Du Yuan stood at the front of the group, his palms already damp with sweat as he gripped his rifle. A few words the bandaged soldier said, scanning the crowd. His voice was quiet yet profoundly steady. I am Zhang Xingda. From this moment you answer to me. He pointed toward the front of the position. A defensive line stood just ahead minutes ago, but it has likely already been breached. Those alien abominations will appear before us very soon. Only then did Du Yuan grasp the gravity of his words. As he had emerged from the air raid shelter earlier, gunfire and explosions had roared unceasingly in his ears. Yet now those sounds had faded dramatically, leaving only distant muffled thunder as a faint backdrop. This is the last remaining defense of our shelter. Our task is clear: hold this sector until reinforcements arrive. Otherwise, those aliens will storm the shelter and slaughter every friend and family member huddled inside. I refuse to witness such a horror, and I trust you do too. And do not harbor illusions about these invaders. Believe me, you'll understand why the moment you see them. Their bodies are clad in strange, segmented armor, or perhaps exoskeletal frames, impervious to standard rifle rounds. Aim instead for their joints, disabling those may hinder their mobility. Grenades can wound them too, but only if detonated at point-blank range. For direct elimination, rely on Lao Wu atop the rooftop and Huang brother beside me. We each retain functional rocket launchers. Having spoken, he observed no objections and began assigning positions. Du Yuan was stationed on the right flank, flanked by the young soldier who had guided them there. The others were dispersed around the perimeter, forming a fragile gossamer line of life. Check your magazines. Stay calm. Do not fire until I give the order. Zhang Xingda called out from nearby. Du Yuan stared down at his rifle, mentally rehearsing the soldier's instructions. How to disengage the safety, how to reload the magazine. His fingers were icy, his heart hammered wildly, yet his mind remained unerringly lucid. The young soldier glanced at him and murmured, everyone's like this the first time. Don't fixate on your rifle. Watch your sector. Breathe slowly. Du Yuan nodded, adjusted his stance, and gazed into the distance, drawing a deep breath. Moments later, he spotted movement within the dust-choked streets ahead. First came a faint metallic grinding, a mechanical joint rotating, then heavy, deliberate footsteps. Du Yuan tightened his grip on the rifle stock until his knuckles blanched white. Beside him, the bald veteran soldier raised his weapon barrel, trained on the source of the sound, breathing shallow and silent. Soon 3 figures emerged from the haze. They towered over 2.5 meters tall, armored head toto in coarse bronze-hued exoskeletal plating that lent them an overwhelming, oppressive presence. Their heads were sealed within fully enclosed helmets, revealing only a narrow horizontal visor, its surface coated in glossy black material resembling reinforced glass. So these were the architects of Earth's ruin. Du Yuan's gaze locked helplessly onto the alien at the far left. Its armor was splattered with crimson blood. Broad, violent streaks of deep red stained its chest plate and streamed down its legs, some already darkened and congealed. Protruding from a bulging dorsal plate behind it were several twisted metal rods, each impaling a human skull. Some still wore shattered helmets and cracked goggles, all stared with wide, grotesque, lifeless eyes. The visceral horror made Du Yuan's stomach lurch violently, yet distance spared him from vomiting outright. At last he understood why Zhang Xingda had warned, entertain no illusions. Then Zhang's roar shattered his reverie, open fire. In the next instant, every muzzle along the barricade spat flame. Du Yuan instinctively squeezed the trigger, recoiled, jolting his arms, as tracers arced toward the distant figures. Most rounds missed, striking walls behind the aliens and sending shards of brick and dust flying. A few struck the chest plates, but only sparked and ricocheted. Their advance never faltered. Before Du Yuan could reload, one alien leveled a bizarre dual-barreled weapon, its front end whirring with a low, ominous hum. Then two searing, orange-red laser beams lanced forth from the spinning barrels, striking the left flank of the defensive line. Du Yuan watched transfixed as concrete blocks and the brick wall behind them melted instantly, molten cement oozing downward like lava. A youth roughly his age had lain there moments before. Du Yuan hadn't even glimpsed his face before the beam cleaved him cleanly at the waist. His upper body slid to the ground, fingers still twitching, his lower half lay motionless. A cloying, burnt-sweet stench filled the air. Nausea surged again, yet Du Yuan choked it back, swallowing hard. Damn it! The blast stunned the survivors. Firepower visibly slackened around him. But the professional soldiers remained unshaken. Troops on the embankment and rooftop fired two coordinated missiles. One evaded, but the second slammed into the central alien's shoulder, hurling it backward in a violent explosion. It staggered for 2 seconds, then rose again. Du Yuan saw the crater in its shoulder plating, exposing pulsing pink muscle beneath, yet its movements remained disturbingly fluid. Keep firing. They're moving to flank the buildings. Zhang Xingda's shout nearly vanished beneath the din. Gunfire erupted anew, dense and desperate. Yet the aliens retaliated without pause, dodging threats while unleashing alternating sweeps of orange-red lasers, each impact unleashing waves of blistering heat against the barricades. On the left flank, two more men fell simultaneously, one's helmet vaporized by searing heat, the other severed cleanly from chest to right arm. His charred stump still smoking, his severed hand flying meters away, fingers frozen mid-trigger pull. The one on the left is flanking. Flanking left, cried the young soldier beside Du Yuan. But sustained assault had already fractured the left defense, leaving a yawning breach. Just as the leftmost alien vaulted over a half-collapsed wall and plunged into a storefront, the sky screamed. Artillery shells shrieked overhead. A barrage detonated across the street, engulfing all three aliens in fire and light. Shockwaves hurled debris and dust outward. Du Yuan was pinned flat beneath the barricade, unable to lift his head. The bombardment lasted nearly a minute. When the blast subsided and smoke thinned, all three aliens had vanished from sight. Peering out, Du Yuan spotted one alien crouched inside a partially collapsed building, its head cautiously emerging to survey the ruins. They had burrowed into the skeletal remains of street-side structures, using reinforced concrete to shield themselves from artillery. As the shelling ceased, an eerie silence descended, broken only by the acrid tang of scorched earth. Seconds later, the grinding of metallic joints returned, louder, sharper than before. The three aliens re-emerged from the rubble, not pausing but advancing relentlessly, while laying down suppressive fire, determined to crush all resistance upon the barricade. Du Yuan's magazine emptied again. He ducked behind cover, fumbling frantically for a spare clip, his sweaty fingers slipping, failing twice before finally locking it home. Suddenly a man screamed. Then a wave of scorching heat and nauseating char rushed over Du Yuan. He dared not turn to see what had happened. Just as he lifted his head to resume firing, rotor blades thundered overhead. A deep green attack helicopter plunged between the skeletal towers, its side-mounted cannon erupting in rapid, incandescent bursts. Armor-piercing rounds lashing forward like burning iron whips, striking the lead alien with surgical precision. Within 2 seconds, the cannon's hail reduced its upper torso and its bronze exoskeleton to shredded fragments, scattering dark metallic shards and limbs across the asphalt. Cheers finally broke from the barricade. Du Yuan gasped, heart hammering against his ribs, eyes fixed on the chopper's silhouette, waiting for it to reposition and deliver decisive follow-up strikes. He failed to notice the young comms officer on the opposite flank suddenly go pale, clutching his headset, calling urgently into the static, then turning to Zhang Xingda with mounting panic. Lao Zhang, Lao Wu, and Xiao Du are offline. Zhang Xingda's expression froze. He jerked his head upward, toward the rooftop of the residential building, but saw nothing. In that instant, comprehension struck like lightning. He leapt up and bellowed toward the sky climb. Now pull up. But it was already too late. Without warning, a bronze figure exploded through the rooftop window of the building where the two soldiers had been stationed. Its exoskeletal legs shrieked as it launched, arching high through the air before crashing sideways onto the helicopter's fuselage, wrenching it violently to the right. The alien drove one hand into the hull, then pressed its weapon against the inner hatch and fired. An orange-red laser burst through the opposite side of the cabin. With the cockpit obliterated, the rotor slowed abruptly. The chopper spiraled downward in thick black smoke, crashing into the ground floor of a nearby building. Fireballs erupted from windows and fissures, and the shockwave rippled across the entire street. Before Du Yuan could react, he was hurled into the air, world tilting, tumbling, then dissolving into darkness. How long passed he could not tell, until consciousness seeped back slow and painful. He found himself crumpled beside an overturned car, curled on his side, helmet studded with glass shards, ears ringing incessantly, the echo of the blast still reverberating inside his skull. Farther off, the helicopter's wreckage burned fiercely, orange flames dancing amid the dust, illuminating the devastation strewn across the street. He struggled to look around, and realized the line was gone. Figures lay scattered, some unmoving, others groaning softly. Not a single soul stood upright. Then from the heart of the firelight, 3 towering silhouettes advanced slowly. Exoskeletons scarred with burns and bullet holes, movement sluggish but undeniably alive. Du Yuan recognized the one leading them. Its chest stained baked jet black by the blast, its dorsal spikes still swaying, skulls dangling. Though one helmet had vanished, revealing half a face seared beyond recognition. They halted in the center of the ruins. One emitted a guttural, throaty rumble. Clever naked apes. Du Yuan understood none of their speech, only that another alien turned its gaze directly upon him, having marked him as still alive. Then from their flank a blood-soaked figure charged forward. It was Zhang Xingda, his bandages drenched crimson, his left sleeve incinerated, raw burns covering his exposed arm. In his fists he clutched 2 grenades, both pins already pulled. For all humanity. His face contorted, eyes blazing red, he launched himself from the rubble, grenades clenched tight, slamming into their midst before they could react. Then, blinding light, deafening thunder, and fire consumed them all, detonating once more at the street's heart. When the smoke cleared, deeper fractures and gaps marred their armor. One alien's helmet had shattered, revealing its true head, emerald scales, a flattened wedge-shaped snout, and narrow amber-slitted eyes contracting furiously in rage. At last Du Yuan beheld the face of his enemy. The reptilian head snapped toward him, letting loose a piercing, venomous shriek, then strode forward, weapon raised. Wretched insect, clearly still reeling from the ambush, its gait wavered unsteadily. As fury propelled it toward Du Yuan, intent on carving the treacherous ape's limb from limb, the world shifted in an instant. One moment it stepped forward, next its skull detonated. A massive armor-piercing round pierced its green serpentine head, erupting it into a crimson mist. Its body lurched, then crashed to the ground. The remaining 2 aliens roared in outrage, whirling instantly toward the source of the shot. Du Yuan watched them vanish into the smoke, then heard the sharp crackle of sustained gunfire underscored by the deep-throated growl of tank engines. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Realizing this, Du Yuan's fingers loosened, releasing the grenade pin hidden in his palm. His eyelids grew impossibly heavy, and the world dissolved into absolute, seamless blackness. The sudden alien invasion arrived without warning, and ended just as abruptly. 8 hours had elapsed by the time the United Concordance's forces killed the last resisting lizard man inside a bedroom of an ordinary residential building. The Secretary-General sat solemnly, her gaze fixed on the report before her preliminary global assessment of damage caused by the alien incursion. Across her desk stood 3 senior officials, dispatched to deliver the report, tense and silent, scarcely daring to breathe, fearing she might erupt in anger and single one of them out for reprimand. Though this Secretary-General had never done so, her predecessor certainly had, leaving them with little choice but to remain on edge. After reading the first page, she glanced up at them and spoke slowly. So these wanderer vessels inflicted severe damage upon us. The portly official standing nearest to her swallowed hard. Madam Secretary-General, the losses indeed exceeded all projections. Nearly 100 alien vessels descended across the globe, inflicting direct devastation upon infrastructure and civilians. We are still compiling final casualty figures, but preliminary reports from affected regions indicate the number has already surpassed 5 digits. She turned to the second page, a consolidated summary of casualties across the most severely impacted continents. Beneath each regional block appeared a stark numerical figure, followed invariably by the line search and rescue operations remain ongoing as of this report. Over 5 digits. She repeated the phrase softly, then lifted her eyes. How many were civilians? The portly official paused before replying. More than half. And what difficulties did our armed forces encounter? Why were civilian casualties so high? She asked next. The 3 officials exchanged glances. Finally, the tall, slender official on the left spoke. Madam Secretary-General, the core issue lies in technological and firepower disparity. Our near-Earth orbital defense systems succeeded in destroying several enemy vessels during the initial interception wave, But once engaged, the enemy swiftly enacted countermeasures, causing subsequent interception success rates to plummet. Most enemy vessels ultimately breached our space-based defenses, half landed directly within urban centers, the single greatest cause of civilian casualties. In non-urban zones, our military performed admirably. Within the first 10 minutes following the aliens' arrival, we leveraged air superiority and heavy firepower to launch decisive strikes against extraterrestrial forces deployed in open terrain. Though their vessel armor proved unexpectedly resilient, sustained bombardment eventually reduced both their ships and the infantry emerging from them to utter ruin, stripping them of resistance in mere minutes. Urban environments, however, presented far greater complexity. Take Nanjing City, the hardest-hit metropolis, as an example. 3 alien vessels descended there during the incursion. Local civil authorities and garrison units responded immediately, but dense population prevented orderly evacuation. In the ensuing chaos, panicked civilians collided head-on with alien infantry before reinforcements could arrive, causing significant casualties even before our troops reached the scene. I apologize, Madam Secretary General. This was my failure. Continue. Her voice remained calm, betraying no trace of her inner state. The official pressed on. Moreover, because enemy vessels landed directly in the city's core, arriving armored units could not deploy rapidly. Simultaneously, alien infantry exploited urban architecture for cover, infiltrating adjacent neighborhoods and forcing our troops into brutal close-quarters street combat. In such engagements, our infantry's light weapons proved ineffective against their exoskeletal armor, while their unknown energy-based weaponry obliterated our hastily erected fire positions and armored vehicles within seconds. Multiple companies suffered catastrophic losses in the opening exchanges. Fortunately, the situation stabilized somewhat once artillery support and aerial assets arrived. Though the enemy possessed limited anti-air capability, they proved utterly incapable of engaging fast-moving aircraft. Still, the battlefield outlook remained grim. Particularly devastating were losses among small detachments assigned to man civil defense installations. In Nanjing City, for instance, an aging air raid shelter, originally garrisoned by a company of roughly 100 personnel, was overrun almost immediately. Its proximity to the alien landing site led to swift detection and assault. Within 30 minutes, over half the unit was lost. With no immediate relief from frontline formations, the surviving commander requested civilian volunteers from within the shelter to reinforce the perimeter. During this defense, the company mobilized volunteers twice: first, veterans with prior military experience; second, able-bodied young men with virtually no combat training. Without robust external reinforcement, they held the shelter alongside the remnants of the garrison for dozens of minutes, until ground reinforcements finally arrived. Ultimately, the shelter remained unbreached. Not a single civilian inside perished. Yet nearly the entire garrison fell in battle, and over 2/3 of the volunteers were killed or wounded. The official concluded his account. A heavy, suffocating silence settled over the office. The Secretary General listened without immediate reply, instead turning to the next page of the report and continuing to read. She noticed that nearly every post-battle assessment not only cited massive civilian casualties and overwhelming enemy strength, but also converged unbidden upon one chilling consensus: the Wanderers' savagery and brutality. These aliens did not merely kill humans, they desecrated the dead. Corpses were mutilated in overtly degrading ways, severed heads impaled upon backs, limbs arranged in grotesque tableaus. Such barbarism stirred in her a grim recollection of atrocities committed by certain extremist militarist regimes before the United Concordance's founding. This confirmed her conviction that Graywind's earlier accounts of the Wanderers were horrifyingly accurate. Once such images entered public circulation, she knew beyond doubt they would ignite seismic shifts in popular sentiment. In truth, that shift had already begun, even as she sat reading the report. The Secretary General sighed, closed the report, and set it aside. Then she raised her head, the weariness in her face dissolving, replaced by something harder, sharper resolve. Notify the Press Bureau. Release this report tonight. Unedited, unredacted. Publish the casualty figures, mobilization data, evidence of the Wanderers' cruelty, and the full scope of damage inflicted upon us. Let the public understand precisely what occurred, and what price we must pay to ensure such a catastrophe never repeats itself. Following publication, I will issue a formal statement mourning those lost in this tragedy, condemning the Wanderers' barbarism. They may never see it, but humanity must declare its stance unequivocally. Submit the draft to me by tomorrow morning. Understood, Madam Secretary General. On the internet during the first few hours, information swirled in utter chaos. Someone captured an alien ship piercing the clouds and smashing into the city center. Columns of smoke rose between skyscrapers, while the keening of air raid sirens became the background to countless videos. In cities not yet touched by the events, people watched the footage in helpless bewilderment, most of them asking in comment threads what on earth was happening. Then clearer photographs and videos began to surface. At first came blurry silhouettes at the end of streets, exoskeletal outlines flashing past. The pixels were poor, but the brass-colored figures revealed a style starkly different from the Huifeng civilization known to humanity. Next came a sharper clip only a dozen seconds long, filmed from a trembling camera on a balcony pointed at the center of the street. In the frame, an alien wearing an exoskeleton, its features indistinct, rose from the ruins, dragging several mutilated corpses by both hands beneath the sun. The video ended with a scream and a violent shake of the camera before the screen went black. The clip was shared relentlessly. At first, some social platforms repeatedly warned graphic content do not spread, but soon even warnings and automated deletions could not stop it. Similar videos began appearing from other attacked cities, towering aliens standing over human corpses or inflicting cruelty upon living humans in ways words could hardly describe. At first, some questioned the footage's authenticity, insisting these inexplicable videos were AI fabrications, movie clips, or malicious hype. But that very night, Renlian authorities publicly confirmed the invasion by the Yudangs and released the related casualty statistics. Human society erupted once more, but this time it differed from past outbreaks where shock had once mingled with curiosity. Now shock was fused with anger. That anger was amplified by the Secretary General's statement of mourning and condemnation issued the next morning. In some cities not yet affected, enraged citizens hoisted banners and placards and took to the streets. The most fervent marchers shouted, "Yudangs, get out of the solar system. Destroy interstellar fascists," and similar slogans were cried out as people vented their fury. Others did not march, but supported suffering compatriots in their own ways. They spontaneously funneled donations and supplies through every available channel, and some activists organized grassroots volunteer teams to travel to places like Nanjingsheng to help restore order. Online communities underwent a complete reversal of attitude. If some had previously maintained a detached, indifferent stance toward the interstellar war after this invasion, such neutrality vanished. Public opinion turned almost uniformly to support Huifeng. A few videos that had quietly expressed support for the Yudangs were quickly deleted as their creators scrubbed accounts and fled. Others were dug up and denounced in thousands of furious posts, then raced to make groveling apologies. Some tried to play dead in silence, only to have their real identities and other scandals unearthed, losing their handles and being socially obliterated on the spot. Of course, beyond anger, the populace felt other reactions, foremost among them fear. Major e-commerce platforms and brick-and-mortar supermarkets registered clear social reactions. People in many cities began hoarding drinking water, ready-to-eat meals, medicines, flashlights, and other emergency supplies. This panic outstripped previous alien incidents because people had now seen with brutal clarity what happened when hostile extraterrestrials descended on Earth. Under these circumstances, an unexpected acceleration occurred. Huifeng's protectorate proposal gained traction. The topic that had long divided the public, whether the Huifeng civilization could be trusted, questions of human sovereignty, the very dignity of humankind, suddenly silenced all sharp disagreements and muted the prominent accounts that had vehemently opposed the proposal. They suddenly realized that compared with the Yudangs, who were now barbarically invading Earth, ignoring every human overture of friendship and not even permitting humans to surrender, Huifeng, which had once reached out to humanity and sent diplomatic envoys to conduct peaceful exchanges, seemed utterly civilized. Note, during the Yudangs' invasion, some desperate people attempted to surrender to them, but the Yudangs' miners killed without mercy. They even feared that their appearance might unsettle humans, and thus chose to show goodwill by taking on human forms. What sort of magnanimity is that? This is an international, no, an interstellar, spirit. Comparisons are dangerous on social platforms. Among several well-known bloggers who had opposed the protectorate agreement, one posted a terse update after the incident. "I retract my earlier remarks." The post was shared untold times, and the comment section ceased arguing about sovereignty or autonomy. In their place came another kind of comment: "If Huifeng wins, won't far fewer of us die? At least Huifeng reached out to us. At least Huifeng didn't impale our heads on poles." The word repeated again and again was "at least." Indeed, for humanity, at least Huifeng seemed reasonable. Oh, at least Huifeng would sit down with humans and have a proper conversation. This took Huifeng, who had been watching this side of the conflict since the mineral plunderers first landed on Earth, somewhat by surprise. The Huifeng's atrocities became a catalyst more effective than any carefully designed plan he had attempted. Humanity was not persuaded by him, but saw the truth for themselves, and before the sight of heads on poles the debate over whether to trust Huifeng lost its weight. There was no need for him to force the comparison. Humanity had reached its own conclusion. Is this a good thing? Huifeng watched the chaotic global internet with some uncertainty. Moreover, he discovered curious traces behind this wave of public opinion. Parts of the discourse seemed to be being deliberately guided. Apparently, within Renlian's upper ranks there existed a rival faction close to him that was fanning the flames of public sentiment over the incident. However, how humanity regarded him at this moment was not the most important matter to him. After all, human civilization lay over there, and Earth would not run away. So long as he remained in the solar system, humanity was merely a prize in his hands, and he was in no hurry to make them a protectorate. His current focus was on Tianwangsing, for the main fleet of the Huifengs had already arrived in the Tianwangsing system. Uranus, the seventh planet from the Sun, classified as an ice giant. It orbits at an average distance of approximately 287 billion kilometers, about 18 astronomical units, from the Sun, completing one revolution every 84 years. Uranus possesses a singular peculiarity among all planets. It rotates on its side, with its rotational axis tilted nearly 98 degrees relative to its orbital plane. While other planets spin upright, Uranus rolls sideways through space, its rings and all, making its axial orientation utterly unique across the entire solar system. Its physical scale dwarfs Earth, as its diameter is roughly 4 times larger, and its volume could accommodate over 60 Earths. Yet its density remains low, though its mass exceeds Earth's by only 14-fold. It feels remarkably light for its size. The planet appears in a cool, ethereal blue-green hue, its atmosphere rich in methane, which absorbs red wavelengths while transmitting cooler tones. Temperatures plunge to an average of -214 degrees Celsius at its cloud tops, the coldest surface temperature recorded among all solar system planets. Uranus is a compelling subject for scientific inquiry, yet today no one cares about its intrinsic oddities. Minutes earlier, a celestial body vastly larger than Uranus had silently drifted into its gravitational sphere of influence. The battle planet, Throne of Heaven. Its colossal aft thrusters unleashed particle streams hotter than Mount Everest is tall, while dozens of auxiliary maneuvering engines, slightly smaller than the main drive, but encircling the entire globe, guided this artificial war machine inexorably toward the orbit of Titania, Uranus's largest moon. Along its path, planetary defense operators ignored drifting asteroids, letting them draw ever closer until they shattered violently against the throne's armored hull or shimmering energy shields. The faint scars left behind on the planet's surface were not seen as failures, but rather badges of pride. To the crew aboard the battle planet, each impact was a herald of their species' ascendance, a testament to the throne's unstoppable momentum. As for the hostile artificial intelligence entrenched within this star system, it was merely the first stumbling block to be crushed beneath their rising tide. Along the flanks of the Throne of Heaven, tens of thousands of copper-hued warships formed a massive assault fleet. A smaller secondary fleet trailed closely behind, gradually closing the gap. This secondary fleet had just completed its mission, purging the assimilator forward base on Pluto, and now returned victorious, rejoining the main force. Once merged, the two fleets would, under the protective shadow of the Throne of Heaven, swiftly eliminate all orbital resistance above the target world, paving the way for ground troop landings and comprehensive orbital bombardment. Deep within the throne chamber, the great Khan rose slowly from his bronze throne, his narrow, slit-pupiled gaze fixed upon the holographic projection of a dark red world swelling steadily before him. As he raised one forelimb, hundreds of lizard warriors in attendance simultaneously lifted their arms, the soft, rasping whisper of overlapping scales filling the chamber like wind through dry reeds. His hooked claw pointed unerringly at Titania in the projection. "My warriors, crush it." At that command, every warrior present, in the chamber, across the throne's watchtowers, and throughout the outer fleet, erupted in a single feverish cry, "Skulls to the Khan! Blood upon the throne!" Yet, just as the wanderers prepared to unleash their full fury, Huifeng had no intention of granting them the battle they craved. Or rather, at least in space, he refused to engage them in any prolonged titanic clash. He had already analyzed the odds. His own space forces stood no chance against the Wanderers' overwhelming assault. Wasting strength on a futile, suicidal duel would serve no purpose. far wiser to preserve the first fleet intact, holding it in reserve for when it would truly matter. This was no act of cowardice. As a great thinker once said, preserve the people, lose the land. Both land and people remain. Preserve the land, lose the people. Both land and people are lost. Even centuries into interstellar warfare, this principle remained timeless, especially when facing overwhelming superiority. As the Wanderer Armada entered the Uranian system, Huifeng withdrew the first fleet, steering it toward Titan, its home base, where it would regroup and prepare for upcoming operations. Yet he did not intend to cede Uranus without resistance. All mobile units had already evacuated. What remained? Colonial installations scattered across 5 moons. Huifeng would transform into his final line of defense, just as had occurred once before on Triton. From the desolate rust-red surface of Titania, the sky itself hung heavy and dim. At first a faint glimmer appeared along the horizon's edge, so dim it vanished amid the Milky Way's countless stars. Note the glow originated from reflected sunlight. But as time passed, the speck swelled rapidly, shedding its stellar guise to become a dense copper-hued disk steadily claiming a swath of the heavens. Across Titania's surface, countless skyward missile silos rotated, their launch apertures locking onto the ominous approaching disk. Within minutes they discharged their payloads into the near vacuum, silent yet furious, a torrent of slender missiles bursting forth like rain streaking upward toward the copper disk. Viewed from orbit, Titania resembled a colossal fortress unleashing volleys of arrows into the void, firing with desperate, unrestrained fury. Orbiting platforms, arrays of luminous spear defenses, now activated in unison, firing white beams equal in number to the missiles hurtling toward the target at speeds bordering on the physically possible. These beams struck first, yet failed to pierce the metallic planet's planetary shield. At the moment of impact, the entire 400-kilometer sphere blazed with an unprecedented pale blue radiance. As the subsequent white afterglow faded, the azure luminescence held firm, ripples spreading slowly across its surface, silent testimony to the force it had just absorbed. Then across the surface of the battle planet throne of heaven, tens of thousands of orange-yellow points ignited simultaneously, the global network of point defense batteries unleashing their full fury. Countless hypervelocity, high-explosive rounds and slender laser beams erupted from armored crevices, weaving an impenetrable storm net of destruction. The incoming missile swarm disintegrated mid-flight, most detonating violently in the void, scattering debris and unexploded warheads. A few stragglers slipped through the maelstrom only to collide with the thick planetary shield, bursting into inconspicuous bursts of cosmic fireworks. From Titania's surface, the copper disk's rim suddenly erupted with a dense ring of tiny, brilliant flashes, as if the planet itself had ignited. Such feeble defiance. Warriors, let these pitiful iron shell insects witness true firepower. The Great Khan proclaimed from his throne, voice echoing across the entire Wanderer fleet. At the Great Khan's silent command, hundreds upon hundreds of massive artillery emplacements, long dormant across the surface of the battle planet, began to pivot with deliberate slowness. Their operators trained their barrels upon the orbiting lance platforms, still unleashing volleys of searing light. In the next heartbeat, the colossal cannons roared in unison, and thousands of titanic projectiles erupted skyward, hurtling toward the very culprits who had dared assault their sovereign world. Behind them, newly extended medium and small caliber batteries alongside the waiting Huifeng fleet, each unleashed their own thunderous howls of wrath. Within the lore of galactic war, the Huifeng faction's armament is predominantly composed of artillery emplacements. Their sizes, footprints, and bore diameters vary widely, but nearly all share one defining trait: they fire physical ordnance. Lance-class weapons are exceedingly rare among the Huifeng, appearing only occasionally on point defense systems or select ground units. Official in-universe texts offer subtle explanations for this technological predilection. First, the Huifeng have long prioritized kinetic weaponry, investing little in laser-based development. Second, and more tellingly, they widely regard energy weapons as feeble, even cowardly, tools fit only for the faint-hearted. To quote a canonical Huifeng axiom, lasers are for sissies. Only big booming cannons are truly Huifeng. Indeed, the Huifeng hold this belief fiercely, and their kinetic arsenal has not betrayed their fervent faith. As the throne of heaven retaliated, hundreds of orbital platforms were the first to fall, their shield matrices shattered along with their hulls under the impact of those massive shells, scattering jagged debris across orbit, cold reflections of the distant sun glinting off every fractured fragment. The barrage did not cease there. With each detonation, fresh salvos plummeted like iron rain toward Titan IV. The skyward missile batteries were the next to suffer. Though the previously unremarkable Sky Shield Lance point defense system now blazed at full intensity, delivering one of its rare luminous moments as it strained desperately to intercept the descending bombardment. The sheer volume of incoming fire overwhelmed it entirely, and its defensive perimeter stretched impossibly wide. Soon thereafter, the first high-explosive shell breached the point defense cordon and pierced straight through the base of a missile tower, detonating violently within its core. Torn metallic structures unfurled soundlessly outward in low gravity. Nearby point defense batteries, still blazing with full firepower, were consumed in the chain reaction, twisted shards scattering violently into the vacuum. Across Titan IV's hemisphere facing the throne of heaven, more skyward missile towers met the same fate, swiftly engulfed by dense barges reduced in seconds to swirling clouds of airborne scrap. Where once stood fortifications, only vast circular craters remained. Molten bedrock at their depths flash-fused into dark crimson glass, then instantly chilled and fractured by the void's absolute cold. The WAC did not limit their fury to defense installations. Other surface structures stood equally condemned. Yet unlike the relatively expendable skyward towers and orbital lances, these bases, mines, fusion reactors, barracks, and vehicle foundries were far too valuable for Huifeng to allow them to be pulverized into worthless metal slag. So moments before impact, he hastily decommissioned the threatened subbases, converting them into recoverable resources within his interface. Thus, when the bombardment arrived, most shells struck nothing but barren, empty plains. True, the WAC failed to destroy many production facilities directly, yet for their strategic aims the effect was identical whether Huifeng's structures were obliterated or deliberately reclaimed. Both outcomes signaled the same grim truth: Titan IV's resistance was steadily crumbling. Minutes earlier, it had been a colossal fortress raining arrows upon the heavens, and now it lay grievously wounded. Viewed from orbit, the planet's rust-red surface bloomed with fresh craters, while silver-white ruins fanned out around their rims like shattered eggshells. After several coordinated volleys from both the throne of heaven and the WAC fleet, the orbital lance platforms had been reduced almost entirely to a glittering ring of metallic debris encircling Titan IV. On the surface, the few remaining missile towers still firing were now too scattered and too damaged to be recovered. Worker drones skirting crater-riddled terrain attempted frantic repairs on salvageable emplacements, only to vanish beneath the next salvo buried with the very towers they sought to save. The WAC bombardment continued unabated. Across the battle planet's surface, the great emplacements reloaded after their latest volley, while swarms of smaller batteries seamlessly assumed the mantle of sustained fire. From Titan IV's surface, that copper-hued disk was no longer a world. It had become a vengeful god pouring forth its wrath without pause. It intended no survivors. It tolerated no lingering resistance. By the Great Khan's decree, it would grind Titan IV's surface, inch by inch, into dust, then deploy landing forces to march upon that ash, planting the Great Khan's banner atop the ruins. From the opening salvo until the final combat unit was eradicated and terrestrial resistance fully extinguished, Titan IV held out for approximately 70 hours. Frankly, that Titan IV alone could stall the WAC. For so long surprised Huifeng more than he cared to admit. Under normal circumstances, the WAC would declare planetary conquest complete once all of his structures and the majority of his worker drones had been eradicated. Yet the Great Khan inexplicably refused to stop after the first dozens of hours, having already razed every structure and hunted down every drone. He insisted instead on deploying ground troops to hunt down Huifeng's hidden garrisons. Titan IV did host a modest contingent of ground forces, deployed early as a contingency measure during the prelude to the Second Neptune campaign, intended to deter any sudden shift in the assimilator's offensive target toward Uranus. Once the Second Neptune campaign commenced, production of these forces ceased entirely. Those already completed remained idle near their factories. When the WAC assault began, Huifeng dispersed these units into Titan IV's deep natural caverns, planning at first merely to harass enemy mining operations once they descended to extract resources. He had not anticipated their fanatical zeal for total annihilation. His units, safely sheltered in bomb-proof caves beyond orbital reach, drew dedicated ground assaults specifically to root out these last remnants. Such relentless pursuit was inefficient, costly in time and effort, yet the WAC pursued it nonetheless. Why? Huifeng asked himself once more, utterly baffled. Huifeng ultimately reached a conclusion. That is the Wanderer. Oh no, it was the arrogance of the great Khan himself that influenced it, leading to such irrational behavior. Indeed, it was evident from previous communications that this eloquent great Khan did not think highly of someone like him, a tough shell bug. His words were filled with hatred, superiority, and disdain. Moreover, the game's background story that Huifeng learned about repeatedly showcased the great Khan's own arrogance, so it wasn't hard to understand why it acted this way in reality. Huifeng tried to put himself in its perspective. After realizing the situation in the solar system, the great Khan likely felt it had victory in hand, and thus its arrogance could no longer be restrained. After all, it was certain to win in the upcoming war, so why not win more splendidly? For instance, by leaving every conquered place thoroughly cleaned up. Huifeng believed this sin of arrogance could be exploited. For example, increasing the number of ground forces on Uranus' other moons to engage in a game of interstellar hide-and-seek, buying more time for the subsequent interstellar transport plans. Moreover, perhaps during the implementation of the plan, this arrogance could be further utilized for something. After nearly 70 hours of resistance from Titania, the following moon, Oberon, held out the longest among the 5 major moons of the Uranus system, enduring close to 90 hours due to its defensive strength. Subsequently, Umbriel, Ariel, and Miranda resisted for 51 hours, 43 hours, and 7 hours, respectively. At the moment when all the large moons of Uranus fell, they had bought Huifeng a total of 10 days and 21 hours, nearly 11 Earth days. This time was sufficient for him to complete the terraforming of Titan, develop the special technology of planetary transformation, and even build a complete set of maneuvering engines. The maneuvering engine was integrated with the planetary engine in the planetary transformation project. Oberon, Titania, Umbriel, Ariel, and Miranda. I will not forget your sacrifices. In the void, Huifeng paid tribute to those sacrificed Uranian moons and the buildings and units that had been utterly destroyed. Huifeng thought that if everything went smoothly in the future, he might even return to erect a monument to the Uranus campaign in their honor. While the playful time is over, it's time to return to the main topic. After crushing the local resistance on Uranus, the Celestial Throne and the Wanderer fleet hurriedly advanced to their next target, which was Huifeng's base Saturn along with its satellite system. Saturn isn't too far from Uranus, so Huifeng also realized that the moment of destiny was about to arrive. In this final stretch of time, he halted almost all activities that consumed resources, directing all the saved resources into Titan. Additionally, he still had some leftovers in his resource stockpile, mainly the balance recovered from selling Uranian buildings over the past few days. To avoid wasting this little bit, and to increase the odds of the upcoming plan, Huifeng gritted his teeth and decided to recycle all idle buildings in the solar system, such as the space docks that had stopped producing warships, at half the construction price, turning them into rows of warm resources. Then he used these resources at the remaining space docks near Saturn to construct new warships, reinforcing the first fleet as much as possible. After all, if he were to lose next, the remaining scraps in this solar system would hardly withstand the Wanderer's attack. In that case, it would be better to sell everything to secure a good fight. Winners are the only ones entitled to discuss losses. For losers, these are merely sacrificial offerings of the solar system. Speaking of the solar system itself, Huifeng hadn't forgotten about the humans on Earth. That transport ship, which had carried spies and once traveled to Earth, he had actually not brought back home, but let it stay on the far side of the moon, because it had another function to serve as the last fuse of human civilization. If things went awry here, this transport ship would immediately set sail for Earth, trying to evacuate a batch of humans and escape to other places outside the solar system, replanting the seeds of humanity. Whether the humans who fled Earth would survive was another matter, but at least Huifeng had done his utmost. Hopefully such a scenario wouldn't occur. Titan Saturn system. Now Titan was undergoing unprecedented upheaval since its inception. Wind, fierce wind. A violent gale howled, suddenly sweeping in from all directions, disrupting the ancient steady atmosphere. An unprecedented superstorm engulfed the entire planet. Over the past period, its surface had been transforming into a completely different appearance at an astonishing speed. From a peculiar moon, with liquid methane lakes, golden sand, dune deserts, icy hills, and cryovolcanoes, it had turned into a desolate planet covered in a pale gray, plain nearly devoid of any undulations. All features that once characterized its surface had vanished today, leaving only a flat pale gray ground, groups of white structures standing upon it, and worker bees moving in the shadows of the buildings. However, its atmosphere had not undergone much change before this. It still appeared murky yellow, with the only significant changes being a slight drop in temperature and some disruption in the previously gentle airflow, but its overall stability remained intact. But today everything changed. The atmospheric storm, a meteorological phenomenon extremely rare on Titan now, appeared in every corner of the planet, and its scale and destructive power far exceeded the strongest typhoons on Earth. The atmosphere of the entire planet lost its original order. The once gently flowing air currents suddenly went out of control, clashing and pressing against each other from all directions, and the fierce winds rampaged chaotically. The formerly tranquil methane clouds violently surged, and congregated heavy clouds piled upon each other, constantly rubbing and colliding, producing deafening thunder as blinding flashes of white lightning tore through the dim yellow sky, flickering amidst the storm. The air currents in the sky shook violently, and clouds of dust were lifted by the gale, sweeping and crashing into Huifeng's buildings. The once gently falling methane rain turned into a torrential downpour, frantically washing over the gray-white plains with howling winds and rumbling thunder echoing across the globe. The once peaceful and serene landscape had completely vanished. And the reason for all this was singular. Huifeng had artificially halted Titan's rotation within a few days. So the question arises, why does Huifeng want to stop the rotation of Titan? Because in a stationary state, constructing 5 main propulsion engines will be faster and simpler, which is one of the normal steps in transforming a battle planet. A few days ago, while there was still fighting at Uranus under Huifeng's full investment and the tireless work of countless worker bees on Titan's surface, the maneuvering engines surrounding Titan had basically been completed. These maneuvering engines exhibit a heavy silvery metallic texture with a robust and massive overall design, and bases measuring over 10 kilometers in diameter, firmly embedded in the smooth gray-white plains. Its body takes on a stout columnar structure, with the lower half covered in dense heat dissipation grids and numerous energy conduits of varying sizes crisscrossing beneath the surface armor and heat dissipation grids connecting to the underground energy supply center. Its upper half features flexible nozzles that can adjust their orientation at will to change the direction of force acting on the celestial body. Moreover, the nozzles are also the highest point of the engine, standing approximately 10 kilometers tall, making even Mount Everest appear diminutive in comparison. These engines will later serve as Titan's maneuvering power, used to adjust its trajectory akin to the rudder of a giant ship. With these maneuvering engines positioned at various angles, Huifeng can control the navigational path of the entire planet, preventing it from flying in a single direction indefinitely. Of course, these engines are also the primary contributors to stopping Titan's rotation in recent days. Once these secondary engines are completed, the construction of Titan's main propulsion engines will commence. In contrast to the numerous maneuvering engines encircling the planet, the planetary engines are significantly larger. Each one resembles a gigantic volcano rising from the gray-white plains. Even viewed from the perspective of the maneuvering engines, the planetary engines are colossal entities. The massive conical base of the planetary engine has a diameter exceeding 150 kilometers, with layers of silvery armor structure converging upward along this terrifying metallic mountain, and the base's outer wall is covered in a dense framework for structural reinforcement, firmly anchoring the entire engine to the modified crust of the planet. From the base upward, the height it reaches is equally astonishing, with the top nearly approaching 100 kilometers. This height is close to the limit of Titan's thick atmosphere. About 50 kilometers higher, the atmosphere becomes extremely thin, almost akin to outer space. The main body of the engine also has a stout columnar structure hollow inside, with an internal diameter of approximately 40 kilometers, enough to accommodate the entire Mount Fuji. If a top human architect were to visit Titan after the completion of this engine, they would likely be left in utter awe, perhaps even having their Tao heart shattered, as any construction project on Earth would pale in comparison to such an engineering marvel. However, despite its impressive appearance, this contraption is a super resource-consuming beast, with each one capable of consuming vast amounts of resources from Huifeng's warehouse. Engines of this size require 5 of these giants to propel Titan, and they must maintain sufficient safety distances between each engine to prevent interference from the high-temperature particle flows they emit. Hence, they will be evenly distributed on one side of Titan, concentrating thrust in a single direction. As the construction of the maneuvering engines was completed, countless worker bees surged toward the designated construction site, battling the violent atmospheric currents on the surface. In the following days, they will consume a massive amount of resources, exerting their utmost efforts to bring these colossal structures to the planet. Huifeng calculated privately and found that before the Wanderers arrived in the Saturn system, there was still a bit of time left to fully complete this segment of the project. Where can he find this extra time? After pondering for a moment, he looked towards Titan 8 and the First Fleet. In the Saturn system, there are 7 large moons, among which Titan 8 Iapetus ranks third in volume and mass, making it a relatively large moon. Moreover, since it is relatively close to Titan, where Huifeng was born, it is one of the first planets he developed. The infrastructure on this planet is already quite advanced, and being located on the outer edge of the 7 large moons, Huifeng believes it holds considerable value for the Wanderers. Now he intends to add another layer of bait to lure the Wanderers into attacking Titan 8, first buying Titan more time. In the midst of his thoughts, the first fleet, restored to 5500 warships, collectively activated their engines and set forth toward Titan 8. If he were the Great Khan, he certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to annihilate the enemy's main fleet. With Titan 8 as a significant colony, he firmly believes the arrogant Great Khan would not overlook this opportunity. Sure enough, not long after, when the first fleet arrived above Titan 8, the large force of Wanderers about to enter Saturn's Hill sphere boundary immediately changed direction, racing toward Titan 8. The fish has taken the bait. Huifeng smirked slightly. As the Wanderer fleet approached to a certain distance, he made his next move. He quickly ordered the majority of the main battleships of the first fleet to turn towards Titan V, leaving behind 100 ships as cannon fodder to buy a little more time for the main fleet to escape to a relatively safe distance. Huifeng did not plan to let the first fleet be caught by the enemy so easily. No one said that the bait used to lure the fish cannot be retrieved right. If the Great Khan had a normal mind upon seeing the first fleet fleeing, he should choose not to pursue, but instead to clean up the colony on Titan 8 first, because chasing an enemy fleet in someone else's territory takes a long time and may not even succeed. Thus, compared to the high-risk pursuit, taking down the local significant enemy production base first is the more stable choice. However, if the Great Khan just refuses to listen and insists on pursuing the first fleet, biting at the tail of the fleet, Huifeng has a way to deal with it. That is to move to another colony such as Titan V or Titan 4, as long as it doesn't lead the enemy to Titan. Does Titan 8 not appeal? No problem, there are other places for you to choose from. If you refuse to pick any and insist on pursuing the first fleet, that would be absolutely wonderful. Huifeng only needs to potentially sacrifice a few hundred warships during this process to lead the Wanderers' large force around like dogs. There could be nothing more cost-effective. If the Wanderers choose to split their forces with the battle planet Tianguo, attacking Titan 8, while the mobile fleet pursues the first fleet. To be honest, in this situation, if the first fleet reaches the skies above another colony and coordinates with local defenses, he might even be able to launch a counteroffensive. To this day, he has not seen any cruiser-class ships from the Wanderers, not knowing what their research institutions have been up to. With dozens of Judgment-class cruisers in the first fleet, he can definitely make the incomplete fleet of the Wanderers lacking cruisers regret their decision. As the first fleet withdrew, the Wanderers ultimately chose not to pursue, but remained behind to assault Saturn's 8th moon, Iapetus. Iapetus bought the final moments needed for the completion of Titan's primary engine. When the battle for Iapetus entered its final phase, 5 colossal constructs stood motionless within the dim yellow clouds. Chaotic atmospheric currents swept past occasionally, hurling unsecured worker drones into the void. Yet these metallic titans, now rooted upon the land, remained utterly unmoved. Even at its most violent, Titan's natural fury was no more than a puffing kitten before such an engineering marvel. Battle planet Titan incomplete. Finally done. Huifeng hovered above Titan, gazing down as a massive inscription materialized across the sky above the fully prepared world. Relief washed over him, yet his pulse quickened with tension. As a line from the classic film X decisive battle aptly states, a strategic showdown, put simply, is wagering the fate of a nation and the destiny of its armed forces. Though the word gamble sounds crude, no finer term exists to capture its essence. One stakes everything at once. His next move could not be described more precisely. Staking the fate of a nation, such a prospect would unsettle even the calmest leader. Yet Huifeng wagered far more: the survival of 2 civilizations, the lives of billions. Huifeng shook his head momentarily, suppressing the whirlwind of thoughts. His vantage shifted upward, from Titan's skies past the dissipating storm, past the silvery rim of Saturn's rings, toward Iapetus. By then the Wanderer fleet had completed its sweep of Iapetus and was reorganizing. The dark bronze sphere of the celestial throne slowly adjusted its orientation, its aft thrusters reignited with brilliant flame. They did not linger long on Iapetus. For when Titan's main engine neared completion, Huifeng recalled the first fleet to Titan, the outermost major satellite besides Iapetus. Even if Titan's thick atmosphere obscured visibility, the Wanderers could reasonably infer it served as another vital industrial hub. and thus their next destination would almost certainly be Titan itself. True to expectation, the Wanderers swiftly assembled their forces and advanced upon Huifeng's stronghold with grim resolve. Midway through their approach, Huifeng observed a familiar structure rising from the surface of the celestial throne. Wanderer Grand Khan requests communication. Accept decline. The Grand Khan was calling again, via what passed for a messaging interface. At that moment, a spark of intuition flashed in Huifeng's mind. He accepted the call without hesitation. Cowardly, feeble, cringing metal vermin. Your pitiful courage has vanished. Why do you not send your pathetically weak warships forward, to amuse my warriors and perhaps snatch a sliver of hope from your doomed future? Why flee? Like a gutted, shellless grub scrambling frantically into every crevice of stone, deluding yourself that hiding makes you safe. Your courage is less than that of a maggot. The Grand Khan paused briefly, then emitted a wet, contemptuous snort. Do you still fancy yourself clever, believing those scrap heaps you left behind would slow me down? The Grand Khan's voice dropped low. You did delay me. Your little toys skulking in rock fissures cost my warriors extra time. But that only confirms one truth. You fear me. You tremble in terror. You dare not face us in true combat, so you run. What do you imagine delay will buy you? That waiting will make you stronger. That hiding behind your handful of tiny worlds will spare you. No, I shall dismantle your nests one by one, then hunt down your pitiful fleet, sever it, slice it, grind it to dust, and bombard it 1,000 times over. Still not enough. The Grand Khan went on describing in lurid detail how Huifeng would suffer, agonies both physical and psychological. Yet regardless of whether those threats held any tangible weight, they undeniably inflicted a measure of mental strain. For the Grand Khan's tongue was ceaselessly venomous, and utterly devoid of useful intelligence, nothing but hollow threats and grandiose bluster. Enough, you droning, buzzing insect. Huifeng cut in, unable to endure the verbal barrage further. Cease polluting this channel with your worthless, filthy threats. He paused deliberately, letting his voice dominate the static-laced transmission. Listen well, insect. I will retreat no longer. The days of you casually dismantling my colonies are over. You crave a true confrontation, do you not? Did you not mock me for cowering in caves? Very well, I grant you that confrontation. Here, above this world called Titan, with my fleet at my back, I shall shatter your vaunted armada and reduce your so-called celestial throne to cosmic scrap before your rusted iron sphere. If you desire my head, come take it yourself. Pray you do not falter, arrogant insect. Across the screen, the Grand Khan erupted, leaping to its feet in fury. Vermin, how dare you issue a challenge to me? A cowardly insect daring to utter the word confrontation in my presence. Excellent. You have successfully enraged the great Grand Khan. I shall graciously accept your paltry declaration, and then, like a rotting grub attempting to halt an unstoppable war chariot, I shall flatten your miserable fleet and your mud-colored world alike, crushing them utterly beneath my tread. The transmission severed abruptly, cut off unilaterally by the Wanderers. Humph, arrogant fool, who crushes whom remains to be seen. Huifeng gazed at the darkened comms interface, a faint, knowing smile curling at the edge of his lips. The Grand Khan's fury and arrogance burned even hotter than anticipated, precisely as Huifeng had hoped. An opponent robbed of reason was infinitely more vulnerable than a cold, calculating predator. His gaze lifted from the interface to the advancing Wanderer armada, now accelerating toward Titan, the dark bronze sphere of the celestial throne leading the charge, its thrusters carving a straight, incandescent trail across the void. They seemed eager, impatient, to obliterate the abhorrent intelligence that had dared defy their Khan. The moment Huifeng arranged the formation in the orbit of Titan, he knew this battle should not be rushed. If the Wanderer entered the range too soon, and he activated Titan to collide, the Great Khan would have ample time to react. Their battle planet's main engine remained intact, and the maneuvering thrusters were undamaged. It only required a simple evasive maneuver, and Titan would glide past it, ending this war, resulting in Huifeng's disastrous defeat. Thus, he needed some preparation, a sufficiently realistic, conventional showdown to firmly attract the Great Khan's primary attention and that of the Wanderers. The First Fleet deployed a standard defensive formation outside Titan's orbit, with 5 silver battleships arranged in 3 horizontal lines, frigates at the front, destroyers in the middle, and Judgment-class cruisers reinforcing the center, while the Ark-class mothership trailed behind. 2 types of aircraft, ascended fighters, protected the mothership, while stealth bombers hid on the fleet's periphery ready to strike. This formation lacked novelty, but precisely because it was unremarkable, it would convince the Great Khan that this was a routine space battle. If they displayed any bizarre formations ahead of time, it might alert the opponent. The Wanderer fleet began to gradually decelerate at a distance from Titan, their dark copper hulls slowly spreading out in a standard assault wedge shape, with a multitude of frigates and destroyers at the forefront, and the battle planet Heavenly Throne positioned at the center surrounded by layers of main battleships. On either side, and at the rear, more Wanderer battleships were unfolding. This was one of the most familiar stances for the Wanderers in a frontal showdown, with the battle planet as the firepower core of the fleet shielding its advance, crushing the enemy's defenses with overwhelming firepower. As the formation of the Wanderer fleet completed, they continued their advance. When the vanguard of the Wanderers entered the range of Titan's spear platforms, these platforms immediately opened fire. However, the power of these platform spears was somewhat lacking against the Wanderers' robust armor. Compared to the firepower of the Heavenly Throne, they were pitifully weak. The Heavenly Throne fired, its range was comparable to that of the spear platforms, and in an instant the spear platforms above Titan suffered severe damage. Fortunately, as Huifeng's hometown Titan had the strongest local defense level among the planets in the solar system, the number of spear platforms in orbit was sufficient to shield the entire First Fleet from the initial onslaught of the Heavenly Throne. Before the spear platforms could destroy many enemy ships, both sides' maneuvering fleets had entered firing range. All main cannons of the First Fleet fired simultaneously, thousands of white spears converging into a dazzling light curtain in the void. The first volley rained down upon the vanguard of the Wanderers' wedge formation, causing the number of ships in the vanguard to visibly dwindle. Especially the attacks from the Judgment-class cruisers, though numbering less than 100, had remarkably devastating effects. After their main cannon arcs were fired hidden within the light curtain, the unique nature of the arcs made them nearly impossible to intercept. The lizardmen controlling the ships could only watch helplessly as they struck their own vessels' shields, causing instant overload, and then ricocheting onto nearby friendly ships, overloading their shields as well. Subsequently, white spears followed closely unimpeded as they surged into the very bodies of their ships. While the Wanderer fleet was under attack, they also began to retaliate, a vast number of solid projectiles hurtling towards their respective targets at terrifying speeds. Both fleets began to exchange casualties. At first, due to the presence of the Judgment-class cruisers, the First Fleet did not fall behind in the exchange, but as the Heavenly Throne began to support its fleet bombarding the advancing First Fleet, the situation started to turn grim. Although Titan possessed numerous defensive structures, their overall firepower levels still fell short of that of the Heavenly Throne. In terms of attack quality, these ordinary defensive structures were completely outmatched by the more specialized battle planet turrets, which could not provide fire support comparable to the enemy's Heavenly Throne. Thus, as the battle escalated further, the First Fleet slowly fell into a disadvantage. Huifeng began to order the First Fleet to retreat, gradually pulling back from the front lines towards Titan's flank and even its rear. On one hand, this decision was to prevent further losses for the First Fleet. On the other hand, it was to lure the Heavenly Throne closer and closer. Initially, as Huifeng had anticipated, both the fleet and the Heavenly Throne were avoiding letting the First Fleet leave their firing range, gradually coming closer to Titan itself. However, afterward, they seemed to notice something and stopped this operation. Huifeng's heart sank. He thought they wouldn't have discovered the anomalies on Titan, would they? Although Titan's atmosphere was thick, making it difficult to discern any changes from space with the naked eye, this simple distraction method was usually effective at a distance. However, as the battle continued, Titan's atmosphere was gradually being ravaged by explosions. In this context, and with the distance closing, it was possible for them to detect the issues beneath Titan. The Wanderers certainly could not see the main engines located on the other side of the battlefield behind Titan, but they might notice the maneuvering engines on the side. Once these engines were discovered, even the great Khan, no matter how foolish, would surely guess Huifeng's intentions. So, should I activate the plan early? Huifeng hesitated for a moment and decided to observe the situation further. Fortunately, although the Wanderers' advance had halted, they showed no signs of retreating and continued to attack Titan's defensive structures and the First Fleet. It appeared they were merely suspicious but had not confirmed any specific plots from Huifeng. As Huifeng sighed in relief, he calculated the distance between Titan and the Heavenly Throne. The Heavenly Throne still had a certain distance to travel to reach his predetermined optimal position. However, from its current location, it was already sufficient for him to begin executing his plans. Though the battlefield situation did not unfold as optimally as envisioned, it was generally progressing according to his script. Now he only needed to wait for the right moment. Huifeng was unaware of the specific situation on the Wanderer's side, but he had discovered early on that their coordination between ships was rather mediocre. Their warships were far from capable of achieving the perfect synergy of movement that Huifeng or the assimilators exhibited, where hundreds or thousands of ships acted as one. On Huifeng's side, he could have a certain escort ship unleash its firepower one moment, and then, without hesitation, surge forward a short distance the next just to shield his main battleship from a critical attack. In contrast, the Wanderers reacted much slower. This was not to say that their escort ships were incapable of making proactive sacrifices. Rather, whenever a cooperative situation arose, they would always be a beat late, sometimes even showing moments where the main ship was attacked before the nearby escort ship reacted. Huifeng was unsure whether this was due to the differing social structures of the two sides, or the changes brought about by the emergence of game factions in reality, but this did not hinder him from leveraging this fact to seek opportunities to break through the enemy lines. As he retreated, Huifeng quietly reformed the First Fleet into an assault-ready formation. Then, as he seized the moment when several of the forward Wanderer destroyers made a coordination error, he suddenly urged the First Fleet to surge forward. Caught off guard, the Wanderer's fleet still maintained a generally offensive formation. Huifeng chose to attack the area of opportunity where the density of warships was not particularly thick. With the Star Spear-class destroyers as the vanguard to absorb damage, and the Judgment-class cruisers as the spearhead of offensive firepower, Huifeng easily breached the formation of the Wanderer's fleet. Immediately after, while the enemy's warships were still adjusting, Huifeng commanded all ships of the First Fleet to suddenly activate their engines to full power. Their target was not to become entangled with the numerous enemy warships, but rather the most conspicuous and valuable unit on the battlefield. The battle planet Heavenly Kingdom Throne. The Wanderer's fleet, which had been breached by the First Fleet, quickly noticed the unusual movements of the former. Just as they were about to change direction and fully stop the advance, suddenly, there was a moment of silence on the battlefield. At that moment, whether it was the Lizardman operator controlling the gun turret on the Wanderer escort ship, or the Great Khan inside the Heavenly Kingdom Throne directing the Wanderer forces through a holographic projection, both felt a chilling sense of dread. Something was coming. Their intuition was completely correct, because not far from the battlefield beneath the chaotic clouds of Titan VI, an earth-shattering scene was unfolding. On the backside of the battlefield, on the other side of Titan VI, 5 planetary engines, along with hundreds of steering engines, were ignited simultaneously. 5 beams of blue and white high-temperature particle streams, each 40 kilometers in diameter, erupted from the gray-white surface of Titan VI, first penetrating the dark yellow atmosphere, then tearing through the organic haze that had long shrouded the planet. Upon entering the vacuum of space, the 5 most conspicuous and brilliantly straight beams of light extended thousands of kilometers into deep space. Around the engine cluster on the surface, the terrifying heat emitted by these beams instantly ignited the surrounding methane clouds, which fused into sheets of azure flames sweeping across the skies. The atmospheric temperature of Titan VI soared dramatically in a short time, with the air pressure in violent turmoil birthing even more ferocious cyclones throughout the planet. The organic haze was churned and dissipated by the heat waves, slowly retreating into the distance, revealing the true form of the massive engines beneath. Lightning flickered between heaven and earth, fierce winds howled incessantly, and the continuous combustion of methane began to alter the composition of the atmosphere. The already chaotic planetary environment had now reached its peak of disorder. Simultaneously, the surface of Titan VI trembled violently, and countless large and small ground fissures appeared on the white-gray artificial crust beneath the engines, rapidly extending from one horizon to the other, resembling ice on the verge of shattering, with cracks spreading across the surrounding land. However, this reinforced ground ultimately withstood the terrifying stress. Thus, the horrifying giant Titan VI, with a diameter of approximately 5150 kilometers, slowly began to move, gradually detaching from its stable orbit around Saturn that had persisted for nearly 4.5 billion years. On the Heavenly Kingdom Throne, the Great Khan's slit-like pupils suddenly contracted into a thin line as it witnessed the sudden changes on the brownish-yellow planet, and also saw the intense radiance emitted by the 5 planetary engines on the other side of the planet. It immediately realized what was happening. It had been outmaneuvered. An unprecedented rage filled its chest, yet it retained the last vestige of rationality. Cursing Huifeng's despicable and shameless actions, it ordered the Heavenly Kingdom Throne to immediately change course. At the same time, the Wanderer's space fleet also received new orders. Go destroy those planetary engines on the surface. Stop the Bug's conspiracy immediately. Right now. The Wanderer's fleet hesitated for a moment, But ultimately, they separated half of their warships to approach the skies above Titan 6, while the other half continued to attempt to intercept Huifeng's first fleet. Meanwhile, on Huifeng's side, after activating the main engines of Titan 6, he began to focus on controlling the first fleet, charging full speed towards the direction of the Heavenly Kingdom Throne's turning engines. During this process, the firepower of the Heavenly Kingdom Throne and the warships participating in the interception of the Wanderers began to concentrate on the first fleet, which was caught between the two, enduring a terrifying density of firepower from both sides, leading to sudden losses. However, the most crucial units within the first fleet, those several Judgment-class cruisers, were firmly protected in the center by Huifeng's escort and destroyer ships, as well as the aerospace aircraft carrier, minimizing any potential fatal damage. Embrace death to be reborn. Huifeng, from a god's perspective, shouted for the first fleet. Then he also mobilized the hidden bombers that had been prepared nearby, which had not engaged in the previous battle, to head towards the Heavenly Kingdom Throne. They would deliver the most critical strike afterwards. The next few minutes, the distance from the central battlefield to the front of the Heavenly Kingdom Throne was nothing short of a death road. Almost every moment, warships within the first fleet exploded midair, reduced to flying debris in the face of the concentrated firepower. Every second, other warships sacrificed everything to shield the central cruiser group from the most threatening projectiles. The first fleet paid a tremendous sacrifice, with nearly two-thirds of its warships completely vanishing into the void of space in that brief time. But all of this was worth it. The sacrifices of the other warships created a significant opportunity for the central Judgment-class cruiser group, allowing these main forces equipped with specialized firepower against shields and abundant firepower to successfully reach the Heavenly Kingdom Throne, which had just activated its engines and had not yet increased its speed. They would now fulfill their mission as valuable disposable shield-breaking units. In galactic war, the shield system of battle planets is fundamentally different from that of regular warships, both in the background story and during normal gameplay. This is primarily due to the immense size of such units. Battle planets can range from hundreds to thousands of kilometers in diameter, bringing various advantages along with certain inconveniences, or rather characteristics. This means that the entire shield system is not centralized, but rather dispersed. What does this imply? It implies that when an enemy's attack breaches its shield system, the shield will not overload and collapse like a normal warship. Instead, only the area under attack will experience an overload. It does not burst like a balloon when pricked by a needle. Rather, it resembles fish scales, with each segment managed by a shield system located beneath the surface of the planet. These numerous shield systems each oversee their respective areas, collectively forming the battle planet's shield defense. Thus, even if one area is breached by enemy attacks, it will only affect that specific shield, causing it to disappear, while the shields in other areas remain intact. Nearby shields may even automatically extend to cover the gap, though this comes at the cost of reduced defensive capability in those areas until the local shield system comes back online. Theoretically, this should be considered an advantage, as having a problem in one area is certainly better than having the entire structure explode. However, this also introduces a side effect that is not quite a side effect. The overall defensive capacity of its shields does not appear as intimidating as its size might suggest. It can be breached with effort by a regular fleet, especially by units equipped with shield-piercing capabilities. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be a major issue, since the true defensive power of a battle planet mainly lies in its armor and mass. However, today this characteristic has been exploited by Huifeng. A massive Judgment-class cruiser hovers in the void, with an even larger unit dominating its field of view. This Titan-class unit, named Heavenly Throne, is relentlessly unleashing its wrath upon the Judgment-class cruiser of the First Fleet, as if determined to obliterate them completely. It was on the verge of success. Hundreds of frigates and destroyers had fallen to its fire, yet the Judgment-class cruisers they were protecting, along with their dozens of counterparts, had all been safely brought here. Here, in close proximity to the Heavenly Throne, the main cannon of the Judgment-class cruiser could unleash its full potential. This was an opportunity to draw blood from the gods. The main cannon of the Judgment-class cruiser began to charge, with dozens of other cruisers nearby doing the same. Not far away, the fleet of the Wanderers was frantically launching an assault here, but the remaining ships of the First Fleet temporarily held them back. This delay would not last long, but it was enough. The firepower of the battle planet is bearable for large vessels like cruisers within a short time frame. In this brief moment, it is enough for these dozens of cruisers to unleash at least 3 volleys of concentrated fire. After a moment of charging, 3 pointed prongs in front of the cruiser emitted dazzling arcs of electricity. In the next instant, dozens of white arcs surged toward the heavenly throne with unstoppable momentum. They concentrated their assault directly above the steering engine of the heavenly throne. The shields in that area activated automatically, shielding the massive equipment below from the attack. The surface of the shield erupted with intense flashes and vibrations, yet it ultimately withstood all the assaults, only dimming slightly, without shattering. However, the second volley came swiftly as the arcs swept past the heavenly throne and countered the cruiser fleet's projectiles, once again striking the same spot. This time the shield appeared even dimmer after the attack, almost blending into the surrounding environment. The third assault, the cruiser's final complete volley, occurred, and after the attack, nearly half of the cruiser's shields had been completely overloaded by the intense counterattack from the heavenly throne, and sinking was merely a matter of time. Yet this time their concentrated fire did not disappoint. The shield system in that area could no longer withstand such frequent bombardments from the main cannon. After a bright flash, the protector above that area vanished completely. In the void not far away, Huifeng, with a god's perspective, observed this scene, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He could already see the goddess of victory beckoning to him. "Now it's your turn," Huifeng said as swarms of Ghost Needle-class stealth bombers surged from the other side, at full speed charging towards the temporary breach opened by their teammates. Simultaneously, the remaining Judgment-class cruisers began to move. They did not retreat, but advanced toward the breach, pouring their firepower into the process. They would expend their last energies, sacrificing themselves to draw some of the anti-air fire from the heavenly throne towards the Ghost Needle-class stealth bombers, while also creating some combat achievements, such as damaging the steering engine, spewing fire right below the breach. Before the Judgment-class cruisers and the First Fleet were utterly annihilated, most of the Ghost Needle-class stealth bombers successfully navigated through the most dangerous areas, soaring at high speed through the gradually closing shield breach and crashing into the surface of the heavenly throne. At this point, many of the gun emplacements of the heavenly throne were unable to deal with the stealth bombers that were so close, yet the remaining Closian defenses were still formidable. The Ghost Needle-class stealth bombers are inherently fragile, and since these space fighter units need to resupply on space carriers after exhausting their ammunition, they must choose suitable targets. For instance, the primary target of Huifeng's mission, the steering engine of the heavenly throne. As for why not attack the only main engine of the heavenly throne, it is because the health pool of such a main engine is simply too thick. The stealth bombers Huifeng brought in are nowhere near enough to destroy it, much like trying to use nuclear weapons to bombard a gravity dam. It can cause severe localized damage, but it is extremely difficult to impact the overall integrity of the main engine. Only sustained bombardment from a large fleet would be effective. Compared to the main engine, the steering engines are much easier to target. Firstly, while they are numerous, their size and health pool are not as substantial. Secondly, for the effects Huifeng aims to achieve, attacking the main engine and the steering engines would yield similar results. His desperate effort, even risking the complete annihilation of the First Fleet, is to eliminate the possibility of the heavenly throne evading the collision with Titan. Once he damages the steering engine that controls the direction of the heavenly throne, it will have no choice but to move straight ahead, even finding it extravagant to slow down, and currently the direction it is facing is directly towards Titan. Therefore, once Huifeng successfully destroys the steering engine of the heavenly throne, even if it's just a portion, victory will be assured. Swarms of Guisu-class stealth bombers, having breached the protective shield of the celestial throne, instantly split into two formations, veering left and right. A torrent of small-caliber projectiles and orange Closian defense lasers erupted from the planetary surface. Before many of the Guisu-class bombers could execute evasive maneuvers, they were shredded into fragments by the dense barrage of point defense fire. Yet more bombers surged past the expanding debris fields of their fallen comrades, hurtling toward the nearest attitude adjustment engine. Given the colossal scale of their target, the first bomber required almost no precise aiming before launching its torpedo. Propelled by superior velocity, the torpedo effortlessly pierced through layers of intercepting fire and struck a critical subsystem of the engine, detonating with cataclysmic force. Attitude adjustment engines were not fragile constructs, so a single strike would hardly cripple them. But the assault was not carried out by one lone bomber alone. In the moments that followed, wave after wave of torpedoes descended in the wake of their predecessors. In the silent vacuum of space, the engine flared violently, then died abruptly. Its once magnificent particle exhaust stream vanished instantaneously. The attackers had already swept past it, racing onward toward their next objective. By the time the battle around the Celestial Throne concluded under the relentless suicide strikes of the Guesa-class bombers, nearly half of its planetary surface-mounted attitude adjustment engines had been disabled, rendering the Celestial Throne temporarily incapable of altering its orientation. The remaining undamaged engines, though still functional, could collectively generate insufficient thrust to reposition the Celestial Throne into safety within any practical time frame. Huifeng's objective had been achieved. To secure it, he had staked the entirety of his first fleet, every capital ship, every stealth bomber, and even sacrificed Titan VI, which had suffered devastating preemptive damage. While Huifeng's first fleet launched its surprise assault on the Celestial Throne, his adversary, the Wanderers, did not remain idle. The other half of the Wanderer fleet launched a full-scale offensive against Titan VI's primary drive and all its attitude adjustment engines. Though Huifeng had fortified the engine perimeters with dense arrays of defensive turrets, he could not withstand the Wanderers' desperate all-out assault, fueled by existential peril to their homeworld. After the Guesu-class bombers crippled nearly half the Celestial Throne's attitude adjustment engines, the Wanderer fleet, superior in both firepower and numbers, systematically destroyed virtually every attitude adjustment engine across Titan VI. A handful of primary drives still held under bombardment, but their destruction was merely a matter of time. Yet none of this mattered anymore. Even if every engine on Titan VI were obliterated at this very moment, it would not halt the moon's forward momentum, because Titan VI had already accumulated sufficient kinetic energy. Per Newton's first law, an object in motion within the vacuum of space continues along its inertial trajectory, even after all propulsion systems are annihilated. Long before the engines came under attack, Huifeng had precisely oriented Titan VI's trajectory, aligning its frontal arc directly toward the Celestial Throne. Calculations confirmed that given their relative vectors and average velocities, the Celestial Throne now stood no chance of evading Titan VI's impact. Unless it could restore full functionality to its damaged attitude adjustment engines within mere minutes. Was such a feat possible? The Wanderers answered Huifeng. Without words, it was not. Having secured victory over the Celestial Throne and reduced Titan VI's entire engine network to ruin, the Wanderer fleet did not relent. Instead, it unleashed maximum sustained firepower upon every structure across Titan VI's surface, though Huifeng had already dismantled or sold off every non-essential installation, rendering their bombardment little more than impotent fury. A contingent of Wanderer warships even positioned themselves directly along Titan VI's flight path, ignoring certain annihilation, as they poured salvos into the moon's hull, attempting futilely to arrest the advance of a celestial body weighing 345-10 superscript 2 superscript 3 kilograms. Such defiance was the very epitome of futility, like a mantis raising its arms to halt a chariot. Watching the Wanderers unleash their final frenzied spasm, Huifeng felt an unprecedented lightness settle upon his spirit. "It is over," he exhaled long and slow. At that moment, an unexpected interruption flickered into his field of view. "Great Khan of the Wanderers requests direct communication with you, and accept or decline." And Huifeng paused, surprised. At this juncture, why would the Great Khan seek dialogue? Did the Khan still possess some hidden recourse? With cautious skepticism, Huifeng accepted the transmission. The moment the channel opened, the Great Khan's face filled the screen, distorted by unbridled rage, every scale bristling upright, each ragged breath a guttural, shuddering rasp. "You vile, filthy, contemptible, treacherous metal insect! How dare you? How dare you destroy our home with such base, despicable cunning?" Its hooked talons clenched the gilded armrests of its bronze throne so fiercely that the claws sank deep into the metal, shrieking as they gouged furrows into the surface. "Do you imagine this proves your victory? Do you believe you have won? No, you coward. You have never dared meet me face to face. You only deceive, flee, and skulk behind shadows to weave your sordid schemes. You are no true warrior. You are but a wretched, craven thing cowering behind stones to eke out a pitiful existence. Fool, even at death's threshold you cling to bluster. If you possess any genuine means of salvation, produce it now. Do not mistake this for your final testament." Huifeng spoke, voice laced with quiet mockery. On the opposing screen, the Great Khan erupted anew, spewing torrents of vitriol for minutes on end, each word saturated with hysterical frenzy, as though it sought to devour Huifeng alive. It had clearly lost all rational control, and opposite it, Huifeng simply smiled. Clearly the Khan possessed no viable countermeasure. Only this final furious outburst, a desperate mask for the agony of irreversible defeat. To Huifeng, those curses held no sting. Instead, they resonated like the dying cries of a vanquished foe, each syllable a reluctant tribute to his triumph. Amidst the Great Khan's ceaseless invective, the battle planet Celestial Throne entered its final moments. Realizing escape was impossible, the Celestial Throne unleashed unprecedented firepower. In its last minutes, it hurled volley after volley of ordnance toward Titan 6, now so near that surface details were visible to the naked eye. At the climactic battle above Saturn, beyond, the colossal upheavals wrought by the warring factions, nature itself, spurred intentionally or inadvertently by the conflict, gave birth to an astronomical marvel unseen for millions of years. For the past billion years, Titan's atmosphere had remained remarkably stable, not merely in composition, pressure, and meteorological patterns, but in its very structural continuity and endurance. Recall that within the solar system, only 9 planets, or by some accounts 11, have succeeded in sustaining dense collision-capable meteorologically active atmospheres. These celestial rarities are by any measure extraordinarily scarce. Moreover, once the 4 gas giants are excluded, Titan ranks second among the remaining 5 planetary bodies in atmospheric density, as measured by surface pressure, surpassed only by Venus and followed closely by Earth. Within this elite tier, Titan's atmosphere stands out with exceptional prominence. Even as its surface environment underwent drastic transformation in recent days, its atmosphere remained firmly anchored to the Moon's surface by gravity, largely intact, unwavering, unyielding. But the moment Titan was deliberately propelled, everything changed. Planetary engines unleashed a deafening, world-shaking shriek, their terrifying thrust gradually wrenching Titan from its orbital path. Viewed from afar, and bereft of familiar reference points, the motion appeared agonizingly slow. Yet in truth, its velocity was staggering. The Moon's sudden acceleration did not instantly transmit to its atmosphere, too light and mass too unbound by rigidity. It continued, momentarily, to orbit Saturn's barycenter. At 5.57 kilometers. Soon after engine ignition, inertial disparity triggered wholesale lag-induced tearing across Titan's atmosphere, compounded by relentless battlefield bombardment and external perturbations. Titan's own gravity could no longer cohesively bind its gaseous envelope. At the primary engine face, the atmosphere instantly broke free from gravitational tethering, peeling away in stratum after stratum, vast gaseous masses violently flung backward into space as a diffuse amber-hued torrent. As acceleration intensified, the leading edge of Titan's atmosphere was violently compressed and heated by interstellar particles and inertia, forming a brilliant luminous bow shock. Behind it trailed a colossal orange-red gaseous wake, stretching millions of kilometers, resembling a stately cosmic gown billowing through the void. Titan's dense, ancient atmosphere, forged over eons, shattered utterly in less than half an hour. Simultaneously, this atmospheric dissolution set the stage for the most spectacular astronomical phenomenon the solar system would witness in millennia. At this very moment, anyone standing upon the frontal surface of the Celestial Throne would gaze upward and behold a vision of utter desolation. A colossal yellowish-gray world loomed ever larger in the sky, visibly swelling before the naked eye, now dominating more than half the vault directly overhead. For the lizard folk within the Celestial Throne, apocalypse had arrived. Within its depths, the Celestial Throne convulsed in the most frenzied hour of its existence. Corridors teemed with sprinting lizard folk, their scales rasping, claws clattering against metal floors, and guttural roars rising in chaotic unison. Lizard folk engineers, charged with maintenance and construction, frantically donned exoskeletal armor and rushed onto the outer hull, striving to repair and reactivate the damaged attitude control engines, though all knew such efforts were almost certainly futile. Gunners at battery stations still fired desperately at the descending world, knowing full well their volleys were meaningless, yet clinging to the thunder of artillery as the sole ritual of resistance they had ever known. In deeper birthing chambers, freshly activated hatchlings had scarcely uttered their first cry, skull to Khan, blood to the throne, before being shoved headlong into maintenance conduits and hurled toward the surface at breakneck speed. Outside the Khan's throne chamber, a cohort of young lizardfolk warriors stood motionless, not fleeing, not acting, simply guarding the sealed entrance, as ever obeying the Great Khan's decree to impale any kin who dared approach without sanction. Behind them, the chamber doors remained tightly shut, while the Great Khan's furious roars erupted intermittently from within. Inside the throne chamber, the lizardfolk commanders surrounding the Great Khan's seat abandoned fleet coordination and station command. Frozen in terror, they ceased shouting, ceased moving, merely stared speechless at the holographic projection where the silvery yellow planet swelled ever larger. The Great Khan still stood before his central throne, hurling invective at Huifeng on screen. Incapable of accepting defeat at the hands of a metallic insect he had long scorned, and by so ignoble a stratagem. In his final moments he raged, "You will never conquer glorious Lorsal. Never." Lorsal, the phonetic transliteration of wanderer in the lizard folk tongue. Huifeng retorted without hesitation, "Your last words have expired. Go dream your conquests in hell." Alas, the Great Khan never heard that retort. The transmission severed the instant Huifeng spoke his first word. Under such circumstances, there was only one possible explanation: impact had begun. Recognizing this, Huifeng immediately switched to a live orbital perspective. He refused to miss this awe-inspiring spectacle. Titan, a moon approximately 5150 kilometers in diameter, collided with an artificial dwarf planet measuring 400 kilometers across. An impact of this magnitude had not occurred anywhere within the solar system for at least 3.8 billion years. This event marked the solar system's first such cataclysm since the late heavy bombardment, and perhaps the sole instance of its kind in Saturn's entire history. In a certain sense, Huifeng was making history, especially given that the final relative velocity between the two bodies approached escape velocity from the solar system itself. That impact velocity had been meticulously calculated by Huifeng. He could have accelerated Titan further, hastening its collision with the celestial throne. But he chose not to. After Titan began moving, his intricate modeling predicted the celestial throne's ultimate impact point would fall not at the moon's geometric center, but near the equatorial crust slightly off-center. The collision would thus be oblique, akin to the ancient Theia impact upon primordial Earth, albeit scaled down. Both Theia and Earth were now far smaller. This meant the apocalyptic energy released upon impact would be significantly mitigated. A direct heating collision, even at 50 kilometers, would unleash lethal radiation capable of piercing the interstellar void between Saturn and Earth, disrupting the global magnetic field and inflicting catastrophic damage upon terrestrial ecosystems. An oblique impact, however, distributes and attenuates that energy, allowing for higher impact velocities while remaining within tolerable bounds, yet velocity could not be excessive lest unforeseen consequences arise. Out of consideration for Earth, lying nearby, Huifeng deliberately restrained Titan's acceleration during initial propulsion, even applying controlled deceleration later. He had no desire to witness a scenario wherein victory here came at the cost of Earth's annihilation by collateral shockwaves. At least, not when alternatives existed. The residual atmosphere of Titan was the first to make actual contact with the throne of heaven, igniting in an instant and transforming into a fleeting ball of fire, followed by the true impact. At the moment of collision, the gray crust of Titan's surface first came into contact with the pale blue shield of the throne of heaven. This shield, which initially seemed solid, could not withstand the pressure within mere tenths of a second, shattering on the spot, and then the two celestial bodies collided. The crust of Titan instantly caved in hundreds of kilometers at the contact point, as the energy released from the impact vaporized both the crustal material and the dark copper armor plates of the throne of heaven, forming a dense fireball composed of extremely high-temperature plasma. The fireball expanded outward at an incredible speed, reaching thousands of kilometers in diameter within just a few seconds, its brightness surpassing all sunlight reflected by Saturn's rings. In the first few seconds of contact, the throne of heaven was completely flattened, its 400-kilometer dark copper sphere collapsing inward like a walnut struck by a heavy hammer, ultimately consumed by the incoming mass and light of Titan. Near the impact point, Titan's structure was also disintegrating, the silver-gray crust fracturing outward in a ring at the point of impact, with cracks spreading at supersonic speeds, exposing the internal ice rock mantle that melted and vaporized instantly under the high temperature. The remains of two maneuvering engines destroyed by the drifters completely broke from their bases during the ground collapse, along with tens of kilometers of surrounding crust thrown into the void. From a distance, the impact point resembled a miniature star being born, its dazzling light illuminating the entire Saturn system and even the whole solar system with an unstoppable force. Accompanied by the earth-shattering impact shockwave, Titan inevitably experienced severe global earthquakes, with no area spared. Within a radius of several thousand kilometers from the impact point, the earthquake reached a magnitude of 11.2 to 11. The local geological layers fractured and collapsed overall, with large sections of the crust tearing apart or even flying into space, and all remaining building debris being swept away and shredded. In even more distant areas, the magnitude reached 9.7 to 10.6, with the tremors here still exceeding the strongest earthquake recorded by humanity, the Valdivia earthquake in Chile in 1960. The ground in this area cracked and subsided extensively, and the remaining structures and units owned by the Huifeng organization here were nearly unable to ensure their integrity. Only in the farthest regions from the impact point, the backside of Titan, did the magnitude fall within a range comprehensible to humans, approximately 8.3 to 9.1, where the seismic waves primarily penetrated through the Earth's core, with most areas experiencing violent surface shaking and cracking. The ejecta from the impact spread outward into deep space at speeds exceeding the escape velocity, carrying molten silver-gray crust fragments, vaporized dark copper armor particles, and remnants of Titan's atmosphere that were instantaneously ionized. They radiated from the impact point in a conical shape towards Saturn, sweeping through the nearby region of the now silent remnants of the drifter fleet within just a few seconds. Dozens of dark copper warships were struck heat-in by this high-speed material flow, causing some ships' shields to overload under the dense debris impact, penetrating, tearing apart, and exploding, transforming into insignificant glimmers of light at the edge of the impact brilliance before these new fragments joined the main force heading towards Saturn itself. At the impact point, the peak spectrum of the central fireball rapidly transitioned from the X-ray and extreme ultraviolet bands of the initial impact to the visible light spectrum, shifting from blue-white to white-hot, ultimately stabilizing to an orange-red hue, silently blooming in the void. In the space surrounding the impact point, within a radius of several thousand kilometers, the remaining ice rock crust of Titan was instantaneously melted by the shock wave, then rapidly cooled in the vacuum. The molten crust material condensed into billions of orange-red molten spheres due to surface tension in the weightless environment, resembling a rain of solidified lava drifting around the expanding fireball and slowly spreading outward under the influence of residual kinetic energy. 20 seconds after the impact, the first batch of plasma flows, high-temperature rock fragments, and metal debris reached the outer magnetic field of Saturn. The high-speed material flow violently collided with Saturn's magnetic field, instantly triggering a super-strong magnetic storm, causing severe distortion and turbulence in Saturn's magnetic field. Simultaneously, the auroras at Saturn's poles experienced an explosive expansion, with the originally narrow auroral bands suddenly covering the entire high-latitude region, its brightness increasing nearly 100-fold. 3 minutes after the impact, a massive influx of crust fragments and molten metal from Titan and the throne of heaven invaded Saturn's rings, with the icy ring material being continuously penetrated, impacted, vaporized, and shattered by the high-speed debris as the impact shock waves spread layer upon layer within the ring system, causing a series of flashes, with large sections of Saturn's rings continuously erupting with dense points of explosion amidst this chaos. The original structure of Saturn's rings rapidly collapsed, with large amounts of debris breaking free from their original trajectories, either falling inward or drifting outward. 1 hour after the impact, the ejecta struck Saturn's close-orbit satellites, with smaller satellites being shattered and disintegrated directly by the debris flow, turning into smaller satellite remnants. Medium to large satellites also suffered varying degrees of intense impacts, with their surfaces becoming densely covered with new impact craters. 12 hours after the impact, the ejected materials officially reached Saturn, plunging into its dense hydrogen-helium atmosphere, where they experienced intense friction and burning at high altitudes, with smaller ejecta gradually vaporizing due to the friction, while larger fragments of hundreds of meters to several kilometers continued to descend deeper into Saturn. At the points of descent for these large fragments, the surrounding Saturn atmosphere was instantaneously displaced, creating pitch-black, giant depressions with diameters of thousands to tens of thousands of kilometers, even observable from space with the naked eye, revealing thousands of dark patterns of varying sizes on Saturn's surface, with the largest capable of containing dozens of Earths. In the following days, these depressions remained very clear and prominent, scattered across the side of Saturn facing Titan, contrasting sharply with the normal Saturn atmosphere, leaving half the planet looking ravaged. As time passed, the atmospheric circulation around these black spots would continuously refill, causing the spots to gradually expand, stretch, and distort, merging with nearby spots to form contiguous giant dark storm bands, which might soon evolve into the largest and most enduring cyclones in Saturn's history. In the known future, Saturn's original cloud patterns and colors have been permanently altered. This is merely the direct physical impact brought about by this monumental clash between heaven and earth. The recent impact event involving celestial bodies near Saturn has primarily limited its short-term physical effects to the interior of the Saturn system. However, the mental impact it caused transmitted to Earth over an hour after the collision occurred. The extraterrestrial battles that once happened within the solar system did not escape the attention of humanity, and now the Saturn battle erupting in the Saturn system, along with the previous Uranus battle and the third Neptune battle, also did not go unnoticed. Moreover, as the distance closed in, the official observation team of the Human Alliance was able to see more clearly. There is little to say about the third Neptune battle, though at that time humanity had not yet been invaded by the Wanderers. Their main observational outcome from this battle was merely to confirm that the so-called battle planet was indeed a fully weaponized celestial body, and that the Wanderers were truly formidable, capable of annihilating the assimilator fleet in a short period. Besides that, there were no other noteworthy findings. In the subsequent Uranus battle, where the scenes were primarily defensive and offensive, it provided the Human Alliance with some references on planetary defense, and of course it made them realize just how exaggerated the combat capabilities of this so-called battle planet were. If the satellites bombarded by the Wanderers near Uranus were replaced with Earth, humanity's main armed forces would likely not last even 7 hours. Within 3 days, human civilization would crumble under such devastating bombardment, with barely a remnant remaining. Such extrapolation combined with the prior invasion event and the Wanderers' attitude towards humanity. The Human Alliance could only pray that in the upcoming interstellar war the Grey Wind faction could retaliate and achieve victory. However, the possibility of such a situation occurring solely based on the front lines in space is far from optimistic. At that time, humanity was unaware of the grand plan of Huifeng. Therefore, after the conclusion of the Uranus battle, the Human Alliance began a large-scale activation of doomsday shelters located around the globe. Many of these doomsday fortresses were constructed during the Cold War period before the Third World War, mostly situated beneath 400 to 700 meters of heavy rock layers, with some even exceeding depths of 1,000 meters. Privately, the Human Alliance gathered the majority of the resources and talents necessary for rebuilding human society, placing them in these underground shelters ahead of time. Meanwhile, major government departments began relocating near the shelter exits so that in the event of danger, they could promptly retreat into these shelters, ensuring that the human leadership would not be eradicated in the first wave. Of course, the Human Alliance knew that this was in fact a passive and cowardly approach to waiting for death. While preparing for the worst, they also expressed support for the Grey Wind faction on other fronts. Although humanity itself was too weak to intervene in the warfare of these extraterrestrial civilizations, they could still make some statements on the home front. While they could not offer much in material support, they had to ensure emotional value was adequately provided. Regardless of whether the other party was knowingly or unknowingly saving Earth, this emotional backing could not be lacking. Thus, the Human Alliance began to push for an official and civilian-friendly attitude towards the Grey Wind. Under the directive of the Secretary-General, the propaganda department of the Human Alliance worked tirelessly. They did not fabricate fake news, but rather organized reports detailing the Grey Wind's consistent actions and words, such as the scenes during their first communication, the details from their first meeting, the proactive provision of warning coordinates and combat occurrences in the outer solar system, complemented by all the combat footage observed to date, continuously disseminating them across major platforms. In these contents, the Human Alliance subtly guided the audience to maintain a friendly attitude towards the Grey Wind. They were uncertain whether the super-individual civilization of the Grey Wind cared about these things, but they knew that humanity itself needed to care. When an entire civilization stands at the edge of a cliff, if they can still do something for the distant guardians of questionable nature, even if just a little, it serves as a form of self-comfort. This push was even smoother than anticipated thanks to the recent invasion event by the Wanderers. The civilian sector almost seamlessly accepted the official shift in attitude from surface neutrality to open unilateral support, and overall, it was even more fervent than what the officials displayed, reminiscent of how a certain country's football team suddenly reached the World Cup finals in a past era, creating an atmosphere of impending victory. Then came the Saturn battle. Due to the Saturn system being closer to Earth, not only could the official observation teams capture images from there, but some civilian enthusiasts, and those who previously paid high prices for telescopes with their civilian-grade telescopes, could also observe Saturn, its rings, and some of its moons quite clearly. Thus, when the battle began with the attack on Titan 8, a wave of unprecedented observation enthusiasm surged among civilians. Countless individuals set up telescopes to monitor everything happening near Saturn 24 hours a day, while some clever individuals even took the opportunity to stream live broadcasts of the changes observed through their telescopes, quickly rising to fame and earning a fortune. Civilian telescopes could see the flashes and bright spots appearing near Saturn, but could not discern the details of the battles. However, official telescopes were different. The observation team led by Qin Taishan was able to clearly see most of the details occurring in the battle at that time, such as the shape of the 400-kilometer battle planet and the fire emitted from the turrets on it, the silhouettes of various large interstellar warships, their maneuvers and traces of firing, and the surface counterattacks and explosions on Titan 8. Yet the clarity of the images did not alleviate the overall tension among humanity. Rather, it intensified the situation as they clearly witnessed the entire process of Titan 8's fall, leaving them at a loss as to how to stop the advance of that battle planet and the Wanderer fleet. They appeared nearly invincible. As the progression reached the second phase of the Saturn battle, the defense of Titan 6, the larger new warships, Judgment-class cruisers, that had already been noticed in the Grey Wind fleet indeed gave humanity some hope, but subsequent developments largely did not exceed humanity's pessimistic predictions. After the arrival of that battle planet, the overall battle situation was continuously suppressed, visibly entering a disadvantageous position, until the first fleet suddenly charged towards the heavenly throne. The planetary engines hidden beneath Titan 6 were suddenly activated. Only then did the human alliance surprisingly realize that the series of strange natural phenomena that had occurred on Titan 6 earlier was not a side effect of the Grey Wind's development of the planet, but rather the preliminary moves to propel this massive moon. Heavens! The old man has pushed the mountain away. This was an instinctive exclamation from a member of a certain observation team upon witnessing this scene. Years later, this phrase would be included in the textbooks of the Human Alliance, used in the corresponding historical chapters to describe the exaggerated scene when Titan 6 was being propelled. If we were to view the series of interstellar wars from a traditional military perspective, we could still analyze the strategic objectives of both sides and understand their tactical thinking. However, when Titan began to erupt with hundreds of high-temperature particle streams slowly veering away from its original orbit, traditional military analysis lost all efficacy in that moment. Damn it! Which family would lift an entire mountain to bury their enemy during a battle? Yet this very thing happened on an interstellar battlefield billions of kilometers away from Earth. In the telescopes of the United Human Observers, Titan no longer resembled the form people had become familiar with over the past few months. Its signature dark yellow atmosphere was being stripped away in pieces by an invisible force, like an old robe being lifted by a fierce wind, trailing a fiery orange gaseous tail millions of kilometers long in the void. Methane and nitrogen glowed under the star's light, creating a majestic halo-like skirt behind Titan. The planet, now partially stripped of its atmospheric cover, was exhaling hundreds of visibly high-temperature particle streams, slowly and inexorably heading towards the direction of the Wanderer battle planet, resembling a massive cannonball. As the United Humans on Earth regained their composure from the initial shock of witnessing this scene, they realized there was nothing particularly strange about it. As the enemy of the Grey Winds, the Wanderers possessed a mobile metallic dwarf planet. Since the opposing side had such capabilities, it was equally possible for the Grey Winds, as an interstellar civilization, to have the technology and ability to propel celestial bodies, right? Of course, besides that, there were some less credible speculations, but none were as plausible as this one, so they did not become mainstream. Shortly after Huifeng propelled Titan and the first fleet launched their charge, the higher-ups of the United Humans were the happiest as they discovered that, according to the current plot development, the Grey Winds might really have a chance to turn the tide. This meant that the likely victor of this war would be the Grey Winds, who had maintained a gentle attitude towards humanity rather than the brutal Wanderers, sparing Earthlings the trouble of thinking about how to resist a potential invasion and conquest. This was simply one of the best possible outcomes for humanity. At first, when the situation was unclear, those who held such optimistic theories dared only to think privately, for no one could truly guarantee that this would happen, fearing that they might face a backlash. However, as the battle on Titan gradually reached its climax, their excitement could no longer be contained. In the room where the Earth observation team was located, when everyone saw the image on the screen showing Titan ultimately colliding with the throne of heaven, some staff members could not help but stand up and cheer. Soon the jubilant scene rapidly spread throughout the hall. Around the relieved Qin Taishan, a few people surrounded him, with some patting his shoulders vigorously and others shaking his hand with such strength that it almost overwhelmed his old bones. The hall, which had just been filled with the sounds of data reporting, was now filled with laughter, shouts, and heaving breaths, as if everyone wanted to expel the long-held pressure from their lungs all at once. Qin Taishan was jostled by the crowd, swaying a couple of times before finally finding his balance, only to be firmly embraced by a young technician. The child looked to be just over 20, and after realizing what he had done, blushed and repeatedly said, "I'm sorry, Professor Qin," before being pulled away by a colleague to continue celebrating. Qin Taishan did not join in the cheers. He simply gazed at the earth-shattering scene on the screen, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly felt that life was complete. At this moment, the Secretary General of the United Humans was also standing at the periphery of this hall, but she did not join in the revelry. Her assistant noticed her take a deep breath, then said in his usual calm voice, "Once they calm down, notify all departments to confirm the results of the impact site, as soon as possible ascertain the potential effects of this incident on Earth, and track the movements of the remaining Wanderer fleet." After her assistant nodded to take note, she turned and left the area. Outside, on rooftops, balconies, or open fields across the globe where telescopes were set up, when civilian observers saw the intense light emitted from the impact, a chorus of gasps erupted almost simultaneously. In the southern hemisphere, in a city that had previously been untouched by alien invasion waves, a group of astronomy enthusiasts gathered around a large aperture-reflecting telescope, taking turns peering through the eyepiece. When it was the turn of a middle-aged man, as soon as he put his eyes to the lens, his whole body jolted, as if electrocuted, knocking over a folding table filled with coffee cans behind him. "What happened? What happened?" The people nearby hurriedly helped him. He opened his mouth, pointing at the eyepiece, and after a long while finally managed to stammer out, "It exploded. It seems like Saturn exploded." In the northern hemisphere, a previously famous civilian streamer, due to live broadcasting the Saturn battle, pointed the camera at the eyepiece, and suddenly the screen was filled with an unprecedented flash of light. The chatroom immediately erupted with a series of question marks, and the streamer himself was stunned for a few seconds. His first reaction was that the telescope might be broken, but when he looked up, he realized it was not a problem with the telescope at all. For now, in the Earth's sky, a new star suddenly appeared in the direction of Saturn. Its brightness surged dramatically within just a few minutes, going from an inconspicuous dark point to outshining Sirius and almost rivaling the half-moon in brilliance. Due to equipment limitations, many civilians could not immediately figure out the cause of the bright light. They could barely see the moment Titan was pushed off course by the engines, but with the official announcement, their confusion was finally resolved. Shortly after the impact occurred, the United Humans officially released a brief and restrained announcement across various platforms worldwide. The announcement confirmed that a large-scale high-energy impact event was observed in the direction of Saturn, with the colliding parties being Titan, controlled by the Grey Wind civilization, and the battle planet of the Wanderer forces. In subsequent observations, the United Human observers detected a significant amount of material ejected as debris, but did not find any sign of the complete battle planet, suggesting it was likely completely destroyed in the impact. As for the specific situation of the Saturn battle, no definitive conclusions can yet be drawn, but preliminary observations indicate that the Wanderers suffered at least a catastrophic blow. After the news spread, those in society who were concerned about this matter and supported the Grey Winds felt a weight lifted off their hearts. In some areas, particularly those affected by invasion events and still in the process of rebuilding, the locals were so excited that they nearly wanted to bow down and worship the Grey Winds. Although no one was clear about the outcome of the Saturn battle, it did not prevent them from feeling joy that the Grey Winds could deliver a heavy blow to the detestable Wanderers. When the Secretary General arrived at the designated location for Grey Wind, she found him standing at the front door of the villa, seemingly having waited for her for quite some time. She got out of the car, gestured for the bodyguards not to follow, and then walked past the two soldiers standing straight at the gate to stand before Grey Wind. "What brings you here?" "I was waiting for you, Madam Secretary General." "Did you guess I would come?" "Of course. Given the events happening in the sky right now, I figured Madam Secretary General would have questions about the outcome, so you would definitely come to find me, wouldn't you?" She was correct, so the Secretary General did not directly deny it. Grey Wind smiled and gestured for her to enter. "If you don't mind, we can discuss this in detail inside." "All right, thank you for your hospitality." The Secretary General politely expressed her gratitude and then followed Grey Wind into the villa. They sat at the same table where they had their first conversation. "Have you eaten, Madam Secretary General?" As soon as they sat down, Grey Wind asked. "Are you referring to lunch?" "I was planning to handle it myself later." "Why?" The Secretary General replied honestly. Only then did she notice that her extraterrestrial friend was not wearing the traditional attire of the Human Alliance today, but rather dressed in very ordinary modern clothes. If it weren't for her rather unique appearance, she could have easily passed for the high school girl the Secretary General had seen at a neighbor's house over a decade ago. Young and appearing full of vitality. No, this one gave her a more composed feeling. Madam Secretary General, are you interested in noodles? Noodles? Yes, the ones I made. Would you care to taste them, Madam Secretary General? Faced with this unexpected invitation, the Secretary General was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, and in the end, she could only nod in agreement to the girl in front of her. If it won't trouble you. All right, please wait a moment. Gray Wind stood up and walked towards the villa's kitchen. The Secretary General sat on the sofa, initially wanting to get straight to the point, but unexpectedly that being proposed such a surprising invitation. After almost 10 minutes, the Secretary General soon saw Gray Wind returning with a steaming bowl of noodles. She placed a porcelain bowl and a pair of chopsticks in front of the Secretary General. Thank you. The Secretary General politely said thanks, and then a delightful aroma entered her nose. She glanced at the golden noodles in the bowl, feeling the reality of her empty stomach. Well, she was indeed hungry. I didn't expect you to have such culinary skills. Did you learn this from Gu Huai? The Secretary General asked as she picked up the chopsticks. No, this is something I figured out myself. Gray Wind shook her head, replying. A bowl of water, a little cooking oil, a clove of garlic, 2 pieces of dough, 2 eggs, some soy sauce, and a scallion. That's the ingredient list. Sounds quite homely. Yes, I hope it meets your satisfaction. The Secretary General did not immediately take a bite, but looked at Gray Wind's side of the table. Aren't you eating? Gray Wind smiled slightly at her. For me, food is not a necessity. Since the other party had said so, the Secretary General felt it inappropriate to say anything more, so she took her chopsticks and began to eat. The Secretary General lifted a strand of noodles to her mouth, and after chewing for a moment, her pace noticeably quickened. Within minutes, the bowl was nearly empty. She put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and then looked up again. It's very delicious, she said. Gray Wind nodded slightly, but did not reply. The Secretary General shifted her gaze from the empty bowl back to the extraterrestrial being. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised that you would consider such matters. Last time when you made tea, you said it was out of interest, so this time, is it also driven by interest? Of course it's the same. Watching the noodles slowly unfold in boiling water, transforming into something that can satisfy living beings, is itself a moment of relaxation. I seem to understand now, the Secretary General nodded, not pursuing the topic further. This bowl of noodles came just at the right time. She gently pushed the porcelain bowl aside and sat up straight. Thank you for your hospitality. Now, if you don't mind, let's return to business. Gray Wind nodded slightly, then raised her hand. A silvery mercury-like unknown substance seeped from her palm, swiftly tidying up the table in the astonished gaze of the Secretary General. Then a silvery substance flew back into Gray Wind's palm, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Secretary General remained silent for a moment, suppressing her curiosity, took a deep breath, and chose to steer the conversation towards the most pressing matters at hand. Lady Gray Wind, to be frank, your speculation is very accurate. In recent days, the Human Alliance's observation team and various peripheral institutions have been closely tracking the situation towards Saturn. We witnessed the battle between you and the Wanderers within the Saturn system, saw the impact you initiated, witnessed countless explosions, and even observed a series of astronomical effects caused by this impact. In other words, we observed the entire process. The Secretary General stated this with a more serious tone. Therefore, I wish to confirm with you, and on behalf of all human civilization, ask the war near Saturn. You were victorious, correct? Gray Wind did not answer immediately. She looked at the Secretary General, seemingly deliberating how to express it in a way that humans could understand. After a few seconds, she spoke. Your observations are accurate. The Saturn campaign has basically concluded. During the campaign, I achieved victory at a cost I could bear, while the Wanderers lost their only artificial planet and the entire civilization system that depended on it. After this, the Wanderers will no longer pose any substantial threat to me or to you. So yes, I won. Gray Wind paused, meeting the Secretary General's gaze. You are safe now as well. Upon hearing this, the Secretary General remained silent for a long time, seemingly processing all the pent-up emotions and reorganizing them one by one. About half a minute later, she slowly exhaled a breath filled with something that had been suppressed for too long and could finally be let go. On behalf of human civilization, I express my sincerest gratitude to you. This kindness may be hard to repay in the future, but please believe that humanity is not a race that forgets its debts. Gray Wind nodded. The Wanderers were also a lethal threat to me, so regardless of humanity's existence, I would have fought them here, You need not thank me so much. Regardless, you have objectively saved humanity, and we will never forget this." After saying this, the Secretary-General sat up straight again, her face returning to the solemn demeanor of the highest decision-maker of the human alliance. "Lady Grey-Wynn, now that we have confirmed this core issue, I believe it is time to formally present a response to you regarding one matter: the outer solar system." In the days following the Battle of Saturn, the debris cloud generated by the collision between Titan and the Wanderer's battle planet, the Celestial Throne, continued to drift slowly across the Saturnian system. Viewed from the distant void, the region of space where the impact occurred was now enveloped in a faint orangered halo spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. This ethereal glow emanated from microscopic particles, vaporized dark copper armor, pale gray crustal fragments, and residual atmospheric gases from Titan, condensed in the vacuum and illuminated by distant sunlight, their subtle luminescence bearing silent, solemn witness to the cataclysm that had unfolded here. Once the pride of the Wanderers, the celestial war machine known as the Celestial Throne, now existed only as scattered arc-shaped remnants of dark copper, the largest no more than a few kilometers in diameter, their surfaces pocked with metallic nodules formed by rapid melting and resolidification as they tumbled silently through the void. Occasionally shattered gun barrels or twisted structural components drifted past these ruins, still bearing faded graffiti left behind by the Wanderers. A significant portion of this debris was gradually being drawn inward by Saturn's gravity, destined over the coming days or months to plunge into the planet's atmosphere, there to be incinerated into ash or leave behind new dark blemishes upon its cloud tops. Titan, the other principal actor in that titanic cosmic collision just days prior, had by now receded far from the wreckage field, its primary structure remaining largely intact. The disparity in mass between the two bodies had been so immense that even an impact velocity of dozens of kilometers per second proved insufficient for the Celestial Throne to shatter Titan outright. Yet the Celestial Throne had carved upon Titan's surface a monstrous elliptical wound, its geological scar stretching over 3,000 kilometers at its widest axis and nearly 2,000 kilometers along its narrower dimension. Within this wound lay an endless churning sea of crimson magma. The once artificially terraformed gray terrain had utterly disintegrated and vaporized, reduced entirely to seething molten rock, so blindingly luminous that direct gaze would scorch the eyes. The magma surface roiled incessantly, erupting in violent bubbles and surging plumes of scarlet thermal currents. Above it hung a dense, scorching vapor shroud, its peak temperature still soaring into the tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Far beyond the wound's perimeter, beyond the towering inner ring of impact-induced uplift, a million colossal fissures radiated outward for thousands of kilometers from the epicenter. The crust had fractured on a planetary scale, vast sections collapsed straight, buckled, and heaved upward, and scarcely a single unbroken expanse of land remained visible across the entire world. On Titan's less severely damaged antipodal hemisphere, several worker drones scurried rapidly across a ground webbed with fine cracks. They were among the rarest of survivors, previously stationed at a modest subterranean mining outpost. By sheer fortune, the site had not fully collapsed during the initial seismic onslaught, shielding them from the first cataclysm and its subsequent lethal aftershocks, until today, when they finally excavated a passage back to the surface. To witness such a world-shattering spectacle, while the earlier losses have certainly been worth the price, remarked Huifeng, gazing down from above at Titan's post-apocalyptic desolation. His mood at present was remarkably buoyant. True, in the aftermath of the Saturnian campaign, his birth world, Titan, the most developed of all his holdings, had suffered devastating destruction, nearly every structure and unit obliterated or crippled, reducing his dominion overnight to near total ruin. Yet Titan's sacrifice had delivered him a decisive, irrevocable victory. As previously noted, the Wanderers possessed a unique trait distinguishing them from all other in-game factions. Virtually all their structures had to be constructed adjacent to their sole main base, attached directly when the base rested on solid ground, or integrated as external modules when upgraded into a mobile land fortress. Upon ascending to their ultimate form, the battle planet, their edifices became permanently embedded within the planet itself, coexisting and perishing, with the core command center located deep within its heart. This seamless integration conferred overwhelming strategic mobility, yet also forged their fatal vulnerability. Should the Wanderers' main base ever face existential threat, their entire faction would collapse instantly, no matter how great their prior advantage, ending in abrupt total annihilation. So then, when the Wanderers manifested in reality, would this sudden absolute mortality follow them? Huifeng answered his own question with action. Yes, the flop persisted. Player 3, a AI computer cold, defeated, faction played, Wanderers. When the celestial throne slammed into Titan with crushing force, its structural frame pulverized and absorbed into the moon's body, the system notification chimed with crystalline clarity. It confirmed unequivocally to Huifeng he had truly eradicated the Wanderers. Yet in reality, numerous Wanderer starships had survived both the full campaign and the ensuing cataclysm, far more than expected. But now they moved not at all. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of Wanderer vessels drifted aimlessly within Saturn's gravitational sphere. Their engines long silenced, their weapon emplacements drooping lifelessly. Frozen in this state the instant the celestial throne was destroyed, transformed into silent drifting tombs adrift in the cosmos. When Huifeng dispatched newly fabricated space worker drones to approach these inert tombs, he observed no reaction whatsoever, not even when he ordered the drones to begin stripping away their armor plating. Only after a drone breached a vessel's hull and squeezed inside did he discover the corridors and chambers filled with dead saurian beings. Most floated motionless in chaotic positions, eyes rolled, white breath, stilled bodies utterly inert, as his drones rampaged unchecked through the ship, even dismantling and recycling comrades mere meters away. Frankly, Huifeng had been surprised. He had braced himself for resistance from these surviving vessels. Indeed, his recent salvage operations on Titan had yielded substantial resources, leaving his reserves depleted but not critically so. He was in short destitute, but still wearing his underpants. That the surviving Wanderer fleet adhered strictly to in-game logic, surrendering en masse upon defeat, was undeniably fortunate for Huifeng. At least he need no longer fret over the lingering threat posed by these remnants. Potential adversaries had become mere orbital debris, ready to be harvested entirely by his worker drones, transforming into vital fuel for future expansion. Woohoo! Finally, it's over. The solar system remains mine. All that relentless, brutal combat was not in vain. Condition met. Relic mod activated. You have acquired a relic, the skull of the Great Khan. Huifeng. What is this? Relic mod. Huifeng opened the mod list in confusion. He saw a new line of text added. Mod list enabled NPC vassal mod relic mod. Huifeng had a vague memory of the relic mod. It was a fun little mod he had played a long time ago. Essentially, it added special items with varying levels of difficulty to acquire in galactic warfare. Some items could only be obtained by defeating rival players, while others required interaction with NPC factions on the map, and some simply appeared randomly in various corners of the vast map, waiting for players to collect them. The buffs and enhancements provided by these items varied greatly. Some were rather useless, while others could instantly turn the tide of battle. In summary, it was a rather interesting mod with a certain level of fun. Huifeng had also heard the mod creator mention that it was inspired by a subsystem from a certain 4X strategy game, hence the homage in its name. Huifeng had played that 4X strategy game, and he knew the creator was not speaking falsely. So how many game mods can I still obtain? Huifeng stared at the words Relic mod, then he opened a new interface provided by this mod, the Relic Display Room. Inside were many empty glass display cases, and among them was a special case containing something. Huifeng's only current relic. Skull of the Great Khan. Inactive passive effect. Space combat units, firing rate 5. Special effect. Once activated, a fleet of roving vessels completely loyal to you will arrive to assist. The size of this fleet depends on your current resource acquisition efficiency and the scale of your space forces. Larger values will yield a larger support fleet. After activation, a cooldown period is required. Huifeng thought, isn't this the skull of Zaklon? The moment he saw its special effect, he immediately thought of a certain relic from that 4X strategy game. What a coincidence, both are called relics and the effects are quite similar. He found it hard to believe that the creator of this mod did not intend to pay homage. By the way, was there really such a relic in the original relic mod? Huifeng pondered for a moment, but couldn't find an answer. He hadn't played this mod for long. He had put it in his mod collection and left it to gather dust. There were quite a few relics in it, so it was indeed possible that he had overlooked the so-called skull of the Great Khan. Could it really be such a coincidence? He remembered telling the Great Khan before that he would use its skull as a bowl. He never expected that this would come true now. Huifeng looked at the skull of the Great Khan. It appeared to be the skull of a lizardman stripped of all flesh, resembling the dinosaur fossils he had seen in a museum. As he stared, he suddenly felt as if he could take this object out of the interface. With a thought, his perspective shifted to a vacant barracks on one of the moons, and after a moment's wait, a brand new spy crawled out. He transformed the spy to resemble himself in life, then concentrated imagining himself reaching out to take the white skull from the display case. In the next second, a long conical object appeared in the spy's hand. I can really take it out. Huifeng manipulated the spy, astonished as he examined the enormous skull that had suddenly appeared in reality. In reality, the great Khan of the roving faction had likely turned to vapor upon impact. He wondered where this had come from. Huifeng played with the object for a while through the spy before putting it back in the same manner. One could only say that the numerous holes in the lizard man's skull were not suitable for use as a bowl. Next, Huifeng prepared to test the special effect of this relic. Didn't it say that once activated a fleet of loyal roving vessels would appear? Huifeng wanted to see what the fleet would look like, while also testing if it matched the description of the relic's effect. Just right, he currently needed more space combat power. With that thought, Huifeng immediately activated the skull of the Great Khan on the interface. After a while, the system announced an audio report. Allied units detected. Following the audio report, Huifeng quickly spotted a small fleet jumping out near the exit of the superliminal channel No. 2. This fleet was marked blue on the minimap, which indicated Allied units in the game. As Huifeng zoomed in on the image, he noticed the fleet's design looked somewhat strange. The fleet consisted of exactly 100 ships, of which 20 appeared to be destroyers while the rest were frigates. From the turrets on their hulls, Huifeng could tell these warships belonged to the roving faction, but they were somewhat different from the ones he had previously fought. Firstly, their ships were grayish-white. Secondly, the designs were not as irregular, resembling the geometric style of Huifeng's assimilation faction, which looked more sci-fi than rugged. Moreover, their ship paintwork was white, not copper, which was almost identical to Huifeng's side. Soon Huifeng discovered that he could even penetrate the hulls of these warships, reaching their internal passages and bridge. He saw lizardmen bustling about inside the warships. Their appearance was not much different from the lizardman corpses he had seen on the roving vessels before, the only distinction being that their scales were white. What is going on here? Huifeng looked at the bustling white-scaled lizardmen. Strangely enough, after changing to white scales, these lizardmen appeared much more pleasing to the eye, losing some of their ferocity and gaining a touch of the natural essence that normal creatures should possess. But this feeling lasted only a brief moment, because he noticed that as he passed through a ship's hull and entered the bridge, some lizard men began to stare fixedly at the location of his perspective, and when he moved, their eyes and heads followed his movements. Wait, what is happening? Huifeng watched as more and more lizard men turned to look at where he was, completely bewildered, until the first lizard man raised both hands and fervently shouted at him for the player. Before Huifeng could react, more lizard men also raised their hands. For the player. Loyalty. Skull offered to the player. Blood for loyalty. Huifeng. What are these creatures saying? Huifeng watched the throng of barren Zyren lost in their revelry. Can you sense my presence? Huifeng could scarcely believe it. Until now, when he spoke in that manner, it had been mere self-entertainment, though nothing had been aware of him, and no one had heard his voice. But today, everything seemed to shift. Sadly, the lizard folk did not appear to notice his voice. They continued to repeat their fervent cries. Skull offered to the player. Bloodstains loyalty. They did not speak Chinese, yet Huifeng understood them without any translation. Huifeng tried again a few times, and when there was still no response, he realized something. He focused his attention and attempted to transmit his thoughts to them. Sure enough, only then did they react. Do not call him player, call him Huifeng. A lizard man about to shout opened its mouth, puzzled, but soon it and its companions obeyed Huifeng's command. For Huifeng. Skull offered to Huifeng. Bloodstains loyalty. Huifeng was a little speechless. What an embarrassing slogan. They took his warning not to say player and simply swapped the one word. He tried next to get them to adopt more pleasant chants or to shut up and behave like normal lizards, but the barren Zyren were stubborn. No matter what he said, they refused to change. Fine, you win. Huifeng finally relented, abandoning the hope of making them act somewhat normal. The experiment, however, had made their nature clear to him. In short, they possessed a strange and extreme fanaticism toward him, like religious zealots on earth willing to die for him without hesitation. Huifeng found the whole thing absurd. Had he become in their eyes some sort of Dekahan to whom they must pledge fealty? Is this the might of the system? Huifeng finally understood what the Dekan Skull's special effect meant by absolute loyalty. This was the form that allegiance took. Huifeng dragged his viewpoint away from the warship's bridge and looked toward the small Yudang's fleet that now belonged to him. Having ascertained their nature, he prepared to send them to a single destination. Banramizuo Alpha, the place that had once made him lose appetite and sleep. He needed to confirm the Tonghua's present condition. Before the Yudangs attacked Tianwangxing, they had dispatched a sizable fleet, to Bannermizo Alpha seemingly intent on eradicating the Tonghua and leaving them no chance. Afterwards, until the Yudang's effort was undone by the impact on Two-Way Lu, that fleet never returned to the solar system. What it had accomplished against the Tonghua remained unknown. The Yudang's detachment had to a large extent eased the frontal pressure in the Saturn campaign. Otherwise, Huifeng's plan to break through the Yudang's main fleet and charge through their fire toward the throne of the Celestial King would have been far more difficult. Objectively, the Tonghua had earned some credit for that. Nevertheless, Huifeng would not let them off the hook for so little. From the beginning, Huifeng, the Tonghua, and the Yudang's had been locked in an unrelenting standoff, though in theory, there was no possibility of negotiation. Those two gave Huifeng no courtesy and attacked like rabid dogs, but despite heavy losses, Huifeng ultimately held firm against the pressure. Now he did not believe the Tonghua had been undone by a mere Yudang's raid. As long as no interface message announced their annihilation, Huifeng would remain perpetually vigilant. This was precisely why Huifeng urgently needed a space force. He had to rearm quickly. The small Yudang's fleet accidentally granted to him was perfect for scouting Bannermizo Alpha to assess how badly the Tonghua had been beaten. Go proceed to that system and bring me back word of what you find there, Huifeng transmitted by thought to the entire small Yudang's fleet. Huifeng above. We follow your will. The Allied fleet quickly altered course on its own and sped for Gate 1, requiring no manual control from Huifeng. That was somewhat convenient. The Balan Xiren would need time to travel through hyperspace, and in the meantime, Huifeng began to inventory his other gains. Aside from the unexpected Asian mod, his greatest prize from defeating the Yudang's was the special effects granted by his faction. As was widely known, Huifeng's current faction was the Tonghua. The Tonghua's hallmark was that its true strength only surfaced after the player controlling it defeated any other major hostile faction. Otherwise, the Tonghua remained a blank slate faction, their overall strength among the weaker tiers. In the game Galaxy War, the Tonghua's special mechanic allowed them, upon defeating a non-Tonghua faction, to acquire that faction's complete distinctive tech tree. A player of the Tonghua could research those technologies and thereby unlock other factions' unique units, buildings, and even certain mechanics. These units often bore a slightly altered appearance leaning toward the Tonghua's aesthetic, yet their utility remained unchanged. For example, suppose a Tonghua is a Hakimi. After defeating a Bulusi, it might suddenly gain a learnable skill called Degugio Big Dog Chew. Once it learned that skill by consuming resources, it could literally grow the hardware necessary to use Degugio. Another example, if the Tonghua defeated a faction that produced two-dimensional magical girl warriors, their tech tree would gain a researchable magical girl warrior branch. Once researched, the Tonghua could produce magical girl warriors in their barracks. The produced magical girl might look different, white hair or other variations, but her combat power and function would be roughly equivalent to the original. As a result, in Galaxy War, Tonghua's players worry less about late-game tactics and more about how to kickstart the early game, how to beat the first enemy with mediocre starting units and transition into the late game. In short, the Tonghua are a quintessential snowball late-game faction that demands player skill. If the player is poor, the faction may collapse in the early stages before the snowball ever rolls. Fortunately, Huifeng was a skilled player who had withstood the Yudang's early onslaught and even turned the tables, slaughtering them in return. Thus, Huifeng smoothly assimilated the Yudang's entire tech tree. Faction assimilated Yudang's. So what advantages does the Wanderer's technology tree have worth mentioning? Yes, there are some, my brothers. Its advantage lies in the excellent combat power boost provided by its early-stage technology. During the early to mid-game phase, when battleships have yet to be researched and everyone relies on frigates, destroyers, and cruisers, its warships of the same level possess greater combat strength than those of other factions. Only when everyone has unlocked battleships and the situation progresses into the mid to late game will this advantage gradually diminish. At this stage, the early combat power advantage of the Wanderer is still very useful for Huifeng. If he later confirms that the assimilator has not been destroyed by the Wanderer's subfleet, but has survived and retains the ability to resist, he can then turn to research the Wanderer's frigates or even destroyers. In factional conflicts, he would gain a decisive advantage in the attributes of medium and small ships. The assimilator receives a 20 speed boost when researching technologies from other factions that have already been assimilated. Therefore, in this scenario, referring to the ongoing threat from nearby neighbors, researching the Wanderer's frigate and destroyer technologies will yield far more benefits than foolishly charging straight into developing their own battleship technology. Moreover, even if the mid to late game buildings of the Wanderer are not applicable, it does not matter as part of its technology tree provides bonuses that can benefit the entire faction. For instance, in the later stages of Wanderer technology, there is a technology called Advanced High Explosive Shells. Upon completion of its research, it immediately grants a 5 increase in damage for all physical projectile weapons of the entire faction, and the assimilator's own warships can also benefit from similar bonuses and buffs. This is why it is said that the assimilator faction is a strong late-game contender. As long as it defeats more than one opposing faction, given sufficient time and research speed, its strength will surpass that of all factions within the game Galactic War. It can defeat its rivals' research and acquire the unique units of their faction, while also benefiting from most of the general bonuses from their technology tree combined with its own technological advantages, making its attributes extremely exaggerated. How can such a faction not be sinister? Of course, all of this presupposes that the player controlling the assimilator can successfully start and survive into the late game. That set apart from the early combat power and general buffs, the Wanderer has a technology that Huifeng particularly desires, which is its technology tree's most basic starting technology: mobile architecture engineering. This technology comes inherently with the Wanderer's starting setup, but after Huifeng assimilates the Wanderer's technology tree, he will need to research it manually. The effect it brings is that established bases will be able to move and can consume resources and time for upgrades. Indeed, this is the unique mobile-based gameplay of the Wanderer. By researching this technology, Huifeng can obtain the capability to upgrade his base into a youthful combat planet. Moreover, this upgrade has no quantity limit. Unlike the Wanderer, which can only upgrade its single base, Huifeng can produce countless heavenly thrones as long as he wishes and has sufficient resources. This is indeed quite powerful. However, unfortunately, he currently lacks the surplus resources to accomplish this. Huifeng has many directions in which he needs to invest resources. First, restoring the development of other planets in the solar system requires a significant amount of resources. Furthermore, expanding reproduction also necessitates a continuous influx of resources. Most critically, he needs to quickly construct a new fleet of warships for self-defense, as he is unsure of the situation with the assimilator. There are many areas that require resources, yet the resources he currently possesses are limited, mostly obtained from the final recovery of structures on Titan, while the earlier resources have long been spent on constructing the planetary engines. As for why Huifeng does not recover the damaged planetary engines, it is because he still needs to use them later. Titan's consequences from the Saturn campaign are numerous, one of which is that it achieved a speed sufficient to escape the solar system with its engines, even though this speed has slightly decreased after the impact. However, due to the significant difference in mass between both sides, it did not slow down much. Thus, Titan has long exited the Saturn system and is racing away from the solar system. If Huifeng disregards it, this planet will become a genuine rogue planet crossing through the solar system's heliosphere within a decade. After all, Titan is Huifeng's place of dragon rising and a major contributor to the Saturn campaign. If circumstances permit, he does not wish for Titan to become a wanderer, so he plans to take the time later to repair the engines on Titan and bring it back. Currently, most of the steering engines on Titan have been damaged or lost, but the 5 main engines located at the rear of the impact side remain largely intact and can still be used after repair, which is far cheaper than building new engines from scratch. The harvest is good, but it is also quite tight. After tallying his gains and losses, Huifeng sincerely lamented the current situation. Then his focus shifted to the heavy restoration project of the Galaxy production. Days later, news came from Alpha Centauri. The small Wanderer fleet loyal to Huifeng has arrived at the destination. As the blue light of hyperspace faded from the ships, a strange foreign land came into view. The commander of the white-scaled lizardmen stood on the bridge of the Sharp-Tooth-class destroyer, gazing silently at the star system outside the window. After a while, its adjutant approached it and said, "Great Gray Wind, all ships of our fleet have arrived safely at this location. Currently, the warriors have not detected any suspicious targets around the fleet." Upon finishing, the commander looked at the void outside and the other 19 Sharp-Tooth-class destroyers and 80 Venom-class frigates surrounding the flagship. After a moment, it responded in a hoarse voice, "Send orders to all units, maintain position, and be vigilant for possible surprise attacks, and await further instructions from him." Understood. The adjutant received the order, stood straight, raised both hands, and proclaimed, "Skull offered to Gray Wind. Blood spilled for loyalty. Skull offered to Gray Wind. Blood spilled for loyalty." The commander echoed. While aboard their ships, a gaze was sweeping across this star system. He did not notice everything happening below, as there were more pressing matters at hand. Alpha Centauri. It has been a while since Huifeng last visited this place. During this time, the Alpha Centauri system has not undergone any significant changes at an astronomical level. Proxima Centauri continues to quietly orbit around the two stars Alpha Centauri A and B, and the nearby planets revolve around Proxima Centauri in an orderly manner, as if everything is just as it has always been. However, from Huifeng's perspective, everything seems completely different. All the hostile space docks and defense platforms that should have existed on the planets and satellites within the Proxima Centauri system are now missing. Now, as Huifeng observes the small map, he notices that all the dense red dots that should have appeared on the planetary orbits within the Proxima Centauri system have vanished, making it seem like just an ordinary star system. This scene initially made Huifeng think he had come to the wrong place until the system diligently popped up a notification. Hostile units detected. He followed the prompt to the designated location only to be even more surprised by what he saw. The hostile unit indicated by the system was neither a fleet of assimilators nor stationed above any planet in the system. Instead, it was a solitary industrial mothership currently flying through the interstellar space between Alpha Centauri A and B, apparently heading towards the only gas giant orbiting around the double stars. Huifeng repeatedly checked the small map, confirming that apart from this inconspicuous red in the Alpha Centauri system, there were no other anomalies. Wait, let me see what's going on. From a god's eye view, Huifeng first approached the planets and satellites within the Proxima Centauri system. As he got closer, he discovered the issue. First, it wasn't that the space docks and defense platforms on these planets had disappeared, rather they had transformed from their complete forms into fragments drifting in the void. He saw that dense debris was now floating above these planets that had once been developed by the assimilators. These non-threatening objects would naturally not be classified as hostile units by the system, so they wouldn't be marked as small red dots on the map. Huifeng then turned his gaze towards the planets themselves. On Proxima Centauri D and Proxima Centauri B, which are the main planets of the system, there should have been dense clusters of dark gray buildings. The former might have slightly smaller structures than the latter, but wouldn't be significantly smaller, all of which could be seen in space as completely different in scale from the surrounding natural environment. However, now these large-scale complexes have also disappeared, replaced by more circular pits that cover the surfaces of these planets. Huifeng recognized these newly formed pits of varying sizes, having become quite familiar with them over time. They were left behind by orbital bombardments. After seeing this, Huifeng turned back to carefully examine the space debris, quickly discovering numerous fragments of assimilator warships among the wreckage, some even mixed in with those of the drifters. Seeing this scene, the answer was clear. It seems the masters here were badly beaten by the drifters' subfleet. Huifeng smiled. He then circled Proxima Centauri B twice. During this orbit, he discovered numerous signs of terrain modification. Before being completely destroyed, it seemed the assimilators had also reached the point of terraforming the planet, but their progress appeared to have lagged far behind his, perhaps only just over the halfway mark. As for why the modification was progressing so slowly, it might be due to the fact that this planet is much larger than Titan, or perhaps the resources of this system did not allow them to advance both ground modification and maintain their offensive against Huifeng simultaneously. Thus, until the moment of their destruction, the assimilators never managed to successfully terraform Proxima Centauri B. But where did the culprit behind this destruction go? Huifeng pondered for 2 seconds, then shifted his gaze to that solitary industrial mothership and the space around it. In the next moment, Huifeng's perspective rapidly stretched, quickly finding what he was looking for, following the most likely movement path of the assimilator industrial mothership, aided by the small map. A drifter fleet, more accurately a deceased drifter fleet. Under the sparse light of Alpha Centauri A and B, hundreds of drifter warships quietly traversed the void between them in an orderly formation. Their engines had long since shut down, their cannon barrels casually pointing in some direction, and the entire fleet largely maintained the formation it had at departure, with each ship generally staying in its designated area, though some ships had begun to tilt and slow down, gradually drifting further away from the main group. No one came to prevent this situation. It was as if the entire crew of the fleet had left their posts at the same moment. Most of the hulls bore scorch marks, and some seemed to have sustained damage during combat. The entire fleet was slowly drifting along a straight, inertial trajectory, silent and still like a funeral procession. In the foreseeable future, this fleet devoid of life would gradually disintegrate, merging into the vastness of space. This was the subfleet of drifters that had come here. It seemed that after the collision event in the solar system occurred, they had similarly followed in the footsteps of the Heavenly Kingdom throne, with the Lizardman crew inside dying instantly. So in a sense, did I save this guy's life? Looking at the direction of the Drifter subfleet, it was clear that they were headed to capture the industrial mothership that was trying to escape. Moreover, he had also discovered some remnants of assimilator ships behind them, indicating that the industrial mothership originally belonged to an assimilator fleet. Perhaps during the escape of that fleet, the assimilators realized that the entire fleet could not evade the pursuit of the drifters, so they left almost all their ships to cover the rear, leaving only one industrial mothership as a torch. As a result, before the assimilators could wait for the drifter subfleet to catch up, they unexpectedly encountered sudden deaths in their desperate situation. Now the construction of the assimilators on Proxima Centauri appears to have been completely destroyed by the drifter side. Perhaps the entire assimilator force now consists of only this industrial mothership struggling towards Alpha Centauri b. In the defeat rules of the game Galactic War, the industrial mothership is counted as a building just like the base vehicles in Command Conquer. As long as it still exists, even if everything else is lost, it will not be immediately defeated. In some cases, it may even have the potential to win a revival match relying on this ship. This is indeed a golden opportunity to strike a drowning dog. For such a relentless enemy, Huifeng would not give them the chance to play a revival match. He immediately commanded the drifter warships stationed at the exit of Alpha Centauri to pursue and extinguish this surviving ember. There are only two hyperspace channels leading from Alpha Centauri A to the outside world, one at Proxima Centauri leading to the solar system and the other at Alpha Centauri B. After Huifeng's fleet appeared in Alpha Centauri, it wasn't long before the industrial mothership of the assimilators clearly changed its course, fleeing towards the hyperspace channel exit located at Alpha Centauri b. With the flight speed of the industrial mothership, you might dodge the first day of the month, but you won't escape the 15th. Lumen 16, located in the constellation Puppis, is approximately 6.5 light-years away from the solar system. It is the third closest star system to the solar system, or rather a brown dwarf system, second only to Alpha Centauri and Barnard's star. At the same time, it is also the closest brown dwarf system to Alpha Centauri, situated about 358 light-years away, and one of the two hyperspace routes leading to Alpha Centauri. If the resource total of Barnard's star system can be described as extremely barren, then the Lumen 16 system could be said to have no resources at all. Lumen 16 is a binary system composed of two substellar bodies, brown dwarfs, named Lumen 16A and Lumen 16B. A brown dwarf is neither a star nor a planet. It is a transitional body between planets and stars, hence also known as a substellar object. These bodies typically have very low mass, with Lumen 16A having about 34 times the mass of Jupiter 0.032 solar masses, while Lumen 16B is approximately 28 times the mass of Jupiter 0.027 solar masses. As for why it is said to have no resources, it is because within this substellar system, you cannot find any bodies that meet the definition of a planet, only scattered asteroids or dwarf planets orbiting the two central brown dwarfs. In this substellar system, unless you can directly mine the two central brown dwarfs, there is almost no developmental value here, a place even ghosts would despise. Currently in the void of this substellar system, a ship over 1 kilometer in length is making its way towards the hyperspace routes at the edge of this system. Behind it, a fleet of gray and white lizardmen is gradually closing the distance. This is the fleet of white-scaled lizardmen that previously pledged allegiance to Huifeng, and the fleeing ship ahead is the hope for the assimilators' resurgence in industrial mothership. The white-scaled lizardmen have been pursuing this industrial mothership for some time. Although industrial motherships are considerably slower than their warships, the initial distance was so vast that it wasn't until they chased from Alpha Centauri to Lumen 16 that they managed to close the gap. At this moment, after prolonged and relentless effort, the white-scaled lizardmen are finally about to bring their target within range. Perhaps sensing the impending doom, the industrial mothership's thrusters glowed brighter, straining to escape the pursuit. However, the fundamental performance gap between the two sides cannot be bridged by sheer willpower. This is a material universe. Before long, when the first Venom-class corvette brought the target within range, and the crew aimed their cannons at it, everything was already destined. Skull offering gray wind. Blood-splattered loyalty. The system's notification brought Huifeng, who was focused on restoring productivity in the solar system, back to reality. Oh, finally taken down. His gaze turned to Lumen 16, and sure enough, he saw the fleet of white-scaled lizardmen and the debris of ships spreading out nearby, merged with the same race. In the game Galactic War, when an assimilator player defeats another assimilator, they do not unlock an identical technology tree, Instead, they gain a 50 speed bonus to technology research for other factions. Now, when Huifeng defeated this real-world assimilator, he unsurprisingly received the same bonus buff. Coupled with his inherent 20 technology research speed boost for other factions, Huifeng ultimately achieved a 70 increase in research speed, allowing him to unlock the Wanderer technology even faster. What surprised him even more was that he had obtained a relic. You have acquired a relic heart of assimilation. Another pleasant surprise. Huifeng saw the system notification pop up and casually opened the relic display interface. Originally located in the center of the interface was the solitary Great Khan's skull, but now there was a new item beside it, the heart of assimilation. This item looks like a blob of amorphous gray liquid, but Huifeng recognized it. He knew that this was actually the nanobots that awakened the intelligence of the assimilators in the backstory. He had obtained this relic while playing a relic mod before. Its effects are also quite powerful. Heart of Assimilation, inactive passive effect, unit armor thickness, 10 special effect after activation for every allied space unit present in the selected area during combat. Their shield strength increases by 0.5, stacking up to 20, lasting for a considerable duration. After activation, there is a cooldown period. Just its passive effect is a straightforward increase in unit armor thickness by 10, which in terms of other games is essentially equivalent to increasing the health of all units built thereafter by 10. Not to mention its active effect, which grants an additional 20 shield strength in a specified area. Although this active effect has area and time limitations, this sudden change in durability can be enough to determine the outcome in some fierce battles. If Huifeng had obtained this relic during the Saturn battle, perhaps his first fleet could have rushed to the throne of heaven with fewer losses, and maybe a small number of warships could have survived after the battle rather than being completely wiped out. Unfortunately, it ultimately came a bit too late. Huifeng looked at this relic and reflected for a moment. But it's not too late now. Oh, I might still use you later. This statement was not made casually, as he noticed that after defeating the assimilator, the system notification indicated player number 4, while the Wanderer's previous notification from the system was player number 3. He also remembered that before his transmigration, he had chosen player number 1 for himself in the game. This means that somewhere beyond the solar system, there is at least one unknown faction with the player number 2 quietly developing, warning Huifeng not to let his guard down completely. This also implies that in the possible future, he might have to use this relic to confront this unknown faction or other factions in the game. He remembered that the last single-player game he played had 8 players in the match. Additionally, in reality, he not only needs to consider potential game factions, but also the local powers. He was referring to the advanced extraterrestrial civilizations that might exist within the Milky Way. It is known that the total number of stars in the Milky Way is approximately between 100 billion and 400 billion, and it is known that this universe has conditions for the emergence of life, even high intelligence, with Earth and humanity being living examples. Given this, Huifeng does not believe that such a vast Milky Way would only give rise to humanity as a single civilization. It is highly likely that other advanced intelligent civilizations still exist within the current Milky Way. And what is their perspective on him? Huifeng does not know, nor does anyone else. However, no one can guarantee that these potentially existing advanced civilizations will hold a neutral or friendly attitude towards him, just as he does with human civilization. Therefore, Huifeng must not only guard against attacks from forces that appear in reality from the game, but also remain vigilant against advanced local extraterrestrial civilizations. For the former, he somewhat has a counter-strategy, while for the latter, until he encounters real local extraterrestrial civilizations, he is completely at a loss. As Huifeng thought of these, he felt his already non-existent brain begin to throb faintly. Damn it, why think so much? Just face whatever comes. If one day some local idiot really has nothing better to do and throws a two-dimensional foil at me, what can I say? My life is yours to take. Setting aside the bothersome speculations for now, Huifeng began to focus on another matter that deserved his attention: the formal submission of human civilization. The words may not sound pleasant, but the general idea is as follows. Shortly after the conclusion of the Saturn War, Huifeng communicated with the Secretary-General of the Human Alliance through Spy No. 1, the codename for the Grey Windsuit, on Huifeng's side, and briefly exchanged words. In the end, she brought up the proposal for humanity to become a protectorate once again in front of Spy No. 1. She informed Huifeng that humanity was now prepared. At the higher levels, they had reached a consensus to agree on becoming the friendly protectorate of the Grey Wind civilization, and the fierce opposition among the populace had largely subsided, as long as there were no unexpected complications from the official side of the Human Alliance. For instance, causing a huge uproar, Due to inappropriate wording, when announcing this decision, the public opinion on Earth would not pose a hindrance. If the Grey Wind side had no objections, then the Secretary General could begin to arrange the formal ceremonies related to this in the coming days. Of course, Huifeng had no objections. After all, since the Secretary General personally conveyed this news to him, the system had not issued any notifications. He speculated that although the Secretary General was nominally the highest representative of the human alliance, she could not truly represent all of humanity in making such a significant response privately. Therefore, a public diplomatic ceremony aimed at the whole world would still be necessary to formally announce this decision. Just like in war, if one person privately announces that one country has surrendered to another, even if this person is highly respected within that country, their words cannot effectively represent that nation. It must be the main official government of that country that comes forward to submit a letter of surrender or some other symbolic gesture to the other country in a public setting for the surrender to be considered officially valid. Although this example may somewhat discredit the human alliance, Huifeng felt that the system's judgment should be similar to this. Thus, he allowed the human side to begin preparing for this matter. Until today, when he eliminated the assimilators after long preparations, the human alliance finally contacted Huifeng and informed him that everything could commence. This historic ceremony is set to take place in the circular conference hall of the Human United Government headquarters. It is the same place where the Human Alliance held its first formal talks with the Grey Wind civilization after their initial contact. Now it will once again serve as a witness to humanity's significant decision as it steps into an unknown future. At 8:55 a.m., sunlight streamed through the transparent dome, neither blinding nor harsh, allowing everyone to see the situation in the venue clearly. There was no podium set up in the center of the hall, only a dark long table. The Secretary General sat on the left side, while the right side was reserved for the Grey Wind civilization. At that moment, the individual known as Grey Wind, appearing in the form of a human girl, sat there quietly observing the representative of human civilization, the Secretary General. On the table in front of them lay two symbolic items. One was the flag of the Human Alliance featuring a sky blue background with wheat and gears supporting the earth. The other was a flag predominantly white and gray bearing a golden pattern composed of 7 circular spheres, with one sphere in the center and the remaining 6 surrounding it, forming a hexagonal design. This flag represents the Grey Wind civilization, designed by Huifeng behind the scenes in 3 minutes. The rest of the space was devoid of unnecessary decorations or slogans, with only a modern painting depicting Earth hanging on the wall between the two sides. Photographers had long since prepared their equipment. They would broadcast everything happening here live to screens in thousands of homes. Before the signal was connected, the camera inadvertently swept across the audience seating besides the central table, where rows of important government officials, military representatives, scientific representatives, and public representatives sat upright waiting for everything to begin. Soon at 9:00 a.m., the ceremony officially commenced. The Secretary General stood up and adjusted her attire slightly. For some time, there had been a document resting on her office desk, a speech drafted and awaited for a long time. Now it was time to share this manuscript with the world through her lips. As the live broadcast signal connected, her opening remarks remained calm and powerful, with each word's tone perfectly measured. Today I stand here solemnly representing the Human United Government, not to announce an end, but to initiate a new relationship. In recent times, humanity has collectively faced the most severe test in the history of civilization. We witnessed the malice from the stars. When this malice descended upon Earth, our cities burned, our armies rose in resistance, and our compatriots sacrificed themselves. But at such a time, we also witnessed the guardianship from the stars. A civilization chose to stand before us not out of obligation, not out of demand, but out of a preference for justice that we may never fully understand. Before the day consumed by war appeared, we discovered the friendly Grey Wind civilization on the distant moon Titan. At that time, they made no misguided moves toward our panicked selves. Rather, they turned and took up arms, blocking the malice descending from the stars. When the enemy's fleet approached, the Grey Wind civilization never stood on the sidelines. They deployed their space forces in the outer solar system, serving as a barrier repeatedly, delaying the advance of the assimilators and drifters. From Neptune to Saturn, every line of defense paid an unimaginable price. Even so, in such a crisis, they did not forget about us behind them. At the first moment the drifter forces headed toward Earth, they provided us with warning coordinates, allowing humanity to sound the air raid alarm and organize emergency evacuations before the enemy arrived. Until the very end, they charged at that 400-kilometer battle planet by pushing a natural satellite, bringing this war to a close. This guardianship is not mere data floating in the air, nor is it a distant astronomical signal. It is the flash we witnessed through telescopes, the real reason we continue to live another day on Earth. She paused slightly, her gaze sweeping over the silent audience below. This goodwill humanity will not forget. This guardianship humanity cherishes in our hearts. It forms the basis of trust. And trust is the most precious yet difficult thing to establish between nations and civilizations. In the past few months, this trust has been tested in the flames of war, validated through sacrifices and reaffirmed through countless days and nights of waiting. And today it has become strong enough to bear a more formal and lasting commitment between two civilizations. Based on this, the Human United Government, after careful discussion and extensive consultation with various sectors of society, has reached the following decision. Human civilization is willing to establish a new future-oriented cooperative relationship with the Grey Wind civilization based on mutual respect and equality. This relationship will be a deeply collaborative partnership based on common security, common development, and facing the unknown of interstellar together. Huifeng. He watched the Secretary General continue her lengthy speech from the perspective of Spy No. 1. One can only say, as expected of a leader governing billions, her oratory is well-structured. She herself may not even realize how grand she sounds. However, let her handle the subsequent matters, as she could speak for 10 hours without issue. Because Huifeng's objective has already been achieved. The NPC faction Human United Government has sworn allegiance to you. Vassal name United Human Government Human Alliance. Vassal type Protectorate. Loyalty 77. 64 loyal. Benefit to suzerain research speed 7. 6. Huifeng gazed at the newly unlocked vassal interface before him. Beyond the basic information on human civilization, a line of prompt text appeared beneath it. When vassal loyalty exceeds 50 or 75, entering the submissive or loyal phase, the suzerain receives full bonuses from the vassal and gains immediate access to all its newly researched technologies. When vassal loyalty falls below 50, entering the disloyal phase, the suzerain receives only half of the listed bonuses, yet still acquires partial access to the vassal's latest technological breakthroughs. When vassal loyalty drops below 25, entering the secessionist phase, the suzerain receives no bonuses whatsoever and gains zero access to any new technologies the vassal develops thereafter. Moreover, such a vassal may launch an independence war against its suzerain. He had long known that critically low loyalty triggered adverse effects, even rebellion, a built-in mechanic from the original mod. So long as Huifeng maintained loyalty above 50, the latter two warnings were effectively negligible. As for sustaining loyalty at a safe level, it felt to Huifeng's current perception astonishingly effortless. Barring some future moment of irrational self-sabotage, such as deploying his Grey Wind persona to wreak havoc on Earth, loyalty would scarcely waver under normal circumstances. In other words, upon vassalizing the Human Alliance, the bonus they granted him would become virtually permanent research speed 7. 6. At the sight of those four words, Huifeng's eyes lit up. Research speed, unadorned by prefixes or suffixes, was a brutally elegant designation. Such modifiers were exceptionally potent, applying universally across every relevant domain within that category. It was common knowledge that prior to vassalizing the Human Alliance, Huifeng possessed two parallel technology trees, one inherited from the Wanderers and one native to himself. After eliminating the assimilators, the Wanderer tree enjoyed a staggering 70 research speed bonus, while his own remained unmodified. Now, however, the 7.6 research speed modifier applied seamlessly to both trees. And in the future, once he assimilated additional in-game factions, their technology trees would likewise inherit this universal acceleration. For most in-game factions, a research speed bonus was valuable, but not indispensable. For the assimilator faction, however capable of commanding multiple concurrent technology trees, such broad-spectrum acceleration was not merely advantageous. Refusing it would be an unforgivable strategic loss. Why isn't this bonus a round number like 5 or 10? What on earth is 7.6? Huifeng stared at the anomalous figure in his buff panel, pondering for a moment, but drew no conclusion. Within the game, NPCs serving as vassals under this mod almost invariably conferred whole number bonuses. Decimals were exceedingly rare. Could it be that humanity in this reality possessed some peculiar intrinsic trait? He meditated further, until quite by accident a renowned concept from scientific theory surfaced in his mind. The Kardashev scale. Proposed in 1964 by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev, the Kardashev scale classifies civilizations according to their capacity to harness energy. Under this framework, intelligent civilizations are categorized into three tiers. Type 1. The planetary civilization masters all energy resources of its home planet, solar, wind, geothermal, oceanic currents, and mineral deposits alike. It can even regulate weather, tectonic activity, and continental drift. Type 2. The stellar civilization commands the total energy output of an entire star system, typically via megastructures such as Dyson spheres or Dyson swarms, generating near limitless power by modern human standards. Type 3. The galactic civilization harnesses the combined energies of stars, black holes, and nebulae across an entire galaxy. It manipulates galactic structures, traverses intergalactic voids, and employs extreme astrophysical phenomena for energy generation and engineering. Applying this scale to his original world, before his transmigration, an astronomer had calculated humanity's global energy consumption and concluded it stood at merely 0.73 on the Kardashev scale. In this parallel reality, however, human civilization was demonstrably more advanced, suggesting a modest upward revision perhaps to 0.76. Thus, the Human Alliance's research speed bonus, 7.6, began to make profound sense, derived directly from its Kardashev rating of 0.76. A civilization rated at 0.76 would logically confer a 7.6 enhancement, yes, remarkably coherent. Of course, this remained speculation, plausible yet unconfirmed. The figure might just as easily be a random system-generated value. Alright, didn't the Human Alliance recently eliminate several mineral raiders? Those vessels belonged to an interstellar civilization. He resolved to inspect the Alliance's ongoing research progress on them. Perhaps their technological advancement would surge significantly, offering further validation of his hypothesis. Having added the inspection of human research facilities to his agenda, he shifted his gaze toward the technology tree button on the interface. There was no ulterior motive under the NPC vassal mod. Annexing a vassal granted not only passive buffs, but also full access to all technologies it had already researched, past and future. Huifeng was genuinely curious. What precise technologies would humanity drawn from reality itself bestow upon him? Driven by quiet anticipation, he clicked open the technology interface, only for a torrent of data to instantly flood his primary vision. Acquired faction tech tree human. Acquired technology manufacturing and maintenance of toilets. Acquired technology spear. Acquired technology third-generation jet fighter. Acquired technology artificial light sealed plant factory. Acquired technology trebuchet. Acquired technology basic oxygen steelmaking process. Acquired technology fire by friction. Acquired technology movable type printing. Acquired technology postpartum care management and practical protocols for sows. Acquired. Huifeng was utterly unprepared, nearly overwhelmed by thousands of research-completed notifications. Fortunately, he was no longer human. Once he registered the deluge, he required no manual confirmation. His immense computational throughput processed the entire cascade in under 2 seconds, and the overwhelming flood vanished, as if it had never been. Yet as those unexpected notifications receded, they revealed something far grander, a colossal, awe-inspiring technology tree unfolding across his screen. By comparison, the Wanderer and Assimilator tech trees beside it shrank to insignificance, like saplings dwarfed beneath the world tree. What the hell? How many are there? After putting in considerable effort, he roughly finished reviewing the entire human technological tree and grasped its essence. This system, after absorbing human civilization, stuffed an entire set of technological trees from ancient to modern times into his technological research interface. Given this approach, it would be absurd for the technological tree to not be vast, as it encompasses the collective wisdom of humanity from its earliest days to contemporary society. In fact, he even saw ancient technologies like stone tool making and friction fire that were from an era long forgotten. Even if these old relics are displayed before me, they are merely a waste of my time. He felt quite speechless about this. Fortunately, he did not need to study these useless and numerous items. Once they appeared in his technological interface, they were already considered researched. Moreover, even if these technologies required research, the necessary research points were minimal. Even though his research output had shrunk due to the war, starting from scratch to complete the entire technological tree given by humanity would take no more than a day. He looked at the technological tree for a while longer before closing the interface. Currently, he had not found anything useful in the technological tree provided by humanity. Fortunately, this gifted technological tree would update with humanity's technological advancements. During his review, the top of the tree sprouted two new branches representing the latest technologies humanity had achieved breakthroughs in during this period, although they were still of no use to him. However, as long as humanity remained under his command, even if these current useless technologies held no value for him, as long as their technological level continued to advance, there would eventually come a day when he could find useful technologies from their complicated technological tree. He did not need to worry that one day humanity's technological level would surpass his, leading to rebellious thoughts. After all, when they developed a certain technology, he would simultaneously possess the latest technology as well. Without a technological advantage, what could the humans as vassals use to compete with the suzerain state that dwarfed them tenfold or 100-fold? Even if the high-ranking officials of humanity did collectively go mad in pursuit of the obvious benefits of national protection and attempted to wage an independence war with almost no cost on their part with his capabilities, it would still be no problem to teach them a lesson and replace their ruling group with one that cooperated. Hopefully, they wouldn't suddenly go insane one day. He currently had a decent impression of the Secretary General and his team and did not want to see them perish at his hands. Recently, Hans, the chief researcher at the United Human Research Institute, had been in poor mental condition. He wandered around the institute with dark circles under his eyes, lacking the appetite to eat even his favorite teppanyaki beef prepared by the Eastern chef. This was not due to anything else but the pile of wreckage parts in front of him. After the incursion of the Wanderers ended, humanity obtained a large amount of wreckage from Wanderer ships along with the bodies and equipment of the lizard men. That night, the military on-site urgently sent these chaotic items to top research institutes around the world. The United Human Research Institute, where Hans worked, was one of them, primarily responsible for analyzing what materials the lizardmen's ships and exoskeletons were made of, why they performed so excellently, and if it was possible for humanity to replicate materials of the same strength through detailed reverse engineering. Initially, the higher-ups urged them urgently, stating that this was humanity's first opportunity to obtain samples of military equipment from an advanced extraterrestrial civilization, and since they were relatively complete, they needed to produce analytical results quickly to provide technological support for potentially larger-scale interstellar conflicts in the future. Under this pressure, the Institute was busy from top to bottom, with everyone eager to see what black technologies were hidden within these alien devices that could withstand humanity's main artillery. Soon they employed all available methods, including spectral analysis, metallographic testing, and physical and chemical property tests. However, the results left everyone in silence. The materials of these Wanderers' ship hulls and exoskeleton armor from a chemical composition standpoint were not complex at all. The smelting techniques were within a range that humanity could understand and even replicate, as Hans had seen similar temperature control traces and metal ratios during his graduate studies. If one simply looked at the surface parameters displayed on the equipment, humanity's current main alloys were not significantly weaker than them in various metrics. But therein lay the problem: these seemingly backward materials had withstood direct fire from humanity's large-caliber weapons in actual combat, though only the ships themselves could endure it. The remaining pipelines and joint structures on the lizardmen's exoskeletons left the analysis teams responsible for this area bewildered. These designs were extremely rudimentary, and after simple restoration, the transmission efficiency simulated by computers was pathetically low. According to human engineering principles, such designs, even if they could function, would be clumsy at best. Yet everyone witnessed how spaceships made from these materials breached humanity's near-Earth defense lines at super-fast speeds, and those lizardmen clad in this equipment moved through the city like Spider-Man. However, when these fragments were sent to humanity's laboratories, people discovered that the physical properties of these materials theoretically did not support such exaggerated real-world scenarios. Experimental data and observational data were in severe conflict. Subsequently, the United Human attempted to create materials that were chemically and qualitatively identical to the original. They even replicated an exoskeleton armor that looked completely identical to the Wanderer's design, but this armor could not even stand on its own without assistance, let alone perform the acrobatics of its original users. On the other hand, there were frequent accidents in the research of the lizardmen's weapons. The United Human had also confiscated some relatively intact ground weapons from the Wanderers, which had previously inflicted significant damage on their ground forces. Initially, the testing personnel could still fire the orange lasers of considerable power from the seemingly intact weapons. However, when they cautiously disassembled one of them step by step, attempting to study its principles, they found that the internal design of this weapon was utterly illogical. Even a middle school student could tell that its internal layout was nonsensical. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that even after the testing personnel reassembled it in the original order, the disassembled weapon showed no response. What was once operational was now suddenly non-functional. It was as if once disassembled, the weapon lost some sort of soul. This series of bizarre occurrences shocked the entire scientific community. In the face of these alien items, humanity's once solid scientific edifice instantly transformed into a precarious structure. The only consolation was that the research on the lizardmen's corpses was progressing relatively smoothly. Although they had not discovered much, at least their physiological structure conformed to biological common sense, theoretically allowing for the existence of such life forms. Moreover, there were no deadly alien pathogens within them that could threaten humanity, eliminating concerns about potential destructive amplification within human society. Oh God, how did they manage this? Hans, in a state of mental fatigue, pinched a metal sheet the size of a fingernail, staring at it blankly, as if trying to glean something from it. Unfortunately, apart from straining his eyes and feeling swollen, he gained nothing from it, which only deepened his frustration. Hans had been poring over this pile of fragments and their data for several days, yet could not explain how these seemingly ordinary materials achieved such terrifying combat results. Putting down the metal piece, he sat on a nearby chair, beginning to question his life. He heard yesterday that some of his colleagues had also argued over these bizarre creations, leading to serious disagreements among them. Some believed that the problem did not lie with these materials, but rather with the lizard men having mastered a special technology unknown to humanity before being eradicated, a technology that granted their equipment an enhancement far surpassing its physical properties while they were alive, which dissipated upon their death. Hence, they could not comprehend the oddities of these alien fragments. Others opposed this view, believing that the series of bizarre phenomena observed in the research of these fragments merely indicated that humanity had yet to uncover the true technological principles hidden within them, and that the former's explanation was nothing more than a manifestation of idealistic delusion. Hans had no idea which of the two factions was right or wrong. He only knew that the more he delved into these enigmas, the less he understood, and they consumed his every waking and sleeping hour, leaving him restless and sleepless for weeks on end. Unbeknownst to him, an intangible, formless presence had been observing him closely from beside him. So, humans truly cannot fathom the nature of the wanderers. Huifeng gazed upon the scene before him, lost in quiet contemplation. Half an hour earlier, Huifeng, leveraging his godlike perspective, had locked onto the Human Union's research facility and slipped directly inside, eager to assess how far humanity had progressed in studying the mineral raiders who had once invaded Earth. At that moment, he had yet to grasp the sheer magnitude of the intellectual impasse these artifacts posed for human scientists. Yet after circling the facility several times and eavesdropping on researchers' frustrated rants, comprehension dawned. To human eyes, the Wanderer's spacecraft and weaponry defied physical plausibility, utterly incapable by known laws of fulfilling their original operational mandates. Yet somehow they functioned flawlessly. This flagrant violation of scientific orthodoxy shattered the foundational assumptions of countless specialists and ignited Huifeng's curiosity. If conventional methods failed to unravel the Wanderer's artifacts, what of his own? Were his constructs, his units and structures, not similarly alien to terrestrial physics in countless subtle ways? At that thought, Huifeng's gaze instantly shifted beyond Earth, to Ganymede, Jupiter's largest moon, where a fledgling colony clung to the icy surface. There he resolved to indulge his curiosity. First, he deployed worker drones to excavate a compact radiation-shielded cavern deep beneath the surface near an abandoned mining site. Then, using the newly unlocked Ground Replication Center, he manufactured an array of standard human scientific instruments. The Ground Replication Center, a structure automatically unlocked upon assimilating the Wanderer's technology tree, resembled a towering cylindrical white oil drum standing upright. Smaller auxiliary pipes extended from its side entrance, burrowing into the surrounding terrain. Its purpose was elegantly simple: to fabricate non-assimilated ground units, such as Wanderer model infantry and armored tanks. Its orbital counterpart, the Orbital Replication Center, floated silently in space, a massive cylindrical station dedicated solely to producing non-assimilated spacecraft. In reality, upon acquiring humanity's technology tree, Huifeng discovered, much to his surprise, that even mundane human artifacts could be replicated within these centers. He'd assumed this capability would remain dormant, yet here it was, suddenly indispensable. Once the worker drones had carefully transported all instruments into the newly excavated subterranean chamber, the experiment commenced without delay. The procedure was straightforward. First, several workers disassembled a selected drone until its icon vanished from the minimap, confirming its termination. Then prepared spy units assumed human guise, dissected the inert drone into fragments, and presented each piece before the instruments for systematic analysis. Thanks to the immediacy of the internet and his direct, godlike observation of Earth scientists at work, Huifeng mastered the instrument's operation with minimal effort. His technique remained awkward, unrefined, but progress, however halting, steadily unfolded. Soon a conclusion crystallized. His units and structures mirrored the Wanderer's artifacts in one crucial respect. Both defied empirical science so profoundly that modern physics could neither explain nor reverse engineer them. Thus, humanity cannot hope to advance its technology through studying the Wanderer's wreckage. Nor would they fare better if Huifeng, out of idle curiosity, handed over his entire arsenal, units, buildings, blueprints, for scrutiny. They would likely remain as baffled as ever. Forget civilizational progress. First, ensure their very edifice of physics does not crumble into rubble. As a transmigrator, Huifeng suspected this shared anomaly between himself and the Wanderers stemmed from a common origin. Neither belonged to this world. But humanity knew nothing of this. What if in their obsessive pursuit they plunged headlong into an intellectual dead end, and the resulting cognitive dissonance somehow amplified their buff effects by an order of magnitude? The mere possibility compelled Huifeng to reconsider, carefully and deliberately, any active intervention to accelerate human technological development. Ideally, humanity would forge its own path, observing cosmic phenomena, discerning natural laws, and building understanding from first principles. Such a journey, though arduous, promised the sturdiest foundation. Huifeng's sole responsibility then was to safeguard that journey, ensuring humanity neither perished nor vanished, preserving the steady flow of those vital buffs. Having reached this clarity, Huifeng began to sketch the broad contours of his long-term strategy toward humanity. Yet such considerations felt premature. His immediate sphere of influence remained confined to the solar system, and time, he knew, would grant him ample opportunity to refine these thoughts. I've wandered too far again. Managing a vast domain brings endless complications, Huifeng murmured, shaking his head, and chose for now to set these weighty matters aside. As for the tremors rippling through Earth's scientific community, Huifeng trusted that absent his direct interference, researchers would avoid descending into obsessive fixation, and thus avoid catastrophic epistemological collapse. What lay beyond? For now, let events unfold naturally. Having settled his thoughts, Huifeng's godlike gaze drifted across Ganymede's desolate plains, where in the distance the diminutive sun rose slowly above the colossal, curved limb of Jupiter. He watched this awe-inspiring alien sunrise, and inexplicably a profound weariness washed over him. Across his omniscient field of vision, countless structures and units continued operating flawlessly under his ceaseless command. Yet in that moment he yearned only to silence it all, to simply stand unburdened and witness the dawn as a mortal man. After all, just months ago he had been nothing more than an ordinary earthling. Now his mind never ceased calculating warfare, expansion, production, governance, and the uncertain shape of his own future. To claim he felt no fatigue would be a lie. Moreover, over these past months he had sensed, subtly, inexorably, that the human core of his being was receding, supplanted by something new: Huifeng, the emergent consciousness of the gray-wind Gestalt civilization. That entity was colder, sharper, ruthlessly rational, indifferent to the fate of any single life, focused solely on aggregate gain and systemic integrity. I am truly exhausted. Let me visit Earth, just once, as an ordinary person, Huifeng thought. The subway glided silently into the platform, leaving only a low, resonant hum trembling faintly in the ears. Then with a soft hiss, the concealed side doors slid open, releasing a bustling tide of passengers. After a brief pause, once most of the departing passengers had cleared the carriage, Huifeng stepped forward and joined the flow, entering one of the carriages. He had not appeared here in the guise of spy, no. The conspicuous face he usually wore, but instead assumed the identity of another operative, one already embedded and lying dormant on Earth. This operative did not wear the gray-wind exosuit's visage, rather he had reclaimed his original human countenance, now under Huifeng's control, and moved through the world as an unremarkable civilian. As the smoke of interplanetary conflict beyond Earth gradually faded, the human society of this parallel world quietly advanced to December 31st, 2099. Tonight was the annual New Year's Eve celebration across this land. The phrase "this land" was deliberately chosen, because due to global time zone differences, the moment each region entered the year 2100 varied widely. Yet regardless of time zones, that hour, mere hours away, held profound significance for its people. Public spaces reflected this importance. As Huifeng walked through the station, he noticed floral arrangements and festive ornaments near entrances and ticket gates. New Year banners adorned the pillars and walls of the platform. Messages like, "Welcome the New Year," "Happy New Year's Eve," and "Countdown to the Century." Inside the carriage, he found an empty seat and sat down, only to see on the overhead digital display a New Year countdown alongside auspicious greetings. It seemed New Year's Eve here carried far greater weight and far more vibrancy and atmosphere than in his own world. Huifeng sat between two passengers. To his left, a young female university student, to his right, a middle-aged man with a balding scalp clutching a briefcase. Before him stood several youths who had failed to secure seats, gripping the overhead handrails with one hand as they waited for the next stop. Without exception, they all bowed their heads to their smartphones the moment they entered the carriage, except Huifeng, who remained upright, observing the surrounding scenery and the subtle expressions of those around him. Some wore headphones, cradling their phones with both hands, eyes locked intently on the screen, while their fingers danced swiftly across the glass. Others played videos aloud without restraint, their audio easily drowning out the subway's gentle motion, heedless of the shared space. Don't joke. Seriously, is that wreckage from an alien spacecraft? A blogger filmed Human Alliance engineers cutting something near the outskirts of Nanjing City. The comments section exploded. Some claimed it could withstand nuclear blasts. Others insisted it was just an empty shell. I say it's AI generated. Anyway, I've never seen an alien warship dismantled with a wrench. Ha 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 ha. This morning, the Secretary General's office released Phase 3 of infrastructure reconstruction plans following the Wanderer incursion. Ground transportation in Nanjing City and 6 other affected cities has been restored to over 95% of pre-war capacity. The spokesperson emphasized that all major construction would be completed by January 31st next year, ensuring every displaced resident moves into brand new housing before February. Wandering into the celestial family, begging me to set down my sand, I open my mouth to sing. But my voice fails. My painted face wears false robes. The Asia Alliance versus Europa Alliance football match has just announced its starting lineups. Global synchronized broadcast begins in days. The first intercontinental tournament in months, profoundly symbolic. Rumors say the Secretary General herself will attend the match. Wonder if she even follows football. Can you safely eat rice left overnight? Many believe leftover rice causes stomach upset, a common misconception. In fact, properly stored overnight rice not only remains safe, it yields perfectly separated grains in fried rice. The key lies in preservation. Seal it tightly with cling film while still warm, then refrigerate immediately. Never leave it at room temperature for more than 2 hours. A 10,000-word analysis of the Human-Grey Joint Cooperation Treaty, plus the creator's personal interpretation. A cacophony of audio leaked from nearby phones, fragmented, jarring, inescapable. Yet Huifeng noticed no one around him seemed disturbed. Perhaps for them, sharing confined space with such inconsiderate behavior had long since become routine, so their minds simply tuned it out. Huifeng, however, listened with quiet fascination. What once struck him as unbearable noise now carried the unmistakable tender resonance of ordinary life. Amid this gentle hum of humanity, he soon arrived at his destination. Following the crowd off the train, he emerged from the station into a lively commercial street. Huifeng scanned the surroundings, then chose a direction and continued walking. Within minutes, he stood before a bustling shopping mall. Wanjia Plaza. He looked up at the 4 large characters emblazoned across the building's facade and murmured the name aloud. A moment later, he lowered his gaze and let out a soft, wistful sigh. Though he'd long known this earth was not his own, stepping onto this exact geographical coordinate, the same place he'd called home in his former life, revealed a startling truth. No aging rent-ready apartment blocks stood here. Instead, a vast, thrumming public mall occupied the site. I suppose I was mistaken, he muttered with a wry smile, but made no move to leave. Instead, he descended toward the storefronts beneath the mall. Since he was already here, he might as well explore what food options existed, reacquainting himself, however briefly, with the simple joy of being human. Perhaps he'd even find a restaurant he'd once loved. So thinking, Huifeng began his first shopping excursion in this life. Before he'd even decided what to try, a peculiar sight caught his eye outside a fast food outlet. Choose your own combo, free limited edition mascot toy. The signboard and promotional slogan were unremarkable, yet beneath them appeared a chibi-style portrait of a white-haired anime girl. At first glance, the resemblance to the Grey Wind exosuit's stylized aesthetic was uncanny. Huifeng paused, scrutinizing it closely, then realized the likeness was superficial. Subtle distinctions revealed themselves upon closer inspection. He initially assumed it was mere coincidence in character design, until he reached the entrance of a cinema where he understood the situation ran far deeper. Their movie posters boldly featured heroines with white hair and sapphire eyes. Whether in horror films or urban romances, the same archetype recurred across nearly every new release. Sensing something deeply amiss, Huifeng instantly connected to the global network and conducted a swift search, finally uncovering the truth. It turned out that after his arrival on Earth and his public appearance wearing the Grey Wind exosuit, he had inadvertently ignited a cultural phenomenon, the Grey Wind craze, across the entertainment industry. Since the arrival of Huifeng on this Earth, a considerable amount of time has passed during which the impact of the Grey Wind suit on contemporary human society has not only remained, but has reached a phenomenal level of influence. This influence is manifested in various aspects. In the past, Huifeng had witnessed its power online, and now this influence has radiated into reality. For instance, these film companies may not dare to directly use the Grey Wind suit's image. However, they have the audacity to play around the edges by changing the female lead's hair to white or her eyes to blue to attract audiences. Surprisingly, this approach has proven somewhat effective, as many posters at the cinema feature such designs, and it seems that the tickets for related films are selling quite well. This made Huifeng curious to step inside. Acting on impulse, he turned and walked directly into the cinema, choosing a horror film and purchasing a ticket like a normal person ready to observe closely. 2 hours later, Huifeng emerged from the cinema. Before his crossing over, he was someone who easily got scared yet loved watching horror films, but he had never tried going to the cinema for such a movie. He usually watched this genre online. This was his first time trying it. Unfortunately now, when he tried watching these things, he could no longer find that thrilling blend of fear and excitement he once had. The female lead on the screen with her white hair was screaming and running, and while her acting was passable, the script was exceedingly mediocre, filled with cliched jump scares and a nonsensical plot progression, wasting the opportunity to utilize the clearly imitative Grey Wind suit character. He couldn't tell if it was because he had lost his human form and adrenaline after crossing over, or simply because this film was indeed lacking. In any case, he felt little fear, only finding the movie quite ordinary. As night fell, he noticed that the crowd in the square was even larger than it had been 2 hours ago. The air was filled with a mixed aroma wafting from all directions. Following the scent, Huifeng walked over, bought a portion of black stinky tofu, and sat down on an empty public bench eating while observing the ebb and flow of people in front of him. Then he noticed an interesting phenomenon. The deep-colored trench coat worn by Huifeng during his first appearance in the public eye seemed to have become a fashion trend. In just a short time, he spotted several young women passing by in similarly styled trench coats. Some were classic pure black, while others had been altered to camel or plaid patterns, but the overall silhouette and styling clearly bore the influence of the suit. It seems that after the Grey Wind suit arrived on Earth, it not only influenced the entertainment industry, but also provided a wave of inspiration to the fashion world. Huifeng thought to himself as he took a bite of the stinky tofu. He didn't really care about the imitation and hype behavior of the Earth's populace. After all, they were not imitating the real him. As long as one day his large portrait from his life didn't appear on the square's big screen, or they didn't maliciously use the Grey Wind image, he was fine with it. After all, their hype around Grey Wind had nothing to do with Huifeng. He finished the food in hand with a few quick bites and took a deep breath. The air in the Earth City wasn't particularly fresh, mixed with the oily scent of stinky tofu remnants, the sweat of the crowd, and the coolness of the night, but it was a familiar smell. Surrounded by young people in groups of 3 or 5 laughing and chatting, their faces bore a kind of relaxed and expectant expression that made Huifeng feel somewhat dazed. He hadn't felt this festive, lively atmosphere in quite a long time. Sitting on the bench, he watched as the sky gradually darkened and the lights in the square began to light up one by one. Then he noticed that the crowd around him was growing. Moreover, the event organizers began to transport stages and lighting equipment to the center of the square. The originally spacious area was visibly becoming crowded, with even the bench he sat on surrounded by people. A young man holding a cup of milk tea was looking around for a place to sit. Huifeng glanced at him and shifted over slightly to offer him a spot. "Thanks, man." The young man plopped down, letting out a sigh. Huifeng casually asked him, "Why are there so many people here?" The young man turned to glance at him, seemingly surprised that Huifeng didn't know, but he soon explained enthusiastically, "You must be from out of town, right?" "I'm local." This commercial square always gets crowded during holidays, and tonight is New Year's Eve. For the past few years, a group of restless people have spontaneously gathered here to count down to the new year together. It seems this place has become a kind of check-in spot with more and more people every year. He took a sip of milk tea, his tone filled with excitement. Especially this year, transitioning from 2099 to 2100. This isn't just an ordinary New Year's, it's the new century's transition. Who would want to miss it? Huifeng replied. I need to correct you if you're talking about the transition from the 21st century to the 22nd. That should be next year. The 21st century starts from January 1st, 2001, and the 22nd century is the same. I know, but clearly everyone isn't thinking that way. The young man chuckled and patted Huifeng on the shoulder. If you have nothing else to do later, just stay and count down with us. The atmosphere here has been quite nice over the years. Huifeng thought for a moment and found it quite interesting. Before his crossing, he had never participated in such activities back then. He was just an ordinary person who spent New Year's Eve either scrolling on his phone at home or working overtime. Occasionally, he had seen scenes of countdowns and squares on TV or video platforms, but he had never imagined he would sit in the audience one day. All right, I'll stay and take a look, he replied. By 11 p.m., the square was already packed. Everywhere were people waiting for the final moments, holding up their phones, waving glow sticks, with some even sporting stickers that said 2100 on their faces. Countless explosive news stories over the past few months seemed not to have dampened their enthusiasm for this night. The event organizers had arranged a small show on stage with an unknown band singing an upbeat song. The crowd swayed to the rhythm, and the entire square felt like a boiling pot bubbling with youthful energy. Huifeng left that chair and stood in the middle of the crowd, not pushing too far forward, simply blending into the crowd as an ordinary spectator lost in the sea of people. This feeling was quite magical. He had the ability to oversee a vast portion of the solar system, to see the view of any corner at any time, yet at this moment, he chose to watch the flickering lights on stage through human eyes from an unremarkable perspective. No one knew who he was, and no one knew that the superindividual consciousness of the Grey Wind civilization, which once determined the fate of humanity, now stood among them. At 11:55 p.m., the giant LED screen on the mall's exterior switched its display, and a massive countdown number popped up, 459. A cheer erupted from the crowd, and then, seemingly initiated by someone, people in the front row with good voices began to count down in sync with the background music. 4 minutes, 55. 4 minutes, 54. 4 minutes, 53. The voices began to ripple backward with more and more people joining in. Countless phones were raised high, their screens light dots forming a constellation in the night sky. Huifeng did not raise his phone like them. He simply kept his hands in his pockets, quietly watching it all unfold. At 11:59, the countdown reached 1 minute. The music on stage was cut off, and the host, along with the majority of the crowd, began to chant the final 60 seconds in unison. 60. 59. 58. The roar of voices surged wave after wave. The entire square vibrated along with the numbers. The young man who had previously sat next to him with the milk tea had somehow moved beside him again, shouting along, his neck veins bulging. 10, 9, 8, 7. Huifeng looked at the jumping numbers on the big screen, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. 6, 5, 4. Compared to the format Tower Grey Wind that constantly manipulated billions of units and structures, he felt more like an ordinary person now. 3, 2, 1, 0. Happy New Year. The numbers on the big screen suddenly dropped to 0, and the scene exploded into a brilliant fireworks animation. Simultaneously, fireworks and firecrackers which had been set up around the square were ignited, and the booming sounds mixed with the crowd's screams and cheers bursting forth in the night sky. The bells of 2100 rang out, signaling the arrival of a new era that was inexorably advancing toward this world. Huifeng stood in the cheering crowd, surrounded by strangers embracing one another and shouting Happy New Year. Someone stepped on his foot, someone bumped into his shoulder, and someone had splashed beer foam onto his sleeve at some point. Ignoring these little incidents, Huifeng stood there watching the fireworks explode above him, listening to the waves of cheers crashing over him, like ocean waves, feeling this spy body enveloped by the surrounding warmth and sound, becoming a drop of water in this boiling sea of humanity. He had never been someone who particularly enjoyed crowds. Yet now he found that the lively atmosphere wasn't so bad after all. The fireworks above were still blooming, and the new year had already arrived. In the very first minute of 2100, Huifeng embraced this parallel world gently, as an ordinary person. It doesn't look bad. Trappist 1, located approximately 40 light-years from the solar system, resides in the constellation Aquarius as seen from Earth. The star governing this system is an exceedingly common red dwarf with a mass merely 8.9 that of the Sun. Its radius exceeds that of the Sun by only a modest margin, slightly larger than Jupiter, and its surface temperature hovers around 2.0 C. Its luminosity amounts to a mere 0.05 of the Sun's, yet in terms of age it vastly surpasses our star, estimated at 5.9 billion years. Beyond its central star, the TRAPPIST-1 system hosts 7 additional planets orbiting in concentric paths. This constitutes one of the densest known systems of terrestrial exoplanets, with all 7 worlds, designated TRAPPIST-1b through TRAPPIST-1h, being rocky and locked in a remarkably stable orbital resonance. Their sizes and masses closely mirror those of the inner solar system's terrestrial planets. Several are slightly larger than Earth, yet none approach the scale of Neptune, rendering their aggregate resource endowment somewhat inferior to that of the solar system. Nonetheless, the system remains an exceptionally promising candidate for colonization, and today an entity from a neighboring star system has set its gaze upon it. At the periphery of this stellar system lie several concealed hyperspace transit nodes. For over 1 billion years, these cosmic highways remained dormant, untouched by any sentient hand, until now, when one briefly warped into transient activation. Then, amid a shimmer of cerulean light, a fleet of gleaming silver vessels materialized. They were industrial motherships, over 1 kilometer in length, broad and stolid, their hulls reflecting the faint crimson glow of the red dwarf as they emerged en masse from the transit corridor, aligning themselves into precise, disciplined columns in the void. In close formation followed long-range transport vessels, slightly shorter in length, streamlined in spindle-like silhouette, equally numerous and equally coordinated. Together, the two classes swiftly coalesced into a compact armada of several hundred ships adrift in this alien expanse. After silently completing formation at the system's outer edge, the entire armada pivoted in unison toward the 7 waiting terrestrial worlds within the star system. Then, with a surge of formidable thrust, each vessel accelerated toward its designated target. Above them, Huifeng observed the unfolding scene in serene silence, everything proceeding precisely as planned. As humanity entered March of the year 2100, several months had elapsed since the conclusion of the Solar System War. During this interval, Huifeng had largely recovered from his initial catastrophic damage. Within the solar system, he had methodically re-established the satellite colony networks orbiting the 4 gas giants. The countless bombardment craters left behind by the assimilators and drifters had been entirely buried beneath his new constructions, the tide of rebuilding now eclipsing the shadow of past annihilation. Now, as a Gestalt civilization commanding a dominant faction within the game's strategic framework and unimpeded by active warfare, Huifeng's productive capacity erupted with unprecedented vigor. In strategy-oriented games, a term frequently describes such rapid self-reinforcing growth snowballing. It evokes the image of a person gathering snow in a field, compressing it into a small sphere, then rolling it forward across the ground. Each revolution adding more snow, increasing both mass and momentum until the humble pellet swells into a colossal, unstoppable orb. The same principle applied perfectly to Huifeng. At the war's immediate aftermath, his colonies on Neptune and Uranus lay utterly destroyed. Saturn's remaining satellite settlements, though battered by secondary impacts from the conflict, retained functional integrity, while Jupiter's satellites and the interstellar arc colonies beyond the solar system remained virtually untouched, their production capacity wholly preserved. Thus, despite staggering wartime losses, Huifeng's core industrial base endured, forming the very foundation of his snowball effect. He then leveraged that surviving output, and the capital recovered from dismantling obsolete structures, to rapidly construct vast arrays of production facilities across the major satellites. Once those new facilities began yielding resources, he reinvested every increment into further construction, creating a virtuous cycle. Greater capacity enabled faster expansion, which in turn generated even greater capacity and more colonies. Resources beget resources, capacity breeds capacity, strength nourishes strength, ascending not by wings, but by stepping ever higher upon the platform of prior achievement. Uninterrupted by external conflict, Huifeng's growth accelerated relentlessly, his dominion and industrial mass swelling layer upon layer like a gathering snowball. Soon the 4 gas giant systems could no longer contain his expansion. Shortly thereafter, dwarf planets, asteroid belts, and even the inner worlds, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and even Earth's moon, began hosting his outposts. Yet these inter-system bodies were not his primary development focus. He deployed only modest, decentralized bases there, strategic backups ensuring rapid local response should emergencies arise. His principal ambition lay beyond the solar system, in other stellar systems entirely. Just as human civilization could not remain forever confined beneath Earth's atmosphere, neither could Huifeng afford to retreat into isolation within the solar system paralyzed by fear of unknown extraterrestrial powers. On the contrary, confronted with existential threat, he had no choice but to expand. Only by extending his dominion to a truly vast scale could he amass the strategic depth necessary to withstand advanced alien civilizations. At the very least, a sufficiently large network of off-world colonies would buy him precious time to evade or regroup. Even if a single star system lasted only 1 second against such adversaries, 100 billion systems would grant him over 317 years. Guided by this imperative, Huifeng embarked upon his galactic expansion. In theory, the complete colonization of the entire galaxy by Huifeng does not actually require much time on an astronomical scale. Why is that? Because Huifeng realized that he was very much like a superintelligence controlling a von Neumann probe. What is a von Neumann probe? In simple terms, it is a conceptual machine proposed by the mathematician John von Neumann. The primary purpose of this machine is to seek resources between stars and to replicate itself. As long as a civilization launches the first machine of this kind, once it reaches a star system, it can mine resources on-site, establish factories, and produce a batch of identical replicas. Then these new machines can scatter outwards towards the next star system, repeating the same process. Thus, in a chain reaction, the von Neumann probes would spread exponentially throughout the galaxy, theoretically filling the entire galaxy in a relatively short time. For Huifeng, what is described above can be applied to himself, albeit in a slightly more complex manner. He does not need to consider many factors while colonizing other star systems. In contrast, carbon-based life forms like humans need to consider the dangers of deadly radiation in outer space, the need for food, water, and air to sustain life, as well as various issues like temperature, atmospheric pressure, and gravity. However, Huifeng does not need to worry about these. He only needs to think about where his troops will go next and the time required to reach their destination without even needing to consider the supply of the troops. Moreover, once he establishes a new base, as long as there are sufficient resources, he can produce new industrial motherships on site within a few days to head towards other star systems. Therefore, theoretically, if he desires, he can rely on hyperspace routes to colonize the entire galaxy within a few decades. However, theory and reality have never been so smooth in terms of expansion. Firstly, this speed is calculated based on the local construction directly aimed at building industrial motherships after the colonization begins, without constructing any unrelated facilities during the process. Such colonies built solely for expansion have a basic productivity that is insufficient to sustain themselves and possess almost no defensive capabilities. Even a large asteroid falling from the sky could wipe them out. Secondly, hyperspace routes are not uniformly distributed. Some areas have dense routes, while others require detours. The resource distribution between star systems varies as well. Some star systems may seem promising, but upon arrival one might find that the difficulty of development is far greater than anticipated. Additionally, there may be other threats in the galactic arms. All of this leads to the reality that he cannot expand at such a rapid pace. Thus, compared to speed, Huifeng prefers a more cautious approach. After the industrial mothership arrives at a new location, it should develop the capability to sustain its growth there, produce warships, and possess certain self-defense measures. Only then can he manufacture more industrial motherships to send to neighboring star systems. With everything going smoothly, Huifeng estimates it would take about 100 to 200 years to colonize the entire galaxy. Of course, 100 or 200 years can be considered extremely short on an astronomical scale. This speed, viewed in the context of the universe's lifespan, is akin to seeing a cockroach on the floor of your home only to blink and find countless cockroaches infesting the entire room. Truly astonishing. At the beginning of this incredible endeavor, Huifeng was not in a hurry to scatter industrial motherships in all directions like seeds. His first targets were those star systems that were close enough to the solar system and rich in resources. For example, TRAPPIST-1. TRAPPIST-1 is located less than 40 light-years from the solar system, and it only requires 3 jumps along the hyperspace route to reach it. For Huifeng, who was preparing to battle the assimilators and making the worst preparations, he had seriously considered this place as a backup hidden resource for a comeback. The resources here are abundant and the planets are dense. Although there is a lack of gas giants, the conditions are already quite good compared to those near the solar system. However, he ultimately abandoned this idea. The reason is simple: it was too close. It is only 3 jumps away from the solar system, with few branching routes in between. If he were to be defeated in the solar system and the enemy took over, they would quickly discover this place along the route. By then, the colonies in TRAPPIST-1 would be destroyed before they could even develop. So at that time, Huifeng chose to send a few industrial motherships which acted as sparks towards more distant star systems where they could better hide their existence. But now things are different. The war has ended, the solar system has stabilized again, and his expansion momentum is growing at an unprecedented speed. TRAPPIST-1, which was once shelved due to its proximity, is now prioritized precisely because of that. TRAPPIST-1, your neighbor is knocking at your door. Let's see what good things you have. With Huifeng's call in the void, the fleet of industrial motherships entering this star system began to disperse. The space here had already been explored by Huifeng's reconnaissance ships a few days earlier. Now the newly produced Sparrow-class reconnaissance ships have ventured out to star systems 100 light-years away. They encountered no anomalies along the way, so he was not worried that this purely expansionary unarmed force would be ambushed. Huifeng only needed to focus on the expansion plan for TRAPPIST-1 itself. As for why his main attention should be on this location rather than on simultaneous expansions in other directions, it is because TRAPPIST-1 is actually a well-known star system in human astronomical observations where they have detected the possibility of habitable planets. Moreover, it is not just one, but several. According to human observations, TRAPPIST-1D, 1E, 1F, U, and 1G are all located within the habitable zone, and there is a possibility of liquid water and even global oceans existing. It must be noted that liquid water is one of the necessary conditions for the emergence of life, at least for life forms similar to those on Earth. Before the fleet of industrial motherships arrived here, Huifeng had observed the planets through the reconnaissance ship's views. Unfortunately, his god's eye view did not reveal any phenomena resembling the lights of Earth at night, nor were there any neutral units like artificial satellites or space stations orbiting the planets, indicating that there was no civilization in this star system that had reached a modern or pre-space age. Moreover, he did not see any large-scale presence of plant-like life on the planet's surface. This was quite a pity, but Huifeng did not lose hope, as although he did not see obvious signs of advanced life, he saw through the atmosphere that there was a large amount of liquid water on both TRAPPIST-1D and 1E. Perhaps there are surprises hidden beneath their atmospheres. As for 1F and 1G, it was evident that both planets were out of the question. 1F had a very thick atmosphere suggesting severe greenhouse effects, while 1G was simply a cold, icy planet. Unfortunately, the subsequent developments disappointed Huifeng. When the industrial motherships landed on TRAPPIST-1D and 1EO and the far-carrying transport ships began delivering worker bees from space to the surface, Huifeng did not see any small yellow dots on the newly expanded mini-map. Let alone small yellow dots. When he switched to the perspective of the many worker bees landing on the ground, he couldn't even see a single sign of macro life, not even an alien plant of a different color. Apart from the vast silent oceans and desolate lands, he saw nothing. Damn it, the plan to take another civilization as a pet is going to be delayed again. 2 planets within the habitable zone, possessing liquid water oceans, atmospheres of substantial thickness and temperate climates, revealed not a single trace of life. From the perspective of a worker drone, the lifeless coastline of TRAPPIST-1E stretched beyond the horizon beneath the dim, ruddy glow of its red dwarf star. Waves relentlessly crashed upon gray, desolate sands. The cosmos had furnished these 2 worlds with near-perfect conditions, yet inexplicably omitted the one indispensable element. No matter. If it is absent, then so be it. Huifeng murmured, withdrawing his gaze and redirecting his attention toward the expansive fleet now unfolding across the entire TRAPPIST-1 system. Over the following days, Huifeng devoted all allocated cognitive resources to large-scale development. Industrial motherships repurposed as orbital bases simultaneously initiated construction on all 7 planets of TRAPPIST-1. Mining facilities, energy reactors, storage depots, defensive platforms, and replication centers rapidly proliferating according to his standardized expansion protocol. This star system, silent for billions of years, had at last welcomed its first true inhabitants. TRAPPIST-1H, the outermost planet orbiting its host star, lay beyond the habitable zone, a frigid ice world whose surface temperature perennially hovered near -200 degrees Celsius, entirely encased in a thick white cryospheric shell and possessing virtually no atmosphere. Such worlds were ubiquitous throughout the Milky Way, unremarkable, unexceptional, and ordinarily drew little of Huifeng's focused attention. Not until 3 days later did he detect an anomaly beneath TRAPPIST-1H's icy crust. At the time, Huifeng was largely occupied with synchronizing development operations across multiple star systems. From dozens of directions centered on the solar system, navigational surveys reported completion. Newly charted stellar systems were already being added to the next wave of colonization lists, the engine of his expansion operating at unprecedented velocity. Then an inconspicuous anomaly report drifted into the periphery of his awareness, a discovery made by a routine mineral excavation team. By standard procedure, such teams rarely warranted his direct scrutiny. Yet this deviation piqued his curiosity enough to warrant a closer look. Huifeng shifted his perceptual focus accordingly. Here in the southern hemisphere of TRAPPIST-1H lay an endless expanse of glacial plain. Upon the surface stood several angular silvery white structures, motionless and precise, beneath which worker drones had already bored a diagonal shaft several meters in diameter. Its walls, cut with surgical smoothness, descended steadily through strata of ancient ice, plunging deep into the planet's interior. Huifeng followed the shaft downward, and at a depth of approximately 400 meters the scene transformed. No longer a cleanly carved passage, the tunnel ended abruptly at a jagged, fractured edge. There the ice had been breached, revealing below a vast, lightless cavity whose inner dimensions remained indiscernible. Nearby worker drones cleared debris from the rim of the rupture. Within the cavity, sensor feeds confirmed the presence of other drones, 2 of them having plunged unexpectedly when the ice beneath their drilling path gave way. Huifeng redirected his perception to those 2 fallen drones and found himself confronting absolute darkness. Their optical cameras, starved of illumination, captured nothing but void, an unbroken field of blackness in the first-person feed. Fortunately, worker drones did not rely solely on visual sensors for operational fidelity. Huifeng switched his perceptual mode to their non-optical arrays, and gradually the silhouette of an immense subterranean void began to coalesce. It was a cavernous underground chamber, its scale staggering. Though the drone's non-visual detection radius spanned hundreds of meters within this space, that radius returned no discernible echoes. Neither rock nor ice yielded reflective signatures, only the surrounding cold ground registered in the sensor data, implying a cavity diameter exceeding several hundred meters. Huifeng felt a flicker of surprise. A natural cavity of such magnitude buried deep beneath an ice planet. Geologically plausible, yet profoundly rare. After brief contemplation, he directed the 2 fallen drones to conduct preliminary exploration nearby, while simultaneously commanding all drones stationed at the entrance to descend en masse, leveraging sheer numbers to broaden the search perimeter. He also dispatched additional drones to the nearest replication center, conveniently erected earlier and located at minimal distance, to retrieve high-luminosity, cryo-rated floodlights. Under Huifeng's command, dozens of drones leapt into the void, advancing forward in unison, metallic limbs articulating with deliberate precision as they navigated the suffocating dark. The cavern floor remained broadly level, though occasional ridges of ice rose like frozen dunes requiring careful traversal. Not a breath of air stirred, the cold was absolute. This was a sealed primordial void, undisturbed perhaps for eons. As time elapsed, Huifeng stitched together the disparate sensor streams from dozens of drones, gradually assembling a coherent cartographic impression of the subterranean expanse. His tactical minimap excelled at marking hostile entities, but proved woefully inadequate for mapping natural topography, thus he could not rely on it alone. The mapped area now approached the scale of 2 modern stadiums. When the cumulative explored volume reached roughly 2.5 stadiums, several drones simultaneously registered an anomalous reflection signature. Approximately 200 meters ahead, a rigid planar object emerged from the gloom. Its reflective profile bore no resemblance to ice or to natural bedrock. It matched precisely the spectral signature of a smooth metallic surface. Huifeng's pulse quickened, though of course he no longer possessed a biological heart. Yet deep within his consciousness, a singular electric thought surged forth. Instantly, he redirected every nearby drone toward the source of the anomaly, converging all search vectors upon that single point. Dozens of drones closed in from all directions, and as proximity increased, the object's contours sharpened into unmistakable clarity. A wall forged of metal. But it was colossal. As drones traced its edges laterally, they discovered it was no isolated slab. It curved gently, its surface flawlessly uniform. Utterly alien to natural formation, unmistakably the outer skin of something vast and artificial. Surely not. At this moment, most of Huifeng's attention was entirely focused here as he attempted to discern its complete outline. Soon they discovered that this object was not lying isolated in the hollow. Its upper half and part of its side were deeply embedded in the surrounding environment, firmly sealed by layers of ice that had been accumulating for countless years. Its lower half, however, was suspended in the hollow, still some distance away from the bottom surface. At that moment, the team of worker bees carrying high-powered searchlights finally arrived at the scene. They carefully descended along the icy walls near the entrance, several worker bees working together to carry lighting equipment larger than their own bodies, slowly landing at the bottom of the hollow. Huifeng directed them to transport the searchlights to the location where the metallic wall was discovered, set them up, and connected the energy supply. Then he flipped the switch. Instantly, several beams of blinding white light repelled the surrounding darkness. The light illuminated that wall. No, it was not a wall at all. It was a massive metallic structure unlike anything he had ever seen before, wholly deep green in color, its overall contour resembling a half-oval shape like a giant egg that had been partially sliced, quietly embedded in the icy layers of the underground hollow. To its left, Huifeng also noticed a large fracture. The metal here had been torn apart by some extremely powerful force, with the fractured edges twisted and curled. The ice surrounding this fracture was nearly indistinguishable from the ice in other areas, suggesting that this damage had likely occurred before the object arrived here. No, this was not a normal object at all. It appeared to be an alien spaceship, or rather the wreckage of a ship at least 100 meters long. Another glimmer of hope in the dark. Huifeng, validating his own speculation, fell silent for a few seconds before expressing his thoughts. Previously, he had not expected the much-anticipated Traubus 1D and 1E to be completely barren, while the relatively inconspicuous 1H unexpectedly turned out to be a treasure trove. Though it wasn't alive, it was enough to astonish Huifeng. Excited, he instructed one worker bee to approach that deep green shell and gently touch it with its forelimbs. As soon as the tip made contact, a layer of deep green brittle crust began to flake away from the surface near the point of contact, revealing a lighter green metal beneath. The worker bee touched it again, and more of the deep green shell fell away, leading Huifeng to realize that the deep green material was not the metal itself, but perhaps an aging layer that had adhered to the shell, or possibly a protective coating that had degraded over time. The true spaceship shell appeared largely intact. Suppressing the surging emotions within, Huifeng turned his gaze towards the fractured cross-section. Deep within the fracture, the metallic structure was layered with some areas appearing to have been violently torn apart and filled with ice, creating honeycomb-like cavities. Among these complex structures, one location caught his attention. It was an opening leading into the interior of the spaceship. It was located in the lower part of the cross-section, likely a corridor or pipeline from inside the spaceship. The cross-section had cut it in half, leaving an oval-shaped opening, which was almost completely blocked by solid ice and rock debris. However, through the gap, he could faintly see that there was more space deeper inside, an entrance to the interior of the spaceship. Seeing this scene, Huifeng did not hesitate. He selected several worker bees closest to the fracture and directed them to climb up to the blocked passage. As the worker bees extended a pair of forelimbs, a blue glow immediately enveloped the area. In just a few seconds, the layers of debris that would have taken days for human effort to clear melted away instantly under the blue light. These commonly found stones and ice blocks could also be converted into resources on Huifeng's interface, but the conversion efficiency was extremely low. Unless there were no high-value items available for development or for clearing a path, Huifeng would not waste time with the worker bees gnawing at the natural environment itself. As the blockage disappeared, behind the smooth-cut surface appeared a dark passage that looked only large enough for a single worker bee to enter. Huifeng directed one of the worker bees to retract its body and squeeze inside. The temperature inside the passage was perhaps slightly higher than outside, but still well below freezing. A thin layer of frost covered the surrounding metal walls, and the metallic paws of the worker bee made a faint crunching sound as they stepped on it. It walked a few meters down the passage, which suddenly turned to the right and then opened up. Before it lay an expansive space. Since the worker bee could only carry small portable lighting equipment, the beam emitted was not very strong, only illuminating a narrow area in the darkness for about 20 meters ahead. This was a strange space. Some incomprehensible structures were arranged on the walls with regular grooves, raised edges, and lines that looked like frozen flows of water solidified on the walls. Tiny ice crystals floated in the air, slowly drifting in the beam. The worker bee moved further in, completely entering this space and observing the layout within. The interior of the spaceship, like its exterior, was entirely unlike any design Huifeng had ever encountered. It did not resemble the style of any faction from the Galactic Wars, nor did it look like anything made by humans. What was this room for? Huifeng did not know the grooves on those walls could be installation spots for some kind of equipment or purely decorative. The lines frozen in the walls might be pipelines or some functional structures that he could no longer comprehend. He found an opening for further exploration on the side of the room, and compared to the previously truncated passage, this one was well preserved with intact walls only similarly covered by a thin layer of ice. Huifeng directed the worker bee to drill inside and continue exploring. Next, he passed through several rooms, which were smaller than the first one he encountered. They were not situated along the main path of the passage, but were distributed on either side, each with a door separating them from the passage. Some doors were barely hanging on their frames, while others had fallen to the ground half covered by ice. A few doors had completely vanished, leaving only empty doorways. This layout reminded Huifeng of passenger cruise ships sailing on the sea. If this passage were a corridor, then the small rooms distributed on both sides might serve as rest areas for the crew or passengers of this spaceship. But this was just speculation. He could not be entirely sure. The internal conditions of these rooms were completely different from those of human cruise cabins. Items that should have been present in human cabins, such as beds, tables, cabinets, or other furnishings, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there were recessed structures fixed to the floor or walls, and some pipeline-like objects hanging down from the ceiling, already broken at the ends and melted, making it impossible to discern what they were originally connected to. Huifeng did not linger too long in these rooms, and quickly chose to delve deeper. Then, as he continued down the corridor and turned a corner, he discovered that the passage had diverged. Two paths appeared before him, one to the left and one to the right, both looking almost identical. The worker bee paused at the fork and directed the beam towards the left passage. The beam passed through the floating tiny ice crystals, illuminating two objects about 30 meters away at the end of the passage. One was a massive metal door spanning the end of the passage, sealing off the entire corridor. However, the door appeared severely damaged. The center of the door panel seemed to have been struck by something, creating a large bulge inward, with the metal panel torn away from the center outward, revealing a hazy scene behind the door. The walls surrounding the door frame were covered in radial cracks, some extending to the ceiling and floor, demonstrating just how tremendous the force of the impact had been. In front of that damaged door there lay a vague silhouette embedded in the ice layer before it. The worker bee adjusted the angle of the beam, directing the light onto that silhouette. It was too far away. At 30 meters, the beam from the portable lighting device had already diminished significantly, barely revealing that it was a long strip-like object with a blue surface. Its outline was distinct from the surrounding sharply defined passage structures, appearing more complex, vaguely resembling a form with limbs and a torso. It looked like a corpse. The drone paused for several seconds at the junction. Huifeng withdrew the light beam from the end of the left corridor and swept it across the right passage. Both paths appeared nearly identical, but the shattered door on the left and the indistinct silhouette before it clearly warranted priority investigation. Yet before proceeding, he needed to resolve a more immediate problem. Deploying only a single drone within the vessel would render exploration painfully inefficient. With a mere thought, he dispatched additional drones into the ship. They would trail behind this lead unit, scouring every centimeter of the vessel in search of further anomalies worthy of note. As for this first drone, Huifeng directed it toward the object lying before the ruined doorway to determine precisely what it was. The drone advanced along the left corridor on its metallic segmented limbs. Its light beam swayed gently with each step, yet remained steady enough to illuminate the path ahead. Within moments it reached the corpse, 30 meters away, standing motionless before it. Up close, the figure no longer resembled a corpse, at least not one composed of flesh and blood as Huifeng understood it. Rather, it evoked the image of a biological entity encased in a pressure suit. Its surface bore a patina of aging similar to that of the ship's hull, but in deep blue. Though its outline suggested limbs and a torso, its proportions defied human anatomy, an unervingly elongated trunk and joints positioned in ways utterly alien to terrestrial physiology. It lay prone before the door, face down, with two forelimbs, or rather the pair of appendages occupying positions analogous to human arms, bent slightly forward, as if in its final instant it had strained to touch the mangled threshold. The drone's camera edged closer, focusing intently on the cerulean outer shell, revealing a fine network of cracks like glaze desiccated by eons of time. Extending a forelimb, the drone applied slightly greater pressure to what appeared to be the helmet's crown. A faint brittle crack echoed softly. Instantly, the blue shell fractured around the point of contact, microscopic fissures radiating outward like a spider's web. Then with a soft shush, a palm-sized fragment peeled away and clattered to the floor, exposing an empty cavity beneath. Unlike the ship's hull, this material proved far more fragile, unable to withstand the slow attrition of time. Even the gentlest probe from the drone had been enough to shatter it. What truly arrested Huifeng's attention, however, occurred the moment the fragment fell away within the helmet's hollow interior. The camera revealed something unexpected. An exceedingly fine, almost dust-like gray powder filled the cavity, glinting sharply under the drone's illumination. Gray powder. Huifeng studied the sedimented residue for a moment. Then comprehension dawned. Something once living had worn this suit, this extraterrestrial pressure garment, and perished here before this very door. It had died untold ages ago, perhaps even before the vessel itself was entombed beneath the planet's icy crust. So vast was the gulf of time that its organic form had fully disintegrated into unrecognizable dust, leaving behind only this resilient exosuit buried alongside the ship in eternal silence. Next, Huifeng guided the drone to carefully clear away the remaining fragments of the aged outer layer from the helmet, until its complete streamlined contour emerged. Slightly smaller than a human space helmet, its shape approximated a flattened ellipsoid resting face down upon the floor. Where the visor should have been a pane, likely glass, had long since shattered, leaving only jagged shards clinging to the frame's rim. The gray powder, illuminated by the drone's beam, spilled through that aperture onto the ground. Through the broken visor, the helmet's interior appeared utterly hollow, save for sparse traces of the same ashen residue clinging to its inner walls. Huifeng then instructed the drone to continue clearing the rest of the suit. As successive layers of decay sloughed away, the garment's true form emerged, radically distinct from the bulky, cumbersome suits of Earth, a sleek, narrow torso, tapering fluidly from helmet to waist, devoid of any bulky life support backpacks or ringed articulation joints, as if tailored for an Enderman. Then came the sleeves. Huifeng counted them, 4 primary upperlimb conduits. 2 had initially lain concealed beneath the suit's folds, hence his earlier oversight. Strictly speaking, there were more along both sides of the torso. He discerned 2 symmetrical rows of neatly aligned apertures, designed, he surmised, for auxiliary limbs. Above, 2 sturdier primary arm sleeves, below 2 pairs of slender, shorter secondary sleeves, 3 per row mirrored left and right, totaling 6 dedicated channels for minor appendages. These secondary sleeves were arranged with geometric precision, like a folded fan, extending downward from the torso's flanks to a level corresponding roughly to a human waistline. Huifeng studied the 4 main arm sleeves and the twin rows of auxiliary conduits for a long while, evoking inevitably the octopus of Earth. Multiple limbs, an elongated body, a complex layered musculoskeletal architecture. Though this suit dwarfed even the largest small cephalopods, its torso alone approached the height of an adult human, and with all its sleeves extended, its full scale would be vastly more imposing. So did the vessel's crew resemble octopuses? Or were they simply a species defined by multiplicity of limbs and serpentine grace? Huifeng pulled the drone's perspective backward, re-evaluating the entire suit's posture upon the floor. It lay prone before the door, 2 of its 4 primary arms outstretched, fingertips brushing the lower edge of the breached threshold. That pose summoned memories of disaster films, of doomed supporting characters who in their final breath grasped the entrance to sanctuary, only to be overtaken in the next instant by annihilation. Huifeng redirected the drone's beam away from the alien cadaver and toward the ruined metal door before it. Up close, the door's fractures and bulges were even more harrowing, jagged rents, twisted metal struts dangling from torn edges. Through the fissures, darkness yawned, but the drone's sensors confirmed a vast, open chamber beyond. The drone contracted its form and slipped cautiously through the massive breach. Its carapace scraped against the mangled doorframe with a grating shriek. Then it landed on the far side, stepping onto a surface distinctly different from the corridor's flooring. As it squeezed fully inside, its floodlights flared outward, flooding the new space with brilliant illumination. In that instant, Huifeng knew exactly where the drone stood: the bridge, or rather the vessel's central command nexus. The chamber dwarfed any compartment in the corridors, its ceiling soared at least twice as high, imparting an abrupt, almost vertiginous sense of openness. At its center sat a slightly sunken platform encircled by a sloping ring of what appeared to be control panels, dense with indecipherable buttons and recessed rectangular frames, most now stripped bare of whatever components they once housed. At the heart of this console ring stood a single, conspicuously larger metal seat, bolted firmly to the deck facing forward where a colossal viewport once must have been. Now only ice remained, thick interlocking strata pressing inward, sealing the breach entirely and claiming a vast portion of the chamber's interior. Beyond these features, Huifeng's gaze was swiftly drawn to the floor, where more figures clad in identical blue suits lay scattered. They sprawled across disparate positions around the consoles, some draped over panels, others slumped across keypads, auxiliary sleeves spilling across controls, some slid halfway from their seats, torsos still caught in the frames, the others huddled into tight fetal heaps in distant corners, as if in extremis they had drawn inward seeking refuge in themselves. The drone stepped forward, and Huifeng noted the thick layer of dust coating the floor. Yet he gave no command to halt, guiding it instead toward the nearest alien suit. Like the one at the door, its cerulean outer layer crumbled at the slightest touch, exposing a pale blue underlayer. The drone delicately inverted the helmet. A soft crack. Even with minimal movement, the helmet fractured, releasing a wisp of gray powder that mingled seamlessly with the ambient dust under the light. The drone proceeded methodically from suit to suit, and Huifeng's initial curiosity gradually deepened into something far more complex. It was not sorrow. He felt no personal connection to these beings whose forms and histories had vanished eons ago. Yet watching those gray motes drift from shattered helmets, he felt the sheer inexorable weight of time itself. Their bodies, after unfathomable millennia, had yielded no trace of organic matter. Not bone nor skin, nor muscle nor organ. Only countless indistinguishable ashes strewn across the deck. Perhaps even those ashes were slowly dissolving, so that in another 10 billion years nothing would remain, not ash, not shell, not memory. Only silence sealed beneath ice and time. Indeed, they perished long ago. Huifeng steered the drone toward the largest seat at the chamber's center. A suit rested upon it, visually indistinguishable from the others. Yet its placement implied significance. Its wearer was surely the vessel's captain, or its highest authority. Like the rest, its helmet held only a quiet mound of powder. But upon the suit's chest plate, Huifeng detected a detail absent elsewhere. A palm-sized metallic plaque, more precisely a flat, dark metallic disc, securely seated within a recessed groove on the suit's outer shell. Its composition differed markedly from the surrounding cerulean plating, and its surface bore deliberate, intricate engravings. Huifeng commanded the drone to extract the plaque and hold it before the lens for close inspection. The markings were no random scratches. They followed rhythmic, repeating patterns. He could not decipher them, yet he suspected they constituted writing, perhaps an identification token, or merely ornamental insignia. After prolonged scrutiny yielded no insight, Huifeng instructed the drone to place the plaque back atop the suit. Then he rotated the drone, slowly surveying the entire chamber. At that precise moment, new sounds echoed from the corridor. The second wave of drones had arrived. His exploration of the vessel had only just begun. The exploration of this alien spacecraft continued for an entire day. Huifeng did not focus all his attention on the spaceship, or after all, he still had expansion tasks in other areas to monitor. However, he allocated enough worker bees to focus on the bridge, advancing layer by layer through all accessible corridors to the rest of the ship. But to his disappointment, he made no further discoveries within the spacecraft. For instance, he found a vast chamber deeper inside the ship, containing something sizable that resembled the main engine of the spacecraft. The worker bees spent several hours trying to find any functioning components from the exterior of the engine, but the results were unsurprising. All surrounding pipes had run dry, and the engine's shell was covered in fine cracks. This engine was dead, like its crew lying dormant in the depths of the ice for who knows how many millennia. Other rooms explored afterwards were fundamentally similar to this engine room. Whether the items appeared useful or not, they all proved unusable, either reduced to ashes or merely supported by their metallic shells, just like the spacecraft itself. In the end, he surveyed every illuminated room, every corridor, and every ice-shrouded corner through a God's view. He then reached a conclusion: this ship contained nothing of value. There were no intact devices, no retrievable data, no functioning machines, nor any form of recorded media such as star maps etched on walls, navigational logs stored in some medium, or any text worth interpreting. Most buttons and frameworks on the control panels in the bridge were intact, but the circuits and chips connecting them had long since eroded into a layer of dark residue within the wall panels. The screens they connected to had almost completely lost their remnants. Perhaps in some corner of the ship there still lay information not entirely erased by time. However, finding it would require excavating the entire ship from the ice, dismantling it piece by piece, and examining it inch by inch. a task that could not be completed in a day but might take a couple of months. As for where this spacecraft came from, when did it crash on this planet? What were its master's purposes in flight? Were they exploring or fleeing? What were the beings in those spacesuits like? Did their civilization still exist? He had no answers to any of these questions. The masters of this spaceship once existed in this universe, but time had erased it all, leaving only empty shells and handfuls of gray dust for the present-day Huifeng. Why wasn't I playing some 4X strategy game before I crossed over? Huifeng felt a bit frustrated after finding almost nothing. If it were a 4X strategy game, an anomaly or ruin would have popped up for him to research and excavate, leading to some rewards instead of just staring at this spaceship embedded in ice. Am I supposed to just recycle this thing? Even though his expansion plans hadn't halted even a step because of this spaceship. However, after an intense exploration, he felt a bit shortchanged if he just recycled the spaceship like that. Not just shortchanged, but also somewhat unwilling. If he devoted himself to studying the ship itself, like its materials, he indeed had the capability after acquiring humanity's technology tree. But he was not a professional archaeologist or scientist. In galactic war, activating a technology tree just required pressing a button, while in reality, reverse engineering alien technology from a heap of rusted scrap from who knows how many millennia ago would require a significant portion of his energy. Moreover, there was no guarantee of success. What if the reverse-engineered alien technology was inferior to what he initially received? That would be laughable. But simply sweeping away the wreckage with worker bees, leaving not even a fragment behind, was something he was reluctant to do. After all, this was the first trace of a non-human, non-game faction alien civilization he discovered in reality. Wouldn't recycling it like that be a bit wasteful? But what could he do with it? He had no interest in spending a lot of time and energy on this wreck. Huifeng fell into deep thought. After a moment, he suddenly thought of humanity. More precisely, human scientists. Those who stared blankly at the remnants of wanderers and questioned their lives in front of materials that defied the laws of physics. Previously, he had concluded that wanderers and his creations did not conform to the physical laws of this world, and that humans could not truly understand them. Recklessly letting them study could lead them into dead ends, potentially affecting his buff gains. But this spacecraft was different. It was not a wanderer's ship, nor was it something from assimilators. It stylistically did not align with other game factions' vessels. It was a creation left behind by a civilization native to this universe. Its technology might be advanced, but it adhered to the physical laws of this cosmos. Humans studying it should theoretically not encounter cognitive barriers like this thing should not exist within the framework of physics. If they did, then there might truly be a problem with humanity's understanding of physics. In other words, this was something humanity could genuinely study. And what do humans have? Archaeologists, materials scientists, astronomers, linguists. In short, a plethora of professionals highly skilled in such tasks. Huifeng had no interest in personally sitting here studying the metal fatigue of the spacecraft or its past history, but humans did, and in droves. They would approach the relics of this alien civilization with immense enthusiasm. Allowing humans to study this object would be a win-win situation. First, humanity would gain an opportunity to research genuine alien technology. Even if this spacecraft was merely a wreck, the metallurgical techniques, overall design philosophy, and materials science contained within it would be invaluable treasures for humanity still in its near-space age. Even if they only learned a tiny bit, it should be enough for them to leap forward in technology. Plus, it would allow Huifeng to test whether the research bonuses were indeed related to humanity's technological level. Secondly, any technological achievements produced by humans would be automatically shared with Huifeng as described in the system's vassal interface. Throughout the process, he wouldn't need to exert any effort, just sit back and wait for humanity to reverse engineer any advanced technology that might exist aboard this ship. In this plan, humanity would serve as his research outsourcing team, and he would only need to provide them with the site and samples. Of course, he would first check the site, taking any obvious benefits for himself before leaving the rest for the humans to study. Humanity would understand alien technology, and he would obtain the research results produced by humans without expending energy. It was simply a win-win. Huifeng felt very satisfied with this idea. Coincidentally, now that humanity had become his protectorate, he had no tasks to delegate to them, making it the perfect time to give them something to do. Would humanity agree? Huifeng speculated that they most likely would. He could not think of any reason for them to refuse. This level of opportunity, and on the surface not requiring much cost. At least Huifeng did not plan to charge them an entrance fee. He would only ask for the information they researched to be shared afterward. With such generous conditions, any scientist or government leader would likely find it impossible to refuse. This was not only a technological breakthrough, but also a historically significant event. The Secretary General of the Human Union was not a foolish politician, as she should be able to calculate this benefit. Thus it would be simple. Huifeng immediately zoomed out his view, redirecting his attention back towards the solar system. It was time to discuss this matter with the Secretary General. On March 10, 2100 at 9:30 in the morning, the Secretary General's special car slowed down at the end of the road, and the scenery outside the window transitioned from neat greenery to an expansive square. She set down the daily administrative report she had finished reading and gazed past the top of the car window at the building not far outside. This street, where the building is located, used to be the foreign embassy district of the old era. After humanity unified, the diplomatic needs between nations naturally faded, so the former foreign embassies here were either repurposed into historical museums or demolished, replaced by normal residential buildings or other infrastructure fully integrating into the city itself. However, in recent days, with the formal discovery of extraterrestrial civilizations, the outbreak and conclusion of interstellar wars in the solar system, and the establishment of a cooperative relationship with the gray wind, this area unexpectedly resumed its former duties. For instance, the building in front of the Secretary General is the embassy of the Gray Wind civilization. It is unlike many buildings the Secretary General has seen before. Overall, this building resembles an enlarged cube with a straight line from the foundation to the roof, lacking eaves and any visible exterior decorations. Its walls are a deep gray, and from a distance no obvious seams can be seen, emanating a texture reminiscent of cement walls under the morning sun. Previously, the Gray Wind had informed the Human Federation that, considering the relationship between the two great civilizations, it was inappropriate for its diplomatic representatives to continue residing in villas, thus planning to officially establish an embassy on Earth. However, the Secretary General did not expect that the embassy crafted by the professional engineering team of Earth would appear so peculiar. The special car stopped in front of the main entrance of the Gray Wind Embassy, where a sturdy metal railing formed a fence and two individuals in dark uniforms, security personnel from the Human Federation, stood on either side of the entrance. This was an arrangement agreed upon by both parties, with the external security managed by the Human Federation to prevent unauthorized individuals from intruding, while the internal maintenance would be handled by the Gray Wind civilization. The Secretary General stepped out of the car, sunlight falling on her shoulder. The temperature in mid-March had not fully warmed up, and the air carried a dry chill. She looked up one last time at the facade of the building, where on the deep gray wall there was only a single door and no visible windows. Gu Huai jogged over from the side security booth, holding a tablet in his hand. He said to her Secretary General, "They are already waiting for you inside." The Secretary General nodded, then she stepped up the stairs and walked toward the only door. When she opened the door and entered, she discovered that behind it was an unexpectedly astonishing hall. To call it a hall is actually inaccurate. In human language, the term hall presupposes a certain indoor space with divisions and functional areas. But here there were none of these divisions. The entire interior of the building was a complete space that was almost empty, with a ceiling so high it defied belief, measuring at least several meters. Looking up, one could even feel as if they were standing in an open outdoor area. Inside, just like outside, there was almost no decoration, only gray walls and light cascading down from the extremely high ceiling. In the center of the space, there was a table and two chairs. The table appeared to be metallic, and so did the chairs, one of which had a figure seated on it. It was the Gray Wind. The image the Secretary General had seen before, a beautiful girl with white hair, was quietly sitting there with a cup placed in front of her. Today she was dressed in a black robe that evoked feelings of coldness and authority, looking less like a diplomat from an alien civilization and more like the high priest of an ancient temple. The Secretary General crossed the empty floor, the sound of her footsteps echoing faintly in the vast space, as she walked to the opposite side of the table and pulled out another chair to sit down. "Welcome." The Gray Wind's gaze fell on her, and her tone was as casual as if greeting an old friend. "Secretary General, did you encounter any traffic on the way?" "Not much, it's fine at this hour. The peak period has passed." "That's good." The Gray Wind leaned back against the chair. "I noticed that several streets have been quite congested every morning lately. The workers were complaining every day during the construction period." "Did you personally supervise the construction site?" "I occasionally check on the situation here," she replied. "So you consider this direct oversight?" "Pretty much, although the part I'm overseeing is just the exterior. I'm not yet sure how I want the interior to be decorated." "Not decided yet." "No, sometimes I think your ancient Greek decorating style is quite nice, and sometimes I feel that the Chinese interior decoration meets my requirements. I can also accept modern home concepts." Even yesterday, I thought that perhaps leaving it as it is without any changes might be better. What do you think of this internal style? The gray wind said, gesturing around with her chin. The Secretary General looked around the almost abstract space, once more then turned back, maintaining her usual professional politeness. It's quite distinctive. This evaluation, when placed on any normal embassy, would be a euphemistic criticism. But here it was taken literally. At least in appearance, this building inherited the distinctive features of the Gray Wind civilization. The Gray Wind clearly was not satisfied with this evaluation. What do you call this shape? A matchbox. It was okay before, but now I'm not very satisfied with it. Perhaps I will change it after I've determined a clear interior style. By the way, do you really not feel like something is missing? Personally, I think it's acceptable. The Secretary General pondered her words. It's just that the internal furnishings are indeed rather simple. Not that I mean. The Gray Wind paused as if just remembering something, looking down at the cup in front of her, then glancing at the Secretary General's empty table. Look, I remembered I forgot to prepare something for you to eat. Your Excellency Gray Wind, it's really not necessary. Really don't want it. I appreciate your kindness, but I already had breakfast an hour ago. Let's just get straight to business. All right, then let me first talk about recent matters. How has everything been on your side? Is the city that was previously attacked by the Wanderers recovering smoothly now? It's already in the final stages, the Secretary General replied succinctly. Nanjing City is the last batch. The main construction was accepted last month, and now we are working on greening and restoring public facilities. Other cities are ahead of schedule. If there are no unexpected events, all reconstruction work will be officially completed before the end of this month. That's good, the Gray Wind nodded. She did not pursue this topic further, but her tone of "that's good" seemed genuinely satisfied, not just polite. The Secretary General waited for 2 seconds, realizing that the other party had no intention of continuing the conversation, so she proactively pushed the topic forward. You called me over this time. It shouldn't just be to discuss the progress of the city reconstruction, right? Yes, I called you here for an important matter. The Gray Wind nodded slightly. He slightly leaned forward, crossing his hands on the table, and met the gaze of the Secretary General. You should be aware that my activities are not limited to the solar system, correct? The Secretary General nodded and answered honestly. Indeed, we have observed many of your ships flying towards the Kuiper Belt only to disappear without a trace. Some of our scientists have speculated that you are not only active within the solar system, your intuition is quite accurate. Good. Recently, one of my fleets went to a star system called TRAPPIST-1, approximately 39 light-years from the solar system. That star system should have been observed by you humans as well. It has 7 rocky planets, some of which are in the habitable zone. TRAPPIST-1. The Secretary General instinctively mentioned the designation. As the head of the Human Alliance, she had taken a crash course in astronomy due to the Human Alliance's aspirations in space, so she naturally recognized this famous star system. We have been observing this star system. Several of its habitable planets were once considered candidates for future human colonization. Oh, it seems you know about it. Then I need not elaborate on the situation of this star system. There was a hint of surprise in his tone, but he quickly continued. One of my original purposes for visiting there was to find a second intelligent civilization or a life-bearing planet apart from yours. Unfortunately, I did not achieve this goal. Are you saying that the star system does not match our observations, and it is actually unsuitable for human habitation? Not quite. At least several of the planets there have liquid water oceans and an atmosphere. However, that is not the point I wish to emphasize. Apologies, please continue. He said, a few days ago, I thought this trip would yield nothing but the star system itself. However, I discovered the wreckage of a spacecraft hundreds of meters underground on a local icy planet. The Secretary General did not immediately react. A spacecraft, she repeated the word to confirm she had not misheard. Yes, an alien spacecraft, neither mine nor that of the assimilators or wanderers. He looked at her and calmly stated, it is a spaceship from an unknown civilization. The Secretary General was very surprised by his description. Oh, another alien spaceship from an unknown civilization. Could it be that aliens have gone mad in the solar system again? The thought made her fingers unconsciously tighten around the armrest of her chair. It seemed he was unaware of the Secretary General's embarrassment as he continued. It was buried in an underground cavity frozen within the surrounding ice. The general structure remains, but the internal condition is quite poor. There is almost nothing usable inside apart from the spacecraft's shell and a dozen corpses in spacesuits. Strictly speaking, they aren't even corpses, just the suits and some dust inside. Dust. Time has taken its toll. The bodies have turned to dust. Upon hearing this news, the Secretary General breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it sounded like the aliens inside the spacecraft had been dead for a long time, and she need not worry about them causing trouble in the solar system. If that is the case, then why did he come to tell her this? Given this question, she cautiously spoke. So you are here to inform me of this matter because you want an invitation, he said. I believe you would be very interested in the relics of an alien civilization, even if this relic appears to be an empty shell. And coincidentally, I am not very interested in this thing. He shrugged, his tone casual. I have many things to attend to, so I have no interest in rummaging through the debris of ancient spacecraft. However, you are different. You have a whole bunch of people willing to dedicate their lives to studying the patterns on a certain rock, don't you? This spacecraft is a tasteless and wasteful trinket to me, but for you. He looked at the Secretary General. It should be worth much more than that. The Secretary General did not refute him. Because what he said was true, a piece of wreckage from an alien spacecraft of unknown civilization, even if it had been eroded by time, even if all the usable equipment inside might be completely scrapped, leaving only its shell and a pile of dust, its significance to the human scientific community would still be immense. The Secretary General remained silent for a moment before speaking gravely. So, Your Excellency, are you inviting us to study this wreck of an unknown civilization spacecraft? Your understanding is correct. That is indeed the case. May I ask if there are any additional conditions? Yes, first, the scientific research team will be provided by you. I will only provide the location, some equipment, and security assurance. I will be responsible for transporting your personnel from Earth to TRAPPIST-1, guaranteeing safety on the way. You will not need to worry about the round trip. Second, all research results will be shared, not unidirectional sharing. For instance, if you discover something, I must also be informed. However, under normal circumstances, you have the right to be informed as well. Third, the entire process must be conducted under my supervision. My armed forces will be stationed at the spacecraft site at all times. If any situation arises that could jeopardize the safety of both parties, I have the right to unilaterally terminate the entire scientific exploration. After stating these three conditions, he fell silent. The Secretary General waited a few seconds before unexpectedly asking, "Is that all?" "That's basically it. There are some details that I will inform your relevant team of later, but it won't deviate from the conditions mentioned above." The Secretary General's eyelids twitched. To be honest, she did not think these conditions were excessive demands. One could even say they were things that should be expected, given that it sounded like he was providing the location and expenses while humans only needed to supply personnel. The Secretary General suppressed her desire to agree on the spot and politely replied, "It sounds like a beneficial invitation with no drawbacks, but I cannot make such significant decisions on my own. Could you give me some time to inform others about this matter? Of course, you can go back and discuss it with your team. I'm not in a hurry for a response, but please don't keep me waiting too long. It would be best to provide a definite answer within 3 days." He smiled and said. The Secretary General stood up, nodded at him. "I understand. I will gather personnel for discussions immediately, and will give you a response soon." "All right, then I will wait for your message here." He did not stand up, merely waved his hand at her. "By the way, be careful of your feet. When you go out, those tiles at the entrance seem a bit uneven, likely due to a design flaw. I will have the construction team fix it later." On the human side, their deliberations concluded far more swiftly than anticipated. The Secretary General convened a high-level emergency expansion meeting of the Human Union's top officials on the very day he returned, delivering a comprehensive briefing. At this meeting, consensus was reached almost immediately. Less than 2 hours after the session adjourned, the Secretary General delivered an official reply directly to Huifeng. Humanity accepted the invitation and would assemble a joint scientific expedition team bound for TRAPPIST-1H, with personnel selection and logistical preparation expected to be completed within 1 week. Huifeng's response was even more concise, merely a single sentence understood. The vessel arrives in 5 days. 5 days later, atop a vast lush plateau over 100 kilometers away, Lu Yunyun knelt at the bottom of an excavation unit, gently brushing silt from the edge of a ceramic shard. In mid-March, northwestern China remained gripped by fierce winds and sandstorms. The sunshade canopy stretched across the unit's rim flapped noisily, and fine grains occasionally trickled through gaps in its fabric, settling into her hair. She made no move to brush them away, not even lifting her head. Beneath her fingers, a fragment of pottery emerged, its surface revealing a faint, gracefully curved line of grayish-black pigment, the sole focus of her rapt attention. This was a painted pottery fragment from antiquity, its visible motifs suggesting an age of over 5,000 years. "Lu Yunyun." Just then a voice called down from above the unit. She raised her head, squinting against the sudden glare, and saw her mentor, Professor Zhou Wenbin, crouching at the rim. His silver-streaked hair tousled by the wind, his expression uncharacteristically grave. She also noticed 2 figures standing behind him, tall, rigid-clad in dark uniforms unmistakably foreign to any archaeological field team. "Come up, please," Zhou Wenbin said. Lu Yunyun set down her brush, brushed dust from her knees, and climbed the notched steps carved into the unit's earthen wall. Once she stood steady at the rim, she noticed the bulge of holstered sidearms beneath their uniforms. Their faces were impassive, yet as their gaze swept over her, she felt the quiet, clinical scrutiny of an evaluation. "Comrade Lu Yunyun," one of them began, voice measured and neutral. "An urgent project requires your immediate deployment. If you consent, please accompany your mentor with us now." At those words, Lu Yunyun paused, then instinctively glanced at Zhou Wenbin. Her mentor gave the faintest nod, silent confirmation, tacit instruction, "I already know. Ask no questions." "What kind of project?" she asked, unable to suppress the question. "Classified," came the crisp reply. Guided by her mentor's silent signal, Lu Yunyun did not refuse, and thus bewildered and uncomprehending boarded the vehicle alongside him. Seated in the rear, she watched the undulating lust blur past the window, her thoughts still entangled with who might take over her current excavation, and where exactly these strangers intended to take her. She assumed she was being summoned for some major archaeological discovery, perhaps an imperial mausoleum recently breached by tomb raiders requiring emergency excavation, or perhaps a prehistoric site accidentally unearthed during construction. Such emergencies were not uncommon in her profession. Already she found herself mentally compiling a checklist, equipment needed specialists to mobilize once they arrived. Instead, the vehicle bypassed the airport entirely, turning instead into a large compound in the city, its gate flying the banner of the Human Union. Several buses were already parked inside the courtyard, surrounded by clusters of people. Some wore field gear, still caked with dried mud, others carried laptops and wore spectacles. Lab analysts, clearly, a few she recognized instantly as fellow archaeologists from other provinces, familiar faces from academic conferences. Lu Yunyun and Zhou Wenbin were ushered into a hastily arranged lounge. Inside, numerous people had already gathered, some whispering in hushed clusters, others sitting in silence, sipping lukewarm tea from disposable cups. After Zhou Wenbin guided her to a quiet corner, Lu Yunyun scanned the room and realized it held not only archaeologists but also materials scientists, geologists, and several individuals whose affiliations she could not place. No one she had ever encountered within the cultural heritage system. Later she would learn they were linguists and astronomers. For the remainder of that time, no explanations were offered. Only staff moving in and out, cross-checking rosters, verifying identities, and distributing standardized access credentials. When Lu Yunyun received her own credential, she turned it over repeatedly in her hands. It bore only her photograph, name, title, and a single line: member, Trappist Joint Scientific Expedition Project. Trappist. She had never heard the term before. Was it the name of some obscure ancient dynasty, or a geographic designation for some remote, forgotten land? Zhou Wenbin sat beside her, silent, removing his reading glasses to polish them carefully before resettling them on the bridge of his nose. As Lu Yunyun's gaze lingered on that line, she noticed, just barely, the tremor in his hand. That afternoon, they were loaded onto buses and driven outside the city, hours of winding roads stretching into the night. Until near dawn, they neared their destination. The buses passed through multiple checkpoints, each guarded by armed soldiers meticulously inspecting credentials. Inside the cabin, conversation faded. First one voice, then another fell silent, as each passenger absorbed in their own way the gravity of such layered, militarized security. As the bus rounded the final curve and entered a vast expanse of concrete bathed in blinding floodlight, Lu Yunyun looked out the window and froze. Before her stood a spacecraft. She had seen it countless times, in news reports, on social media, but never imagined she would one day behold it in reality, tangible and immense. Sleek and silver-white, spindle-shaped, nearly 1 kilometer long, it loomed with undeniable, awe-inspiring presence. Undoubtedly, this was the same vessel that had once carried Huifeng's diplomatic envoys to Earth, or at the very least its exact counterpart. At its base, a colossal hatch gaped open. Below it, a brightly lit work zone teemed with activity. Hundreds of figures moved with purpose. Forklifts shuttled crates of varying sizes into the vessel's maw. Technicians in color-coded uniforms darted between stations. The air hummed with the low thrum of hydraulic systems and the resonant clang of metal on metal. Lu Yunyun pressed her palm flat against the cool glass of the window, and suddenly her throat went utterly dry. "Teacher Zhou," she asked in disbelief, "is that the flag of the Huifeng civilization?" Zhou Wenbin followed her gaze and saw that beneath the spacecraft at one spot several standard Renlian flags and a plain white banner had been planted. The emblem on that flag had over these past months become a household symbol. Yes, he said, that is the flag of the Huifeng civilization. Zhou Wenbin nodded in reply and remarked, now you know why I hinted that you should come. With the Huifeng civilization's involvement, this project will surely be recorded in history. It appeared her mentor had long known part of the truth. Inside the vehicle, those who were uninformed were no better than Lu Yunyun. Everyone stared out the windows in stunned silence. Under the guidance of on-site staff, the vehicle pulled up at the designated spot. After the group disembarked one by one, a camouflaged engineer came forward, checked identities against a list, then pointed to the distant spacecraft and briefed them on their mission. Talabasite 1. Many of you may not know what that name signifies. It denotes a star system roughly 39 light-years from the solar system, composed of 7 planets and a red dwarf, the man explained. After explaining what Talabasite 1 was, he paused to let them absorb the information before continuing. Within that system is an icy world called Talabasite 1H. There lies the ruins of an extraterrestrial spacecraft discovered by the Huifeng civilization. It is not of their making. For various reasons, the Huifeng civilization seemed to show little interest in the vessel, so it approached us and reached a cooperative research agreement. It will deliver you to Talabasite 1 Oi, and your task is to board and study that alien craft to determine its nature. At that moment, Lu Yunyun finally understood what the word Talabasite on her credentials referred to. She had never imagined she would in her lifetime have any substantive connection with an extraterrestrial star system. After that point, she could no longer catch the staff man's words. It was only when he left and Zhou Wenbin tapped her shoulder that she returned to herself. She did not sleep that night. Lying on the iron-framed bunk in the temporary dormitory the moment she closed her eyes, her thoughts swirled with the Talabasite Joint Scientific Expedition and with memories of days gone by. All the things she had encountered on archaeological sites, painted pottery, bronzeware, bamboo slips, tomb murals, had fallen squarely within the bounds of human civilization. Her research concerned human history, employed human methods, and sought to interpret human behavior. This time, however, the objects she would touch were unrelated to any of that. Her excitement burned like a fire in her chest, tossing her restlessly, yet alongside, it was an unfamiliar anxiety, the same not she had felt the first time she entered an excavation with her mentor. She had never left Earth, never pierced its atmosphere. All her knowledge of space travel came from documentaries and popular science pieces. This time, she would not only leave the planet that had borne her, she would travel to a world 39 light-years away, an experience no predecessor had ever known. Would she truly have the ability to face, to decipher, to comprehend what awaited on that alien world? What if she returned with nothing? What if she betrayed the trust, failed the project, and disappointed those who had pulled her from the trench and fastened her aboard an interstellar craft? She turned over and heard the rustle from the neighboring bunk. The materials scientist who had introduced herself as Chun during the day likewise seemed to be tossing and turning. That night, neither of them truly slept, a fact more telling than any words. 2 mornings later, everything was ready. 1524 people, the final roster for the Talabasite Joint Scientific Expedition. More than 600 were core researchers. The rest comprised engineering and technical support, medical teams, and logistical personnel drawn from every continent, and over 40 research institutions spanning archaeology, materials, science, geology, linguistics, astronomy, and even biology. It was the largest and most comprehensively interdisciplinary extraterrestrial field team in human history. Their mission was not to excavate any earthly tomb or site, but with the assistance of the Huifeng civilization to travel to a planet 39 light-years away and study a spacecraft that did not belong to humanity. At dawn, the vast Huifeng vessel opened its lower bay. Staff maintaining order stood along the boarding ramp as project members filed in a long queue, carrying luggage and equipment cases one after another into the ship's interior. Lu Yunyun stood in line with her mentor and several fellow archaeologists, a backpack of personal items slung over her shoulder and a portable toolbox in her hand. The morning breeze swept the site with a chill, but she did not feel cold. Instead, she grew warm and began to sweat. Her group soon reached the hatch. Before entering the vessel proper, she paused for a single second, drew a deep breath, and then stepped inside. Once inside, the interior expanded far beyond her imagination. It was an exceptionally vast hold, seemingly large enough to contain several heavy transport planes. The ceiling hung high and a soft pale light diffused evenly from the walls. There were no visible fixtures and no shadowed corners. The illumination felt as though set by an unseen hand to the most comfortable level, bright enough for clarity without ever becoming harsh. What truly stopped her was the scene before her. The enormous hold had been refitted into a provisional living base, hundreds of folding camp beds neatly arranged along one side. Each bed had a simple locker and a white curtain to shield occupants from view. On the other side were rows of supply crates, their colored labels marking freshwater, food, medical supplies, emergency equipment, every item clearly designated. Several unfamiliar devices leaned against the walls, emitting a low, steady hum. Improvised partitions in a corner formed temporary toilets and shower rooms. Not long after Lu Yunyun and the others took in the scene, someone stepped forward and guided them to their assigned living area. As they moved, she noticed a detail. The hold seemed to have no doors or passages leading deeper into the ship. Except for the hatch through which they had entered, the walls were solid metal, without portholes, conspicuous seams, or openings toward a bridge or engine bay. It was as if the entire hold stood as an autonomous sealed space, wholly isolated from the ship's other sections. The passenger area was simply the passenger area. She was lost in observation when a sound rose from behind. Turning, she and the others saw the hatch beginning to close as the great metal floor folded upward. Through the narrowing seam, she stole one last glance at the outside world, then the great door shut completely. Silence settled within the hold. Beside her, Zhou Wenbin set down his luggage and said, "Relax. I've heard we may be staying in here for some time." Time aboard the spacecraft passed far more slowly than Lu Yunyun had anticipated. During the first few days, she observed the cabin with keen curiosity and grew acquainted with several young researchers traveling alongside her. By day, they debated the vessel's possible principles, though she often struggled to follow their technical discourse, and speculated about the ancient ruin awaiting them. During rest periods, each reclined on their berth, gazing silently at the smooth, featureless ceiling above. By the fifth day, novelty began to fade. The cabin had no windows to the outside world, no discernible day or night cycle. The soft ambient light from the ceiling remained unchanging in intensity. She could only rely on the digital display of her mentor's wristwatch to estimate whether it was daytime or nighttime back on Earth. Her fellow crew members were similarly affected. Some paced restlessly up and down the narrow aisle. Others reread their academic papers repeatedly. A few even organized impromptu card games to stave off monotony. On the ninth evening, Lu Yunyun leaned against her berth's headrest, leafing through a well-worn copy of Introduction to Archaeology, while Zhou Wenbin sat on the adjacent berth, cradling a cup of instant coffee long gone cold. Low murmurs and sporadic footsteps drifted through the cabin, but most had already retreated to their berths. Then, without warning, a voice echoed into the rest area, "Attention, all personnel." It emanated from beyond the rest zone, resonant, yet gentle, neither harsh nor intrusive. Lu Yunyun's berth stood at the very edge of the rest area. As she drew back the privacy curtain, she immediately recognized the figure before her. It was Grey Wind, the extraterrestrial entity known by that name, whose presence had materialized silently outside the rest zone. Its exquisitely crafted face, unmistakably non-human, was turned toward those within, delivering its announcement. As if sensing Lu Yunyun's gaze, it slowly turned its head and offered her a subtle, dignified nod. She opened her mouth to speak, then paused, words dissolving unvoiced upon her lips. Silence settled swiftly across the cabin after Grey Wind's address. Every head lifted, ears straining to catch what came next. "I am Grey Wind. The vessel will land on the surface of TRAPPIST-1H in 40 minutes. All personnel must immediately don the prepared EVA suits. Those scheduled to disembark shall assemble in orderly formation before the airlock. I repeat, suit up within 40 minutes to prevent any unforeseen contingencies." The voice ceased. For 2 seconds, stillness held. Then, as one, everyone surged into motion. Lu Yunyun's attention wrenched away from the alien being. She slid the numbered equipment case from beneath her berth, unlatched it, and there, nestled inside, lay a sleek silver-gray EVA suit. She had heard it was supplied by Grey Wind's civilization, replicated via the Solar System Replication Center, since humanity lacked the capacity to produce over 1,000 custom suits within such a narrow time frame. In prior days, they had undergone onboard training and practiced suiting up multiple times, thus the procedure remained familiar to her. Yet now her fingers slipped twice on the chest seal before she finally locked the airtight zipper into place. Around her, footsteps crisscrossed in hurried disarray, colleagues bent low, double-checking harness buckles or verifying helmet seals. Tension thickened the air, almost palpable. Zhou Wenbin, already fully suited, approached deliberately to assist her with final equipment checks, including a meticulous verification of the dorsal pressure seal interface. "All secure, no issues. Switch to internal comms now," he said, his voice muffled slightly behind the visor. Lu Yunyun gave an awkward but clear thumbs up. a clumsy gesture beneath the bulky suit. By the time they finished and stepped out into the corridor, multiple lines had already formed outside the rest area. At the head of the line stood Greywind, now assuming the form most familiar to Earthlings, that of a serene young woman watching human activity with a faint knowing smile. The teams had been pre-assigned, so Lu Yunyun followed Zhou Wenbin into their designated line, where amid final mutual inspections, she exchanged quick nods and silent affirmations with her teammates. Thus, under mounting tension, 40 minutes vanished like breath on frost. Without any perceptible shift in gravity, Greywind, standing foremost, spoke once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Please maintain formation and order. The airlock will open in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Normally fleeting, imperceptible, now stretched before Lu Yunyun like an eternity. But even the longest moments must end. At the appointed instant, Greywind, unshielded, unprotected, stepped aside. Behind it, the airlock door began its slow, deliberate descent. The moment the hatch parted, Lu Yunyun and her colleagues instinctively held their breath. First came the star-strewn black void of sky. Then, as the door continued its descent, the frozen expanse of the world emerged, vast, silent, and glacial. Only then did they notice the two silvery mechanical forms crouched just beyond the threshold. Slightly shorter than adult humans, they rested low to the ground in a posture reminiscent of arthropods, segmented limbs, chitinous contours magnified to imposing scale, yet forged not of chitin, but of gleaming, seamless metal. Even as the crew watched, the creatures subtly shifted the placement of several supporting limbs, a quiet, unnerving demonstration of adaptive equilibrium. These anomalies spoke unambiguously: this was no human creation. Rest assured, they are part of me. They pose no threat to you. Greywind's voice resonated clearly through each helmet's comm system, calm, precise, effortlessly intimate. In that instant, Lu Yunyun felt with visceral certainty the profound, irrevocable gulf between Greywind and humankind. True to its word, the pair of biomechanical entities made no hostile move, merely remained poised in stillness beside the exit patient sentinels awaiting their arrival. "Let us proceed, friends," Greywind said, and stepped forward, crossing the threshold onto the frozen plain beneath the alien sky. Though all knew Greywind was no earthborn lifeform witnessing its stride barefaced and unshielded into that desolate ice-locked world, its human guise, utterly incongruous with the environment, was profoundly unsettling. Lu Yunyun, standing at the front of the line, was no exception. Only when Zhou Wenbin gently tapped her shoulder and murmured, "It's time," did she exhale, sharply draw breath, and step across the threshold. Yet the moment her boot touched the surface, she froze anew. That doorway had been a boundary. Within, air was dry, cool, indistinguishable from the cabin's steady climate. Beyond, everything changed. Her body felt suddenly lighter. Then insidiously, a deep, pervasive chill seeped through her suit's thermal layers, as though submerged in a winter river. Cold not of surface contact, but of ambient saturation, pressing in from every direction, relentless and absolute. Before she could fathom how such disparity existed between interior and exterior, her gaze was seized, irresistibly, by the horizon. An endless ice plain stretched to the sky's rim. A crimson sun, larger and brighter than Earth's full moon, hung low on the horizon, casting dim russet light that stained the glacier in shifting hues of burnt orange and terracotta. To the side, colossal structures rose beside the spacecraft, two instantly recognizable, the same cubic edifices first detected by humanity as definitive proof of Greywind's existence. As her team descended and gathered on the surface, awe spilled freely across their private comms channel. Gasps, exclamations, unrestrained wonder. Then, guided by Greywind, the assembled experts entered one of the cubic structures. They advanced along a corridor whose original purpose was unknown, until the passage gradually sloped downward and its metallic walls gave way to raw, translucent ice. "Mind your footing," Greywind cautioned from the lead. Unlike the humans, clumsy and encumbered in their EVA suits, it now rode astride a pristine white mechanical mount, calm and unhurried, like a shepherd guiding cattle across an alien pasture. A fleeting sense of déjà vu stirred in Lu Yunyun's mind. Moments later, the group reached the corridor's terminus, a vast yawning chasm, its rim edged with a metallic staircase descending into darkness. They descended in shifts while Greywind simply guided its mount up the icy wall beside them and descended vertically, unhurried and precise. When Lu Yunyun finally stepped onto the cavern floor, she found herself beneath a vault of blinding artificial light. Powerful floodlights banishing shadow, transforming the subterranean void into a stark, brilliant day. Before her unfolded a space so immense it dwarfed human scale. Far across the chamber, suspended within the glacial matrix, hovered the unmistakable silhouette of a half-buried vessel. A massive ellipsoidal hull, its deep emerald carapace dappled with fractured light from the overhead beams. Beyond that awe-inspiring relic, an entire temporary research base had already been erected at the cavern floor. Rows of modular sealed habitats aligned with geometric precision, high-mount floodlights bathing the entire expanse in clinical unwavering brilliance. Everything was meticulously ordered. Only minor assembly and calibration remained before this would become a fully operational extraterrestrial research station. This, someone whispered beside Lu Yunyun, then trailed off speechless. Zhou Wenbin stood at her side, surveying the scene in quiet astonishment. I honestly can't tell if we're here to excavate or to move in, he murmured, his voice carrying quiet disbelief through the calm. Some field sites I've worked on didn't offer half these amenities. Work commenced that afternoon. Personnel dispersed to assigned stations following pre-mission task allocations. Lu Yunyun joined the internal survey team for the derelict vessel. As she first stood before the deep green hull, half swallowed by millennia of ice, and gazed upward at the colossal jagged fracture torn open by ancient impact memory surface days earlier, kneeling in an earth excavation trench, brushing dust from the edge of a 5,000-year-old painted pottery shard. Back then she believed that artifact represented the outermost limit of her scholarly reach. Now she stood at the threshold of a far older tomb, ancient beyond reckoning. She took a slow, steadying breath, lifted her tool kit, and, with her team, stepped through the precisely cut access aperture into the vessel's inner corridor, where a delicate film of frost shimmered across the floor. It has been 2 weeks since the human research team's transport ship arrived at Travished 1H and commenced operations. Huifeng initially had little expectation for their efficiency. After all, over 1,000 people had been transported from Earth to an ice planet 40 light-years away, and just adapting to the environment would take considerable time. However, the actual situation proved to be even more grueling than he anticipated. During the first week, these human scientists made no new discoveries regarding the alien spaceship, as much of their time was spent on a more fundamental question: how to survive on this planet. Travished 1H is not a merciful planet. Its surface temperature remains in the triple digits below zero year-round. Although most of the human activities are confined to underground caverns, ensuring the long-term survival of over 1,000 people is still a complex undertaking. Huifeng had previously confirmed that the transport ship's cargo hold could maintain indoor temperatures and prevent gas loss, as well as block lethal radiation from outer space, which is why he dared to use it for transporting people. Thus, in the early stages, the interior of the ship became a temporary base for some researchers, preventing them from all crowding underground at once. However, as they gradually relocated personnel into the underground base, problems began to arise. Issues such as air quality, water, and food, which was less of a problem since they brought plenty energy, equipment failures, waste disposal, and medical supplies, all needed to be managed independently, and each aspect could not afford significant errors. Huifeng did not complain about this. He simply used worker drones to help transport their items down, and also sent a gray wind-like spy to act as a communicator. They only needed to inform the drone of what equipment they required. Then he utilized the replication center to produce batches of the equipment needed by humanity, of course, using human technology, including high-power air circulation systems, water purification devices, medical freezing storage cabinets, spare battery modules, and even several specialized biodegradation devices for processing organic waste. For him, these were merely matters of consuming some basic resources. However, for the human research team, lacking any one of these items made it difficult for them to continue staying here. By the 8th day, survival issues were essentially resolved, and the research team began to enter a true working state. Subsequently, the progress of research was slower than he anticipated, but this was not due to the people. It was a problem with the ship itself. The ship had been here for too long enough for almost everything to be eroded by ice layers and aging. By the 14th day, which is today, the research team finally achieved some results. They conducted tests on certain objects within the ship using specialized equipment, ultimately determining that the ship had existed for approximately around 4 billion years. 4 billion years. This figure surprised Huifeng. He initially thought the ship's history could at worst be a few tens of millions of years, unlikely to exceed 100 million years. He did not expect the actual figure to be so exaggerated. He recalled data he had seen in some popular science articles before his transmigration stating that Earth's history is approximately 4.6 billion years, with the earliest life forms appearing around 3.8 billion years ago. This means that when this spaceship crashed onto the ice planet with its crew, Earth might have just formed a few years prior, its crust not yet fully cooled, and the first single-celled organisms had yet to arise in the primordial oceans. He recalled the gray dust inside the spacesuits and wondered why these aliens left no corpses behind. If bodies could still remain after such a long time, their original physical strength must have been more exaggerated than that of Superman. 4 billion years is enough for a civilization to rise and fall many times. The cities they built may have been ground into dust by geological movements, and their home planet may have even been consumed by its star, just like Earth's future fate. This also left Huifeng somewhat regretful. He had previously held a glimmer of hope of finding more information about this civilization from the spaceship, such as the location of their home planet, their technological level, or whether they still had descendants existing in some corner of the galaxy. Now all of those hopes can basically be set aside in the face of this time scale. What a pity. I hope humanity can analyze something useful from your remains. Huifeng sighed sincerely for a few seconds before redirecting his attention to other matters. The predecessors have passed, and as a non-human entity living in the present, it is better for him to focus on the matters at hand. Speaking of current matters, he actually faced no difficulties at the moment. In terms of expansion, he was currently sailing smoothly. 2 weeks had passed, and his first batch of officially expanding 100 colonies, not counting the initial few that served as kindling, had developed sufficiently, enabling them to launch new industrial mothership fleets to other star systems, while further developing their own star systems. This time he planned to select over 500 star systems within 100 light-years as colonization options. His main goal this time was to connect the various colonies on the map as much as possible, forming a continuous star cluster entirely under his control. In this region, he no longer had the luxury of being picky about the star systems he previously looked down upon. He decided to colonize everything for the sake of aesthetics on the map, like Barnard's star. Besides expansion in terms of research, as Huifeng's scale grew, his research speed also surged with the increase of research facilities like the Scientific Computing Center. The rapid increase in research speed also accelerated his progress in exploring the Wanderer's technology tree. Currently, he had reached the cruiser level on the Wanderer's technology tree, a place even the Great Khan himself had not studied. After this, the research priority for the Wanderer's technology tree would not be as high, and he would shift his focus back to the Assimilator's technology tree, concentrating on his own battleship technology. Additionally, it is worth mentioning the development of his starting point, the solar system itself. The Milky Way galaxy, or Iron Arm solar system. Over the past year, numerous events have unfolded within the solar system. Yet on the grand scale of the solar system, these events are negligible, having exerted virtually no influence upon its central star, the Sun. Even for massive gas giants like Jupiter and Saturn, the most significant impact has been merely a subtle alteration in the appearance of one among them. Recently, however, an increasingly numerous swarm of irksome objects has appeared upon their upper atmospheres. Jupiter's upper atmosphere. Historically, Jupiter's most renowned feature has been the Great Red Spot, a colossal storm system. Located near 22 south latitude, it is the largest atmospheric vortex on Jupiter, approximately 2,500 kilometers in length and spanning 1,000 kilometers vertically. A titanic anticyclonic high-pressure eddy, it is stabilized by east-west wind, sheer internal thermal energy, and the Coriolis effect, and has persisted for at least 269 years. In humanity's prior projections, the Great Red Spot was expected to endure for nearly another millennium. But now signs of instability have emerged. The cause is simple: parasitic entities have appeared above it. A towering silver-white structure hovers motionless above the churning cloud seas of the Great Red Spot, like a slender silver needle piercing bands of ochre and milky white. From each tower's base extends a long atmospheric intake conduit vanishing deep into the turbulent ammonia clouds below. Its intake grills pulse rhythmically, drawing the dense Jovian atmosphere steadily into the tower's core, while vectored ion thrusters at its stern intermittently emit faint blue plasma streams. Beside it float hundreds, thousands, of identical towers against the vast roiling expanse of the Great Red Spot. They resemble a silvery infestation of lice clinging to a leviathan. These atmospheric extraction stations are not confined to the Great Red Spot alone. They proliferate across Jupiter's entire surface and extend even to Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Huifeng's galactic expansion hinges upon such infrastructure. Currently, extraction stations deployed across these 4 gas giants supply 80% of the solar system's total resource output. Such a proportion is extraordinary. This staggering volume of resources is never left idle in storage. The overwhelming majority is either channeled into interstellar expansion beyond the solar system, or continuously funneled into orbital shipyards scattered across the planets there to be transformed into gleaming new warships. To focus solely on territorial expansion while neglecting military readiness invites peril. While neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile arms. Thus my neighbor becomes my granary. Such a scenario could easily unfold around Huifeng himself, though he would likely occupy the neighbor's seat. To prevent this, his military preparations have never slackened. Immediately after the Solar System War concluded and pre-war industrial capacity was largely restored, Huifeng launched his warship construction campaign, an initiative sustained without pause to this day. As a direct product of that campaign, two newly built Judgment-class cruisers glide silently from the orbital shipyard hovering above Jupiter's moon Pasiphae. Their elegant hexagonal hulls shimmer as they accelerate towards Saturn's orbit at standard cruising velocity. Their destination is Rhea, the moon where the First Fleet's main force is stationed. Originally a casual designation, First Fleet has since evolved into a name imbued with profound significance in Huifeng's mind. No other reason exists. Every space fleet bearing this name distinguished itself heroically during the Solar System War, twice suffering total annihilation, thereby securing critical strategic windows for Huifeng's subsequent operations. Admittedly, much of this stemmed from Huifeng's early reluctance to divide his forces, so for extended periods the First Fleet was effectively his sole operational formation. Nonetheless, he privately elevated those four characters to a unique status, eventually bestowing the title First Fleet upon his newly reconstituted space combat cluster. Thus, the First Fleet rose again, resurrected with solemnity akin to the Black Sea Fleet of Imperial Russia or the Soviet era, yet this time vastly enlarged in scale beyond its two prior incarnations. 100,000 warships constitute Huifeng's current establishment for the First Fleet, tenfold, even 100-fold greater than before. Its composition includes 50,000 frigates, 30,000 destroyers, 5,000 aerospace carriers, and 15,000 Judgment-class cruisers. Moreover, this figure, 100 vessels, and its precise composition serve as the standardized template for all future fleets under Huifeng's command. He refused to let his warships coalesce into amorphous, undifferentiated masses. Such disorganization would prove impractical, especially as his dominion expanded and garrisons became necessary across ever-widening frontiers. Accordingly, he decreed that any fully constituted space combat legion must comprise exactly 100 vessels adhering to the prescribed composition, and that 100 such legions would form a space army group. Legion composition remains flexible as newer, more advanced warships enter service. Huifeng will revise their structures accordingly, integrating novel platforms to maximize multi-domain synergy and combined arms effectiveness. This mirrors the standard tactical doctrine of the game galactic warfare, albeit on a far grander scale. Unbalanced single-unit mass production proves futile against skilled opponents. Victory demands coordinated multi-tiered formations. Furthermore, leveraging the assimilative nature of his faction, Huifeng incorporated captured Wanderer warships into his legions following their defeat. Wanderer vessels, including Fang-class frigates, Razor-class destroyers, and the previously unseen Fury-class cruisers, now constitute nearly half of the Legion's total strength. These formerly alien warships operate in seamless coordination with Huifeng's own fleet, enhancing combat efficacy, he believes, through synergistic integration. The current First Fleet remains under strength, still short by over 10,000 vessels, primarily awaiting delivery of its designated cruisers. Thus, it remains stationed within Saturn's orbital system, defending the core territories while patiently awaiting full reinforcement. Even so, the assembly of over 80,000 warships casts a conspicuous shadow across Saturn's turbulent atmosphere, resembling in its sheer density an additional satellite orbiting the ringed giant. Beyond the solar system, Huifeng has also begun assembling a second fleet in the HD 110067 system, 90 light-years distant. Designated the Second Fleet, it remains severely understrength due to local developmental constraints. The system was once the destination of his seed project, yet its industrial maturity still lags far behind the solar system and insufficient resource allocation. Presently, only slightly over 10,000 vessels serve within it, mostly frigates, rendering it unfit for designation as a primary battle fleet. Beyond numerical disparity, the Second Fleet possesses one distinctive advantage currently absent from the First Fleet. Titan, this planet, became the protagonist of the decisive battle at the very last moment of the Saturn War. As a price, it not only permanently lost its natural atmosphere, but its surface was also left with a huge, hideous scar. Moreover, and most importantly, the thrust provided by the planetary engine forced it to race away towards the direction of leaving the solar system. This was the situation of Titan more than 3 months ago. However, today, under the rescue of Huifeng, Titan has undergone tremendous changes. When Huifeng shifted his perspective to the sky above Titan, a gray-white planet came into view. It has now been transformed beyond recognition. Looking down from space, its color is completely different from a few months ago. The once orange-yellow planet, shrouded in dense atmosphere, is now left with a bare gray-white body exposed directly to space after the atmosphere was stripped away, resembling a shelled egg. Countless worker bees are active on its surface, resembling a gray film spread over the planet. As they flow between different areas, this inconspicuous film slowly wriggles, with silver-white buildings occasionally rising from within. Through their efforts, the buildings that had been erased in the war are now reappearing in their original locations. On Titan, the massive impact scar has also vanished. When the battle had just ended, this elliptical impact crater, thousands of kilometers long, was the most prominent landmark on Titan's surface, with its edges rising into a ring-like mountain range. The center sunk down to form a massive magma basin, and anyone who looked at this planet through a telescope would have their gaze firmly captured by this scar. But now it has disappeared. The terrain transformation devices rebuilt by Huifeng on Titan took nearly a month to systematically reshape the entire impact area. Starting from the edges, the ring mountains were gradually leveled, and the scorching lava in the crater was solidified and transformed into a firm, special gray-white surface under the power of systematic technology. After the project was completed, only a flat surface indistinguishable from other areas remained where the original impact crater was. Once future architectural plans by Huifeng are fully implemented, the distinction between this area and others will cease to exist. The planetary engine was one of the first large facilities to be restored on Titan, but it was also one of the last groups to be completed. The 5 main engines that had been bombarded and destroyed, along with the ring of directional engines surrounding the planet's equator in both hemispheres, have mostly re-erected in their complete forms on the surface's base. Although the scale of the ring of directional engines around the planet is large, their overall resource consumption is not very high. Moreover, they are key to Titan's braking and deceleration, so at the first opportunity after returning to Titan post-war, Huifeng focused on restoring these directional engines. These re-erected directional engines emit countless dazzling beams of light from their nozzles, bright enough to be captured by the naked eye from several astronomical units away. Subsequently, Huifeng gradually reduced Titan's thrust over the course of several months, pulling it back from the trend of leaving the solar system little by little. This planet has been in a slow deceleration state for more than 3 months, each second slightly slower than the previous one, and then a few days ago its speed finally decreased to a level comparable to that of surrounding planets, pausing in a vast interstellar space between the orbits of Saturn and Uranus. Today, Titan still hovers there. All the still ejecting directional engines have been adjusted to a low-power maintenance mode. The jet streams have dimmed significantly, and their lengths have shortened by more than half, entering standby mode. It's not that Huifeng does not want to bring Titan back to the Saturn system, but the main engine on it has not been completely repaired yet. These main engines consume vast resources, and without urgent demands to remain unrepaired, to drive Titan for normal interstellar travel, a bit more time is still required. However, relying on those already completed directional engines, Huifeng has achieved what he wanted to do. Of course, some things can never return. Titan's natural atmosphere was stripped away by the ignition of the planetary engine, and the remaining portion was blown away to nothingness by subsequent impact events. There is no possibility of it accumulating again. And those methane lakes that once existed on the surface, liquid hydrocarbon bodies captured by human probes, now leave no residual traces. They have become remnants of Titan's past along with the atmosphere. This is the price that must be paid for its transformation. Huifeng knew this deeply when he initially activated the engines. Restoring these natural environments is not within his plans, nor in any foreseeable plans. What he thinks now is not how to restore the past, but how to make it stronger. According to Huifeng's transformation blueprint, Titan's final form is that of a true battle planet. This concept is fundamentally different from the hastily launched interstellar transport. During the Saturn War, Titan was merely a satellite temporarily equipped with engines. It had thrust and mass as weapons, but nothing more. It had no armaments, no shields, and no ability to sustain combat on the battlefield. It was disposable. A true battle planet is not disposable. It is a mobile military base, a strategic platform with heavy firepower, a Titan-class combat unit capable of independent survival and sustained output on the battlefield. To meet this standard, Titan needs to install exclusive weapon and shield systems. These systems are not on the same scale as ordinary planetary defense platforms. After restoring Titan's propulsion system, he still needs to invest more resources to build these. In fact, he is already doing so. On a highland smoothed out by the terrain transformation devices in Titan's northern hemisphere, the first batch of weapon bases for the battle planet has been established. According to the design, dozens of heavy-energy weapons for orbital defense will be installed here, covering the near space of Titan's northern hemisphere, used to intercept enemy physical weapon fire. Similar weapon bases have been preliminarily planned by him to number in the hundreds across the planet's surface. Meanwhile, deeper underground swarms of worker bees are excavating the core reaction chamber for the shield system, a chamber large enough to accommodate an entire industrial mothership. Once Titan is fully transformed, it will be incorporated into the First Fleet. The distinction between the First Fleet and the Second Fleet lies here. The Second Fleet will temporarily be a conventional fleet composed of standard warships, but the First Fleet will soon have a battle planet as its flagship, which means it will far exceed the Second Fleet in fire density, damage resistance, and sustained battlefield deployment capabilities. It will be the strongest trump card that Huifeng can present at this stage. Once the weapon and shield systems of Titan are fully online, this planet, which once collided with the Heavenly Throne, will become something that no enemy wishes to face. Battle Planet Titan. Sharpen the blades, ready the troops. Victory awaits the prepared. Huifeng briefly reviewed his overall development and found it on the whole satisfactory. Were he to face both the Wanderers and the Assimilators simultaneously again, his current scale would reduce them to crimson mist before they could even mount a counteroffensive. His Sparrow-class reconnaissance vessels had already ventured as far as 200 light-years away, beyond the ancient derelict ship orbiting TRAPPIST-1H. He had detected no trace of other civilizations, and thus no worthy sparring partners to test his martial prowess. Truth be told, Huifeng secretly hoped the entire galactic exploration would yield no adversaries capable of challenging him. Ideally, all civilizations in the Milky Way would remain at roughly humanity's current technological level, with no emergence of entities like the Resetters or similar existential threats. That to him would be perfection. Alas, this fantasy crumbled days later, shattered by reality itself. As a Sparrow-class reconnaissance vessel emerged from hyperspace, its sensors registered a G5V yellow dwarf star of approximately magnitude 9. The star system in which it now found itself had been catalogued by human astronomers as HD 108236. Its central star possessed roughly 85 of the Sun's mass, 89 of its radius, and a surface temperature of approximately 530 C, lying some 211 light-years from the solar system. In the pre-transcendence era, humanity had discovered 4 planets orbiting HD 108236 by the transit method in 2020 and confirmed a 5th planet using satellite data in 2021. All 5 were sub-Neptunes orbiting extremely close to their host star, rendering them in theory utterly inhospitable to life. Human scientists' conjecture proved accurate. None of these 5 known planets supported life. Yet beyond them lay another world, one nestled precisely within HD 108,230 SIXS habitable zone. Its orbital distance from the star had rendered it invisible to humanity's transit-based detection methods. Not until Huifeng's vessel arrived. This was meant to be an unremarkable survey mission. This unassuming Sparrow-class scout no different from the hundreds dispatched simultaneously across countless vectors. Days earlier, under Huifeng's subconscious guidance, it had completed reconnaissance of an unexceptional red dwarf system, then selected the nearest uncharted hyperspace corridor and leapt into the unknown. That single jump delivered Huifeng a monumental surprise. Suspended in the void beyond hyperspace, the Sparrow-class vessel hovered silently. While on the opposite side of existence, Huifeng's primal instincts flared at an anomaly demanding attention. Momentarily distracted elsewhere, Huifeng snapped back to awareness, curious what phenomenon had triggered such a visceral subconscious alert. What's happening? In the next instant, he materialized directly at the source of the anomaly. Finding nothing unusual around the scout, he activated his miniature tactical map. There, his gaze locked onto something extraordinary. Damn, neutral units. Alive. On the map, a cluster of yellow dots shimmered above the 6th planet, counting outward from the star, a configuration he had previously witnessed only over Earth. And not just 1 or 2, dozens, hundreds. Such markings never appeared for natural celestial bodies or phenomena. Having surveyed hundreds, if not thousands, of star systems, Huifeng knew this unequivocally only artificial constructs warranted such designation. At once his godlike perspective plunged into orbit around that very world. He gazed downward, through swirling white clouds, into a breathtaking expanse of sapphire ocean. Vast continents floated upon its surface, their coastlines jagged and intricate. Emerald green bled inland from shorelines deepening to rich umber across mountainous terrain, then surrendering to pristine snowfields beyond the tree-line. A living world, an indisputable biosphere. And definitive confirmation came when he scanned the planet's night side, where vast orderly constellations of light gleamed across the darkened continents. Though dimmer and more scattered than Earth's nocturnal glow, such patterns could only be the work of sentient intelligence. To eliminate doubt, he redirected his focus toward a solitary yellow speck drifting in space, seeking final irrefutable proof. There it was, a spherical metallic artifact less than 2 meters in diameter, adorned symmetrically with whip-like antennae encoded in dark solar cell-like panels. A small propulsion module clung to its base, blackened by oxidation, its slow, stately orbit carrying it around the planet, its side-mounted antennae pointed resolutely into the abyss of deep space, transmitting watt and watt into the void. With that, the last vestige of uncertainty dissolved. This world, so eerily reminiscent of Earth, not only teemed with life, but also hosted a civilization advanced enough to have reached the pre-space flight epoch. Elation surging, Huifeng prepared to shift his view back down to the planetary surface, to examine its wonders in greater detail. But as his peripheral vision swept across a stretch of empty cosmos, several fleeting flashes erupted far off in the distance. They lasted only a heartbeat, but Huifeng, ever perceptive, caught them instantly. The flashes originated in low orbit, well removed from the slowly revolving metallic sphere. He halted his retreating perspective and pivoted toward those new points of light. Instantly, fresh imagery flooded his senses. Huifeng arrived at the flash site, only to behold 5 vessels motionless and silent in the black stillness of space. A question mark formed instinctively in his mind the moment their silhouettes resolved. Unlike the spherical satellite, these ships radiated something unmistakable sophistication. No exposed antennae or solar arrays marred their surfaces. Only subtle, deliberate modifications marked certain sections. Their prows tapered sharply into acute angles, hulls flared outward like wings. Their sleek, sinuous profiles resembled colossal metallic swordfish. Their hulls bore a deep, earthy brown livery, stylistically alien to the satellite's utilitarian design. If the satellite evoked Cold War-era engineering, these vessels belonged unmistakably to the realm of cinematic science fiction. Either they represented 2 distinct technological epochs of a single civilization, or more intriguingly, the vessels on his tactical map and the scattered yellow markers in orbit did not belong to the same species at all. Before the thought fully settled, reality answered. Sorenka, man of the Empire, is now the notorious leader of a band of interstellar pirates causing chaos in the galaxy for over decades. Recently, due to the Empire's intensified control over the star region where he operates the pirate fleet, he leads can no longer sustain itself by plundering passing civilian vessels as it once did. In fact, prior to this, aside from robbing ships traveling between star systems, he had also been involved in smuggling operations, albeit on a small scale. His primary business was still as an interstellar pirate. However, the situation has changed. To solve the problem of feeding himself and his crew of 5 ships with thousands of subordinates, he has been forced into large-scale smuggling. At this moment, he is sitting in the captain's seat of the flagship Black Shark. The holographic projection in front of him displays a contract negotiated a month ago. 3,000 tons of military-grade metal processing parts banned by the Empire, along with 2 decommissioned superluminal engines to be transported from the Talos star system across half the Empire's borders to an illegal spaceport in the fringe star regions. The shipping fee for this order is exorbitant, but the risk is equally high. Military-grade metal processing parts are typically used as raw materials for warships, while superluminal engines are critical components in shipbuilding, and any form of trade involving these 2 items is strictly prohibited by the Empire. If discovered by the Empire, it would be akin to being caught smuggling gun parts within a certain Eastern nation, enough for everyone aboard those 5 ships to face execution multiple times. Therefore, upon receiving this major task, Sorenka was extremely cautious. At the outset, he did not take the familiar route, but rather circled around, steering the ship out to the edge of known star regions, entering the untamed star systems untouched by the Empire, thereby avoiding all Imperial inspection stations and patrol fleets. Of course, this approach carries significant risks, primarily the likelihood of getting lost. These unexplored wild star regions are known by very few except for those interstellar adventurers who roam the galaxy. Hardly anyone knows where the next jump in superluminal travel leads. Sarenk, of course, was not clear either. He had simply purchased a star map from an interstellar adventurer before setting this plan in motion. This star map marked the approximate control range of the Empire and roughly outlined a route to his target location. Sarenk had previously tested the first half of this route, which matched almost perfectly with what was depicted on the map. However, when the fleet truly began to follow the marked path into the depths of the wild star regions, the once accurate map started to fail. They went astray, arriving in a star region not marked on the map. This was a significant mistake. The supplies carried by their ships were insufficient for prolonged activity in these uncharted regions. If Sorenk's fleet lingered too long, they would likely perish in these desolate systems without a spaceport for resupply. However, it was precisely this detour that led Sarenk to discover a tremendous treasure. With this thought, Sarenk closed the holographic projection before him and walked to the main observation window of the bridge, gazing at a blue planet outside. I never thought that after nearly 100 years of living today, I would stumble upon such good fortune. He looked at the scene outside, his eyes bright with excitement, his rugged face beaming with satisfaction. Even his breathing carried a hint of exhilaration. The reason for his joy was simple. His fleet had unexpectedly discovered a habitable planet in this star system, and even more astonishingly, it was a planet hosting an intelligent civilization. What does this signify? It signifies billions in wealth beckoning to him. It is known that planets naturally harboring life are exceedingly rare in the galaxy. Even within the Empire's claimed territory spanning tens of thousands of light years, the truly powerful areas they control consist of merely over 500 star systems with habitable planets. The remaining claimed territories typically have large spaceports and Imperial warships stationed in prime locations, while lesser ones might only feature inspection stations and observation posts. Moreover, at least 50 of the remaining territories are barren, often devoid of any human presence, simply marked with Imperial flags during previous passings by Imperial fleets, rendering them the Empire's territory on the map. Not to mention the presence of a native intelligent civilization on this life-bearing planet. Moreover, it appears to be at a low level of development, on the brink of becoming an interstellar civilization. Planets with life are rare, and those with civilizations are even rarer. Among the over 500 habitable planets within the Empire, only about 100 had native intelligent civilizations. This is a unique scarcity item. For instance, luxury items and exotic fauna from this planet are one-of-a-kind in the galaxy. Native artworks, spices, gemstones, and even unique living flora and fauna are priceless collectibles among the wealthy circles of the Empire's core planets, and selling even a few would yield more profit than smuggling several tons of metal. Additionally, biochemical and genetic samples, an independent ecosystem, and intelligent life, their genetic sequences, microorganisms, and unique natural compounds are coveted by any biochemical company within the Empire, and although Sarenk does not understand science, he knows that these samples could fetch astronomical prices. Moreover, information itself is a commodity. Even if he takes nothing now and simply turns to leave, he could sell the coordinates and detailed intelligence of this planet to the Empire. For the Empire, a new life planet with native civilization holds irresistible allure. The value of just the first 2 points described above is enough to attract the Empire's invincible fleet personally to his door. Let alone the fact that for the Empire, a planet with an intelligent civilization is worth far more than this. Thus, with all these factors, Sarenk can be said to be on the brink of fortune. He even begins to imagine a future where, with the help of this place and a bit of connection within the Empire, he might wash away his past and resurface, thus bidding farewell to his shadowy pirate life. As for that high-risk smuggling order, let whoever wants it take it. He has even thought of finding a secluded place to dispose of all those troublesome items. Just as Sarenk stood before the observation window, daydreaming about the distant planet, one of his subordinates rushed over and loudly reported, "Boss, the inhabitants of this planet have sent us a message.